System, if I achieve a business turnover of 10 billion, will you truly help me find my mother? Jiang Lingqidat. The little pink pig flapped its wings, revealing its teeth embedded with gold, and confidently placed its hands on its hips, stating, as long as you elevate the amusement park's revenue to 10 billion, I can not only locate your mother, but extraterrestrials as well. Very well, with your promise, I am determined to revive this dilapidated amusement park, Jiang Li resolutely declared. A month prior, she had inherited the peculiar amusement park left to her by her mother, under the notarization of a lawyer. Due to her mother's unexpected disappearance, she had little interest in managing it and was preparing to sell it. However, at the moment of signing the contract, she awakened the amusement park management system. This system would draw individuals willing to work from various dimensions to serve as employees of the amusement park. The system would oversee their wages and evaluations. Her sole responsibility would be management. Jiang Li had no interest in management, yet the system promised that upon reaching a turnover of 10 billion, it would assist her in finding her mother. The thought of her mother prompted her to agree without hesitation. Jiang Jia, how are things with the supplies? Before her stood Mo Xiaobai, whose sunken eyes and gaunt visage rendered him resembling a skeletal frame. He was an employee drawn from the post-apocalyptic world, rumored to possess wood-based abilities. His era was said to be one following the apocalypse, marked by severe nuclear radiation, resulting in a dire scarcity of resources nearly non-existent. People were compelled to subsist on the flesh of zombies. Lost in thoughts of managing the amusement park, she had completely forgotten this matter. Given Mo Xiaobai's meticulous nature, if he discovered she had failed to fulfill her promise, he would undoubtedly depart without a second thought. The system had stated that if an employee left, the turnover would incur a deduction 1 million for each instance. To reunite with her mother as soon as possible, she could not allow such a situation to occur. I have everything prepared. I will give it to you after work tomorrow. Mo Xiaobai opened his mouth, his voice tinged with weariness. Thank you, Jiang Jia. It's no trouble at all, Jiang Li replied. She glanced down, noticing that the hands of her watch had just reached the end of the workday. It's time to clock out. You should head back now. Then, Jiang Jia, see you tomorrow. Mo Xiaobai bid farewell and prepared to leave. Jiang Li peered after him. What about your little zombie entourage? Mo Xiaobai replied, somewhat lethargically, they're probably tidying up the trash. Jiang Li inquired with curiosity, don't you need to call them? Mo Xiaobai responded, no need. When I return, they will follow. Jiang Li nodded in understanding. A golden mist barrier appeared, through which Mo Xiaobai passed and vanished from sight. He returned to the post-apocalyptic world. The amusement park system stipulated that employees were only permitted to operate within the park during work hours and could not leave otherwise. They would be sent back to their own worlds. After work, they would return to their respective realities, only to reappear in the amusement park when the work hours resumed. The work schedule was from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening, with days off determined by circumstances that Mo Xiaobai returned to the post-apocalyptic world. Everywhere lay ruins and wandering zombies, desolate and haunting. The undead, rigid and lifeless, turned their heads upon seeing him, retreating in fear. Mo Xiaobai traversed the ruins, and before him loomed the remnants of decaying structures. At the entrance, a robust old man clad in a white vest waved cheerfully at him. Mo Xiangshang, his father, Dad, Mo Xiaobai approached, greeting him with a weary demeanor. Mo Xiangshang replied with a smile. How's work treating you? Mo Xiaobai replied despondently. It's just the same. Mo Xiangshang glanced behind him, his expression tinged with disappointment. What about supplies? Jiang Jia said, give them to me after work tomorrow. Mo Xiangshang responded with a simple "Oh." Dad, I'm heading inside, Mo Xiaobai said, his head hanging low. Go rest, you've got work tomorrow. Mo Xiangshang waved him off. As Mo Xiaobai entered the dilapidated building and closed the door, Mo Xiangshang gazed at his son's dejected figure. After 2 years of idleness, when his son received an offer to manage an amusement park, he had initially been reluctant to accept. However, upon hearing that the salary could be exchanged for supplies, he compelled his son to take the job. Supplies indeed, they were the most sought-after commodity in this world. His son had diligently labored for a month, and Mo Xiangshang wondered what kind of supplies he would bring home the next day. The thought filled him with anticipation. The following afternoon, Jiang Li drove to the supermarket to procure supplies. On the way, she inquired of the system, Is there truly no possibility of a salary increase? A monthly wage of 250 yuan is far too meager. Not a single cent, the little pink pig replied, shaking its finger. Jiangli found the system to be quite a scam and argued, I could pay them with my own money. The little pink pig countered, only the items purchased with that 250 yuan salary can be brought back to their world. Jiangli sighed. The thought of such a paltry monthly salary weighed heavily on her conscience, making her feel complicit in the system's exploitation. They worked 8 hours a day, with no statutory holidays to speak of. Regardless of performance, the salary remained a mere 250 yuan. Outside, wages were at least 3,500. The more she pondered, the more guilt overwhelmed her. Since she could not persuade the system, she resolved to make the most of that 250 yuan salary, striving to benefit Mo Xiaobai. Jiangli first visited the mall, but even a modest selection of items exceeded her budget. With such a sum, one could scarcely procure anything of value. System Jiangli began, but was interrupted by the system. Don't even think about it. Sighing, she muttered to herself, what else can I possibly buy? Suddenly, an idea struck her regarding Mo Xiaobai's unique abilities. As a wood-based ability user, facilitating the rapid germination and growth of seeds should not pose a significant challenge. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, seeds were an incredibly precious resource. Thus, seeds it would be. In this world, seeds were not exorbitantly priced. Jiangli drove to a store specializing in seeds. In a modest shop, spanning about 20 to 30 square meters, numerous shelves displayed an array of seeds packaged in plastic bags. Of course, there were also larger bags available. As Jiangli walked and inspected, she noticed rice seeds priced at 10 yuan per gene. She purchased 10 gene for 100 yuan. Wheat seeds were available for 5 yuan per gene. She bought 10 gene for 50 yuan. She had her eyes set on a small collection of vegetable seeds, spending merely 25 yuan to acquire 35 packets of seasonal planting seeds. Carrots, cabbages, tomatoes, chives. One must admit, the selection was quite comprehensive. After settling the bill, Jiangli ventured to a specialty spice shop, purchasing 20 packets of salt along with various other condiments, leaving her with only 15 yuan. Driving toward the amusement park, she passed by a bun shop and spent her remaining money on 10 vegetarian buns priced at 1.5 yuan each. Upon arriving at the amusement park, she glanced at her watch, noting that it was precisely the end of the workday. Jiangli transferred the items from her car to a clean chair, awaiting the arrival of Mo Xiaobai. During this interval, her thoughts drifted to the management of the amusement park. The park, inherited from her mother, could only be described as dilapidated, with facilities in a state of disrepair. To restore it to a functioning state, considerable renovations were imperative. However, this would entail a significant financial investment. In truth, she possessed the capability to cover these costs, yet the system stipulated that all expenses related to the park's operation must be derived solely from its profits. In other words, to renovate the amusement park, she first needed to generate income from it. Wasn't this quite the conundrum? Without any entertainment facilities, how does one earn a profit? Jiang Jia, I've come to collect the supplies. Mo Xiaobai appeared before her, a throng of zombies trailing behind him. Chapter 2 We have seeds. Jiangli raised her gaze, instinctively sensing fear. The zombies were contorted in various rigid postures, their eyes clouded, and their bodies oozing with yellowish sores, mingled with shades of green and blue. It was beyond description. Retracting her gaze, Jiangli turned her head. The buns within the transparent plastic bag emitted a steaming mist, forming droplets on the surface of the bag. She unfastened it, took out a still-warm bun, and offered it to Mo Xiaobai. After a busy afternoon, it was time to eat something. Mo Xiaobai cautiously accepted the bun and murmured his thanks. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the bun in his hand, and curiously inquired, "What is this?" Jiangli smiled and explained, "It's a bun, a type of food made by humans, consisting of flour and either vegetables or meat." "A bun?" Mo Xiaobai echoed softly, placing it to his lips and taking a bite. Unable to contain his eagerness, he devoured it voraciously. As he ate, he exclaimed, "This is unbelievably delicious, 100 times better than zombie flesh." And the boxed meal from noon was delightful as well. Jiangli handed him the transparent plastic bag containing the buns along with a bottle of mineral water, advising, "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." When Mo Xiaobai noticed the bag Jiangli had passed over, he licked his lips in anticipation and eagerly accepted it. "Is all of this for me?" he asked cautiously, looking up at her. Jiangli beamed warmly. Yes, it's all yours. Mo Xiaobai hastily unwrapped the bag, pulling out the soft buns and devouring them with great gusto. Relishing every bite, he continued stuffing his mouth until he let out a satisfied belch. Observing the remaining buns, he swallowed hard, tightly tying the bag and setting it aside with care. Jiangli couldn't help but chuckle, and, catching sight of another bag nearby, she casually picked it up and handed it to him. I used your wages to buy some seeds. I hope they will be useful to you. Seeds? Seeds. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, but then a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes, his lips curving upwards. His gaze eagerly sought the bag in Jiang Li's hand, which contained plastic pouches adorned with plant patterns. These plants he had encountered in history books before. May I open a bag to take a look? Mo Xiaobai asked, his voice laced with caution as he looked up at Jiang Li. Of course. These were purchased with your wages. They are yours to do with as you please, Jiang Li replied. Eagerly, Mo Xiaobai retrieved a pouch, tore it open, and poured its contents into his palm. The black, spherical seeds were enveloped in a green glow. For someone with wood-based abilities, determining whether these were indeed seeds was an effortless task. He turned to Jiang Li, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. They are truly seeds. Jiang Li blinked her almond-shaped eyes in surprise. Did you think I was deceiving you? Seeing her misunderstanding, Mo Xiaobai quickly clarified. Sister Jiang, you've misunderstood. I merely found it a bit hard to believe. Such seeds are invaluable treasures to us. In this apocalyptic world, the discovery of a single seed could profoundly impact all of humanity. Yet, I find myself in possession of an abundance of seeds. He gazed at Jiang Li, his eyes filled with sincerity and earnestness. Boss, you are my great benefactor. No, you are the benefactor of all humankind. If my father were to learn of this, he would surely be overjoyed. Mo Xiaobai affectionately caressed the bag. Boss, I must take my leave now. Until tomorrow. With that, he eagerly stepped into the golden mist. Wait. I haven't finished giving you everything yet, Jiang Li remarked as the golden light vanished completely, turning to look at the rice seeds, wheat seeds, and seasonings behind her. Oh well, I shall give them to you after work tomorrow. As the zombies witnessed Mo Xiaobai's departure, they also faded away. Jiang Li observed their retreating figures. Deep in thought, perhaps they could be leveraged to enhance the amusement park's revenue. Ideas began to form in her mind. In the midst of this desolation, Mo Xiang was inside the house, gnawing on the unpalatable zombie flesh, glancing occasionally at the door, awaiting the return of that mischievous lad. Suddenly, golden smoke materialized in the air, and Mo Xiaobai emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Mo Xiang casually tossed the zombie meat behind him, wiped his hands on his clothes, and approached eagerly, asking, "Where are the supplies? Show me quickly." He had been anticipating these supplies for a month. Mo Xiaobai produced a transparent plastic bag from behind him. Inside were peculiar items, their inner walls misted by heat, exuding a distinctive aroma. Mo Xiang, puzzled, inquired, "Is this what you referred to as supplies?" Mo Xiaobai nodded dejectedly. Sister Jiang said this is called a bun. Bun? Mo Xiang found the term quite novel. Mo Xiaobai provided an explanation, unfastened the plastic bag, and handed him a bun. Dad, this bun is incredibly delicious. I saved it just for you. Do try it. Mo Xiang pointed at the bun, incredulous. You mean this thing is edible? Mo Xiaobai affirmed, elaborating on the bun's origin. Mo Xiang slowly accepted the soft, white bun, taking a bite, the flavor lingering on his palate. What a delightful food. He was nearly moved to tears. Having lived for over 50 years, he had never tasted anything so exquisite. The zombie flesh was foul and unpalatable, lacking any flavor. It could not compare to the bun's delightful aroma, taste, and appearance. Then, recalling a pressing matter, he removed the bun from his mouth and asked, "Is this all the supplies?" He scrutinized Mo Xiaobai from head to toe. "Is there nothing else?" "There are these seeds as well." Mo Xiaobai retrieved another plastic bag from behind him, handing it over with a beaming smile. Mo Xiang looked at the packaging adorned with plant patterns, initially in disbelief. Seeds? Then shock overtook him. Seeds. He eagerly took the plastic bag, opened it, and poured the seeds into his palm, excitement illuminating his weathered face. Are these truly seeds? Am I not mistaken? Seeds were a rarity in their world. Mo Xiaobai confirmed. Yes, they are seeds. I tested them with my abilities. They are identical to those in the museum. Mo Xiangshang excitedly grasped Mo Xiaobai's shoulders, nearly leaping with joy. This is wonderful. We have seeds. With seeds, we shall have food, and that means we will no longer need to consume zombie flesh. He patted his son vigorously, laughing heartily. You, my boy. are the great benefactor of our family. No, you are the great benefactor of our village. Indeed, you are a benefactor to all of humanity. Mo Xiaobai frowned, his complexion pale as he gazed at him. Realizing his exuberance, Mo Xiangshang released his son and chuckled. I was too excited and lost control for a moment. Mo Xiaobai remained silent. Mo Xiangshang stared at the seeds in his hand and waved at him. You should go and rest. You have work tomorrow. I will head to the committee and discuss the matter of the seeds with those old fellows, while also seeking some supernatural beings to form a grain cultivation team. Oh, and remember to come home early tomorrow. The food team will need you. Mo Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing his son enter the house, Mo Xiangshang cheerfully took the plastic bag and stepped out. The following day, Mo Xiaobai was transported by the system to the amusement park. Just as he was preparing for work, a graceful figure appeared before him. Mo Xiaobai, I have thought of a way to attract visitors. Chapter 3. The business launch is dismal. Mo Xiaobai looked at her in confusion. What method? Jiang Luyang revealed a sweet smile. This matter requires the assistance of your group of zombie minions. Mo Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Huh? Jiang Luang glanced back at the desolate amusement park and asked him, Do you think this place is as barren as yours? Mo Xiaobai followed her gaze and remarked, Indeed, it is quite desolate. Jiang Luyang turned back, saying, In such a desolate place combined with your group of zombies, isn't it the perfect setting for an apocalyptic scenario? She intended to continue, but Mo Xiaobai interrupted. Sister Jiang, do you intend to use this method to swindle them? Exactly. Jiang Luyang exclaimed without a second thought, then realized her blunder and frowned. Nonsense. I call this a legitimate business strategy. You're right, Sister Jiang, Mo Xiaobai replied dismissively. Jiang Luyang gazed at the chaotic amusement park, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she filled with anticipation for the future. Creating an immersive experience of a zombie apocalypse would surely yield substantial profits. And the best part was that it required minimal investment. Perhaps she truly was suited for this venture. By the way, where are your zombie minions? She inquired of Mo Xiaobai. They will be here shortly, he responded. Jiang Luyang tossed her hair back. Very well, once they arrive, we shall set things up. Her peculiar amusement park was about to commence operations. However, one crucial question remained. Mo Xiaobai, will your zombie minions harm humans? Regardless of the business. Safety is of utmost importance. Mo Xiaobai replied. To me, they are akin to wooden puppets. As long as I am here, they will not act recklessly. Jiang Luang breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. Her gaze met Mo Xiaobai's. From this moment forth, your sole responsibility is to control the zombies to frighten the visitors. No other tasks are required. Mo Xiaobai eagerly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two began preparations, crafting a script and arranging the positions of the zombies. The area designated for the zombies' activities would solely be outdoors, with no indoor operations to conserve resources. Jiang Li stood at the entrance, surveying the eerily desolate amusement park, a sight that brought her satisfaction. Beside the gate, there was a blackboard. She approached and inscribed several lines. The peculiar amusement park grand opening extravaganza. Starting today, for the next month, tickets are half price at 50 yuan per person. This month's highlight, immersive zombie experience. Once everything was in place, Jiang Li seated herself at the ticket booth, assuming the role of ticket seller, eagerly awaiting the arrival of visitors. The location of the peculiar amusement park was not remote. Many passers-by traversed this route daily, ensuring a steady flow of foot traffic. The crucial factor lay in whether they could attract visitors. Vehicles passed by, yet not a single one came to a halt. Jiang Li propped her heavy eyelids open. Having sat from morning until noon, and then from noon until 3 in the afternoon, without even a shadow of a visitor. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaobai, monitoring the zombies, grew bored in the absence of guests, idly tugging at the nearby grass, concocting zombie scenarios. At 4 in the afternoon, a girl with a phone tripod strolled past, and, upon seeing the words zombie experience, her interest piqued instantly. She was an adventure blogger, currently grappling with a creative block, seeking inspiration. The girl approached and tapped on the glass window. Noticing a potential visitor, Jiang Li donned a professional smile. Welcome to the peculiar amusement park. The girl turned to her phone and exclaimed, Hey, everyone. Today, I've discovered yet another adventurous spot. Let us experience it together. After shifting her gaze from the phone, she addressed Jiang Li. Could you tell me what the immersive zombie experience entails? Jiang Li explained, within the peculiar amusement park, zombies are omnipresent. Once visitors enter, they must evade the zombies and locate a box. Inside the box are colorful glass balls. If they collect 5 different colors, they can draw for small prizes. The girl found this quite intriguing and generously declared, "I'd like to purchase a ticket." Jiang Li swiftly retrieved the QR code, and the girl opened her phone for WeChat payment. Upon completion, she raised her phone and stepped into the amusement park. Jiang Li picked up the intercom and called out to Mo Xiaobai, "Get ready, a visitor has arrived." Hearing the voice through the intercom, Mo Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was time for him to showcase his skills. The girl addressed her audience, "Hey, everyone. Next, follow Zai Juzai on this adventure." "Oh, I thought it would be a thrilling adventure, but it turns out to be just a day at the amusement park. How utterly mundane. What is the point of humans dressing as zombies? It's not even real. I'm out." "Girl, perhaps you should find a proper job. Streaming like this is rather dull." Zai Juzai felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing these comments, yet she maintained her enthusiasm outwardly. A pair of pallid hands, marred with black streaks, gently tapped her shoulder, and then a head emerged into view on the screen. The zombie's hollow eyes were devoid of life, exuding an aura of decay. Its dark, mottled skin was riddled with sores, from which yellowish pus seeped forth, creating a disquieting sight. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Little Orange sniffed the air, her brow furrowing. "My dear viewers, why do I feel as if I smell the stench of decay and rot?" "Host, look behind you. Good heavens, the zombie effect is astonishingly lifelike." Indeed, if one were unaware, they might think it a genuine zombie. As more individuals joined the live stream, Little Orange turned her head to follow the sensation on her shoulder. What a horrifying visage it was. She stood frozen in terror, momentarily at a loss for words. "Host, why are you dawdling? Run for your life." "Yes, flee. If you don't hurry, you might just become its next meal." The uncanny realism of the zombie elicited a wave of concern among the viewers for her safety. Regaining her composure, Little Orange dashed away in frantic flight. The zombie contorted its body in an eerie pursuit. The audience watched with bated breath. Little Orange sought refuge behind a haystack, believing herself to be safe, and exclaimed to her audience, "My dears, I am safe now." However, a drop of greenish pus landed upon her hand. Turning to investigate, she was so startled that she fell to the ground. As the amusement park's operating hours came to an end, the zombies vanished into thin air. Jiang Li, noticing the pallor of Little Orange's face, approached her and inquired, "How was it? Enjoyable?" Little Orange looked up, her expression dazed, and suddenly burst into laughter. "It was exhilarating. I must return tomorrow." In truth, the viewers were eager for more. They expressed their desire to see her collect 5 glass balls. By the end of the live stream, she had surprisingly earned a significant amount of money. After exchanging a few words with Little Orange, Jiang Li returned home and opened Little Orange's account. She was live streaming again, sharing her experiences from the day. The chat room was bustling with activity. Jiang Li scrolled through the comments and noticed inquiries about the location, with many expressing a desire to experience the thrill of being chased by zombies. As she continued to scroll, she encountered several more messages, all asking for the address. An idea struck Jiang Li. Why not capitalize on this demand? Chapter 4. The soil there is not quite right. She posted the amusement park's address in the comment section, writing, "The peculiar amusement park will feature an immersive zombie experience for the next month, with tickets available at half price, just 50 yuan each. We welcome everyone to come and play." After reading her message several times and nodding in satisfaction, she pressed send. Within mere minutes, 2 or 3 comments appeared, indicating that visitors planned to come the next day. Her heart soared with joy, and her eyelashes fluttered in excitement. Wonderful. At last, there is some effect. Jiang Li pondered further ideas to boost her revenue. She can collaborate with Little Orange, providing a variety of recreational activities for free as material, while Little Orange live streams to promote the peculiar amusement park, including links. Consequently, the amusement park gains recognition, ticket sales soar, and Little Orange profits as well. It can truly be described as a win-win situation. On the screen, Little Orange diligently responds to the comments from her fans. She appears quite busy, prompting Jiang Li to decide to discuss the matter with her another time. After turning off her phone, she lies on her bed, relishing the memory of her recent meeting with her mother. Suddenly struck by a thought, she springs up. Oh no, she forgot to give Mo Xiaobai the rice seeds, wheat seeds, and spices. Never mind, she will address it after work tomorrow. In the post-apocalyptic world, as Mo Xiaobai finishes work, he is summoned by his father to an open space. In the center of a vast wasteland lies a freshly cultivated plot of land. The recently turned soil damp and contrasting with its surroundings, mingling with the fragrance of earth in the air. A crowd of men, women, and children, including some important village leaders, stand around, some merely spectators while others are eager participants. A few robust individuals catch his attention. Mo Xiangxiang eagerly pulls his arm, introducing these individuals as water and wood element ability users. Son, let us begin. Mo Xiangxiang urges impatiently. Mo Xiaobai nods, albeit with a hint of dejection. Mo Xiangxiang carefully retrieves a bag of seeds from a tattered cloth, gently tearing it open. Everyone's gaze fixates on the bag, holding their breath in anticipation. Mo Xiangxiang hands the seeds to him and several nearby wood element ability users. As they feel the seeds in their hands, tears of joy brim in their eyes. Seeds. They are truly seeds. This is the first time in my life I have seen seeds. Who would have thought such rare seeds would end up in my hands? If others knew, they would be consumed by jealousy. We finally have seeds. Mo Xiaobai remains calm, having encountered this before. The wood element ability users stand at the edge of the field, simultaneously raising their hands with the seeds. Green orbs materialize in their palms, spinning around the seeds. Subsequently, beams of green light carry the seeds towards the soil, where they settle. The crowd directs their hands towards the land, enveloping the entire area in green light. All eyes are fixed on the earth, breath held in suspense. Green, tender shoots break through the soil, and the crowd erupts in jubilant cheers. Look, it's a plant. It's truly a plant. Am I not seeing things? How could plants possibly grow in our world? I never expected to witness plants in my lifetime. This is wonderful. With plants, we no longer have to consume zombies. The emerging shoots grow rapidly into plants. Mo Xiaobai turns to the nearby water element ability user and urges, now? It's time. The water element ability user raises their hand, and a clear water sphere descends around the plants, causing them to flourish swiftly. The crowd clenches their fists, filled with fervor and excitement. The plants have finally matured, and the vibrant green in the desolate land appears radiant under the sun. Mo Xiaobai feels a sense of relief. However, in the next moment, his expression falls. The newly sprouted plants wither instantly, collapsing to the ground. Their yellowing hues chill his heart, as well as the hearts of those around him. How could this happen? He struggles to comprehend. Mo Xiangxiang suddenly suggests, could it be an issue with the soil? The soil? Mo Xiaobai's face darkens, while Mo Xiangxiang comforts him with a pat on the shoulder. My child, the failure of the plants to thrive must surely be due to the soil and has nothing to do with you. Do not let it weigh on your heart. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, our soil is incapable of nurturing plants. The fact that they grew at all is already a miracle. Mo Xiaobai nods in agreement. Mo Xiangxiang continues, son, tomorrow, ask Sister Jiang if, when next month's salary is issued, you could exchange it for some soil or something similar. Understood, Mo Xiaobai responds. The following morning, Mo Xiaobai arrives at work accompanied by his zombie little followers. Jiangli, noticing his dejected demeanor, approaches with concern. You seem even more dispirited than usual today. Mo Xiaobai recounts the events of the previous day. Jiangli offers her comfort. The soil over there is not suitable. Mo Xiaobai sighs, Sister Jiang, when the next paycheck arrives, could you help me purchase some soil? By soil? Jiangli looks at him in disbelief. Yes, Mo Xiaobai affirms. Surely that isn't necessary, Jiangli replies. Isn't soil readily available? Mo Xiaobai lowers his head. Sensing his misunderstanding, Jiangli clarifies, Mo Xiaobai. Save your salary for other necessities. As for soil, I shall provide it to you free of charge, after work or during breaks. You can simply dig some from the undeveloped area east of the amusement park with your little zombie companions. Mo Xiaobai lifts his head, his eyes glimmering with hope. Sister Jiang, is that truly the case? Jiangli smiles. Why would I deceive you? Mo Xiaobai is so touched that he feels he might weep. Sister Jiang, you are truly kind. Jiangli hands him a steamed bun, saying, now, if you wish to express your gratitude, eat your breakfast and work diligently. You may be quite busy today. Mo Xiaobai fixates on the bun, licking his lips, and takes it, filled with vigor as he looks at her. Sister Jiang, rest assured. I will work hard today. Good luck. Jiangli cheerfully replies, turning to head to the ticket booth, casting a glance back at Mo Xiaobai. Mo Xiaobai, with the bun in hand and a group of zombies, enters the amusement park. Jiangli shifts her gaze forward, eagerly anticipating the arrival of customers. An hour passes. No visitors. 2 hours pass. Still no visitors. 3 hours pass, and still, there are no customers. Jiang Li's anticipation is nearly depleted. Could it be that the few from yesterday were merely jesting? Ticket seller, 2 tickets, please. Jiang Li looked up and saw a couple. Instantly invigorated, she produced a QR code and flashed a professional smile. Welcome to the amusement park. The immersive zombie experience will undoubtedly leave you with unforgettable memories. She then explained the game rules. The young woman politely expressed her gratitude and linked arms with her boyfriend, who had just completed the payment. As they stepped into the somewhat desolate amusement park, Jiang Li immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and announced, "Imo Xiaobai, prepare. The guests have arrived." On the other end, Imo Xiaobai, who was busy preparing to act as a zombie, discarded the grass ring in his hand and sprang into action. The couple searched for treasures within the amusement park and, upon spotting a box hidden in the bushes, eagerly approached it. Suddenly, a zombie lunged out from behind the foliage, its hollow, murky eyes and skin riddled with abscesses, moving in a stiff manner. It was both realistic and terrifying. The couple let out a shrill scream. Jiang Li was quite pleased to hear the screams echoing through the amusement park. Chapter 5. A gift in sight. Little Orange, holding a phone stand, popped her head out to greet Jiang Li with a cheerful smile. "Little Orange, what brings you here?" Little Orange blinked playfully. "Didn't I mention yesterday that I would be back?" Jiang Li replied. "I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." "Hee hee, it's all about making money," Little Orange said with a mischievous grin. After speaking, she removed her phone. "Jiang Li, where's the QR code? I want to purchase a ticket." Instead of promptly retrieving the QR code, Jiang Li fixed her gaze on her intently. "Jiang Li, why are you staring at me? It's a bit scary." Little Orange's face flushed slightly. Jiang Li got straight to the point. "I want to propose a business deal with you, one that benefits us both." Little Orange put down her phone, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Quickly tell me, what is it?" Jiang Li said. "You can enter my amusement park for free, and all paid attractions will be complimentary. You will be the first to experience any new projects we have. However, you must live stream your experiences to promote the quirky amusement park while featuring a small sponsorship. What do you think?" Little Orange did not hesitate. "No problem." Jiang Li, surprised by her quick acceptance, asked, "Aren't you going to think it over?" Little Orange replied, "Taking even a second to ponder is disrespectful to money. You provide me with free content, and I will use it to gain followers and earn money through my live streams. I'm not foolish." Jiang Li enjoyed dealing with such straightforward individuals. "Then it's settled." Little Orange extended her pinky finger, beaming. "It's a deal." Jiang Li was taken aback by Little Orange's unexpectedly childish side. Seeing that no one was around, she promptly reached out to seal the agreement. The two forged their collaboration. Before entering the amusement park, Little Orange reminded, "Jiang Li, I think you should open an online ticketing channel. It will save you a lot of trouble." With that, she stepped into the desolate amusement park with her phone in hand. Jiang Li continued to man the ticket booth, waiting for visitors while simultaneously registering to open the online ticketing channel. One by one, guests began to arrive. By the end of the morning, she had earned 600. At noon, visitors departed one after another. Before leaving, several guests expressed their intent to return, which filled Jiang Li with immense joy. Her amusement park had attracted repeat customers. A middle-aged man approached the ticket booth. Catching sight of him while signing for a delivery, Jiang Li lifted her gaze and offered a professional smile. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you?" The man replied, "I've only been here for half an hour and haven't had enough fun. Is your morning session already over? This 50 yuan feels a bit wasted." Noticing the displeasure on the man's face, Jiang Li thoughtfully responded, "Our tickets are valid for the entire day, allowing you to enter and exit freely during operating hours." A satisfied expression spread across the man's face. "Young lady, your amusement park's service is far superior to that of the one next door. I shall return this afternoon." "Oh, and I must bring my friends along. That will surely boost your revenue." Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as she smiled. "You are most welcome." The jovial man then departed. Jiang Li glanced across the street where another amusement park stood. Its business was not particularly booming, but it was certainly profitable. She was well acquainted with its owner, her so-called husband, Guhan Yin. He had established this amusement park to fulfill the wishes of his beloved. It mattered little now, as they were on the verge of divorce. Shaking off her thoughts, Jiang Li picked up her lunch and headed toward the amusement park. Upon entering, she encountered Little Orange, who greeted her with a radiant smile. "Jiang Li, do you know how much I earned this morning?" she exclaimed excitedly. "How much?" Jiang Li inquired with curiosity. 50,000. Exactly 50,000. Little Orange gestured animatedly. "Since I became a streamer, I've never made this much money in just a few hours." She grasped Jiang Li's hand in gratitude. "You are my benefactor." Jiang Li's lips twitched. She had only earned 600 this morning, while Little Orange had amassed 50,000. The streaming industry truly was a lucrative one. Little Orange released her hand, saying, "I'm off to grab a bite. I'll be back to hunt for treasures this afternoon." "Oh. By the way, I've already found 3 different colored beads. I just need 2 more to complete the 5-color set. You must prepare that gift." With that, she cheerfully departed. At her reminder, Zhongli suddenly recalled that she had yet to prepare the gift. The amusement park's operating system mandated that her gifts could only come from peculiar and whimsical sources. Wasn't that a predicament? Were there even any suitable items in the amusement park? Cursed system. A rumble from her stomach broke her train of thought. It was time to eat. Zhongli refocused, clutching her lavish takeout as she made her way to the amusement park. It was there that she had found Imo Xiaobai in the wasteland. Only then did Imo Xiaobai, accompanied by a throng of zombies, laboriously fill his bag with soil. The two found a cooler spot to enjoy their takeout. Zhongli settled into a chair, her gaze captivated by the grass-woven zombies beside her. Imo Xiaobai's craftsmanship was impressive. The zombies he created were not only varied in form, but also strikingly abstract, and notably, they bore no signs of withering. Imo Xiaobai, won't these zombies eventually dry out? He replied, mouth full of delicious food. I utilized my abilities. As long as they are not intentionally damaged, they can last for 50 years. Zhang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could you spare some for me? I wish to gift them to the visitors. Imo Xiaobai replied, take them, for I would only toss them into the trash anyway. You truly waste resources. Zhang Li teased. After a moment's thought, she added, Imo Xiaobai, if you find yourself with time to spare, why not create a few more? Imo Xiaobai acknowledged with a hum. Zhang Li admired the profile of Imo Xiaobai. A salary of 250 yuan was indeed meager. She needed to devise a way to persuade that stingy pig to increase his pay. The grass-woven zombies presented a splendid opportunity. In the afternoon, a middle-aged man arrived, followed by a dozen others. Zhang Li's eyes gleamed. These were walking sources of revenue. She held up the QR code, and the men scanned it enthusiastically. Congratulations. You have received 50 yuan. Congratulations, you have received 100 yuan. The sound was intoxicating to Zhang Li. Shortly after the men departed, Xiao Zhizi arrived, trailed by a crowd of at least 50 people. Zhang Li, these are my fans. They wish to join me for the experience. Zhang Li exclaimed excitedly, welcome, warmly welcomed. She raised the QR code, and a multitude of phones aimed at it. The notifications of incoming funds echoed continuously. After work, Zhang Li went to deliver supplies to Imo Xiaobai, only to find he had already left, leaving behind an enormous pit. Zhang Li's lips twitched in disappointment. Oh well, I shall deal with it tomorrow. Upon returning home, she eagerly inquired of the system, what was today's revenue? Chapter 6. Look, it's a plant. The little pink pig flapped its wings and replied, today's revenue is 2,500. 2,500? Is that true? Zhang Li was so thrilled she could hardly articulate her excitement. This was the first time she had earned such a sum since opening her business. The little pink pig grinned, revealing its 2 golden teeth, hands on its hips. Why would I deceive you? Zhang Li pinched her own cheek to affirm her reality, still somewhat incredulous. Despite her understanding that her instincts were correct, a part of her remained anxious. The little pink pig flew to her shoulder and settled down. Zhang Li, you truly astonish me. You managed to devise such a method to bring profit to the amusement park. Zhang Li felt a bit bashful. It's nothing much. The little pink pig complimented. You possess a modicum of business acumen. Zhang Li looked up, filled with anticipation. Do I? Little pink pig remarked. The turnover is the evidence. Zhang Li took a deep breath. You are absolutely right, little pink pig. By the way, I have something to inquire about, she said, turning to the little pink pig perched on her shoulder. What is it? Little pink pig revealed its golden tooth. You previously mentioned that gifts can only originate from the peculiar amusement park, correct? Zhang Li fixed her gaze upon it. Indeed, little pink pig replied innocently. Then, can the handmade crafts woven from the park's grass by Imo Xiaobai be considered a gift? Zhang Li asked. Certainly, little pink pig affirmed. It seemed to align perfectly with her thoughts. Zhang Li smirked. Mo Xiaobai's handiwork has indeed resolved the gift dilemma. Shouldn't you offer him some form of compensation? Little pink pig's mouth dropped open in surprise, and after a moment, it exclaimed, no way. Zhang Li's plan faltered as she brought little pink pig closer, questioning, why not? Little pink pig, with its wings crossed defiantly, retorted, no means no. Zhang Li insisted, in our world, individuals like Imo Xiaobai are eligible for a salary increase under such circumstances. Little pink pig responded with conviction, He was already slacking off during work hours. I didn't deduct his wages, which is quite generous. Jiang Li countered, but his handiwork resolved the gift issue. Little Pink Pig replied, it is precisely because his craft is somewhat useful that I didn't deduct his wages. For a moment, Jiang Li was at a loss for words, silently cursing. Pigskin. What if he crafted the item using amusement park materials outside of work hours? She probed. Little Pink Pig replied, if it's not during work hours. Why would I deduct his wages? Jiang Li continued. Then, if the crafts made by Mo Xiaobai during off hours are to be used as gifts, should I not pay him for his handiwork? Little Pink Pig, hands on hips, declared, of course, one should not take unfair advantage. Jiang Li pressed further. Can the materials procured with the handiwork fee be taken back? Little Pink Pig responded, naturally, that is permissible. Wait, are you trying to trick me? It suddenly realized. Its chubby face displaying a hint of indignation. Jiang Li feigned innocence. You said it yourself. I never implied anything. Little Pink Pig, arms akimbo, huffed. Jiang Li cheerfully stated, I need to calculate how much the handiwork costs so I can pay him tomorrow. Little Pink Pig flew over and muttered, 10 cents each. What? Jiang Li froze. Turning to look at it, protesting, Little Pink Pig, his handiwork in our world is worth at least 50 yuan. Otherwise, it's not worth a single penny. Little Pink Pig tilted its head defiantly. Jiang Li's expression darkened. Is there any room for negotiation? Little Pink Pig vanished into thin air. For a system as stingy as it, 10 cents was already its greatest concession. She might as well accept it. However, 10 cents still felt rather inadequate for Mo Xiaobai. Alas, it would have to suffice. Tomorrow, she would share this good news with him. In the apocalyptic world, Mo Xiaobai removed the bag filled with soil from his back, and the zombies behind him imitated his actions. Mo led a group of people approaching. Upon seeing the bag, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as he pointed and asked, is this the soil from Sister Zhang's world? Mo Xiaobai nodded. And Mo Xiangshang eagerly opened the bag, a cloud of dust swirling around them, the distinctive aroma of the soil enveloping the air. Unable to contain his excitement, he scooped up the soil, inhaling deeply, and burst into hearty laughter, the corners of his eyes crinkling with joy. What exquisite soil! I have never encountered such quality before. The others exchanged glances, rushing forward to reach into the bag, eagerly grasping the soil and taking deep breaths. Their eyes sparkled with wonder as they chattered excitedly. Is this really soil from another world? It smells divine, 100 times more fragrant than the soil of our world. No, 1,000 times better. This soil is undoubtedly perfect for planting. Indeed, it surpasses anything I've seen in a museum. Absolutely. Don't you think this soil looks far more appealing than ours? Mo Xiaobai remained calm amidst their fervor. The soil they cherished was something he trod upon daily, rendering him immune to its allure. Ahem, let us proceed. I still have work tomorrow, he said, a hint of pride swelling within him as he spoke. The crowd ceased their chatter, their gazes shifting to him, tinged with envy. Mo Xiangshang tugged at his arm, inquiring, have you discussed with Sister Jiang how to utilize this soil? Mo Xiaobai nodded and recited Jiang Li's instructions verbatim, prompting the others to nod in agreement. In truth, he had not contemplated the matter of separating the soil until Jiang Li had thoughtfully reminded him during their midday meal. Mo Xiangshang acknowledged this. This soil is precious. It must be kept separate from our own. Soon, the entire village, young and old, mobilized to dig pits for isolation, filling them with the newly acquired soil. Once preparations were complete, Mo Xiaobai and several other ability wielders held a variety of seeds in their hands. Under the influence of the green orb, the seeds began to spin, propelled by waves of green light, and fell into the soil. The green light enveloped the entire patch of earth. The elders gazed with cloudy eyes, while the youth wore expressions of eager anticipation. Even the playful children were captivated. From the luminous green, tender shoots broke through the soil, growing swiftly. With the addition of water ability wielders, the plants surged upwards, unfurling lush green leaves, blossoming, bearing fruit, and ultimately ripening. In a world devoid of night, Mo Xiaobai observed the scene before him with clarity. Plump red tomatoes, vibrant green cucumbers, carrots peeking from the earth, and an abundance of thriving lettuce. These were the very things he had studied in history books. Witnessing the transformation of textbook illustrations into reality was truly exhilarating. Surrounding the scene, men, women, and children watched in awe, tears glistening in their eyes, soft sobs rising and falling like a gentle tide. They shared his inability to articulate the depth of their emotions in that moment. The atmosphere fell into a hush until a child's voice broke the silence. Look, it's plants, the edible food mentioned in our history books. Chapter 7. The apocalyptic people were overjoyed to see vegetables as these words were uttered. A wave of emotion surged through the crowd, and everyone burst into tears. These were tears of exhilaration. The village leader wiped his eyes with a handkerchief while villagers embraced one another, and children looked up at the adults, their little heads filled with bewilderment. Emo Xiaobai walked towards the fields, carefully reaching out to pluck a vibrant, red tomato from the lush greenery. Trembling, he brought it to his lips and gently took a bite. The sweet and refreshing flavor danced upon his tongue, soothing his very soul. How delightful it was! This was infinitely more delectable than the flesh of zombies. Not just a little more, but vastly superior. While zombie meat could satiate hunger, many had succumbed to its consumption. Sooner or later, humanity would face extinction due to the consumption of such flesh, but there was little choice. To abstain meant to starve. Yet now, with the availability of edible plants, everything had transformed. Emo Xiaobai, not satisfied with just one, plucked another tomato and stuffed it into his mouth, wondering if he were dreaming. He then handed a tomato to Emo Xiangxiang, exclaiming, "Dad, you must try this. It is truly delicious." Emo Xiangxiang, trembling as he accepted the enticing tomato, took a tentative bite, tears streaming down his clear eyes. "This is too good. In my 50 years, I have never tasted such exquisite food." The village leader, eyeing the round, red tomatoes with envy, couldn't help but drool. As the village chief, Emo Xiangxiang raised his hand, asserting, "Everyone, line up. Today, each person, regardless of age or gender, shall receive tomatoes, cucumbers, or carrots." Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged glances before swiftly forming a queue. The robust supernatural beings harvested the food to distribute among the village leader and the villagers. They received the provisions with great care, wiping away their tears. An elder remarked, "This is wonderful. Our lives now hold promise." Others echoed the sentiment, affirming the newfound hope. Due to their exertion, the supernatural beings were allotted 2 vegetables each. The villagers bowed deeply to Emo Xiaobai, expressing their gratitude. Looking at the crowd, a seed was quietly sown in Emo Xiaobai's heart. He resolved to work diligently to ensure a better life for the villagers. As the crowd dispersed, Emo Xiangxiang picked a vibrant, round lettuce from the field and made his way back. The sky above was cloaked in blue. "You rascal, let us go home for dinner," he said. Emo Xiaobai followed him. In the ramshackle building, Emo Xiangxiang utilized his powers to slice the tomatoes, lettuce, carrots, and cucumbers, mixing them together. The 2 used knives to eat. While Emo Xiaobai found the meal rather bland, though Emo Xiangxiang relished it. Between bites, he remarked, "I learned about this from history books. It's called vegetable salad. It tastes good, but it would be better with some seasoning." Suddenly, Emo Xiangxiang looked up at him. "You rascal. Tomorrow ask Sister Jiang if she can help you purchase some seasonings when next month's wages are dispersed. Things like salt, vinegar, and monosodium glutamate." Emo Xiaobai nodded in agreement. As Emo Xiang pondered, he spoke, "After we finish eating, you should rest well. I will go and discuss with them whether these rare vegetables can alter everyone's living conditions." Emo Xiaobai responded with a slight Their village, in truth, was a slum, with scarce resources and a dismal environment. The following day, Jiangli arrived at work early, handing breakfast to Mo Xiaobai, before hastily making her way to the ticket booth. Mo Xiaobai had intended to discuss the seasonings with her, but it appeared he would have to wait until after work. Jiangli settled at the ticket booth, glancing at her phone with a smile gracing her lips. To her surprise, 30 tickets had been booked. It seemed that today would be busy. "Good morning, Jiangli," she heard. Raising her gaze, she saw Xiao Jizizi, adorned in a lovely dress and sporting exquisite makeup, radiating cuteness. "Good morning," she replied, her eyes drifting to the boy behind her, who was carrying a camera. "What is this?" she inquired. Xiao Jizizi explained, "Since I've started earning, I wanted to upgrade my equipment, so I hired a professional to shoot." Jiangli assessed her, noting, "No wonder you didn't bring your phone today. Well, I'll head inside now." Xiao Jizizi gestured toward the amusement park. "Go on in," Jiangli encouraged with a smile. Xiao Jizizi returned a warm smile and walked in with the boy. Tourists gradually arrived, paying and entering the amusement park. Jiangli checked her phone and noticed an additional 1,000 yuan. Most online bookings were for the afternoon. Given this momentum, the afternoon promised considerable earnings. Jiangli was certain that today's revenue would surpass that of yesterday. The thought made her smile. "A ticket, please," a voice called, prompting Jiangli to compose herself and look up. It was the middle-aged man from yesterday, accompanied by his friends. She hadn't anticipated that despite the park's moderate traffic, there were quite a few repeat visitors. Before the man arrived, several familiar faces had already appeared. Jiang Li donned her professional smile and presented the QR code. "Welcome, everyone." After a brief chat, the middle-aged man completed his payment, followed by his friends, each one contributing to the delightful sound of incoming transactions. Once they departed, Jiang Li glanced down and saw the screen's figures change from 1,000 to 1,500. She chuckled softly. The peculiar amusement park was about to conclude its morning operations in half an hour. Jiang Li decided to explore the park's interior. She closed the ticket window, locked the door, and made her way into the amusement park. Timid tourists were sprinting desperately, pursued by zombies. A young boy stood before a zombie, gazing up with wide eyes, showing no hint of fear. A zombie assisted an elderly woman across the street, creating a strangely harmonious scene. Jiang Li ventured deeper into the amusement park. A bold girl stood before a zombie, spinning around to inspect it, exclaiming, "Not only is this zombie handsome, but it also looks remarkably realistic." A young girl tugged at a zombie, revealing its stark, bony hand, and knocked on it. "My goodness, the craftsmanship is astonishingly lifelike." This amusement park operates with such diligence, paying attention even to the minutiae of the undead, far more interesting than the one across the street. Jiang Li felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing this. This was precisely the effect she desired. The girl, upon seeing her, eagerly grasped the zombie's arm and asked, "May I take a photo with the handsome zombie?" Jiang Li stepped forward, smiling warmly. "Of course, would you like my assistance?" The girl nodded, handing her the phone. Jiang Li captured the moment as per the girl's wishes. After reviewing the photo, the girl appeared quite pleased, gazing adoringly at the zombie, and inquired, "Today is my birthday. Could this zombie perform a dance for me?" "Dance?" Jiang Li pondered thoughtfully. The girl nodded, looking at her with eager eyes. "Sister, is that possible?" "Absolutely," Jiang Li replied. She picked up the intercom and relayed a few instructions to Mo Xiaobai. Suddenly, the zombie began to twist and turn, albeit with somewhat stiff movements. The girl was ecstatic, filming the performance for posterity. Before departing, she promised to return for more fun. Jiang Li warmly welcomed her back. After the girl left, the zombie continued its dance. Jiang Li's mind sparked with an idea. Perhaps the zombie's dancing could draw in more visitors. By afternoon, the amusement park was bustling with an influx of guests, resulting in a profit of 3,500. After work, Jiang Li spotted Mo Xiaobai and called out to him. Chapter 8. Seasoning. "This is seasoning. Sister Jiang, what's the matter?" Mo Xiaobai approached her with a puzzled expression. Jiang Li said, "Come with me. I have something to show you." Mo Xiaobai, full of questions, followed her. Jiang Li struggled to carry 2 white plastic bags into the amusement park entrance, then returned with a red and yellow cloth bag. "Sister Jiang, are these for me?" She handed him the cloth bag, and Mo Xiaobai looked inside. It contained 5 bags of vinegar, 5 packets of salt, 1 bag of monosodium glutamate, and 2 bags of chili powder. With finances tight, Jiang Li could only afford this much. As for oil and other ingredients, those could be purchased next time if Mo Xiaobai needed them. "These are seasonings?" Mo Xiaobai raised his gaze, skeptical. Jiang Li nodded affirmatively. "For me?" he queried, still unsure. Jiang Li nodded again. Mo Xiaobai immediately waved his hand. "Sister Jiang, this is too generous. I cannot accept it." Jiang Li tugged at his sleeve, releasing her grip and draping the cloth bag over his arm, smiling. "This was bought with your salary. It rightfully belongs to you, so there's no question of extravagance." Mo Xiaobai looked down at the items on his arm, puzzled. "But my salary hasn't been paid yet." Jiang Li clarified, "It was purchased with last month's wages. I intended to give it to you, but always missed the opportunity." Mo Xiaobai nodded. "Ah, I see." A smile began to blossom on his previously glum face. "Sister Jiang, thank you. My father was just mentioning seasonings yesterday. I didn't expect you to bring them today." Jiang Li lifted the corners of her mouth. "No need for thanks. Well then, I shall take my leave now." With an eager anticipation, Mo Xiaobai grasped the seasoning. "What is the hurry? There are still items yet to be given to you," Jiang Li remarked. "Still more?" Mo Xiaobai paused in his tracks, turning to her. Jiang Li pointed to the snake skin bags on the ground. "These 2 bags contain rice seeds and wheat seeds." "Seeds?" Mo Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed over, placing his hands atop the bags, his face radiant with joy. "If my father knew, he would be absolutely delighted." He stood up and bowed to her repeatedly in gratitude. Jiang Li's lips twitched. "Mo Xiaobai, Please stop bowing. It frightens me. Anyone would think I've passed away. Straightening himself, Imo Xiaobai rubbed the back of his head and offered her a foolish grin. Jiangli glanced at the seeds, imparted a few words of caution, and soon, Imo Xiaobai and the zombie vanished into the golden haze, carrying the seeds with them. After their departure, Jiangli suddenly recalled the matter of the zombie figurine. She thought to herself to address it later if needed. Within the desolate ruins of the post-apocalyptic world, Imo Xiangshang grasped a bag from the table, pacing excitedly around the room, his face visibly alight with exhilaration. It's seasoning. Truly, it is seasoning. In our world, this is a treasure beyond compare. Only affluent families can afford to use a mere pinch during festivals, yet we possess so much. We are destined for success. If I merely sell a bag of salt, we shall thrive in this world. No, our entire village will flourish. Father, please stop swaying. You're making me dizzy. Imo Xiangshang halted, glancing at him, and sheepishly admitted, I'm just too excited. The sound of his stomach growling echoed through the air. Imo Xiangshang chuckled warmly. Son, you rest for now. I shall prepare a delightful vegetable salad with these seasonings. It will surely be delicious. Imo Xiaobai wished to say something further, but he had already disappeared into the room. Unbeknownst to him, a crowd of elderly men had gathered around the table. These men were his father's subordinates, the leaders of the village. From this vantage point, Imo Xiaobai could observe his father's every move with clarity. On the colorful chopping board, Imo Xiangshang tore open a seasoning packet, trembling slightly as he poured a pinch of salt into his hand. The translucent crystals fell, gradually coalescing into a small, pure white mound. The elderly men watched hungrily, saliva nearly escaping from the corners of their mouths. With a flourish, he added salt, followed by vinegar, monosodium glutamate, and a sprinkle of chili powder. The old men licked their lips in anticipation. Imo Xiaobai, though accustomed to the grander aspects of life, maintained a composed expression. Yet, truth be told, he too was curious about the taste of the vegetable salad. Completed, Imo Xiangshang exclaimed, spreading his arms wide in excitement. The aroma of the vegetable salad wafted throughout the room. Suddenly, Imo Xiaobai, who had not been hungry before, found himself craving the dish. One must admit, his father possessed a certain culinary talent. The elderly men jostled at the table, competing amongst themselves. Give it to me. I want to taste. No, serve me first. It should be me. I am taller than all of you. Do you understand the importance of respecting the elderly? Imo Xiangshang's barrier enveloped the scene. While the old men gazed eagerly, he speared a piece of cucumber with a dagger and declared, The first bite is for my son. You all must wait. Upon hearing this, the old men fell into an instant silence, their gaze fixated upon him. Imo Xiaobai suddenly felt a tinge of embarrassment. Imo Xiangshang approached, placing the cucumber near his mouth, saying, You little rascal, open up and taste it. The fresh, green cucumber emanated a delightful fragrance, mingling enticingly with the seasoning. Imo Xiaobai opened his mouth and took a bite. At the moment the cucumber slid down his throat, a wave of happiness surged within him. He gave a thumbs up to Imo Xiangshang and sincerely proclaimed, Dad, this is incredibly delicious. Hee hee, you little rascal, you have good taste, Imo Xiangshang replied with pride. Hands on his hips. When the old men savored the vegetable salad, tears streamed down their faces. Woo-woo, this is too delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite vegetables before. I dare say, the nobles have not savored anything as good as this. The eldest prepared it so beautifully, with just a small portion. One might reach the pinnacle of life. Who could argue with that? After all, this is a rare delicacy. During a break, Imo Xiaobai shared the matter of the seeds with Imo Xiangshang, who suggested they hold off on discussing the seeds for the time being, claiming he had his considerations. Mo Xiaobai understood his father's cunning intellect and said nothing further, opting to rest, as work awaited him the following day. Meanwhile, Jiang Li inquired about the earnings of Little Pink Pig. With hands on her hips, Little Pink Pig flashed her golden teeth, beaming with delight. Jiang Li, your earnings today are 5,000, totaling 8,000. Not bad, keep up the good work. Jiang Li gasped, covering her mouth. I actually earned 5,000 in one day. I have never made this much in a single day before. Little Pink Pig exclaimed. Now you have. And as long as you continue to work hard, you can earn even more in a day. Jiang Li nodded excitedly. After discussing the earnings, she opened Little Orange's live stream to check on the situation regarding the little yellow car. To her surprise, 100 tickets had been sold. That's 5,000. She opened the ticket sales channel and noted that 10 people had booked tickets, amounting to 500. adding in the visitors who would purchase tickets offline tomorrow. It seemed she was in for a considerable profit. What a lucrative business this was. Jiangli perused the comments in the live stream regarding the amusement park. Does the bizarre amusement park only attract zombies? I have grown weary of being chased by them every day. Jiangli pondered and prepared to reply. Before she could send it, Little Orange chimed in. Darling, you must experience it in person. Being there is entirely different from watching others play. After just one visit, you will surely fall in love with that feeling. Indeed, you should try it once. I've been several times, and each experience has been uniquely thrilling. The service there is exceptionally good. You will surely enjoy it. A recent commenter expressed, hearing you all talk about it makes me quite eager. I shall go tomorrow morning. Another replied, I will go as well, sister. Let us go together. Sounds great. Chimed in another, I suddenly want to go too. Who knows? Perhaps I will find the last color of glass beads tomorrow, and then I can redeem a gift. Speaking of gifts, it seems no visitor has succeeded so far. Then I shall be the first. Jiang Li observed the comments, her mind filled with visions of operational revenue, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, the commenter was correct. Her amusement park could not solely rely on this one attraction, for before long, visitors would grow weary. Boredom would undoubtedly diminish foot traffic. Yet, given her current financial situation, she lacked the means to develop additional attractions. Jiang Li pondered, to earn sufficient revenue to establish new projects while maintaining the novelty for visitors. She must creatively engage those zombies. The notion of zombies dancing resurfaced in her mind. She eagerly took out her phone, searching for entertaining dance videos online, devising new plans that catered to the amusement park's circumstances. The following day, Jiang Li spotted Mo Xiaobai within the park, approaching him with breakfast in hand. At that moment, there were still 20 minutes until work commenced. They found a spot to sit together and enjoy their meal. Bringing breakfast to Mo Xiaobai was an essential part of her routine. After all, he was now the park's primary source of revenue, and it was imperative that he was well fed. Mo Xiaobai opened the plastic bag, puzzled. Isn't this a bun? The golden dough, smeared with egg, enveloped lettuce, shredded potatoes, tofu strips, grilled sausage, and chicken. The enticing red chili sauce within aroused one's appetite. This is an egg pancake, Jiang Li explained. It's delicious. You must try it. She eagerly promoted the delectable treat before him. Mo Xiaobai inhaled its aroma. It smells delightful. After expressing his approval, he promptly took a bite of the egg pancake. Delicious. Truly scrumptious. Eat slowly. There's more, Jiang Li encouraged, handing him another plastic bag filled with more egg pancakes, concerned he might not be satisfied with just one. Oh, and there are chicken legs and soy milk as well. Controlling such a multitude of zombies was incredibly demanding, and it was vital that he was well nourished. Mo Xiaobai gathered all his breakfast close, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The previous air of despondency seemed to vanish in that moment. He exclaimed, Thank you, Sister Jiang. Once I am full, I will work twice as hard to repay your kindness. With that, he eagerly devoured his meal. Jiang Li smiled, lowering her gaze to her own breakfast. Halfway through, she looked up at him. Mo Xiaobai, can you make the zombies dance? I can, he replied, chewing thoughtfully. Jiang Li eagerly set aside her breakfast, opened her phone, and played a dance video for him. Is this all right? Mo Xiaobai lifted his gaze to the phone and nodded. Yes, I just need to remember the movements. Jiang Li replied cheerfully, as long as it's acceptable, we can take our time with the movements. There's no rush at present. Mo Xiaobai bit into a chicken leg. I've memorized it. That's sufficient. Jiang Li paused, turning her head with a hint of astonishment. So quick. Mo Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. I have an excellent memory. Jiang Li's lips twitched. Rest assured, Sister Jiang, I will handle the dance matters meticulously. Mo Xiaobai swallowed his food and said. Jiang Li nodded. Then I entrust it to you. After finishing their breakfast, the two returned to their respective duties. Jiang Li sat at the ticket counter, where a steady stream of tourists arrived, making it difficult for her to even take a restroom break. Today's foot traffic surpassed that of yesterday. Glancing at her phone, she saw the display read 3,500, which filled her with joy. As noon approached, with half an hour left before business hours, she managed to take a quick restroom break. Upon returning, she found the area around the ticket counter bustling with tourists. Jiang Li, fearing something had gone awry, hurried back to the ticket counter to inquire about the situation. What happened? Is there a problem? Little Orange squeezed in, placing 5 differently colored glass balls on the counter, exclaiming excitedly, I've collected all 5 colors. Where's the gift? Where is it? Jiang Li scanned the surroundings, noticing that nearly everyone held 5 colored glass balls. She sighed in relief. It was merely a matter of gifts, not a calamity. Raising her voice, Zhongli addressed the crowd. Everyone, please form a line. We will draw from the blind boxes one by one. Blind boxes? Little Orange blinked in confusion. Zhongli nodded. Each blind box contains a small gift. You may draw and see. That sounds thrilling. A nearby girl chimed in. Hurry, hurry, I want to draw, urged a boy. Everyone, please line up first, Zhongli instructed. The tourists complied and formed an orderly queue. With the assistance of Little Orange and the cameraman, Zhongli arranged several identical boxes on a table outside. Once everything was set, the tourists, armed with their 5 colored beads, eagerly approached the blind boxes. A girl opened her box and was nearly startled by the zombie figurine inside. She pulled it out, a green zombie figurine shimmering under the sunlight. This is so beautiful. I absolutely adore it. It looks just like that handsome zombie I encountered. The tourists, in unison, opened their blind boxes to reveal a variety of zombies. These figurines were far more exquisite than those sold online, crafted entirely from plants, with not a hint of dryness. If sold online, they would surely start at no less than 500 yuan. Zhongli was taken aback. 500 yuan. Had she misheard? Each figurine was truly unique. Indeed, these zombie figurines are so adorable. I love them and want to buy several more. Tourists flocked towards Zhongli, eagerly inquiring about the prices of the figurines. Concerned about the limited supply, Zhongli could only reply, the figurines are not for sale. They are exclusive prizes. The expressions on the tourists' faces visibly drooped. One girl enthusiastically declared, starting tomorrow, I will come every day to hunt for treasures until I collect different figurines. Me too. Another girl chimed in. A ticket costs 50 yuan, while a figurine starts at 500. Mom, I've thought of a way to make money, a boy exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Eventually, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind a heap of cardboard boxes. As a gesture of gratitude, she treated Xiao Juzi and the cameraman to a lavish takeout meal before heading towards the amusement park, where she had significant matters to discuss with Mo Xiaobai. Chapter 10. The zombie figurines are worth a fortune. Mo Xiaobai devoured his meal with fervor, while Zhongli savored hers slowly. Mo Xiaobai, I need to discuss something with you, she began. Sister Jiang, just speak directly. There's no need to beat around the bush, he replied, pushing his rice around in the bowl. Seeing his straightforwardness, Zhongli decided to be candid. I need you to create some zombie figurines using the plants from the amusement park. Mo Xiaobai paused his eating and looked up at her. Figurines? Yes. Those zombies you crafted from grass, Zhongli clarified, taking a moment before adding, I want to ask you to do it for free. You will receive a crafting fee. However, recalling the meager amount she had in mind, she hesitated. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and quickly stated, 10 cents each. How much is that? Mo Xiaobai asked, nibbling on a chicken leg. Zhongli explained, 1 yuan equals 10 cents. Mo Xiaobai calculated as he ate. If I make 10 zombies, that's 1 yuan. 100 would be 10 yuan, and 1,000 would be 100 yuan. That's quite a bit for seeds. His vacant eyes sparkled as he looked at her. That works. Zhongli slightly parted her lips. Are you sure? Mo Xiaobai eagerly nodded, fully aware that, according to the tourists, each figurine could sell for at least 500 yuan. Seeing him so delighted stirred conflicting emotions within Zhongli. To make amends, she decided to provide him with 3 hearty meals a day from that moment on. Then it's settled, she affirmed. Yes, Mo Xiaobai eagerly replied. Zhongli felt the need to add a stipulation. You cannot craft during work hours, otherwise your wages will be deducted. You can gather some plants from the amusement park after your shift. Mo Xiaobai was busy with his food. I understand. Oh, and by the way, after work this afternoon, don't rush off. Stay for lunch before you leave, Zhongli suggested. Mo Xiaobai wiped his mouth, his eyes filled with excitement. Sister Jiang, are you saying I can enjoy the same delicious food in the afternoon as I did for breakfast and lunch? Zhongli nodded. In the future, I will provide 3 meals daily. Mo Xiaobai's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sparkling like stars. Sister Jiang, you are truly kind. Upon hearing this, Zhongli felt a pang of discomfort within her heart. Hasten to eat, and once you have finished, retreat to your dormitory for some rest, so that you may possess ample energy for work later. Although the system may be quite vexing, it is imperative that she does not let her employees down. Their lunch breaks and meal times must be respected. When the afternoon work hours commenced, Zhongli continued to stand at the ticket counter, awaiting visitors to purchase tickets until the end of her shift. The blind boxes, having been frequently exchanged by tourists, were dwindling in number. Upon returning home, Jiang Li eagerly inquired of the little pink pig, "What is today's revenue?" The little pink pig flashed a broad grin. "Congratulations, host. Today's revenue is 8,000, accumulating to 15,000, 8,000. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li was so exhilarated that she fell backward onto her bed. "I am truly remarkable." She abruptly sat up, retrieved her writing materials, and began to draft plans. In that moment, Jiang Li felt a glimmer of hope for achieving 100 million in revenue. With continued effort, she believed she would one day reunite with her mother. While she was fervently writing, a call from Little Orange interrupted her, providing a link to a live stream. Jiang Li, her mind buzzing with ideas, closed her notes and opened the live stream. A young man, fervently holding a zombie figurine crafted from an unusual material, was passionately engaging the audience. "Is there anything beyond 1,000 yuan? I bid 100. I bid 200. I bid 500. I've never encountered such a figurine. Rarity enhances value. I bid 2,000. This figurine is woven from grass, and it is not even dried. It's simply miraculous. Moreover, it is so exquisite. I bid 5,000. This is the most beautiful figurine I have ever seen. I bid 500. Jiang Li watched in astonishment, realizing that the figurine she had received for mere pennies could be sold for such an exorbitant sum. "Little pink pig, can I sell it?" she asked. The little pink pig replied firmly, "No, you cannot." Jiang Li protested, but selling these would contribute to the amusement park's revenue. The little pink pig remained obstinate. "You may sell it, however, the proceeds will not be counted towards your revenue." Jiang Li, not lacking in funds, saw no reason to exert herself if the earnings would not contribute to her total. The young man declared 500 for the first time. The live stream remained silent. He reiterated 500 for the second time. Still, no response emerged from the live stream. Just as the young man opened his mouth to speak again, the live stream suddenly reacted. "I bid 10,000. The other participants in the stream were left speechless. Ultimately, the fan who bid 10,000 successfully acquired the zombie figurine. "I wish I could have it too, but that figurine is far too expensive. Indeed, can it not be offered at a lower price? I have 1,000. Would you like it? I'll take it. Hey, I saw someone offering a zombie doll on Little Orange Book for only 600. Then I must go check it out." Afterward, the live stream saw little interaction, yet the viewership remained steady. Perhaps they had ventured to the comments section to discuss the figurine. Jiang Li opened the page, searched for the zombie figurine listings, and entered the comments section, where discussions about the figurine were fervently escalating. The figurine, originally priced at 600 yuan, has been inflated to an astonishing 5,000. She searched for a few more, discovering that the prices of zombie figurines were similarly exorbitant. No way. Jiang Li was nearly stunned. After contemplating, she realized this was a prime opportunity to boost her revenue and decided not to let it slip away. Returning to her live stream, she commented in the chat, "For those who missed out on the zombie figurines, do not despair. Come to the Odd and Curious Amusement Park. If you collect 5 colored beads from the attractions, you can draw a blind box, which contains a zombie figurine. Only my establishment has these zombie figurines. Those available online are merely drawn from blind boxes." She then posted the address and the method for purchasing tickets. "Is it real or fake? My figurine was drawn. Mine too. For the figurine, I must go to the Odd and Curious Amusement Park. I want to go as well. Tickets are only 50 yuan. Not only can you enjoy the attractions, but you can also exchange for a zombie figurine. What a bargain. I'm going tomorrow." Jiang Li opened her app to find that 100 tickets had been sold instantly, filling her with delight. She replicated the comment and address in several places. Half an hour later, another 50 tickets had been sold. Jiang Li checked Xiao Zhizi's live stream and found another 100 tickets sold. After tallying, she realized that a total of 250 tickets had been sold, equating to 12,500 yuan. Goodness. If tomorrow's offline sales are added, Jiang Li's excitement nearly caused her phone to slip from her grasp. She eagerly anticipated the arrival of the next day. In a post-apocalyptic world, Mo Xiaobai was in his room, crafting zombie figurines. Mo Xiangxiang entered, promptly snatching the items from his hands. "You little rascal. Hurry up and go to bed. You have work tomorrow. What are you doing making scarecrows?" Mo Xiaobai chuckled and explained, "Dad, Sister Jiang said that for each figurine I make, I earn a dime, and 1,000 figurines yield 100 yuan. That's enough to buy quite a few seats. Really? Mo Xiangxiang's eyes lit up. Why would I deceive you? Mo Xiaobai replied, somewhat exasperated. Mo Xiangxiang stood up. Just wait. Chapter 11. The booming business of figurines. Mo Xiaobai continued crafting the figurines when a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside. It was Mo Xiangxiang and the villagers. They rushed into the room, carrying out the flowers and plants from the floor. An elderly woman, noticing there was nothing left to carry, snatched the straw from Mo Xiaobai's hands and leisurely departed. Mo Xiaobai was taken aback. Mo Xiangxiang entered, patting him on the shoulder. You little rascal, go get some rest. Leave the scarecrow crafting to me and the others. Dad, can you manage? Mo Xiaobai asked, uncertain. Hey, you little brat, have you forgotten? I taught you how to make those scarecrows. Mo Xiangxiang laughed heartily. Mo Xiaobai found his reasoning sound and replied, Dad, then I'll leave it to you. Mo Xiangxiang gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder. Look at what you've just said. You are truly working for our benefit. It is only right that we help you shoulder some of the burden. Now, go and rest, for controlling zombies is indeed a strenuous task. Should you become exhausted and let the zombies cause any trouble, it would lead to considerable complications. Mo Xiaobai found his words quite reasonable, nodding vigorously before turning to retire to his bed. The next day, as the start of her work approached, Zhangli drove into the peculiar amusement park. Anticipating a lucrative day ahead, she felt quite pleased. After parking her car, she disembarked with breakfast in hand. From a distance, she spotted Mo Xiaobai along with his little zombie entourage, each zombie positioned before a greenish-blue sack. Soil? Zhangli thought little of it and hurried over, handing him the sumptuous breakfast while inquiring, is there insufficient soil on your end? Mo Xiaobai shook his head, clarifying, Sister Jiang, you have misunderstood. These are the zombie figurines you requested. Zhang Li's gaze swept across the bags, her shock palpable. Are all these figurines? She gasped, swallowing hard. She approached to open a bag, revealing an array of exquisitely crafted zombie figurines, seemingly surpassing those he had previously made. Do not tell me you crafted all these alone in a single night. She looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment. Mo Xiaobai chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Suddenly recalling something, Zhang Li swiftly placed her hand before his mouth, blinking in disbelief. You are truly remarkable. Mo Xiaobai paused for a moment before nodding. Fortunately, it was just one sleepless night. Little Pink Pig, come out for inspection. Zhang Li called out. Little Pink Pig appeared in midair, its jaw nearly dropping at the sight of the numerous bags of figurines. Rubbing its eyes in disbelief, it marveled. Mo Xiaobai could produce so many in one night? Zhang Li turned to it, saying, Little Pink Pig, do not be astonished, quickly count how many there are. Little Pink Pig zipped over, circled around, and exclaimed, 2,000. Wait, is Mo Xiaobai really that formidable? Surely someone must have assisted him. Zhang Li immediately defended him. After all, he is an ability wielder. It is not unusual for him to accomplish things that defy logic. Little Pink Pig nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Zhang Li smiled triumphantly. Based on the price you set, 2,000 figurines would amount to 200 yuan. Am I correct? Indeed, Little Pink Pig confirmed, its tongue pressed against its molars. When do you plan to pay? Zhang Li queried. Little Pink Pig replied, when salaries are disbursed this month. Then it is settled. Zhang Li thought of the tiny benefit she had secured for Mo Xiaobai, feeling quite pleased with herself. Little Pink Pig hovered before the bags, eyeing a figurine roughly its size, and remarked, Zhang Li, given the current situation, there are enough figurines. Let us not have Mo Xiaobai continue crafting more. With that, it vanished from sight. Zhang Li wished to advocate for Mo Xiaobai, but decided to let it go for the time being. She informed Mo Xiaobai about the labor fee. 200. Is that true? He stood there, astonished. Zhang Li chuckled. You need not be so surprised. Mr. Mo, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, 200. This nearly matches my monthly salary. Just think of how many seeds I could purchase. Tears of joy threatened to spill from his eyes. A man should not weep easily. Do not shed tears, Jiang teased with a smile. Mr. Mo struggled to suppress his emotions, forcing back the tears. Jiang, amused by his comical expression, laughed heartily. As they shared breakfast, the zombies busily placed figurines into blind boxes. Once work hours commenced, they parted ways to their respective posts. Upon arriving at the ticket booth, Jiang barely settled into her chair when a throng of eager patrons gathered outside. A girl inquired, if we find the 5 colored beads in the strange and peculiar amusement park, does that mean we can draw for a figurine? Jiang donned her professional smile and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, dear sister, If we can discover the 5 colored beads, we can draw from the blind boxes. Each box contains zombie figurines, albeit in varying forms. A young man asked, "Are they authentic?" Jiang opened her phone to show him the authorization certificate. When she decided to use the zombie figurines as gifts, she had ensured the proper ownership rights. The young man responded, "That's fantastic. I must secure 2 figurines today to gift to my girlfriend." Another girl chimed in, "Sister, please give me a ticket. I want to enter." More patrons appeared from behind, equally impatient. Observing the bustling business, Jiang cheerfully said, "Please, everyone, don't rush. Let us line up one at a time." Upon hearing her, the tourists promptly formed a queue. Jiang retrieved the QR code, holding it up to her phone. The sound of transactions ringing in her ears filled her with immense joy. After this group entered, more visitors arrived. Throughout the day, patrons flowed in continuously, most drawn by the allure of the figurines. Unexpectedly, the amusement park thrived due to the popularity of the zombie figurines, and for that, Jiang owed a debt of gratitude to Mr. Mo. She tirelessly held up the QR code, her hand nearly exhausted from the effort. Little did she know that one day, she would tire from collecting payments. However, the thought of the revenue filled her with delight. As afternoon approached, a large crowd formed to draw from the blind boxes. Those who received their boxes wore expressions of sheer joy. Jiang concluded that their delight stemmed not from the enjoyment of the experience, but rather from the valuable figurines they had acquired. During a lull at the ticket booth, she browsed various posts online about the zombie figurines, discovering that their prices had skyrocketed to 50,000. Selling at that price with a cost of 500. What an outrageous profit. The thought excited her immensely. Upon returning home from work, Jiang's first question to her little piggy bank was about the day's revenue. She sensed that today's earnings would undoubtedly surpass previous totals, as she had not experienced the discomfort of sore hands before. The little piggy bank, sporting 2 golden coins, teased her with suspense. "Guess." Jiang, feeling drowsy, retorted, "I don't want to guess. Just tell me directly." "How dull." The little piggy bank complained before finally revealing the answer. "Congratulations. Today, you have earned a revenue of 20,000, totaling 35,000. Zhongli thought she misheard and uncertainly asked Xiao Fenju, "How much?" Chapter 12. Rampaging Zombies 20,000. Xiao Fenju impatiently replied. Zhongli felt lightheaded with excitement. Earning 20,000 in a single day is no trivial matter. She collapsed onto her bed, her fatigue instantly vanishing as her mind raced with dreams of grandeur. Life was increasingly filled with hope. Mo Xiaobai returned to the zombie world, and Mo Xiangxiang eagerly approached him. "You little rascal, how much did you manage to earn?" Mo Xiaobai coughed lightly and replied, "Not much, just a couple of hundred." "What?" Mo Xiangxiang looked at him in disbelief. 200, he replied nonchalantly. Mo Xiangxiang was elated, repeatedly patting him on the shoulder. 200, that is quite something. It nearly matches your monthly salary. Just think of how many supplies that could buy. "Ah, Dad, be gentle. I still need my arms," he grimaced. Mo Xiaoxiang released him. Chuckling, "I was just too excited. By the way, did you receive your labor fees?" Mo Xiaobai responded. "Sister Jiang said she would give it to me when she pays the wages." "Oh, I see." Mo Xiangxiang nodded and added, "You little rascal. Could you discuss with Sister Jiang about getting some more soil? The little we had before isn't sufficient for planting." Mo Xiaobai recalled the large pit they had previously dug and hesitated. "I'll ask her when I go to work tomorrow, but I can't guarantee it will work out." Mo Xiangxiang patted his shoulder again, smiling. "All right then." He winced slightly from the pressure. The next day, Mo Xiaobai watched Jiang Li approach with breakfast in hand, intending to mention the soil issue. However, Jiang Li hurried past him to the ticket booth. A crowd had already gathered there, leaving the soil matter on hold. Jiang Li was bustling at the ticket booth, efficiently attending to the visitors. After sending off one group, she intended to take a short nap. But the next batch of tourists arrived promptly. She forced herself to suppress her drowsiness. As the lunch hour approached its end, noticing a lull in visitors, Jiang Li decided to patrol the amusement park. The atmosphere was lively, with zombies and humans mingling. She sought out Mo Xiaobai, who was exerting his powers to control the zombies, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his expression betraying fatigue. Jiang Li felt a flicker of concern. Would Mo Xiaobai be all right with this strain? She contemplated urging him to take a break, yet the closing time was not yet upon them, and visitor complaints would surely follow. Surely, it was just a matter of 10 minutes. It shouldn't pose a problem, she reassured herself as she walked away. Passing by a secluded haystack, she noticed a girl posing for a photo with a handsome zombie. The zombie's hand rested on the girl's shoulder. Its gaze fixated intently on her neck. This look was entirely different from the zombies she had seen before. Oh no. She quickly reached for the intercom. Emoshabai. The zombies are becoming somewhat uncontrollable. You must rein them in swiftly. If the zombies spiral out of control, nearly 100 visitors will be in peril within the amusement park. The closure of the gates pales in comparison to the value of human lives at stake. Grasping the walkie-talkie, she hurriedly sprinted towards the girl. Upon hearing the transmission, Emo Xiaobai was jolted into alertness. This is problematic. He extended his hand and rotated the green orb, attempting to manage the agitated zombies. Fortunately, he acted in time, averting a catastrophe. However, just as he believed he had subdued all the zombies, he suddenly noticed a stray one. Panic surged through him. Not good, Jiangli. In an instant, he vanished into thin air. Jiangli swiftly pulled the girl aside, narrowly evading the zombie's menacing fangs. The zombie turned its rigid head, its murky, terrifying eyes glaring at her. What are you doing? The girl, frustrated that her photo had not turned out well, shouted at Jiangli. Jiangli could not reveal the grim truth, so she replied, Miss, photography is not permitted during working hours. The zombies inched closer to the two. Jiangli's heart raced. The girl whined, if we can't take photos, then why are you pushing me? Jiangli furrowed her brow, fixating on the approaching zombie shuffling with a stiff gait. If you're upset, I promise to get you a blind box after this. You should go grab a bite first. Really? The girl remained blissfully unaware of the danger, gazing at her innocently. I always keep my word. Jiangli insisted earnestly. Only then did the girl leave, satisfied. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at Jiangli. Bearing its sharp fangs, she quickly sidestepped. The zombie turned its gaze upon her and advanced rapidly with its awkward gait. Jiangli wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and turned to flee, deliberately distancing herself from the crowd. The tourists, witnessing the zombie chase Jiangli, began snapping photos, oblivious to the imminent threat. This zombie appeared even more lifelike than those encountered before. Its eyes seemed to convey a genuine desire to devour the ticket seller. To be fair, these zombies were quite dedicated. They deserved a positive review. Is this part of the closing show? One remarked. Hey, I must say it's quite thrilling. Another added. Look, that zombie is approaching us with a stiff walk. Wow, that zombie is rather handsome. Hurry, take a picture. Jiangli, caught off guard by the zombie's shift in target, frantically urged the tourists, run, everyone, quickly. The tourists remained unmoved, viewing it merely as entertainment. Jiangli shouted, the zombies are coming. Stop taking pictures and run. A nearby visitor commented. The ticket seller's acting is quite impressive. It's a pity she isn't an actress. Another visitor chimed in. Indeed. Jiangli felt numb. Her gaze dropped to the ground, where a pebble lay. Bending down, she picked it up and hurled it at the zombie's head. The zombie, merely half a meter away from the tourists, turned its stiff head towards her, baring its teeth and advancing rapidly. Terrified, Jiangli turned and fled. The amusement park's atmosphere buzzed with excitement as visitors snapped photographs. However, the closing time had arrived, prompting an announcement for everyone to depart. Out of breath, Jiangli spotted Emo Xiaobai and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Whatever Emo Xiaobai had said seemed effective, as the tourists left without a hint of reluctance, thereby alleviating the safety concerns. Suddenly, she felt a heavy grip on her shoulder, causing her to freeze and turn her head in shock. The skeletal hand was ghastly, emanating a chilling aura of decay. Panic surged within her. Had she come to the end? In her nervousness, she lost her ability to react, caught in a state of bewilderment. The zombie bared its sharp fangs, lunging toward her neck. Her mind was a whirlwind of anxiety. Where was Emo Xiaobai? Why had he not appeared yet? What should she do? Closing her eyes tightly, she dared not move, fearing that any sudden action might provoke the creature into attacking. She hadn't even had the chance to see her mother before meeting her fate here. How dare this monster threaten her? A voice echoed in her mind. Emo Xiaobai's voice. Suddenly, her shoulder felt lighter. Cautiously, she opened her eyes to find Emo Xiaobai extending his hand, green energy radiating from him. This was a side of Emo Xiaobai she had never witnessed before. Turning her head, she saw the zombie collapse onto the ground, barely clinging to life. Emo Xiaobai approached it. Wait, it's my Z. It's my Z. He paused, turning back with a look of confusion. Jiangjia, what is wrong? Please don't kill him, Zhongli urged. Emo Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. This creature is going to harm you. Zhongli glanced at the tourists in the distance and stepped closer to speak softly. You can't kill him now. There are tourists taking pictures. We can deal with him when we return to the apocalypse. Realization dawned on Mo Xiaobai. All right, I understand. He commanded the zombie to retreat, and Zhongli approached the tourists to quell their concerns. As they departed, their expressions were clearly marked with disappointment. During their lunch break, an air of silence enveloped them as they ate. I have something to discuss with you, they both said simultaneously, turning to face each other. You go first, Jiangjia. Mo Xiaobai offered gallantly. Zhongli, not one to hesitate, broke the silence after a moment. Mo Xiaobai, regarding today's zombie incident, I want to make that mistake again. Mo Xiaobai interjected anxiously. Realizing his misunderstanding, Zhongli waved her hand in clarification. Mo Xiaobai, I didn't mean to blame you. I merely want to ask if there is a way to prevent such an occurrence in the future. After all, human endurance has its limits. As the number of tourists grows, your body might not withstand the strain. Mo Xiaobai, touched, replied, Jiangjia, are you concerned about me? Yes, Zhongli admitted. After all, he was the only one capable of generating revenue for the amusement park, so her concern was only natural. Really? He looked at her with eager anticipation. Mo Xiaobai fell into a momentary silence before shaking his head. Zhongli felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that she would need to manage the number of visitors to the garden in the future. However, I can go back and ask my father. He might have a solution, Mo Xiaobai suddenly remarked. Zhongli's heart filled with anticipation. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Oh, by the way, what were you about to say? She inquired of Mo Xiaobai. He paused, his chopsticks halting midair, a hint of embarrassment washing over him as he lowered his gaze. Sister Jiang, we are short on soil. Could you possibly send us some more? Zhongli nodded affirmatively. No problem. After work. Mo Xiaobai returned to the post-apocalyptic world and unloaded the soil from his possession, while the other zombies mimicked his actions. The first task he undertook was not to seek out his father, but to deal with the frenzied zombie. As the other zombies witnessed their handsome companion turn to ash, they trembled in fear. Mo Xiaobai retracted his indifferent gaze, only to furrow his brow, his expression darkening. His attention shifted to his shoulder where a rough hand rested, and he looked up to see Mo Xiangshang, who cheerfully patted him on the shoulder. Son, is that soil you have in your bag? Dad, could you please stop patting my shoulder? It hurts. Mo Xiaobai's brows knitted tightly, genuinely pained by the gesture. For his father possessed the extraordinary strength of a mighty warrior. He glanced back and confirmed it was indeed soil. You reliable little rascal. Mo Xiangshang retracted his hand, excitement bubbling over as he rushed to untie the bag. The fresh, moist soil was exposed to the air, releasing its fragrant aroma. Mo Xiangshang scooped up the earth, fine particles slipping through his fingers and drifting into the air. Wonderful. We have soil again. We can finally plant something. This time, I shall cultivate rice and wheat. History books have stated that these two crops can yield a plethora of delicious dishes. The news of Mo Xiangshang's plans to plant rice and wheat spread throughout the village. What? The village chief is going to plant crops? I must go and see. The elderly men and women, who had been snacking beneath the locust tree, discarded their seeds and hurried to join the excitement. Couples engaged in a quarrel within their home paused at the commotion outside. Did you hear? The village chief is going to plant crops. Indeed, it appears so. Edible plants. I must see. Perhaps we can bring some back. Are we not fighting anymore? We'll continue later. The couple hastily abandoned their argument, disregarding their disheveled appearance, and flung open the rickety door, disappearing in a flash. Parents on the brink of collapse from teaching their children suddenly perked up at the sound outside, pointing a finger at their child's forehead. I'm going to see the village chief plant crops. I'll deal with you when I return. The previously wailing child, upon hearing about the plants, dropped the pencil from their hands and wiped their tear-streaked cheeks with a chubby hand, choking back tears. Mom, I want to go too. The parent gazed at the rosy-cheeked face and relented. Very well. After all, planting crops is quite an event. I must take you to witness it. The woman eagerly grabbed her child's collar and rushed out the door. Surrounding the enormous pit, villagers gathered in anticipation. Within the pit, the robust men and women of the village were either engaged in isolation or busy shoveling soil. Mo Xiangshang effortlessly leaped into the earth while hoisting 2 bags of soil, encouraging everyone, let us work hard, finish early, and we'll get our tomatoes sooner. Inspired by his words, the laborers redoubled their efforts. The village chief had promised that upon completion, each person would receive a tomato and half a cucumber, urging everyone to roll up their sleeves and work diligently. The workers toiled tirelessly, while those on the banks watched with great enthusiasm. At last, They reached the final step. The wood element abilities wielder lined up, holding seeds in their hands. The golden, oval seeds gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. The villagers gazed in excitement at the seeds, speculating amongst themselves. Is this the seed we've been waiting for? It looks so unique, completely different from before. We can't wait to see what these seeds will yield. It will surely be astonishing. These seeds only existed in history books, and now they're here in our village. If other villages find out, they'll be envious beyond measure. In a broader sense, all of humanity will envy our village. Mo Xiaobai, the one holding the seeds, remained indifferent to their chatter. His gaze fixed on the golden seeds in his hand. Is this what I eat as white rice? Clearing his throat, Mo Xiangshang suddenly shouted, "Everyone, get ready." The villagers widened their eyes, holding their breath in anticipation. An elderly man, seated prominently, readied his paper and pen to capture this exhilarating moment. Green orbs materialized in the hands of the wood element abilities wielder, swirling around the golden seeds. Soon, the green energy surged forth, carrying the seeds to the soil. A green light enveloped the excavated pit as the seeds took root and sprouted. At the moment, the tender yellow shoots broke through the surface. The villagers embraced each other in sheer excitement. As the plants reached maturity, the water element abilities wielder intervened, showcasing resplendent golden rice and wheat that shone brilliantly under the sun, starkly contrasting with the surrounding desolation. The crowd buzzed with chatter, each face reflecting impatience. It's golden, not green. This is rice and wheat. How beautiful. They must be delicious. Certainly far better than zombie meat. A small child pointed at the wheat, exclaiming, "Wheat. It's wheat." "Yes, it is wheat," a woman replied. Her gaze fixated on the golden expanse. Amidst the clamor, Mo Xiaobai appeared remarkably composed. Suddenly, Mo Xiangshang clapped him on the shoulder. Chapter 14. Business declines. What's wrong? Dad, Mo Xiaobai asked, furrowing his brow at his father. Mo Xiangshang, tears streaming down his face, opened his arms without hesitation and embraced him, exclaiming with excitement, "You, my boy, are the blessing of our village." Mo Xiaobai gasped for breath under the tight embrace. Cough, cough. Dad, please loosen your grip. I can hardly breathe. Mo Xiangshang released him, wiping away his tears. The young rascal, deeply moved, found himself momentarily unable to contain his emotions. When has he ever been in control? Mo Xiaobai felt somewhat speechless. Without waiting for his reaction, he leaped into the air. Looking down, the villagers beneath him erupted in cheers. Mo Xiaobai, you have brought us precious seeds. You are our hero. Heaven must have seen our suffering and sent us a savior like you. We thank the heavens. Alas, thanks to you, Mo Xiaobai, we shall no longer feast upon zombies. Mo Xiaobai stumbled towards the fields. Walking through the rice paddies, the fragrance of the crops enveloped him. The wind whispered through the fields, producing a melodious sound. The golden rice ears hung heavy, bowing low. However, he pondered, why did the rice and wheat seem so different from what he had encountered before? The grains were prickly, yet the ones he had consumed were soft and white. Beside him, Mo Xiangshang snapped off a stalk, popped it into his mouth, and spat it out. This is not tasty at all. Mo Xiaobai attempted to explain the situation to his father. Mo Xiangshang suggested, why not ask Sister Jiang about this tomorrow? Mo Xiaobai nodded, recalling what Jiang Li had mentioned, and inquired of Mo Xiangshang. Mo Xiangshang heartily patted his shoulder, grinning, no problem. He winced slightly, feeling his own head, and sheepishly apologized, sorry, I got a bit carried away. Then, recalling something, he spoke seriously, the zombie issue will require some time. Let Sister Jiang wait a few days. All right. I will convey that, Mo Xiaobai replied. Upon returning home, Jiang Li eagerly inquired about the day's earnings from the little pink pig. The little pink pig, flashing a golden grin, cheerfully announced, congratulations. Today's revenue is 30,000, with a total of 65,000. Jiang Li was so thrilled that she struggled to find the words to express her joy. Once, she had been criticized by Gu Hanyin for her inability to earn money. Yet now, she could make 30,000 in a single day. Thus, he was mistaken. The following morning, Jiang Li brought breakfast to Mo Xiaobai, and the two sat on the steps, facing the sun as they ate. Mo Xiaobai said, Sister Jiang, my father has a solution for the zombie situation. Really? Jiang Li exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. Mo Xiaobai nodded vigorously. Yes, but it will take some time. Jiang Li replied, that's fine. As long as the potential outburst of zombies can be addressed. By the way, Sister Jiang, there's something else I'd like to ask you. Imo Xiaobai continued. His gaze fixed on her. You can speak directly. No need for circumlocution. Jiangli smiled gently. This is what you said before. Imo Xiaobai chuckled. Since Sister Jiang has put it that way, I shall be straightforward. It's nothing major, really. The rice and noodles produced are quite different from what I've tasted before. My father asked me to inquire about this and how to resolve it. The rice and wheat require processing to become rice and flour, Jiangli explained, her expression turning serious. But what is the matter, Sister Jiang? Imo Xiaobai asked curiously. Jiangli turned her head and explained to him. The rice grinding machine is quite expensive. Imo Xiaobai adjusted his hair thoughtfully. What can we do then? After a moment, his dull eyes lit up. By the way, Sister Jiang, do you possess the blueprints for such a machine? Blueprints? Jiangli responded with confusion. Yes, we have a mechanic in our village who is particularly adept. As long as we have the blueprints, he can construct it, Imo Xiaobai elucidated. Jiangli set her breakfast aside and began to search on her phone. Her eyes widening with delight as she exclaimed, I found them. She then pushed her phone toward him. Imo Xiaobai browsed the video multiple times before returning the phone to Jiangli, cheerfully stating, Sister Jiang, I've memorized it. Jiangli accepted the phone. Her eyes filled with admiration. He is truly remarkable. As work hours commenced, they returned to their respective posts. Due to the popularity of the figurines, the amusement park had experienced a surge in visitors for a time. However, as the novelty faded, the business began to decline. Previously, they would sell at least 100 tickets a day, but now, if they sold 10, it would warrant about the god of wealth. Seated at the ticket booth, Jiangli rested her chin in her hand, occasionally swatting at flies with a fly swatter. She glanced toward the entrance of the amusement park, which appeared desolately eerie. A woman approached, leading a child. Noticing the potential customer, Jiangli immediately discarded her cloth and perked up, donning a professional smile. Welcome to the peculiar amusement park. The woman scrutinized her before inquiring, Do you have a carousel? Yes, Jiangli replied after a moment's contemplation. The woman continued. My son wants to ride it. How much is the ticket? 50, Jiangli answered. Just as the woman was about to pay, Jiangli interrupted, Wait a moment. The woman halted, looking at her in confusion. Jiangli explained, We do have it, but the carousel is currently out of service. The woman queried again. Are there other attractions available? There are, but they are also not operational, Jiangli stated. The woman rolled her eyes. What kind of amusement park are you running? She put away her phone, grumbling, What a waste of time. With that, she pulled the child and began to leave. Jiangli called after her. Why not give it a try? Her gaze fell upon the child, and she swallowed her words. Never mind, this isn't suitable for children. After they departed, no one else appeared until closing time. Jiangli felt the coldness of the wind surrounding her, as if the glories of the past were irretrievably lost. After work, she lay on her bed and entered Little Orange's live streaming room. The audience count was minimal, a stark contrast to previous times. Jiangli checked the ticket sales. Only 3 had been sold. Upon further inspection, she noticed that the reservation count was 0. At this rate, when would she ever see her mother again, or summon employees from other dimensions? After ending the stream, Little Orange called her. Jiangli, the amusement park's business is increasingly sluggish, and my live stream isn't attracting many viewers either. If this continues, I shall have to resort to eating dirt. You must think of a solution, urged Jiangli. Aren't there other merchants seeking your assistance in promoting their products? She inquired. Xiao Juzi, with a sense of righteousness, replied. Those merchants want me to sell substandard products. I refuse to deceive others, thus I did not sell. Jiangli sighed. You truly possess integrity. However, I have yet to devise a solution. Across from her, Xiao Juzi sighed in agreement. It seems my live streaming career is at an end. Jiangli comforted her. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally align. A solution will present itself. Indeed, Xiao Juzi responded. The following day, Jiangli continued her vigil at the ticket booth, from morning until afternoon, without even a ghostly shadow in sight. She felt as if cobwebs were forming on her head. Wait, had she forgotten something? Chapter 15. The zombies danced the mechanical waltz. Her memory was abysmal. Jiangli lamented, smacking her forehead. Oh, she recalled having asked Imo Xiaobai to teach the zombies to dance. She wondered how that had turned out. Tomorrow, she would inquire. As the day arrived, Jiangli drove into the amusement park. Upon alighting from her vehicle, Imo Xiaobai rushed towards her. Sister Jiang, we have made progress regarding the zombie control. His slightly fuller face beamed with a smile. Really? Jiangli exclaimed with excitement. Imo Xiaobai scratched the back of his head and chuckled. My father scoured every book and discovered a mechanical blueprint that can be utilized to control zombies. He then sought out a mechanical adept in the village to construct it. However, the mechanism is rather intricate, so we will have to wait a while. That's fine. Waiting a few more days is no trouble, Jiang Li replied with a smile, subsequently handing him the breakfast she had brought. This is breakfast for you. Hurry and eat it before it cools down. Mo Xiaobai sniffed eagerly, hastily accepting the plastic bag. A smile illuminating his gaunt cheeks as he expressed, "Thank you, Sister Jiang." "No need for thanks." Jiang Li chuckled at his eagerness. They found a place to eat breakfast before work commenced. Mo Xiaobai opened the plastic bag, revealing a plastic container. Upon lifting the lid, a delightful aroma wafted forth. The food was pale pink, resembling delicacies crafted from flour, floating atop a broth. Oil, green vegetables, and shrimp bits mingled within. "Sister Jiang, have you changed the breakfast again today?" Mo Xiaobai asked, turning to her. Jiang Li nodded. "These are wontons filled with seasoned pork. Do give them a try." She then handed him another bag containing 2 egg pancakes and 2 large chicken legs. "If you find yourself still hungry, there's more." Mo Xiaobai's appetite was surprisingly large. Yet despite consuming so much, only a slight fullness graced his face. Perhaps he was one of those rare individuals who could eat endlessly without gaining weight, a quality that inspired envy. He eagerly accepted the food and, taking out chopsticks, quickly picked up a wonton, shoving it into his mouth. "This is absolutely delicious." His eyes sparkled with delight, a visage of utter satisfaction as he began to eat voraciously. "Sister Jiang, if I save enough money in the future, may I purchase some chicks or piglets?" Jiang Li nodded. Certainly. Previously, the system had explained certain rules to her. As long as it is not a human, almost anything else can be brought along. Wonderful. Soon, my father and the others will be able to enjoy such delicious food. Mo Xiaobai declared passionately. "When you receive your salary, life will surely improve for you all," Jiang Li responded. Mo Xiaobai looked up, his eyes sparkling. "Yes, it surely will." As Jiang Li was midway through her egg pancake, a pressing thought suddenly struck her, and she turned to him. "Mo Xiaobai, how is the zombie dance coming along?" Mo Xiaobai paused with his chopsticks, saying, "I have been practicing diligently. I will show you after work." "All right," Jiang Li nodded. When work time arrived, the two went to their respective posts. Jiang Li sat at the ticket counter all morning, selling only 1 ticket, and with the 3 visitors from yesterday. She barely made 200 yuan. In the afternoon, it was even worse. Not a single ticket was sold. She spent the entire afternoon lethargically swatting flies, nearly dozing off. The dismal business was truly disheartening. After work, Jiang Li dejectedly headed to the amusement park. Mo Xiaobai approached her with a cheerful grin, a zombie awkwardly shuffling behind him. "Sister Jiang, where would you like to watch the zombies dance?" Jiang Li replied dismally, "Right here should suffice." "Sister Jiang, how can you be even more downcast than I am?" Mo Xiaobai chuckled. Jiang Li sighed. "I just can't sell any tickets." Mo Xiaobai offered her some comforting words. Jiang Li looked up to find his face radiant with joy. She noticed he seemed to have changed in some way. The previous Mo Xiaobai had a despondent gaze and a downturned mouth, but now he appeared much improved, although he still bore an overall air of melancholy. As for her, she had been quite disheartened due to the lack of business. "Mo Xiaobai, let us start. Once the dance is over, we can call it a day," she urged him. Mo Xiaobai replied, "No problem." He controlled one of the zombies, which stepped forward, extending its hand and rotating its palm up, down, and sideways. It raised its head, lowered it, and tucked in its chin. With arms spread wide, it twisted its body from side to side. Surprisingly, it resembled something quite entertaining. The zombie dancing the mechanical dance was oddly amusing. This time, it would surely work, Jiang Li thought. On the drive home, she realized she hadn't recorded any video footage. She would have to wait until tomorrow. Upon returning home, the first thing Jiang Li did was inquire about the revenue from the little pink pig. Although she knew she hadn't made much, she couldn't help but ask. The little pink pig replied, "Congratulations, host. Today's revenue is 200, with a cumulative total of 150, 200. She sighed. The little pink pig offered a comforting remark. "Don't be disheartened. Victories and defeats are commonplace in business." Jiang Li responded with a soft acknowledgement. After the little pink pig disappeared, Jiang Li called Little Orange. Across from her, a woman was berating her. "This is my rented apartment, not your home. Even if I cannot afford the rent, I have never asked you for a single penny. On what grounds do you insult me? Furthermore, it is up to him to find a way to marry. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Xiaojun, you ungrateful wretch. I have raised you all these years for nothing. then consider it as though I were never raised by you. In any case, do not attempt to morally constrain me. I am acting for your benefit. No, you are merely considering your own interests, not mine. You regard me as a commodity, never once contemplating my needs. I must prioritize my own humanity and well-being. Wang Xiaojun, you are selfish. Humph. At that moment, Jiang Li was at a loss for words. Should she hang up the phone? Amidst the woman's veiled insults, Xiaojun spoke up. Jiang Li, what is the purpose of your call? Can you come to the amusement park tomorrow? As soon as Jiang Li finished speaking, the response came crashing down. Wang Xiaojun, if you have the guts, never acknowledge me as your mother again. You merely wish to evoke my guilt to manipulate me. Sorry, but I won't fall for your tricks. Are you even human? How could I have given birth to someone like you? On the other end, Xiaojun replied, no problem, I will come over tomorrow. After that, the call ended. Jiang Li's head buzzed with confusion as she gazed at the vast, empty room, feeling a chill in her heart. Thinking of Xiaojun's predicament, she formulated a plan. She shared her thoughts with Little Pink Pig, who responded that as long as it did not interfere with the amusement park, the rest was up to her. However, she would have to cover her own wages. Jiang Li was clear-headed about what should and should not be done. The next day at work, Jiang Li, as usual, brought breakfast to Mo Xiaobai before heading to the ticket booth. As for business, it was naturally as dismal as the day before. 2 hours had passed since opening, and not a single ticket had been sold. Jiang Li picked up a fly swatter, preparing to continue her battle against insects. Jiang Li. Chapter 16. Filming a dance video for zombies. Jiang Li looked up. Xiaojun was leaning against the window ledge, grinning. You called me because you have thought of a solution. Recalling their conversation from the previous day, Jiang Li felt a sense of admiration for her. It seemed that her family background was far from ideal. Yet she remained so cheerful. This positivity did not seem like a mere fade. I have come up with an idea, but before I implement it, I need to discuss something with you. Xiaojun blinked at her. Come in, I want to talk to you. Jiang Li waved her over. Inside the house, the two sat on chairs. Xiaojun seemed a bit uncomfortable and said, Jiang Li, your gaze is rather intimidating. Jiang Li diverted her eyes and spoke. Xiaojun, I recall your university major was related to social media, correct? Yes. Xiaojun nodded, looking at her with curiosity. What is up? Jiang Li continued. I would like to create an account under the name of the Curious Amusement Park to promote the park. However, my understanding of this area is rather limited, requiring the expertise of a professional to manage it. I have watched your videos, and they seem quite suitable. Would you care to give it a try? Rest assured, there is compensation, with a guaranteed minimum of 5,000, along with year-end bonuses and comprehensive insurance. Additionally, there are weekends and holidays. As for commissions, the revenue from the account's videos will be split 50-50. If you live stream using this account in the future, you will receive 80% of the tips while I take 20. In the case of merchandise sales, the division will be 60 for you and 40 for me. This does not include ticket sales. What do you think? Little Orange blinked. Really? What purpose would I have to deceive you? Jiang Li chuckled. All right, I shall do it. Little Orange readily agreed without much thought. Jiang Li produced a document she had prepared earlier and handed it to her. Please review it before signing. Little Orange took it and flipped through the pages. The workplace is at the amusement park? She looked up at Jiang Li with a puzzled expression. Jiang Li pointed to a room of about 50 to 60 square meters across from the ticket booth and explained, that will be the office. Little Orange gazed across. Is it all mine? Jiang Li nodded. However, it has been unoccupied for quite some time and needs tidying up. It contains a suite. You may arrange it as you see fit. As for the necessary equipment, simply provide me with a list and I will cover the expenses for your purchases. Very well. Little Orange was so excited she could hardly speak. Jiang Li thought for a moment and added, by the way, we provide 3 meals a day. Also, if you find yourself without accommodation, you are welcome to stay at my place. Little Orange immediately declined. How could I possibly accept that? Jiang Li smiled. Do not worry. I would never let you stay for free. Once your salary is issued, you will need to contribute to the rent, which is 1,000 per month. Upon hearing this, Little Orange was moved to tears. Jiang Li, since you have said so, I shall not be overly modest. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. Jiang Li smiled. It's nothing. Little Orange eagerly signed the contract and assured her, Jiang Li, you can rest easy. I will work diligently and not disappoint your expectations. Very well, Jiang Li replied. The contract will take effect from the 1st of next month, and tomorrow happens to be the 1st. As for today, cleaning is sufficient, and most importantly, We need to film a video of the zombie performing a mechanical dance. In the afternoon, Jiang Li took Little Orange to meet Mo Xiaobai. She had reported to the system that filming the zombie with Mo Xiaobai counted as work. Little Orange was astonished upon seeing Mo Xiaobai. Isn't he the handsome guy I met before? I didn't expect him to be an employee of the amusement park as well. Jiang Li introduced him. This is Mo Xiaobai. Mo Xiaobai interjected. All right, let us begin promptly. The two ceased their idle chatter. Little Orange, holding an old-fashioned camera, addressed Mo Xiaobai professionally. All right, let us commence. Mo Xiaobai directed one of the zombies. Little Orange gazed at the zombie on the screen. A zombie dancing a mechanical dance is quite the rarity. However, one specimen seems insufficient for our material. Mo Xiaobai, you commanded all the zombies to dance. She poked her head out and said. Mo Xiaobai complied. In the frame, every zombie was synchronously performing a mechanical dance, their movements perfectly coordinated. The spectacle was truly astonishing. Jiang Li observed this and felt increasingly convinced that her intuition was correct. Professional matters should indeed be handled by professionals. It seems something is still lacking, said Xiao Juzi. What is missing? Jiang Li inquired. Xiao Juzi turned her head and remarked, the background is somewhat monotonous and lacks a sense of narrative. Jiang Li had some thoughts on this issue. She took out her phone and showed Xiao Juzi the plan she had previously drafted, which also included subsequent ideas. Xiao Juzi gave her a thumbs up. Jiang Li, this plan of yours is remarkable. It will surely attract a large number of visitors. Jiang Li felt a bit bashful being praised. The three of them, along with the zombies, continuously changed backgrounds while dancing mechanically and incorporated scenes of interaction between the zombies and Mo Xiaobai. Handsome men, zombies, mechanical dances, and various desolate settings. There was more than enough material. Jiang Li, I have finished filming. Xiao Juzi closed her camera and smiled at Jiang Li. Once I return, I will edit the video and send it to you tomorrow. You can edit it tomorrow, Jiang Li replied. I dislike procrastination, Xiao Juzi insisted. Very well, Jiang Li said. Farewell. Xiao Juzi, carrying the takeout she had just received, departed. The video shoot concluded, and it was already time to clock out. Jiang Li never anticipated that filming a video would be such an arduous task. Oh, by the way, don't forget about the order. I won't forget. Came Xiao Juzi's distant response. They had agreed to live together, but her lease had not yet expired. She would move in once it was due. The thought of no longer having to live alone in a large house filled Jiang Li with a sense of excitement. Mo Xiaobai bid farewell and absent-mindedly left. Holding a takeout box. In the apocalypse, Mo Xiaobai returned to the dilapidated building. Inside, dust swirled about, and he wondered what his father was up to. From the haze of dust emerged a tall, imposing figure. You little rascal, you're back. Coughing Dad, what are you up to? Mo Xiangxiang excitedly grasped his shoulder. Son, we are moving. No, our entire village is relocating. What do you mean? Mo Xiaobai coughed. Mo Xiangxiang released him, beaming with pride. Son, I traded 5 tomatoes and a bag of salt for a rather well-developed city. Your father, I have become a city lord. What? Mo Xiaobai was astonished. 5 tomatoes and a small bag of salt could actually exchange for a city. But upon reflection, in this world, scarcity equates to value. Mo Xiangxiang exclaimed, You little rascal, do you know what excites me the most? What? Mo Xiaobai asked curiously. It's the soil. The quality of the soil there is identical to what you brought back from Sister Jiang. This means we can cultivate an abundance of wonderful things. The air there is quite pleasant. Mo Xiaobai exclaimed excitedly. That's truly wonderful. Tomorrow, our entire village will relocate. Mo Xiangxiang's face brimmed with hope. Wait, what are you holding in your hand? Chapter 17. Mo Xiaobai brings the lunchbox home. His gaze fell upon Mo Xiaobai's hands. Mo Xiaobai looked down. A lunchbox? But aren't we not supposed to take it? Meanwhile, the little pink pig squealed in alarm. Oh no, what's wrong? Jiang Li, who had been peacefully napping, drowsily removed her eye mask and rubbed her eyes. Mo Xiaobai took the lunchbox back. The little pink pig fluttered anxiously in midair. Is it serious? Well, not exactly. The pig pondered before replying. Jiang Li pulled her eye mask back down lazily. Then it's fine. The little pink pig sighed. We absolutely mustn't make such a careless mistake again. Let it go this time. In the post-apocalyptic world, Mo Xiangxiang stared in bewilderment. Lunchbox. Mo Xiaobai explained, it's food. Mo Xiangxiang inhaled deeply. Ah, so it's food. No wonder it smells so delightful. Mo Xiaobai adjusted his grip slightly. Father, let's eat together. Without hesitation, Mo Xiangxiang unsheathed a dagger from his waist and eagerly agreed, wonderful. They sat at the table, Imo Xiangshan eyeing the plastic bag Imo Xiaobai was unwrapping with ravenous anticipation. The lunchbox contained 3 compartments, one for rice, the other 2 for dishes, ensuring a balanced and nutritious meal. Imo Xiangshan lifted all the lids, revealing an abundant spread. The aroma of the food wafted through the air. The gleaming white rice, piled high, was irresistibly appetizing. Neatly arranged in the box were glistening caramel-colored braised pork pieces, accompanied by an entire fish. No wonder today's lunchbox seemed larger than usual. The last compartment held stir-fried beef with peppers. He had tasted it once before. Its flavor was beyond reproach. The side dishes included cucumber salad, shredded potatoes, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Each portion was generous. As if Jiangli feared he might go hungry, Imo Xiangshan's mouth watered uncontrollably. "Father, let's eat," Imo Xiaobai urged. Imo Xiangshan raised his dagger toward the dishes. Seeing this, Imo Xiaobai stopped him and handed him an extra pair of chopsticks. "Father, use these." "What are these?" Imo Xiangshan asked, puzzled. "Chopsticks," Imo Xiaobai replied succinctly, demonstrating their use. Imo Xiangshan imitated him. At first, his attempts were comical, but he soon grew adept. This is incredible. I've never tasted anything so delicious." He devoured the food voraciously. "Father, slow down. Wait, save some for me." Imo Xiaobai protested as the rice was nearly depleted, hastily taking a bite himself. Noticing movement at the doorway, he paused and turned. 3 burly elderly men stood at the entrance, their eyes fixed hungrily on the food, licking their parched lips. "Village chief, enjoying your meal?" An elderly gentleman, lost in thought, spoke while his gaze remained fixated on the braised pork, licking his lips. "Is this delicious?" Another old man inquired. A third, with a tongue at odds with his heart, drooled as he remarked, "Surely, it cannot compare to the cucumbers from the vegetable garden. Uncles, why not have a taste?" Imo Xiaobai called to them. "No, we've eaten." The 3 quickly waved their hands, yet their eyes lingered hungrily on the food. "We came to discuss tomorrow's relocation with your father. Is he around?" One old man, staring at the food, swallowed hard. Imo Xiangshan, with greasy lips, urged, "Enough of the pretense. Come in and join us." "How could we impose?" Another old man feigned refusal, though his feet moved involuntarily towards the table. "If you don't hurry, there won't be a bite left for you." The 3 jostled their way to the table, reaching out eagerly for the rice. Imo Xiangshan tapped one with a dagger. "Wait, let me serve you." He then distributed 2 pieces of braised pork and a small piece of fish to each old man, along with a serving of vegetables for everyone. The old men, unable to contain their excitement, eagerly speared the food with their daggers, savoring each bite. In a post-apocalyptic world, consuming zombie meat necessitated such tools, and they had grown accustomed to it. The meat was rich yet not greasy, truly exquisite. "Ah, this is what humans should eat." One exclaimed, "This fish is so fresh. I crave more." They expressed their gratitude to Xiaobai, acknowledging that without him, such delicacies would remain unattainable in their dire existence. "I assure you, such culinary delights are utterly absent in our world," they lamented, indulging in both food and tears. Imo Xiaobai chuckled, "Dear uncles, do not be overly emotional. One day, in our world, we shall also relish such flavors." The old man, with glistening eyes, gazed at him. "Xiaobai, we are counting on you." "You rascal, you should eat too," Imo Xiangshan added. Imo Xiaobai turned to him. "Father, you all enjoy. I dine on such exquisite meals 3 times a day, and missing one wouldn't matter." "What? Every meal is this delightful?" Imo Xiangshan exclaimed, incredulous. Imo Xiaobai nodded. "You lucky brat." Imo Xiangshan replied with a hint of envy. An old man sighed, "Oh, why hasn't this fortune come my way?" Another echoed, "Indeed, I long to work in another world." Imo Xiangshan, though outwardly silent, shared the sentiment inwardly. "Father, how is the machinery for controlling zombies coming along?" Imo Xiaobai suddenly remembered to ask. Imo Xiangshan, vigorously eating, replied, "It should be ready in about 2 days." "Good. I will inform Sister Jiang tomorrow," Imo Xiaobai said earnestly. The next day, Jiangli brought breakfast to Imo Xiaobai before heading to the ticket booth. Today marked Xiao Jujie's first day at work. "Jiangli, I have arrived," the distant Xiao Jujie called cheerfully, her canvas bag slung over her shoulder. "Here is your breakfast." Jiangli handed her a portion. Little Orange took it and said with a cheerful smile, "You are truly the most considerate boss I have ever encountered." Jiangli felt a bit shy. It was just a side task. The 2 of them sat at the outdoor counter, enjoying their breakfast. Halfway through her meal, Little Orange paused, rummaged through her bag, and then handed Jiang Li a sheet of white paper. This is the equipment I need for work. Jiang Li set her breakfast aside and opened it to take a look. 50,000. Is that a bit excessive? Little Orange asked anxiously. I thought it would be at least 150,000, Jiang Li replied. Little Orange explained, actually, we don't need much for the live stream. It's just that the camera is quite expensive. Jiang Li took out her phone and, after a few taps, a notification sound came from Little Orange's phone. She opened it and gasped in astonishment. 100,000. She looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. Isn't that a bit much? Jiang Li said earnestly. For the sake of video quality, we need to use good equipment. Little Orange responded, you are truly the best boss I have ever known. Jiang Li remained silent for a moment before asking, how's the video editing coming along? Little Orange took a bite of her egg pancake and assured her, don't worry. It's all prepared. She then opened her phone and played the video that had already been transmitted to Jiang Li. In the video, zombies performed a mechanical dance, with backgrounds transitioning from the entrance to a long and used Ferris wheel, then to a carousel, and finally showcasing various scenic spots in the amusement park, interspersed with clips of Mo Xiaobai interacting with the zombies. The composition and angles of the video provided a refreshing visual experience. It must be said that Little Orange's ability to shoot and edit videos was simply exceptional. Accompanied by festive music, the entire video appeared both absurd and humorous. This video is exceptionally well edited. Jiang Li expressed her genuine admiration. It's just okay, Little Orange modestly brushed her hair aside. By the way, I'll send you the account details. Jiang Li interrupted and began operating her phone. Little Orange looked at the chat history and asked, how many accounts did you register? Jiang Li replied, to cast a wide net, I registered almost all that I could. Subsequently, Little Orange published the video along with the amusement park address and ticket purchasing link across various websites. On the first day, the number of viewers was scant, let alone any likes. Jiang Li thought the video was good, but wondered why no one was watching. Little Orange comforted her, saying that accounts do not gain traction overnight, and advised her to spend a bit of money on traffic promotion. Jiang Li found this reasonable and spent 1,000 yuan to buy some traffic. Indeed, it proved effective, as ticket sales began to pick up, albeit not to the extent of previous events. However, it was sufficient. With people gathered, it was time to commence the live stream. Jiang Li slightly adjusted the previous immersive zombie experience, tying it to the mechanical dance of the zombies. The next day, Little Orange held the camera. With 25 visitors who had booked tickets the day before and were eager to participate in the zombie chase behind her, Jiang Li emerged from the amusement park, signaling the start. Little Orange remarked, an immersive experience titled Zombie Apocalypse 20 awaits, where participants must evade zombies using various methods. It is imperative to note that if struck by a paintball in any of the 5 colors wielded by the zombies, one is deemed eliminated. After 3 hours, if 15 guests remain unscathed by the 5 colors and gather the 5 colored beads, they will be treated to a spectacle of zombies performing mechanical dance. With opportunities for photographs and interaction, visitors buzzed with excitement, intrigued by the concept. I am here solely to witness the zombies dance. The thrill of adventure is an unexpected bonus. How exhilarating, I adore it. The admission fee is 50 yuan, granting access to a grand immersive experience along with a show. Not a bad deal at all. I can hardly wait. We must unite when the time comes. A visitor queried Jiang Li, can we take photos and videos inside? Certainly, Jiang Li replied generously. Subsequently, guests began entering the amusement park one after another, with Little Orange following to capture footage. Jiang Li had a thought and grabbed her. Little Orange, use your account to live stream. I will handle the content. Agreed. Little Orange nodded, and they split up. As the visitors entered the amusement park, several zombies descended from above, dancing mechanically while advancing towards the guests. A girl filming the zombies' descent was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in delight. Other visitors chattered excitedly. Goodness, what am I witnessing? Flying zombies. Even in apocalyptic films. I've never seen zombies take flight, yet here it is in reality, truly astonishing. This is the most authentic experience I have ever encountered, bar none. Indeed. Compared to the bizarre yet realistic makeup at this amusement park, others seem utterly lackluster. How could I have overlooked such an entertaining venue? I feel as though I've wasted my time before this. The zombies' synchronized movements are impressive, and they possess striking appearances, ready to debut as a group. I've even thought of a name, Zombie Boy Band. Photos, I must take pictures. They said what needed to be said and snapped photos, oblivious to the actions of the zombies. Paintballs were hurled in their direction. These paintballs, made from plant powder, are harmless. Once struck, the guests finally realized that the game had commenced. Everyone run. They scattered in all directions, and Little Orange addressed the live stream. Folks, that was close. I almost got hit by a paintball. If I get hit with all 5 colors, I'd be escorted out by the zombies. Wish me luck. Are they introducing something new? It seems so. It sounds rather intriguing. Users began joining the live stream steadily. I heard the amusement park where the host is located initiated an immersive experience called Zombie Apocalypse 20, so I came to check it out. I previously enjoyed version 10. It was quite good. If this one is enjoyable, I shall continue. What have I missed? Little Orange hid beneath the carousel, peering cautiously around. Exhaling in relief towards the live stream. This spot should be safe, I hope. With a chuckle, the host mused, "You truly have an imaginative mind. Just take a glance behind you." The host's expression was utterly blank. A new user had inadvertently stumbled in. Goodness, is that not a zombie? Host, don't just stand there in shock, flee. The user urged. Little Orange turned, and the zombie executed a few mechanical dance moves in his direction. How amusing. Is that zombie reveling in its own delight? I dare say the hostess' expression must be frozen in disbelief. Run, host, it's perilous. The new user sent a message. An older user explained, those up there are merely zombies. New user, no, they are indeed zombies. Older user, this child must have watched too many apocalyptic films. Little Orange stood up as a zombie hurled a paintball at her. She spat a few times on the ground, blushing as she exclaimed to the streaming room, "Darlings, I have been hit." Yet, she added, "Fortunately, I still have 4 chances left." Little Orange rose and sprinted forward with her phone in hand. The zombie, with its stiff gait, pursued her, tossing paintballs in her direction. Why are they fixated solely on me? Little Orange complained while running. The streaming room was in uproar. The viewer count soaring from 500 or 600 to over 10,000. Huh. That zombie must find the host adorable to chase her so relentlessly. Indeed. The more I observe, the more it resembles genuine zombies. How can you not believe? Let us dismiss those annoying characters above. In the distance, Jiang Li observed Little Orange being chased by the zombie, capturing the scene with her camera. Time to seek the next material. She directed her camera towards a figure hidden in the grass. The person remarked, "I have already been hit by zombies 5 times. They promised to take me out. Yet there is not a soul in sight. This experience is dreadful." In the next moment, 2 zombies plummeted from above, pinning him in astonishment. Goodness, flying zombies. The zombies emitted awkward, stiff sounds. "You have been hit 5 times. You are eliminated. Please follow us." Hey. The individual had yet to comprehend. As he was forcibly escorted away, the scene resembled the police apprehending a criminal. Jiang Li chuckled at his bewildered expression. 3 hours swiftly passed. It was time for the conclusion. Chapter 19. The zombies dance craze in the amusement park. Visitors were pursued by zombies hurling paintballs. The air was filled with incessant screams, startling the sparrows resting in the trees. One visitor turned and suddenly noticed that the group of zombies had frozen in place. Thus, he alerted the others, "Everyone, stop running." The zombies seemed to have halted. Another visitor glanced down at his watch, noting the hands pointing to the end of the 3-hour mark. Game time had concluded. Little Orange addressed her fans in the streaming room. "Darlings, I am finally on the verge of breaking through. Uncertain if today I shall be fortunate enough to witness the zombie boy band performing their mechanical dance." Within the live streaming room, many expressed their desire to see the zombies dance. At the entrance of the amusement park, Jiang Li counted the surviving visitors and the colorful balls. Breathing heavily, they elicited a chuckle from her. "I have prepared water and snacks for everyone. Please scan the code for purchase. The zombie mechanical dance performance will commence in 10 minutes. With that, she entrusted the area to Little Orange and set off in search of Mo Xiaobai. Upon seeing the refreshments, the crowd instinctively formed a line to pay, then found a shaded spot to engage in idle chatter. Little Orange kept watch nearby, while viewers in the live stream were abuzz with discussion. "Look how exhausted everyone is after 3 hours. Surely, they must have lost a pound or 2. I found a great way to lose weight. Frequent visits to the peculiar amusement park. It's bound to work better than the gym. Look at our host, panting after just 2 bottles of water. The weight loss effects are evident. I've decided, this Saturday, I shall visit the peculiar amusement park. Oh no, I meant to say for weight loss." Suddenly, an advertisement came to mind. "Come to the peculiar amusement park and reclaim your beautiful figure." Immediately, the live stream was inundated with laughing emojis. "Don't you think those zombies are a bit odd?" The live stream was flooded with expressions of disbelief. While the visitors enjoyed their food and conversation, they were suddenly captivated by the sight of the zombie boy band approaching in perfect formation. 100 zombies arranged themselves in a square, with Mo Xiaobai leading the way, carrying a speaker. Several girls gasped upon seeing him. "Look, that boy is so handsome." Indeed, his looks rival those of a celebrity. I must ask for his WeChat later. As the music played, the zombies began to raise their arms, twist their necks, and move their feet. Their movements were impeccably synchronized, creating a truly stunning spectacle. Jiang Li and Little Orange recorded videos while live streaming. The fans erupted in excitement. "Did you see those moves? Absolutely flawless. Their dedication is commendable. With such looks and talent, it would be a shame if they did not debut. Oh my goodness. They are all 185 centimeters tall and handsome. I don't even know who to choose for this group of gorgeous boys. No one can stop me from going to the peculiar amusement park. I'll be going this afternoon." The visitors watched in awe, some recording the performance on their phones. With so many handsome boys dancing for me, I felt a bit shy. Just look at those long legs. I can only imagine their impressive physiques. The dance was executed splendidly. I must bring my girlfriends next time and snag a couple of these dashing young men to take home. Jiang Li, who was filming, couldn't help but twitch her mouth at the audience's comments. Bringing zombies home, aren't they frightened? One boy, noticing that all the girls were captivated by the zombies, retorted, "What is so impressive about a mechanical dance? Let us see them perform a square dance." Square dance. Jiang Li immediately seized upon that keyword. Perhaps it is worth a try. After all, square dancing is more relatable than breakdancing, possessing a greater impact. While it is quite common to see handsome men performing breakdancing, their participation in square dancing is a rarity. I shall discuss this with Mo Xiaobai after work. As the dance comes to a close, tourists engage in photographs and interactions with the zombies. Mo Xiaobai turns off the speaker, and a girl in a white dress with long hair approaches shyly, asking, "Handsome, may I add you on WeChat?" Mo Xiaobai glances up, noticing her cheeks flushed like an apple. He casts a sidelong glance at Jiang Li and fabricates a response. "I am married." The girl, visibly disappointed, departs. At noon, the tourists begin to leave, with some expressing their intent to return. Jiang Li feels elated upon hearing this. In the afternoon, due to Little Orange's morning live stream, 30 fans form a group to tackle challenges in the live stream room. 30 participants translate to a revenue of 1,500 yuan. While this may not be substantial, it still contributes to the overall earnings. Jiang Li joyfully explains the rules to everyone, bidding them farewell as they enter the park. At this moment, Little Orange is busy editing videos in the tidy house. As the workday comes to an end, Jiang Li initially intends to discuss square dancing with Mo Xiaobai. However, he has vanished without a trace. She resolves to wait until tomorrow to bring it up. After exchanging greetings with Little Orange, Jiang Li drives home. The first thing she does upon returning is inquire about the earnings of Little Pink Pig. Although the revenue pales in comparison to previous figures, Little Pink Pig replies, "Congratulations, host. Today's revenue is 2,750, totaling 152,950. Jiang Li sighs, hoping for better results tomorrow. Before sleep, she checks her account, only to find the video views and ticket reservations dishearteningly low. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaobai returns to the desolate wasteland, where the village has suddenly become desolate. A gentle breeze brushes past, sending a chill down his spine. Why is there no one here? Have they all moved away? Where could they have gone? His father never provided him with an address. Surely, he hasn't forgotten about his own son. Mo Xiaobai spends a cold night in the empty, dilapidated building, wrapped in the biting wind. The following day, Jiang Li and Mo Xiaobai sit on the steps, basking in the sunset while having breakfast. "Jiang Li, I have some good news to share with you." In the distance, Little Orange runs towards them, her face beaming with joy. She sits beside Jiang Li, panting. "All right, let me hear that good news after you have a sip of water to calm down." Jiang Li interrupts, handing her a bottle of mineral water. Little Orange opens the cap and gulps down the water. Wiping the moisture from her lips, she looks at Jiang Li, her eyes sparkling. "Jiang Li, have you seen the amusement park video?" Jiang Li recalls the dismal view count and sighs. "Yes, the numbers are quite bleak." Little Orange exclaims excitedly, "Watch it again." Jiang Li opens her phone, and Little Orange's edited video skyrockets from 5 views yesterday to a staggering 100,000 views. She excitedly covered her mouth. Could it be that so many people have come in just one night? She scrolled through the comments. Zombies dancing the robot. What a brilliant way to attract visitors to this quirky amusement park. With their charm and professionalism, I simply must visit. These handsome gentlemen are so captivating. I must go to the quirky amusement park to get up close and personal with them. Just the thought is delightful. Little Orange continued, Jiang Li. Search for the quirky amusement park. Jiang Li complied. Videos featuring zombies descending from the sky and dancing were garnering immense views. The zombie dance craze had taken off. Chapter 20. The ticket booth was swarmed with people. Upon reopening the ticket sales, she was astonished by the number displayed. 500 tickets? Surely, she wasn't mistaken. Jiang Li, feeling uncertain, closed and reopened the screen, and the count increased from 500 to 502. 500 tickets equated to a revenue of 25,000. Compared to yesterday, the revenue had skyrocketed tenfold. The quirky amusement park was on the verge of revitalization. Today promised to be a bustling day. She turned to her loyal companions. It's going to be a busy day. I hope you two can muster your energy to endure this peak period. I will treat you to a lavish feast. Absolutely. Little Orange responded eagerly. Although she was managing the account, the amusement park was short-staffed, necessitating her assistance in attending to visitors. Yet, she was more than willing, especially for the prospect of extra wages. With such a remarkable boss, she could envision working here for a lifetime. Mo Xiaobai sneezed in agreement. The three of them enjoyed breakfast together. Though the park had yet to open, the ticket booth was already bustling with an increasing crowd. Jiang Li felt a swell of satisfaction, particularly when recalling the tedious moments spent swatting mosquitoes during quieter times. She swallowed her food and said to the two beside her, "Continue eating, I'm heading to the ticket booth." With that, she grabbed her egg-filled pancake and dashed towards the booth. As the workday commenced, a long line formed at the ticket booth, eagerly awaiting their chance to enter the amusement park. Soon, they would catch a glimpse of those dashing zombie boys. "I'll make sure to take plenty of photos for you," they chattered, eyes brimming with anticipation. Jiang Li held up the QR code, her hand trembling slightly. She had been holding it for quite some time. Yet, the moment she heard the notification of incoming funds, her heart swelled with joy. For the sake of revenue, even tired arms were a worthy sacrifice. She cast a glance towards the window, contemplating that soon she would adhere the QR code there, easing her burden. In the distance, Little Orange was engaging with visitors, explaining the rules. Today, she didn't need to live stream as before. Jiang Li had decided that for each new activity at the amusement park, a single live stream would suffice. Gradually, visitors began to enter the park, while Mo Xiaobai orchestrated the movement of the zombies. A cacophony of diverse screams resonated through the air, yet these cries were predominantly filled with joy. Jiang Li was busily occupied, either overseeing transactions or jotting down notes, feeling as though her hands would soon succumb to exhaustion. How she wished for someone to assist her in managing these tasks. The system indicated that in order to summon more individuals, the revenue needed to reach 500,000. 500,000, merely a trifling sum compared to her wealth. However, achieving that revenue would indeed be a formidable challenge. As noon approached, it was time for settlement once again. Tourists engaged with the zombies. A girl waved at a zombie, which responded stiffly, eliciting laughter from her. She made a funny face, and the zombie revealed its sharp teeth. Initially taken aback, the girl burst into laughter, and the zombie mimicked her amusement. A middle-aged man embraced his zombie's shoulders, his other hand resting on its chest. Commenting on the amusement park's dedication, noting that even the zombies felt as cold as the deceased. The zombie grinned, while onlookers captured the moment with their cameras. A girl clad in traditional Han attire affectionately draped her arm around the zombies, striking playful poses for the camera while softly inquiring, "Handsome, how old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? May I add you on WeChat?" The audacity of asking for another man's WeChat in front of her companion caused a sudden shift in the mood of the photographer. Jiang Li marveled at the rapport between the tourists and the zombies, her mouth agape in disbelief. How brave they were, having witnessed them numerous times. She had never dared to approach so closely. If they knew these were real zombies, she wondered what their reaction would be. Mo Xiaobai approached, carrying a speaker, prompting the zombies to cease their interactions and gather around him with their stiff movements. The tourists turned their gazes towards him, excitement evident in their eyes. The zombie boy band was about to make an appearance. This was the highlight, the moment she had long anticipated. "Finally, I can witness it live. Watching it on video has left me yearning," she exclaimed, which drew the attention of the crowd. The man remained calm, unaffected by their scrutiny. As the music began to play, the zombies moved in unison, twisting their rigid bodies and executing synchronized dance moves. Tourists snapped photos and cheered enthusiastically. Some, caught up in the rhythm, found themselves dancing among the zombies, becoming the center of attention. A bold girl declared, "I want to dance with the handsome zombie." She pulled a bewildered zombie into a waltz. "I want it too." Another girl joined in, taking hold of a zombie to dance. The girl's boyfriend, feeling jealous, approached, grasped her hand, and whisked her away from the zombie to dance together. The crowd erupted in cheers, many joining in, while others recorded the lively scene. What began as a mechanical zombie dance had transformed into delightful chaos. Mo Xiaobai observed without interference, merely changing the music. Zhang Li, astonished, nearly dropped her jaw to the ground, quickly regaining her composure to capture the moment on her phone. Little Orange recorded everything with the camera. Zhang Li gazed at the joyous laughter before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of harmony. Life is often sprinkled with unexpected surprises, which may bring forth delightful revelations. Just like the sudden arrival of tourists disrupted the rhythmic dance. The smiles on the tourists' faces were genuine, emanating from the depths of their hearts rather than masked by the pretentious facade that life often demands. Zhang Li suddenly realized that managing this peculiar amusement park was not merely about profit margins. A subtle shift in her thoughts began to take place. Under the radiant sun, people danced freely, unburdened by worries. In the afternoon, another group of visitors arrived, and Zhang Li, Mo Xiaobai, and Little Orange repeated their morning routines. An hour before closing, Little Orange went off to edit videos. Zhang Li intentionally orchestrated this to prevent her from discovering the park's secrets. After work, Zhang Li sought out Mo Xiaobai regarding the dance, but he had already vanished. Why does he always leave so hastily? Little Orange secured the office door and approached her to bid farewell. "Zhang Li, I'm heading home," she said. Zhang Li waved her goodbye. Little Orange turned towards the setting sun, took a few steps, then stopped and retraced her path. "Zhang Li, I've thought it over and still want to say something." "What?" Zhang Li inquired, puzzled. Little Orange confessed, "I dislike work, which is why I chose to be a streamer. However, after coming to this peculiar amusement park, I suddenly realized that work isn't as dull as I imagined. I truly enjoy this job now. Thank you, Zhang Li. See you tomorrow." With a smile, she turned and joyfully departed. Zhang Li stood rooted in place, gazing at the locked amusement park. Previously, she could not comprehend why her mother insisted on having her inherit such a challenging business. Yet today, she felt she understood just a little bit more. Mo Xiaobai returned to the desolate village of the apocalypse, resembling a ghost town. Could it be that his father had truly forgotten about him? "You little rascal." Chapter 21. "Let me show you our new home," Mo Xiaobai approached, recalling the isolation he experienced the previous day. With a sarcastic tone, he remarked, "Oh, you still remember you have a son, huh?" Mo Xiangxiang stepped forward, placing an arm around his shoulder. Mo Xiaobai winced at the tight grip. "Dad, be gentle. I'm about to fall apart." Mo Xiangxiang immediately released him, apologizing, "I got a bit too excited." Afterward, he linked arms with Mo Xiaobai and cheerfully said, "Come on. Let me show you our new home." Walking, Mo Xiaobai, exhausted from the day, found himself lacking the energy for such endeavors. "Of course, we're taking a private jet." Mo Xiangxiang snapped his fingers, and a whirring sound echoed overhead. Mo Xiaobai felt his hair lift in the wind and looked up in astonishment. A private jet. In this apocalypse, where resources were scarce, transportation remained remarkably convenient. However, private jets were luxuries only the wealthy could afford. His father had lived in poverty all his life. He had never seen an airplane, let alone flown in one. "Yes, a private jet." Mo Xiang raised his head proudly. Then he asked, "What do you think? Surprised? Unexpected? Did you steal it?" Mo Xiaobai could hardly believe his eyes. "Nonsense. This belongs to our family," Mo Xiang explained. "Our family?" Confusion flickered in Mo Xiaobai's eyes. "Have you forgotten the incident when we exchanged 5 tomatoes and a bag of salt for a city?" Mo Xiaobai pondered. Indeed, if they could buy a city, what was a mere private jet? He never imagined that his family, impoverished for 5 generations, could suddenly become the wealthiest in a certain city in this generation. "You little rascal, stop daydreaming and go see for yourself," Mo Xiang urged, pulling Mo Xiaobai towards the plane. The private jet soared smoothly through the sky as Mo Xiaobai gazed out at the wide atmosphere from the window. "Is this what it feels like to fly?" Mo Xiang approached, saying, "Open your eyes wide. We'll soon arrive at the city I purchased." As they passed through the clouds, the ground came into view. With the descent of the aircraft, Mo Xiaobai was left in awe. The bustling transportation network, countless vehicles on the roads, towering skyscrapers, and a vast oasis came into focus. The oasis bore hints of yellow. Wait, an oasis? He exclaimed in astonishment. Those are vegetables, along with wheat and rice. They are our family's assets. Didn't I mention that the soil here is fertile? The plane landed on a spacious lawn, and the cargo door opened. Imo Shabai stepped out slowly, and a magnificent building appeared before him. This is our home, Imo Xiang said calmly. Imo Shabai turned, stunned and at a loss for words. Such a vast place is our home? What is so surprising about that? Imo Xiang replied nonchalantly as he walked inside, and Imo Shabai followed. The interior was resplendent and opulent. He stood there, shouting a few times, and could faintly hear the echo. It was incomparable to the dilapidated structures they had lived in before. When his father first mentioned trading tomatoes and salt for a city, he had no real understanding of it. However, witnessing it firsthand left him in shock. Previously, he had harbored complaints about his father insisting he find a job. Yet now, he suddenly admired his father's foresight. He had never envisioned that one day he would transform into a wealthy heir. As Imo Shaobai walked through the lavishly decorated rooms, Imo Xiang excitedly said, "Come, I want to show you something amazing." He eagerly led Imo Shabai upstairs. In the room, machines whirred, their deafening hum resonating. At one machine's outlet, small, white granules flowed into a container. From another machine, a fine, white powder emerged. Imo Shaobai rushed over and grabbed a handful. The rice was crystalline and plump, still warm to the touch, and the aroma of the rice enveloped him. It is rice, the very rice that I consume daily. He eagerly popped a grain into his mouth, only to spit it out, turning with a puzzled expression and inquiring, "Why does this differ from what I usually eat?" Subsequently, he ventured to the snow-capped mountain across, formed entirely of powder. This too seemed quite dissimilar to the pasta I am accustomed to. Imo Xiang walked over with a cheerful demeanor and remarked, "We can simply ask Sister Jiang tomorrow, and the answer will reveal itself." Imo Shaobai turned to him and nodded, affirming, "I shall inquire with Sister Jiang tomorrow." "Oh, by the way, the device that can control zombies is ready. We should present it to Sister Jiang together tomorrow." Imo Xiang added abruptly, "Where is it? I must see it." Imo Shaobai responded eagerly. Following this, he accompanied Imo Xiang to the elevator. Ascending to the relaxation area on the top floor, Imo Shaobai gazed at the device in his hand, resembling a thermometer, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is this truly the mechanism to control zombies? It appears rather inexpensive, he mused. Imo Xiang proceeded to elaborate, while Imo Shaobai nodded along, repeatedly murmuring, "So that's how it is." Upon returning home, Jiang Li's first action was to inquire about the revenue of the little pink pig. The little pink pig emerged, hands on its hips, proudly displaying its two gleaming gold teeth. "Congratulations, host. Today's revenue is 30,000, with a cumulative total of 182,950. 30,000. I've earned 30,000. Jiang Li exclaimed upon hearing the figure, desperately trying to calm her racing heart, which was unable to be subdued. She fell back onto her bed, rolling about, then sat up. The little pink pig observed her disheveled hair. "At your age, can't you pay a little attention to your appearance?" Jiang Li retorted. "This is my home. What appearance should I be concerned about?" With that, she flopped back onto her bed, lying in a star shape while gazing at the ceiling. After a moment, she got up to scroll through her phone. The little pink pig flew onto her shoulder, peering at the screen. "What are you watching?" Jiang Li replied. "I'm searching for square dance videos. Perhaps this dance could attract significant traffic to the amusement park." The little pink pig soared into the air. "Indeed. You are the chosen host. Your determination to earn is commendable. Work hard, for I must rest now." With that, it vanished into thin air. Jiang Li leaned against the headboard, continuing to scroll through videos. The following morning, Jiang Li excitedly carried breakfast to work. Imo Shaobai approached her with a smile. "I have something to tell you. I have something to tell you," they both stated in unison. Imo Shaobai chuckled. "Sister Jiang, you go first." Jiang Li, unreserved, shared her idea of zombies performing square dances. "No problem at all," Imo Shaobai readily agreed. "By the way, what did you want to discuss?" Jiang Li inquired. Imo Shaobai produced the thermometer-like device and handed it to her. "This is the mechanism that can control zombies." Jiang Li examined the rather unremarkable contraption before her. "Just this?" Imo Shaobai explained the principles behind the device. Jiang Li, only partially comprehending, nodded uncertainly, torn between affirmation and denial. Imo Shaobai smiled and said, "I will demonstrate it for you shortly." "Sounds good," Jiang Li replied with a smile. "What are you two discussing?" Chapter 22. Impressive High Technology. Suddenly, Xiao Juzi popped up, startling the two. Oh, it's nothing. Jiangli turned her head and replied cheerfully. You two are acting suspiciously, Xiaojuzi remarked skeptically. Jiangli handed her breakfast, saying, Here is your breakfast. Thanks a lot. Xiaojuzi responded eagerly as she accepted it. The three of them sat on the steps, basking in the morning sun while enjoying their meal. Xiaojuzi, munching away, said, Jiangli, I have some great news to share. What is it? Jiangli asked, taking a bite of her egg-filled pancake. The dance video we shot yesterday has surpassed over 100,000 views overnight, Xiaojuzi replied. Wow, really? Jiangli couldn't quite believe it. Xiaojuzi chewed her food and said, Just watch the video and see for yourself. Jiangli eagerly took out her phone, opened the video, and indeed, as Xiaojuzi had mentioned, the views had already exceeded 200,000 from yesterday until this morning in less than 24 hours. So many people had watched it. She opened the comments section. These zombie boys are so handsome. They are exactly my type. They seem so happy. This kind of joy is something a corporate slave like me doesn't deserve. Watching them dance so joyfully makes me want to join in. Such a healing and warm scene. It's a quirky amusement park, right? With this atmosphere, I must go at least once. The feedback seemed quite positive. She just wondered how the ticket sales were faring. When she accessed the ticketing platform and saw the numbers, she gasped in astonishment. 1,000 tickets? Jiangli was somewhat incredulous, turning her phone off and back on again, exclaiming, 1,000. That's 1,000. I'm not mistaken. She never expected that in just one day, the number of tickets would double. Jiangli, quick. Look at the ticket office, Xiaojuzi said, continuing to eat while glancing over in that direction. Jiangli turned to look. Tourists had surrounded the ticket office, creating a bustling scene. This was the first time she had witnessed such a turnout since managing the amusement park. As work hours began, Jiangli needed to discuss some matters with Mo Xiaobai, so she entrusted the ticket office to Xiaojuzi. Since they were all participating together, the tickets were for a unified time slot. Once the payment was completed, they could begin. Xiaojuzi was more than happy to oblige. Inside the amusement park, Jiangli used a thermometer to scan all the zombies. Is this sufficient? She turned to Mo Xiaobai. He stepped forward, took the device from her, and proceeded to operate it skillfully in front of her. All done. Jiangli turned her head to see the zombies dancing in perfect unison. She approached and noticed that Mo Xiaobai had only pressed a few buttons. Mo Xiaobai explained, if you want the zombies to perform specific actions, just input the text or video or record directly. Jiangli thought of the square dance and took out her phone to show it to Mo Xiaobai. Is this feasible? Mo Xiaobai picked up the device and, after a few minutes of watching the video, a smile graced his lips. It's done. Done? Jiangli was somewhat incredulous. Just turn around and see for yourself, Mo Xiaobai chuckled. Jiangli turned her head and beheld the zombies engaging in the square dance, performing with remarkable precision that rivaled the elderly women dancing at the entrance of their community. Is it really this high-tech? Jiangli couldn't help but exclaim. Mo Xiaobai appeared a bit proud. Although we are facing a scarcity of resources in this post-apocalyptic world, technology is still quite advanced. If you ever need anything in the realm of technology, feel free to inquire. Jiangli nodded vigorously. While Mo Xiaobai tinkered with the device, he added, in this immersive zombie experience, you will interact with visitors, dance mechanical dances, and perform square dances. Will this suffice? Seeing him only input such minimal text made Jiangli feel a bit uneasy. We'll see how it turns out, Mo Xiaobai teased, leaving her in suspense. Upon arriving at the amusement park entrance, all eyes turned towards her. With so many people staring, she felt a twinge of social anxiety. You must be an employee here. When does it start? Someone inquired. Yes, we can hardly wait, another chimed in. Jiangli opened the door and announced to the crowd, we can start right now. Before commencing, she introduced the rules. Once the rules were explained, a throng of visitors surged inside. Jiangli squeezed through the bustling crowd, feeling utterly exhausted. Little Orange approached with a camera, grumbling, do you know? I've been listening to the arrival notification for nearly an hour. My ears are about to develop calluses. This is the first time in my life I've found that sound annoying. Jiangli laughed. Afterward, the two ventured into the amusement park, deciding to split up. Little Orange filmed the daily activities while Jiangli set out to observe the zombies' performance. After all, it was her first experience with such advanced technology, and she felt a tinge of apprehension. However, after a thorough inspection, she realized her worries were unfounded. The zombies executed their tasks with remarkable orderliness, demonstrating no signs of malfunction. She marveled, what impressive technology. Wait, didn't the system state that post-apocalyptic items couldn't be brought in? What was happening here? System. Didn't you say? Little pink pig fluttered its wings in the air. Only items beneficial to the amusement park can be brought in, of course, excluding humans. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's lips twitched. So does this black technology require payment? Little pink pig revealed 2 large golden teeth. What payment? This actually reduces my workload. You truly are a shrewd creature, Jiang Li replied, exasperated. Since you are unwilling to provide payment, may I offer him something in exchange? What do you think? She asked Little Pink Pig. Earlier, Mo Xiaobai had mentioned issues regarding rice and flour. Just at that moment, she had several unused large metal buckets. Gifts from her recent purchases. While they were not suitable for cooking, they could certainly be employed for steaming rice and making porridge. I cannot spend money on that, declared the Little Pink Pig with conviction. Jiang Li was left speechless. After all, they were complimentary items. She then recounted the entire story behind the buckets in great detail. And the Little Pink Pig agreed. Tomorrow, she would bring the iron bucket to Mo Xiaobai as a delightful surprise. An increasing number of visitors congregated at the entrance. Each face illuminated with joy, while Xiao Zhezi busily took notes. After this round, I've surely lost at least a pound. The most thrilling part was about to commence. Look, the zombie boy band is marching towards us in perfect formation. Zombie boy band. Jiang Li followed the gazes of the crowd. The tall Mo Xiaobai was carrying a speaker, followed closely by his long-legged zombie companions. They approached, and I must say, the name Zombie Boy Band was quite apparent. As the zombies took their positions, Xiao Zhezi enlivened the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, the exciting part is about to begin. Upon hearing this, the tourists promptly closed their mouths. Their eyes fixated on Mo Xiaobai and the zombies. Mo Xiaobai activated the speaker, and the zombies commenced their mechanical dance. The synchronized movements astonished all the onlookers. The experience was strikingly different from what I had seen on my phone. I had assumed the videos were merely slightly better than others in the same genre. But the live performance eclipsed all the dances I had ever witnessed. How breathtaking this dance was. It surpassed the idols in the entertainment industry by leaps and bounds. I vowed that from this moment onward, I would no longer chase after pop idols, but rather follow this group of dashing zombie gentlemen. One girl stood before the zombies. Her phone held high for a selfie. If my friends knew I had pictures with such handsome dancers, they would undoubtedly be envious. Another girl cupped her chin in her hands, her eyes glued to the dancing zombies, her expression flushed with shyness. What is so impressive? I dance much better than they do, she retorted. Yet, the girl ignored him, her gaze still fixed eagerly. In a fit of frustration, the boy rushed forward to dance in front of the zombies. The girl averted her eyes, embarrassed. He grabbed one of the zombies, challenging it to a dance-off. Mo Xiaobai found this amusing and instructed one of the zombies to mimic the boy's movements. The result was that the zombie outperformed him by a considerable margin. The spectators found the spectacle entertaining, snapping photos and chattering excitedly. Could this be the legendary tale of the younger generation surpassing the older? It was utterly hilarious to witness the boy's attempts being overshadowed. He must have felt like crying at that moment. What started as an attempt to show off had turned into an embarrassing defeat. A middle-aged man found it all quite amusing and, with his beer belly protruding, joined in the mechanical dance. The tourists were in fits of laughter, and the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. A mother handed her child over to the father and joined in the revelry. The father, holding a wailing child, appeared utterly mesmerized. Little Orange captured these moments through her lens. Unexpectedly, Jiang Li emerged from somewhere, armed with a Polaroid camera, snapping pictures of the smiles adorning the faces of the visitors. Observing those youthful visages, Jiang Li felt a surge of joy within her heart. In that moment, she sensed that her efforts had been imbued with a deeper significance. A young couple twirled gracefully amidst the zombies, and Jiang Li immortalized their dance with her camera. After tiring from their playful frolic, the couple retreated to a nearby spot to rest, where Jiang Li approached them and handed over their photograph. The girl, upon receiving the picture, could hardly conceal her delight. You captured it beautifully. How much do I owe you? The boy inquired. Jiang Li smiled and replied, no charge. This is a lucky event. The young couple exchanged glances and sincerely thanked her. The boy then remarked, our company is planning a team-building event next week, and I think this place would be perfect. Let us connect on WeChat. With a cheerful demeanor, Jiang Li took out her phone and asked, how many people will be joining the team building? The boy pondered for a moment and responded, if it's the whole company, around 1,000. He continued, we might need to book the entire venue. either in the morning or afternoon. 1,000 people, 1,000 tickets. What a substantial revenue that would be. She hadn't anticipated that a simple photograph could lead to such a significant opportunity. Suddenly, Little Orange took the microphone and announced, "Now, please enjoy the new performance from our zombie boy band featuring a square dance." The tourists exchanged glances. "There's a new show? I thought it was only the mechanical dance. I didn't realize they also had square dancing. This amusement park truly offers great perks. I must return next week." The mechanical dance was already stunning. I can only imagine how captivating the square dance will be. The speakers blared, "The vast horizon is my love." And the zombies began their routine. Just look at these young men dancing. They were no less impressive than the elderly women dancing in the neighborhood. Remarkably, these young performers were far more entertaining than the older ladies. Watching them made me, an old woman, yearn to join in the fun. Little Orange, holding a megaphone, declared, "For the next half hour, the stage belongs to all of you." After her announcement, she set down the microphone and picked up the camera to record the unfolding scene. Initially, only the zombies danced, but soon, more and more individuals joined the square dance. It was a delightful mix of young and old, everyone participating. Some tourists danced, while others captured the moments on their phones. The air was filled with laughter and joy. In that instant, they were entirely immersed in happiness, forgetting the bothersome realities of life. Little Orange set down her camera, took Jiang Li's hand, and turned to her with a radiant smile, resembling a little sun. "Jiang Li, let us dance too." Jiang Li looked up at the bustling crowd, feeling a bit shy, and shook her head. "Maybe not. Come on." Little Orange enthusiastically pulled her hand, leading her toward the heart of the throng. Amidst the throng, Jiang Li felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, acutely aware of the many gazes directed towards her. Xiao Zhuzi, perceptive of her unease, reassured her. "Jiang Li, they are all absorbed in their own joy. None will pay heed to you. Even if they do, what does it matter? In your world, you must live as the protagonist of your own story. Their stares and opinions are of no consequence." Jiang Li paused, contemplating the notion of being a protagonist. Xiao Zhuzi began to dance exuberantly amidst the crowd. Jiang Li stood transfixed, despite the multitude surrounding her. Xiao Zhuzi radiated an undeniable aura of a leading character. As the lively music played, she felt the rhythm seep into her being, gradually dissolving her initial discomfort. She danced joyfully among the gathering, liberated and unrestrained, entirely unconcerned with the judgments of those around her. In the distance, Mo Shabai observed Jiang Li amidst the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips as he captured the scene with his instant camera, immortalizing her happiness and freedom amidst the chaos. The photograph quickly developed, revealing Jiang Li's unique presence within the multitude. He carefully tucked the picture away. As the day waned, Jiang Li returned home, her first thought turning to the system's revenue report. The little pink pig materialized in the air, flapping its wings. "Congratulations, host. Today's revenue stands at 60,000, totaling 242,950. Jiang Li, exhilarated, pounded her pillow in delight. 60,000. Can you believe it? Take it easy. You're about to ruin that pillow, the little pink pig replied. Unfazed, Jiang Li suppressed her elation, collapsing onto her bed with a smile adorning her face. Her phone chimed. It was Xiao Zhuzi calling. Jiang Li. The video from the amusement park has garnered over 1 million views. It's the hottest trend in the city. Plus, the ticket sales have skyrocketed, over 2,000 reservations in just a few hours. What? Jiang Li could hardly believe it, covering her mouth in astonishment. With trembling hands, she opened the ticket purchase link, discovering that reservations had surpassed 100, with numbers climbing steadily every few seconds. Overcome with excitement, she fell back onto her bed. Then, recalling something, she sprang up. Chapter 24. Mo's rice cooking adventure. Almost forgetting, she remembered the matter of the iron barrels. She dressed quickly and descended to the basement, where 5 iron barrels occupied a space of 20 to 30 square meters. The previous vendor had indeed been persuasive, claiming the barrels were of exceptional quality, heat-resistant, and made of the finest materials. Whether true or not, it sufficed for Mo Xiaobai, as cooking rice was within reach. With many people on his side, a rice cooker would be rather costly. The iron barrels were just right. After all, there were fire element abilities among them, so steaming rice should pose no challenge. Upon seeing the 5 large iron barrels on the truck, Mo Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly the tool that can cook rice? Jiang Li nodded, explaining the method of steaming rice to him. Mo Xiaobai listened attentively, nodding frequently. Soon, the day came to an end, and after work, He instructed his zombie minions to take the metal barrels back to the apocalypse. Jiang Li locked the gates of the amusement park and drove away with Little Orange. As nightfall draped its dark cloak, a gaunt young man stealthily scaled the walls of the amusement park. A chill wind swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He harbored a somewhat juvenile notion that this amusement park contained zombies, confined within a hidden corner. He was determined to unearth the undead and demonstrate their existence to his audience in the livestream, eager to see how they would respond. The young man stealthily ventured deeper into the amusement park. Meanwhile, in the desolate world, Emo Xiaobai, accompanied by his zombie followers, hoisted the enormous metal barrels into the vast, empty building. The zombies set the barrels down, and the reverberating sound echoed throughout the room, disturbing Emo Xiangshan, who was asleep on the second floor. Upon descending, Emo Xiangshan was taken aback by the sight of the colossal barrels and inquired, pointing at them, "What is this?" Emo Xiaobai relayed Jiang Li's words to him, causing Emo Xiangshan's eyes to brighten with astonishment. He had not anticipated the existence of such remarkable treasures. "Wait, I shall summon a few fire element abilities right away," he declared before swiftly disappearing into the vast, empty room. Emo Xiaobai gazed around at the expansive space, shivering from the cold. It felt far less comfortable than the dilapidated buildings of the wasteland. The tale of the rice being cooked spread throughout the city like wildfire. A man dashed out of his home, neglecting to wear shoes, and climbed into his car, racing towards Emo Xiangshan's residence. An elderly lady in a wheelchair, upon hearing of Emo Xiangshan's call for fire element abilities to cook rice, suddenly leaped from her wheelchair and sprinted towards the door with surprising agility, leaving her son and daughter-in-law trailing behind. A mother, frustrated with her son's academic performance, glimpsed the news in a group chat, seized him by the collar, discarded her ruler, and hurried to the window, leaping out without a second thought. Her son found himself suspended in midair, utterly astonished that his mother could scale walls with such finesse. At that moment, Emo Xiangshan's home was abuzz with activity, a stark contrast to its previous desolation. Villagers gathered around the 5 metal barrels, their eyes riveted on them. The typically mischievous children were peculiarly quiet, as this was a moment of witnessing a miracle. Emo Xiaobai directed the strong young men to pour heaps of white rice into the barrels. The rice cascaded down like a white waterfall. "How beautiful the rice is! Is that the same rice as before? I can assure you, it will surely smell delightful once cooked. Now, we can add water," at Emo Xiaobai's command. The water element abilities began to pour water into the barrels. However, this water was not from their bodies but rather drawn from a well. The reason Emo Xiangshan chose this city, aside from the land, was that he discovered the underground water remained untainted by pollution. It was indeed quite peculiar. Afterward, they placed the pot lid on top. The iron barrel was elevated above the ground, allowing the fire manipulators to heat it. "Fire manipulators, commence. Just endure for 40 minutes. And at the end, you shall receive an extra portion of rice, along with 2 tomatoes for each of you." Upon hearing this, the fire manipulators felt invigorated. Half an hour passed, and steam began to rise from the iron barrel, with the fragrant aroma of rice wafting through the air. The villagers inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet scent. "Is this the fragrance of rice? How delightful!" My stomach rumbled in response to the enticing aroma. This scent surpassed any I had ever encountered. As the lid of the iron barrel was lifted, the villagers seemed to glimpse a golden light. The aroma intensified upon opening, and they eagerly gathered around, tiptoeing to peer inside. The gleaming, alluring, and bouncy grains of rice were nestled within the small iron barrel. "Is this rice? How tempting! I yearn to taste it. More than anything else, I dared say it must be incredibly sweet, at least 100 times better than zombie meat. No, it was 1,000,000 times better. How could zombie flesh even be compared to such a delicacy?" Emo Xiang looked at the eager crowd, ready to leap into the iron barrel, and raised a horn to announce, "Everyone, form an orderly line and take your turn. If anyone dares to rush forward, they shall be denied food." Upon hearing the village chief's words, the villagers promptly lined up. He set down the horn and approached the iron barrel, inhaling the rice aroma deeply. To his astonishment, a third of the rice had cooked into such a substantial amount. Saying this, he drew a special dagger from his person and inserted it along the edge. The rice was soft and slightly sticky. He scooped a small amount and brought it to his mouth. The aroma tantalized him, and he immediately popped it into his mouth. The rice was bouncy and tender, leaving a sweet aftertaste lingering in his mouth. His eyes sparkled. "What exquisite delicacy is this? It is simply divine. The villagers erupted in excitement upon hearing his words. Nearby, a few elderly men stared intently at the rice, their eyes darting about, plotting something in their minds. Mo Xiang instructed them to return and fetch containers for the rice. The villagers dashed off, soon returning without a trace of hesitation. Mo Xiaobai served double portions of rice to those who had assisted and provided each with 2 tomatoes. The onlookers were filled with envy, while those who had worked displayed their pride. Once the villagers received their rice, they eagerly sat down, disregarding all decorum, and indulged in their meal with great satisfaction. This rice was exceptionally delectable. Such sweetness. I crave more. Indeed, it was far superior to zombie meat. I never imagined that I, Wang Fugawei, would one day savor such a delightful dish. It felt like a life fulfilled. If the wealthy were to discover how well we dined, they would surely be consumed by envy. Our meal far surpassed that of the affluent. Mo Xiaobai gazed calmly at the rice before him. This dish, which he consumed nearly twice a day, had long since lost its novelty. Emerging from the peculiar amusement park, a young man frowned. How could it be closed? It seemed they would have to wait until the park reopened tomorrow. Chapter 25. This zombie is real. Jiang Li, brimming with excitement, rushed into the amusement park with breakfast in hand. She had conceived an ingenious idea that she wished to share with Mo Xiaobai. This idea hinged critically on his involvement. As Mo Xiaobai stepped out of the golden mist with his zombie companion, Jiang Li approached him with a bright smile. Mo Xiaobai, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Mo Xiaobai inquired with curiosity. Jiang Li handed him the breakfast. Let us discuss it over this meal. While waiting for Little Orange to arrive, they settled on the steps, basking in the sunlight as they savored their delicious breakfast. What? You want to create a plant paradise? Mo Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. Dropping the chicken leg from his hand, Jiang Li's eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically. What is the plan? He asked. We can enlarge ordinary plants and construct amusement facilities with them to attract visitors. Jiang Li leisurely munched on her pancake. Your idea is quite fanciful, Mo Xiaobai remarked. Jiang Li sighed. Our peculiar amusement park pales in comparison to others. If I don't come up with some extraordinary strategies, how can we profit? Mo Xiaobai looked up. The attractions in the park appeared dilapidated, and reviving them would undoubtedly require substantial maintenance costs. Given the current operational circumstances, they certainly couldn't afford that. A plant paradise represented the most cost-effective solution, as it merely required some seedlings and seeds. Mo Xiaobai, will you help me build this plant paradise? Jiang Li gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Mo Xiaobai's heart raced. Well, Jiang Li interrupted. If this succeeds, you'll receive a reward of 500 yuan. 500? Mo Xiaobai said, incredulous as he looked at her. That amount was equivalent to his 2-month salary, not an insignificant sum. Yes, 500, Jiang Li replied, her tone slightly sheepish. 500 was hardly generous, but Little Pink Pig had only offered this sum. She had pleaded for quite some time to secure it. Initially, Little Pink Pig had only offered 50. Through her relentless persistence and persuasive charm, she managed to increase the reward tenfold. Seeing the delight in Mo Xiaobai's eyes, she thought to herself, Mo Xiaobai, I have done my utmost. If one day you find out the truth, please don't blame me. So what do you say? She asked him. I can, but I'm uncertain about my capabilities. After all, in this apocalyptic world, especially before I arrived, those with wood-type abilities were deemed useless. Consequently, I have seldom utilized my powers, which has left me unfamiliar with them. You are not useless at all. If I possessed such abilities, I would be overjoyed. Jiang Li reassured him. Mo Xiaobai smiled gently. That was in the past. Now, wood-based abilities are quite sought after in this apocalyptic world. Jiang Li nibbled on her biscuit. Then it's settled, she said. Mo Xiaobai hesitated for a moment. Jiang Li reassured him. There's no need to worry. The more you practice, the better you'll become. He nodded, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. What are you two discussing? Xiao Zhizi suddenly interjected between them. Jiang Li shook her head at Xiao Zhizi. It's nothing. Oh, your breakfast, she said, handing Xiao Zhizi her meal. Thank you. Xiao Zhizi sat on the steps, munching on her biscuit. As she chewed, she exclaimed, Jiang Li, let me tell you, the outside is already teeming with people. You have no idea how difficult it was for me to get in. Really? Jiang Li inquired. When you first arrived, there were hardly any people. Has it really only been half an hour for so many to gather? Xiao Zhizi brushed her tousled hair aside. Indeed. There are at least twice as many as there were yesterday morning. And this is before we even open. Once we start, there will undoubtedly be even more. She stuffed her biscuits into her mouth and added, It seems we will have quite a busy day ahead of us. Jiang Li's gaze wandered towards the entrance. Outside, a crowd pressed against the door, as if it would burst open at any moment. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. This is bound to translate into substantial revenue, she mused. Foreseeing a profitable day, as work hours commenced, the three of them headed to their respective posts. A young, slender fellow was pushed into the amusement park by the throng, as zombies descended from above, causing the crowd to erupt in excited screams. Some visitors pulled out their phones, snapping pictures wildly. He looked at the zombies before him, his heart racing. Their eyes were cloudy, their skin tinged with a sickly hue, unmistakable as anything but real. He resolved to capture one once inside. At the carousel, the young man tied a zombie, a handsome one, to a post and exhaled deeply, pulling out his phone to start recording. Next, I will reveal the truth. The zombies in this peculiar amusement park are indeed real. He rubbed the zombie's bluish face for quite a while, yet it remained unchanged. However, his persistent rubbing caused the zombie's skin to break, black blood seeping out. If these zombies were mere costumes, then surely the makeup could be wiped away to reveal their human forms. But the creature before him showed no signs of that. Therefore, it was evident that this zombie was genuine. He then pried at the zombie's sharp teeth, eliciting a low growl of pain from it. See, the teeth are real. He tugged at the zombie's arm, and with a gentle pull, it fell to the ground. The young man stumbled back in shock, nearly losing his balance. He held his phone up to the zombie, exclaiming, "Everyone, look!" With just a light tug, its arm came off, and there's no blood. This proves it's not human, right? It doesn't even cry out in pain. What followed was even more astonishing. The zombie's arm astonishingly reattached itself. Had it not been for his remarkable resilience, he would likely have fainted in sheer terror at this moment. The amusement park's audacity to use real zombies as a means to attract visitors was utterly deranged. A young, slender lad, frightened beyond measure, scurried away in frantic haste. As he witnessed tourists engaging in playful interactions with the zombies, he swallowed hard. Were these visitors truly reckless enough to engage with the undead? They were indeed a bunch of lunatics. Turning around, he spotted a zombie approaching him, prompting him to collapse onto the ground in fright, subsequently forgetting to rise as he crawled away. The tourists interacting with the zombies looked at him as if he were a fool. After enduring countless trials, the young man finally escaped the bizarre amusement park, his face ashen. He realized he must report this to Uncle Hat. Yes, a report. He would head straight to the police station. At that moment, Jiang Li was blissfully unaware, busy capturing memories for the tourists. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. After bidding farewell to Mo Xiaobai and Xiao Jizizi, she stretched her aching back while pulling the main gate closed. Although the influx of visitors had been overwhelming, the exhaustion was worth it for the revenue. Having secured the gate, just as she prepared to leave, police officers appeared before her, a middle-aged officer presenting his identification. "Hello, we have received a report that your peculiar amusement park contains zombies. Please cooperate with our investigation." Chapter 26. Suspension of Operations. Jiang Li stood rooted to the spot, gripping the hem of her clothing tightly. Who else, besides her, would know that the zombies in the amusement park were genuine? Who had made the report? Regardless of who it was, it no longer mattered. The immediate concern was finding a way to extricate herself from this predicament. She chuckled nervously. "Officer, are you joking? It's not the apocalypse. Where would zombies come from?" The officers exchanged glances, sharing her skepticism regarding the notion of zombies. However, the middle-aged officer retrieved his phone and presented it to her. "This is the video." In the footage, a zombie was being subjected to mistreatment by the young lad. Clearly, it was a prank. Jiang Li maintained her composure and fabricated a lie. She looked up and said, "Officer, how can you trust this video? The individual insists that there are zombies here, describing them in vivid detail," the middle-aged officer replied. Jiang Li blinked. "Who is this person tarnishing my amusement park's reputation?" "We apologize, but to avoid unnecessary complications, we cannot disclose the identity of the reporter," he stated. Jiang Li sighed. "Then, officer, what do you expect from me? As long as I don't have to go to the police station, I will comply." The middle-aged officer's gaze fell upon the chains securing the gate. "We need to conduct a search of the amusement park." A search? She had thought they would cause a significant uproar. Since the officer had asserted this, she felt compelled to comply. Jiang Li took out her keys and unlocked the amusement park's main gate, revealing an empty interior, the dilapidated attractions casting eerie shadows in the night. The officers hesitated slightly. "Officers, there's no need to be afraid. There are no zombies here." The zombies in the amusement park are merely individuals in costume, their makeup strikingly realistic. They have now finished their shifts and returned home. It is only then that the police venture into the amusement park, accompanied by Jiang Li. The officers conduct a thorough search, but find not a single zombie. At the entrance, the police express their apologies to Jiang Li, who responds with various flattering remarks to send them on their way. Sighing with relief as she watches them depart, Jiang Li is soon met with their return, this time accompanied by a young, slender man whom she does not recognize. The young man grasps the middle-aged officer's hand, declaring that there are indeed zombies in the amusement park and that they must not have searched diligently enough. His gaze then shifts to Jiang Li, accusingly pointing at her, suggesting she is the one hiding them. The middle-aged officer feels a headache coming on. "Young man, are you questioning our capabilities?" he inquires. The young man responds earnestly, "Officer, I am not doubting your abilities. It is simply that this matter is of great importance, involving the lives of numerous visitors, and must be taken seriously." Jiang Li retorts, "Have you watched too many zombie films?" The young man glares at her, indignantly asserting, "Your heart is far too dark, prioritizing profit over the safety of visitors." Mo Xiaobai interjects, explaining that those zombies have already been dealt with and pose no threat to humanity. It is said this precaution was taken to prevent a recurrence of the incident where zombies pursued and bit her. Thus, Jiang Li feels no discomfort upon hearing the young man's claims. "Ah, young man, one cannot make baseless accusations without evidence," the middle-aged officer cautions. The young man insists, "Officer, for the sake of the visitor's safety, the peculiar amusement park must be shut down for inspection." At the mention of closure, Jiang Li's expression darkens. Her amusement park had only just begun to flourish, and now all her efforts would be in vain. "I must ask you, young man. You keep insisting on the safety of the visitors, but since the peculiar amusement park opened, has any visitor been harmed?" The young man is momentarily rendered speechless. "No. But," Jiang Li interrupts, "very well. According to your claims, if there are indeed zombies in the park, do you believe that visitors could safely exit?" The young man is taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Li continues, "You possess no substantive evidence, yet demand we close the amusement park for inspection. What is your true intention? I genuinely suspect you are a corporate spy sent by another amusement park, although I am unaware of your motives. I must remind you that spreading falsehoods is a criminal offense." The young man looks alarmed, casting a pleading glance at the middle-aged officer. The officer places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The young lady makes a valid point. "You lack tangible evidence yet wish to halt operations, which is indeed unreasonable." However, the young man's sentence is cut short by the middle-aged officer. "Enough, this matter ends here." Subsequently, the middle-aged officer escorts the young man away. Jiang Li gazed at the slender figure of the young man as he walked away, exhaling a sigh of relief. Who on earth was this individual, so excessively theatrical? Although the zombies in the amusement park were indeed real, the police responding to such a ludicrous reason suggested that the young man was no ordinary character. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. As long as nothing untoward occurred in the amusement park, all was well. Upon returning home, the first thing Jiang Li did was inquire about the revenue of her little pink pig. "System, what is our revenue today?" The little pink pig appeared in midair, showcasing two gleaming gold teeth, exuding joy as it flapped its wings. "Congratulations, host. Today's revenue is 100,000, accumulating to 400,000, with another 100,000. You may summon employees from other realms." Jiang Li collapsed onto her bed, astonished that she could amass 400,000 in less than a month. She rose, her face aglow with delight, and exclaimed to the little pink pig, "This is something I never even dared to dream of before." With this income, she would be emboldened in whatever endeavors she pursued in the future. Curiosity about the employees from other realms suddenly piqued her interest, prompting her to ask, "Which realm will the next employees come from?" The little pink pig, grinning with its golden teeth, replied, "You'll find out when you draw from the mystery box." Jiang Li felt a flicker of anticipation at its words. Given the current visitor count at the amusement park, earning 100,000 in a single day seemed entirely feasible. By tomorrow evening, she would be able to draw from the mystery box and recruit employees from diverse realms. Yet, unbeknownst to her, while dreams are often lavish, reality can be starkly unforgiving. Sitting on her bed, Jiang Li was engrossed in designing the layout for her botanical wonderland on her tablet when her phone rang urgently. She set aside her work and answered the call. It was Xiao Juzi. "What's wrong?" she inquired. On the other end, the voice was frantic. Jiang Li. Something terrible has happened. What? Jiang Li responded, puzzled. Quick, look at the videos online about the amusement park. What is wrong with the amusement park? Jiang Li asked, sensing her friend's urgency. You'll understand once you watch the video, Xiao Zhizi urged. Jiang Li opened the video leisurely. The figure in the video was someone she recognized, the young man. She had just seen this video not long ago. Moreover, many people were starting to request refunds. What? Chapter 27. The Dangers of Online Videos. Jiang Li opened the ticketing portal, witnessing the number of reserved tickets plummet to 500, decreasing at a rate of 10 per second. 490, 480, 350. Her heart raced anxiously. Could it be? Her business had only flourished for a day. Did that young man bear a grudge against her? As the ticket count dwindled to single digits, despair washed over Jiang Li. Online videos could truly be detrimental. She could hardly contain her urgency as she searched for peculiar information related to the amusement park. The app was filled with numerous videos discussing the incidents related to the lost souls within the park. The comments section was alive with incessant updates. I remarked on how lifelike the zombies in the amusement park appeared. It turns out they are real. Goodness. I even took a photo with a zombie and miraculously was not bitten. I must be quite fortunate. What? Do you mean to tell me the zombies in the peculiar amusement park are not merely people in costumes? No. Do you truly believe that zombies exist in this world? The world is vast and full of wonders. How sinister of the strange amusement park to deceive us with real zombies. It seems they are desperate for profit. No wonder the ticket price is 50. They have zombies inside. Do you really believe everything the videos claim? What if it's just a prank? Jiang Li scrolled through comments for half an hour, noting that the majority of people believed in the existence of zombies, with only a handful remaining rational. That young man certainly possessed a sense of justice. It was no wonder she felt perturbed. Jiang Li sent a private message to the young man, without substantial evidence. You are spreading rumors. I advise you to delete the misleading video and issue a statement. Otherwise, I shall consult a lawyer. She tossed her phone aside, irritably ruffling her hair before collapsing into slumber. The next day, Jiang Li entered the amusement park, her eyes shadowed by dark circles, carrying breakfast. When Mo Xiaobai spotted her, he approached with a cheerful greeting, his demeanor a stark contrast to Jiang Li's. Sister Jiang, what is the matter? Did you not sleep well last night? He inquired with concern. Jiang Li sighed and turned to glance at the ticket booth, which was devoid of any visitors. Just yesterday, the place had been teeming with crowds. Ah, there seems to be an issue at the amusement park. She relayed the entire situation to Mo Xiaobai. However, Jiang Li found herself perplexed. Despite the plethora of videos about aliens that circulated online, no one believed them. Why did the notion of zombies garner such credence? Is that young man perhaps from your rival group? Mo Xiaobai asked. Jiang Li shook her head and handed him her breakfast, replying, I shall check the ticket booth. With that, she left, her expression forlorn. Seated at the ticket booth, she munched on her breakfast when a thought struck her. She opened the young man's account. He had replied, for the safety of the visitors, I shall not fear you. Even if you hire a lawyer, what of it? Jiang Li felt a tremor of anger. Well then, do not say I did not warn you. She placed a call to her lawyer. As the workday commenced, the ticket booth remained devoid of tourists. She mused that surely visitors would arrive. Yet, the entire morning passed without a single guest. Jiang Li felt as if cobwebs were forming in her mind. Upon returning to her workstation in the afternoon, she idly sketched designs for a botanical paradise, all the while awaiting potential visitors. As expected, the entire afternoon passed without a soul in sight. However, she did manage to complete her drawings. Later, her lawyer called, informing her that the opposing counsel was formidable, and the chances of winning were exceedingly slim. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li felt her stress mounting to the point of hair loss. What is the background of that young man? The lawyer replied, he is Wang Jingyi, the youngest son of Wang Dong from the Wang Group. The Wang Group? Wang Jingyi? Huh. Does he think he can bully her because she lacks connections? Jiang Li dialed her phone. Dad, could you do me a favor? The next day, Jiang Li entered the amusement park with breakfast in hand, and Xiao Zhizi rushed over, excitedly waving her phone. Jiang Li, great news. The person who posted the video not only deleted the zombie footage, but also issued a clarification. Jiang Li took out her phone and opened the video. Wang Jingyi reluctantly appeared on screen, apologizing and claiming he would never do it again. Xiao Zhizi playfully nudged her and grinned. Jiang Li, how did you manage to get him to clarify? Jiang Li smiled. It's a secret. Although Wang Jingyi had posted the video, The situation at the quirky amusement park had not improved significantly. No, there was some improvement. Yesterday, there were no visitors, but today, at least two had shown up. After work, Jiangli appeared exhausted, sighing heavily. Xiao Jiuji rushed over, bubbling with excitement. Jiangli, quick, look at this video. Jiangli turned to her with a glum expression. What is it? Has someone reported our amusement park again? Xiao Jiuji shook her head. No. It's our amusement park's square dance video. It has gone viral, ranking in the top 10. What? Jiangli's heart raced as she eagerly opened her phone. The interactive video of zombies and visitors at the quirky amusement park had reached the top 5. There were numerous likes below. She opened the comments. I heard the zombies at the quirky amusement park are so realistic they were mistaken for real zombies. I want to go see for myself. I told you. I've been to the amusement park several times. If those zombies were real, I wouldn't be alive. The rumor monger is truly shameful. But we can't say that. Thanks to that rumor, the quirky amusement park has become popular. Tomorrow, I'm taking my friend to take pictures with the zombie guy. If they're not real zombies, then I'm relieved. My grandma loves the square dance atmosphere there. She said she wants to book a ticket. No, 2 tickets. Jiangli never anticipated that Wang Jingyi's actions would lead to an increasing awareness of the quirky amusement park. It seems she ought to be grateful to him. After all, because of him, she had turned misfortune into fortune. She opened the ticketing portal, and the number of tickets displayed was 1,500 and still rising. Goodness, that's a lot. Earlier today, she was worried about the future of the amusement park, but now, she had no worries at all. Closing her phone, she looked at Xiao Jiuji and said, Tomorrow might be very busy. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Jiuji shook her head with a smile. It's not hard at all. I really enjoy this job. I'm genuinely happy to see the amusement park thriving. Before going to bed, Jiangli checked the ticketing portal again. The number of tickets had surged to 3,000 and continued to grow. 3,000 tickets mean 150,000. After the initial excitement, she felt a twinge of anxiety. The crowd was overwhelming, and she wondered if she could manage it all come tomorrow. She dismissed the negative thoughts swirling in her mind. Adopting a more resolute stance, whatever may come, she would face it head on, as the saying goes. With a sense of anticipation, she looked forward to the morrow. The following day, Jiangli, as per her routine, brought breakfast to the amusement park. Yet, before she could step out of her vehicle, she was greeted by a throng of visitors blocking the entrance, rendering her car unable to enter. The number of people was 2 or 3 times that of the peak times she had previously experienced. She squeezed her way into the crowd when someone tapped her from behind. Turning around, she was met by a cheerful face. Xiao Jiuji. Good morning. Xiao Jiuji greeted her with a bright smile, exuding boundless energy despite the cacophony surrounding them. Jiangli felt a pang of envy. Xiao Jiuji radiated a vitality that seemed foreign to her own essence. Given her upbringing, it was unlikely she could have nurtured such a sunlit, optimistic spirit. Yet, here stood Xiao Jiuji, a testament to thriving against the odds. Jiangli felt overwhelmed by the buzzing noise in her ears, struggling to adjust to the bustling environment. Xiao Jiuji took her hand, exclaiming, Let me help you through. With that, she led Jiangli through the dense crowd, successfully reaching the ticket booth. Inside, Jiangli exhaled in relief as she surveyed the sea of humanity outside. Handing breakfast to Xiao Jiuji, she remarked, There are too many people out there. You should eat here. Xiao Jiuji nodded in agreement. Jiangli then picked up the intercom to speak with Imo Xiaobai. Imo Xiaobai, the crowd is quite large right now. I'll deliver breakfast once things calm down. Understood, he replied, glancing at his entourage of zombie assistants and then at the throng at the entrance, frowning. Are 100 zombies enough to cater to this many visitors? Xiao Jiuji, wielding a megaphone, announced the park rules to the visitors. After her announcement, she turned her gaze to Jiangli, who nodded in affirmation and opened the amusement park gates. At that moment, the visitors surged forward like a tidal wave. Rushing into the park, fearing being trampled, Jiangli clung to the door, hesitant to move. Finally, everyone had entered the amusement park. So many people, Xiao Jiuji exclaimed. Approaching Jiangli with the megaphone in hand, Jiangli, still holding breakfast, said, I'll leave the photography to you. I need to find Imo Xiaobai and discuss a few matters. Xiao Jiuji gave a thumbs up. As they entered the amusement park, Jiangli soon found herself besieged by groups of people. Whether they wanted her to take pictures or had questions to ask, she patiently fulfilled their requests. After an hour, she finally located Imo Xiaobai, and they settled in a quiet, secluded spot to enjoy their breakfast together. As they ate, Imo Xiaobai remarked, Jiang Li. The sheer volume of visitors is substantial, yet the number of zombies is insufficient. The overall experience may not be very satisfactory. In a day or two, this could lead to complaints. Jiang Li remarked, I have contemplated the matter you mentioned, and starting tomorrow, I intend to limit the number of visitors to 1,000 per day. Mo Xiaobai responded, that is a splendid idea. Jiang Li continued, there is something of utmost importance I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Mo Xiaobai inquired while nibbling on an egg pancake. It pertains to the botanical wonderland. Jiang Li replied, simultaneously opening her phone and handing it to him. This is the blueprint I have drawn, with the month drawing to a close. I envision taking a week off at the end of the month specifically to focus on the botanical garden. Oh, and regarding the zombies, after the amusement park opens, we must ensure that an increasing number of attractions are introduced. We cannot allow zombies to roam freely throughout the park as they do now. Indeed, it is also crucial to restore the amusement park's ticket prices to normal. Mo Xiaobai gazed appreciatively at the drawing. Have you studied design? This is quite beautiful. Jiang Li felt a hint of bashfulness at the compliment. I have not studied design. I merely have a passion for drawing. Mo Xiaobai looked up, flashing her a charming smile. Then let us proceed as you suggest. Yes, Jiang Li nodded. As afternoon approached, the moment the visitors had eagerly anticipated arrived, the zombies performing a square dance. As the music played, the zombies began to sway joyfully. At that moment, a group of middle-aged women with fans rushed into the crowd of zombies, forming a line and joining the dance. The sight of these women dancing alongside the young men instantly captivated everyone's attention. This square dance is more spectacular than any I have witnessed before. I must record it and share it on my social media to show off. Do you think this performance could make it to the Spring Festival Gala? I cannot say if it will make it to the gala, but I am certain that a video of this dance will be a sensation. Despite its limited attractions, the Oddity Amusement Park offers peculiar experiences that live up to its name. Indeed, the park not only avoids mediocrity, but also boasts excellent service. Let us join in the dance. More and more visitors began to participate in the square dance. Jiang Li was astonished to witness such a grand spectacle for the first time. Xiao Zhizi, holding a camera, moved around capturing various angles. Perhaps it was due to the large crowd that day. The lively atmosphere at the entrance of the Oddity Amusement Park attracted vendors selling an array of goods, including snacks, beverages, flowers, and balloons, transforming the area into a bustling street market. As the visitors grew weary from dancing, they ventured nearby to purchase food, refueling before returning to the festivities. At the request of the attendees, the music changed repeatedly, and the zombies danced one routine after another. As night fell, the crowd did not disperse. Rather, the amusement park became increasingly vibrant. Xiao Zhizi approached Jiang Li with her camera and said, Jiang Li, do you think there will come a day when this amusement park attracts numerous merchants? At that time, we could earn quite a profit. Jiang Li shared the sentiment, yet acknowledged, however, currently, the amusement park is somewhat unstable. Gazing at the radiant smiles adorning the faces of the crowd, Jiang Li felt a warm sensation in her heart. She turned to Xiao Zhizi and proposed, let us procure some items. Xiao Zhizi appeared bewildered. Jiang Li waded into the throng and exchanged a few words with Mo Xiaobai before enthusiastically pulling Xiao Zhizi away. The entrance to the amusement park was vast, resembling a grand plaza, infused with a lively atmosphere due to the gathering of people. Jiang Li and Xiao Zhizi, clutching an array of fireworks, navigated through the crowd until they reached Mo Xiaobai. Xiao Zhizi seized a megaphone and addressed all present, saying, I hope everyone enjoys their food and fun. But please remember to take your trash with you. Thank you. Subsequently, the park owner invited everyone to witness the fireworks display. Upon hearing of the spectacle, the crowd erupted in excitement. Jiang Li, Xiao Zhizi, Mo Xiaobai, and the zombies entered the amusement park and secured the entrance, prioritizing safety. Oh, and there were also the owner and his staff who had come to set off the fireworks, as Jiang Li had purchased in abundance. The onlookers gathered at the entrance, filled with anticipation. Jiang Li stood beside Mo Xiaobai and turned to inquire, have you ever seen fireworks? Mo Xiaobai turned to her, shaking his head. What are fireworks? With a resounding bang, the fireworks exploded in the sky, bursting forth in a kaleidoscope of colors, casting a fleeting glow across the night. Mo Xiaobai looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this what fireworks are? How beautiful! Xiao Zhizi stood behind them, pulling out a Polaroid camera to capture the scene, where Mo Xiaobai and Jiang Li simultaneously gazed up at the dazzling display in the night sky. Outside, Spectators marveled at the ephemeral fireworks, akin to shooting stars, reveling in their brilliance. By the time Zhangli returned home, it was already midnight, yet she could not resist inquiring about the system's earnings. Little Pink Pig, how much did we earn today? Chapter 29. A ticket hard to come by. Little Pink Pig appeared, flashing its two prominent golden teeth with pride, hands on hips. Congratulations, host. Today's revenue amounts to 200,000, bringing the total to 600,000. Ding. According to the rules, the host has met the criteria for summoning abilities. Would you like to proceed with summoning? Zhangli pondered for a moment and replied, let us wait until we finish with the plant wonderland matters. Understood. Little Pink Pig responded before vanishing into thin air. Zhangli opened her phone to check the ticketing situation. It was now 7 o'clock and nearly 1,000 tickets had been booked, with the numbers still rising. As the count approached the threshold of 1,000, she swiftly made adjustments. When the ticket sales reached 1,000, the numbers ceased to increase, leaving other prospective buyers perplexed. Wait, why can't we book anymore? Is it broken? What on earth is the park owner doing? The account of the Curious Amusement Park issued an announcement. Zhangli posted, Dear visitors, I sincerely apologize for this sudden decision. However, to ensure an optimal experience for everyone, we must implement this adjustment. Starting tomorrow, the amusement park will only sell 1,000 tickets daily. Moreover, the immersive experience of the zombie apocalypse event will conclude at the end of the month. This conclusion heralds a new beginning. She penned an extensive message, anxious that the visitors might misinterpret the situation. Shortly after the video was released, the comments section erupted. What? Only 1,000 tickets sold in a day? And closing at the end of the month? With such overwhelming traffic, how can the amusement park owner only sell 1,000 tickets a day? Is she not making a profit? Wait, this event ends in just a few days, and I haven't even been once. No matter what, I must secure a ticket tomorrow. The amusement park owner seems confused. Zhangli exited the comments section, turned off her phone, and intended to sleep. However, a thought struck her, prompting her to reopen her phone and adjust the visitor schedule for the amusement park. This way, the times could be staggered. She also set the ticket sales to commence between 10 and midnight. The next day, as Zhangli headed to work, she noticed a considerable crowd at the entrance. However, compared to yesterday, the number of visitors had diminished significantly. Nonetheless, for her, it still felt like a profit. Upon entering the amusement park, she found Xiaojuzi and Emoshabai already waiting. Zhangli handed them her breakfast, offered a few words of encouragement, and proceeded to the ticket booth. Before long, the day had passed, and it was once again time for the segment the visitors eagerly anticipated. At the amusement park entrance, zombies danced to the rhythm of the music, captivating both visitors and many passers-by. The small square in front of the entrance was teeming with people, either drawn by the event or unable to purchase tickets. Yet, they could only observe from outside. Zhangli had contemplated having the zombie boy band perform outside, but a warning from the system had deterred her. The onlookers were envious of the lucky visitors inside, who could interact with the zombie boy band. But alas, they had no tickets. They danced joyfully, wishing to join in. How unfortunate that I lack a ticket. If only I had one. Those zombie boys are so handsome. I long to take a photo with them. When tickets go on sale at 10, I must secure one, no matter what. I've never witnessed such a vibrant atmosphere. Why am I not part of it? Zhangli watched the zombies dance, her emotions remaining unperturbed. Perhaps she had grown desensitized from having seen it too many times. Finally, the workday came to an end. Upon returning home, Zhangli did not inquire about the business status from Little Pink Pig as she had previously. Instead, she focused on revising the blueprints for the botanical wonderland. As she modified them, she relished the vision of the wonderland taking shape. She found it somewhat magical. The notion of plants growing larger does not exist in reality. Yet in this peculiar amusement park, it could become a tangible experience. Such a thought filled her with anticipation. Zhangli mused whether, in the future, there might be employees from a magical world, and envisioned creating a park entirely shaped like food. Lost in thought, she felt her mouth water. At 10:30, Zhangli set down her tablet, preparing to rest. Just as she climbed into bed, her phone rang. It was a call from Xiaojuzi. Xiaojuzi sent her a link, urging her to watch a live broadcast. Suddenly, Zhangli felt her drowsiness dissipate and opened the live stream. Upon entering, the host on the screen exclaimed, I have secured 5 tickets to the peculiar amusement park. Who desires them? The highest bidder wins. Her phone was inundated with the same words scrolling rapidly. Me. I want. She stared at the incessantly rolling text, her mouth agape. Surely, it couldn't be that exaggerated. After all, it was merely a ticket. The host brandished an auction hammer, cheerfully announcing, bidding starts at 50. The screen erupted in excitement. I bid 100. I bid 110. I bid 150. I bid 500. Jiang Li was utterly astonished. 500 yuan could purchase 10 tickets. Evidently, the marketing for this peculiar amusement park was quite successful. Soon, all 5 tickets were sold out. The users in the live chat were in an uproar. Where else could one find tickets to the peculiar amusement park? It was currently all the rage, so much so that tickets had become exceedingly scarce. Oh no. I was just a few seconds too late. The tickets are all gone. Someone in the chat pleaded, is there anyone willing to sell a ticket? I am prepared to pay a premium. Tomorrow is my girlfriend's birthday, and her greatest wish is to visit the peculiar amusement park. Is there any kind-hearted soul who can assist me? Hey, the neighboring live stream is also selling tickets, now priced at 2,000 each. Let us go take a look. Jiang Li was utterly bewildered. When did tickets become so exorbitantly priced? She closed the live stream and adjusted the ticket purchasing rules. Each person could only reserve 1 ticket, and purchases must be made with an ID. She implemented this to curb such unscrupulous practices. A ticket priced over 300 was already the limit. How could someone inflate it to several thousand? In a villa, a sharply dressed man settled onto the sofa, rubbing his brow in exasperation. Ali, pour me a glass of water. There was no response. He removed his silver-framed glasses and placed them on the table, sighing. How could he forget that she had left home nearly 2 months ago? Initially, he thought she was merely sulking, but he underestimated her resolve. Brother Yan, a sweet, delicate voice interrupted his thoughts. The man looked up to see Jiang Cha, the youngest daughter adopted by the Jiang family, dressed in a white short dress with princess-like curls. Her features were exquisite, resembling a doll. Her eyes sparkled with innocence and purity. What troubles you? He asked, setting his hands down and sharing a smile with her. Jiang Cha hurriedly sat beside him, their proximity exuding a subtle intimacy. Brother Yin, the peculiar amusement park has become incredibly popular lately, but tickets are nearly impossible to obtain. Could you help me get one? I wish to go. The peculiar amusement park? Why does he find the name somewhat familiar? Could it be the peculiar amusement park mentioned in Chapter 30 that his mother-in-law left to Jiang Li? It seems implausible. The eccentric amusement park could hardly be profitable from any perspective. How could Jiang Li possibly manage that? Surely, it must be a case of a shared name. Jiang Cha. Do you know the address of that peculiar amusement park? Wait, let me check. Jiang Cha opened her phone and quickly scrolled through. The moment she saw the address, she was taken aback. How could it be that? What's wrong? Gu Hanyan inquired. Jiang Cha turned off her phone. The amusement park's address is directly across from the one you built. Gu Hanyan pondered for a moment and realized that the property across from his amusement park belongs to his mother-in-law. Therefore, it is not merely a coincidence. Jiang Li has not only revived the unprofitable peculiar amusement park, but has also made it a sensation. Jiang Cha's eyes sparkled with feigned surprise. Sister is truly remarkable. Gu Hanyan remained silent. Jiang Cha continued, Brother Yan, could you possibly procure a ticket from sister? I truly wish to visit. As she spoke, she draped her arm over Gu Hanyan's shoulder. Gu Hanyan frowned slightly, withdrawing his hand and shifting aside. Jiang Cha's expression darkened. Since the owner of the amusement park is a Li, you could simply ask her directly. After all, she is your sister, he remarked. Jiang Cha feigned innocence. Sister still holds a grudge against me over the incident with Andy. How could she possibly give me a ticket? She is not so petty. Gu Hanyan replied. Yet, sister has ignored Brother Yan for 2 months due to the previous matter, hasn't she? Jiang Cha countered. Gu Hanyan's expression darkened instantly. Oh, Brother Yan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring that up, Jiang Cha said innocently. It's fine, Gu Hanyan replied, his temper softening. Then, Brother Yan, what about the ticket? She elongated her last word deliberately. It had been nearly 2 months since he last saw her, so asking for a ticket might be an opportunity. Gu Hanyan spoke up. All right, I will ask her for you. Brother Yan, you are the best, Jiang Cha teased. Gu Hanyan glanced at his exquisite watch and said, Jiang Cha, it's quite late. You should head home, or Dad will worry. Jiang Cha looked towards the door, the darkness enveloping everything. Brother Yan, it's already this late. I'm afraid to go back alone. How about I stay here with you tonight? Gu Hanyan replied. I'll have the driver take you home. Jiang Cha smiled insincerely. Thank you, Brother Yan. You are the most considerate man I have ever met. It's a pity someone doesn't know how to cherish that. Gu Hanyan frowned. Well, I'm leaving now, Jiang Cha said reluctantly. Gu Hanyan responded. Jiang Cha stormed off, and as Gu Hanyan thought of Jiang Li, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He had offered her an out. She should be satisfied with that. Tomorrow afternoon, he would go to find her. The following afternoon, Jiang Li returned to the ticket booth after a tour of the amusement park, clutching a tablet to revise her design drafts. At that moment, someone tapped on the glass. She looked up to see a man and a woman. The middle-aged man was impeccably dressed in a suit, wearing glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. Beside him stood a middle-aged woman, also bespectacled, her demeanor rather stern. In short, they appeared to be rather unapproachable. She opened the window and said, I'm sorry, but tickets are sold online. The woman, maintaining a serious expression, retorted, We are not here for leisure. We are here on official business. Official business? Could these individuals be undercover police? Yet, aside from the zombies, she couldn't recall committing any unlawful acts. Moreover, with the modifications made, it was unlikely that the zombies could harm humans, was it? Who are you? Jiang Li asked, assessing the two with a hint of trepidation. The middle-aged man replied in a measured tone, Miss, we are from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. He scrutinized her from head to toe. There is no need for you to be so nervous. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau? What could they possibly want here? What brings you to me? Jiang Li felt somewhat overwhelmed by the formidable presence of the pair. The middle-aged woman spoke with authority. The peculiar amusement park has gained popularity, and we are interested in designating it as a pilot project to stimulate economic development. Jiang Li was at a loss for how to decline. Her amusement park was rather unstable. Relying on it to boost economic growth seemed quite challenging. Furthermore, the notion of a pilot project made her hesitate, unsure of how to express her refusal. However, to decline would mean offending them. At that moment, a tall figure stepped in front of her. I am her husband. If you have matters to discuss, you may address me. Gu Hanyan responded calmly. He subsequently led the two officials aside for a private conversation. How did he arrive here? The tall man, clad in a fitted black suit with a stylish haircut, had striking yet austere features, accentuated by silver glasses. Through the lenses, his eyes revealed no discernible emotion. He engaged in an animated discussion with the representatives from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Jiang Li watched him, feeling a deep sense of envy. She had never been so composed in front of others. If only she could face various situations with such poise one day. At some point, Little Orange appeared beside her. Who is that man? He is so handsome. Jiang Li was startled back to reality. Little Orange, how come you move so silently? Little Orange replied with a hint of grievance. I called for you several times, but you didn't hear me. After exchanging a few words with Little Orange, the latter departed. Her gaze returned to Gu Hanyan. It seemed he had concluded his conversation. As the middle-aged man and woman departed, Gu Hanyan strode towards her with long strides. Inside, the two sat on chairs, their eyes meeting, yet neither spoke. Gu Hanyan broke the silence first. Ali, you have been outside for quite some time. Isn't it time for you to return? Jiang Li felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing these words. Return? Is that truly home for me? Moreover, Gu Hanyan, on what grounds do you insist that I return? Must I yield to your every whim? Gu Hanyan furrowed his brow. Ali, please, stop making a fuss, will you? Indeed, no matter her actions, she would always be perceived as unreasonable and incomprehensible in his eyes. Jiang Li, in disappointment, asked, What is it that you want from me? Gu Hanyan sighed. Your sister wishes to visit the amusement park. Could you make arrangements for her? The sister he referred to as their foster daughter, Jiang Cha, Gu Hanyan's cherished one. Their quarrels had been frequent due to Jiang Cha. She felt weary. Gu Hanyan, are you commanding me? Jiang Li interjected coldly. Ali, I have not finished speaking. Gu Hanyan began, but was interrupted by Jiang Li. Your thoughts are of no consequence. What I wish to convey is that if Jiang Cha desires tickets, she can procure them online. I will not grant her any special favors. Chapter 31. Let us divorce. After all, she is your sister, your family. How could you act in such a manner? All she seeks is a mere ticket. You could easily provide that. Gu Hanyan struggled to comprehend. Sister? Jiang Li couldn't help but scoff, reminding him, she is merely the adopted daughter of the Jiang family, not my sister. Gu Hanyan replied, Jiang Li, why are you so petty? The matter concerning my mother has long passed. Can't you let it go? Jiang Cha has explicitly stated that this incident has nothing to do with her. Why do you stubbornly insist that she is responsible for my mother's disappearance? At the mention of her mother, Jiang Li's gaze dimmed. My mother only encountered one person that day, and that was Jiang Cha. If she is not the cause of my mother's disappearance, then who could it be? Gu Hanyan responded. The police have declared that my mother went missing of her own accord, and it bears no relation to anyone. Jiang Li, feeling frustrated by his continued defense of Jiang Cha, bit her lip. I trust my own judgment. She lifted her gaze to Gu Hanyan and asked, Gu Hanyan, if I refuse to grant her the tickets today, do you intend to remain here indefinitely? Gu Hanyan, feeling exasperated, rubbed his temples. I made a promise to her. Hearing this, Jiang Li's disappointment deepened. Gu Hanyan, let us divorce. Gu Hanyan's expression darkened instantly, disbelief etched across his face. Ali, are you truly considering divorce over a mere ticket request? Jiang Li replied, it is not solely about that. Gu Hanyan emanated a chill, causing the temperature around them to plummet, making Jiang Li shiver involuntarily. Then tell me, what other reasons could there be? Jiang Li recalled her reasons for leaving home and regarded the stern man before her, speaking calmly. We are incompatible. What sort of reasoning is that? Gu Hanyan's cold gaze narrowed as he scrutinized her. Jiang Li spoke again. Gu Hanyan, what I desire is a partner who will stand by my side at all times, rather than one who continually inflicts harm upon me for the sake of trivial matters, especially for someone whom they consider merely a substitute for their cherished one. Gu Hanyan married her not out of profound love, but merely because she bore a resemblance to his first love, Jiang Cha, nothing more. At this moment, she was struck by the absurdity of this marriage, and how laughable her previous efforts to uphold it at the cost of her own dignity had been. Gu Hanyan's expression was as dark as ink. When have I ever harmed you? He demanded. When you incessantly criticized me for Jiang Cha. Among other things that I shall refrain from enumerating, Jiang Li retorted. Gu Hanyan, bewildered, asked, what does Jiang Cha have to do with this? Jiang Li, unwilling to engage in further debate, replied, it is futile to discuss this with you. Let us expedite our divorce. Gu Hanyan clenched his fists, his jaw tight. Glaring at Jiang Li, I will not divorce you. Jiang Li maintained a facade of calm, though her heart bled. She was exhausted from this endless charade, which held no meaning. Then I will have to consult a lawyer, she stated. Gu Hanyan furrowed his brow deeply. Jiang Li, can you not act so recklessly? I am serious, she affirmed. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Cha unexpectedly appeared in their line of sight, chirping, Brother Yin, sister. Her voice was sickeningly sweet. Shouldn't she have knocked before entering? Jiang Cha stepped closer to Gu Hanyan, their proximity unmistakable. She greeted Jiang Li with a smile. Sister, it's been so long. Jiang Li, feeling repulsed, snapped, don't call me sister. I am not your sister. Her gaze remained fixed on the space between them. Were they not yet divorced? And Jiang Cha was already so impatient? Sister, how can you say that? Jiang Cha feigned hurt. 2 months ago, such words would have made Jiang Li feel guilty. However, influenced by Xiao Juzi over the past 2 months, she had come to realize that allowing another's words or glances to disturb her peace was the most foolish behavior imaginable. What is it to you? Jiang Li shot back without hesitation. At that moment, she felt a rush of exhilaration. Confronting someone could be so liberating. Ali, how can you speak to Jiang Cha like that? Gu Hanyan was displeased with her demeanor. As he spoke, he noticed he was standing too close to Jiang Cha and shifted slightly away. At this juncture, Jiang Li, emboldened by her previous actions, boldly confronted him. This is how I speak. If you do not wish to hear it, take her and leave. I am not stopping you. Ali, you. Gu Hanyan's expression was momentarily taken aback. What you? Hurry and leave. Do not disturb me while I conduct my business. Jiang Li retorted once more. Sister, how can you speak to Brother Yin like that? Jiang Cha interjected, defending Gu Hanyan. Jiang Li regarded the pair before her and coldly remarked, what is the matter? Feeling sorry for him? Then take your Brother Yin and leave. What are you doing here? Do you wish to hear me berate you further? Gu Hanyan's chest heaved, his inscrutable gaze revealing a flicker of something unusual, an emotion stirred by her provocative words. She had never witnessed such an expression on his face before. Had she gone too far? No, she had not. The one at fault from the start was him. As Gu Hanyan prepared to leave, Jiang Cha playfully implored, Brother Yin. The tickets. Jiang Li interrupted, Jiang Cha, given the nature of our relationship, do you truly believe I can provide you with tickets? Jiang Cha raised her gaze, blinking her innocent eyes. Sister, why have you become so petty? Thank you for your compliment, Jiang Li retorted nonchalantly. Little Orange had once remarked that those who speak ill of you do so to provoke your anger, to make you appear foolish, or to use you for their own purposes. Therefore, she must not fall into their trap. At that moment, Seated in the office editing a video, Little Orange suddenly sneezed. Who was thinking of me? Jiang Cha was left speechless in her fury. Gu Hanyin turned his head, stubbornly declaring, Jiangli, no matter what you think, I will not divorce. With that, he turned and walked away. Jiang Cha stared at Gu Hanyin's retreating figure, biting her lip in frustration. Why wouldn't he divorce her? What was so special about Jiangli? Shaking off her thoughts, she chose to ignore Jiangli and chased after him. Jiangli watched them, feeling a knot of unease in her heart. Emotions are always the most complicated to disentangle. Familial bonds and friendships are no different. As the workday concluded, Jiangli gathered her belongings when her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was her father. Dad, what's up? On the other end, her father said, I heard you're planning to divorce Xiaoyan. Jiangli replied, How did you find out? He responded, Xiaoyan is right here with me. That's not important. I called to inform you that as long as I do not consent, you shall not divorce. Dad, why don't you just live with him then? Jiangli shot back. Forget it. Just come home today, her father insisted. Go home? Chapter 32. Salary day. She had no intention of returning. Although her father treated her well, he sided with Gu Hanyin. He favored Gu Hanyin more than he did her. Despite the fact that he was merely Zhang's foster son, or rather, a benefactor. Dad, I'm quite busy. I want to be coming back, Jiangli responded. All right. You're a big shot now. Since you won't come to me, I will come to you. Just in time to experience the quirky amusement park, her father declared. She never expected her father to have such a childish side. Dad, I welcome you to the quirky amusement park, but it will have to wait until next month. Jiangli replied. Her father grew impatient. I am your father. Do I really need to wait in line? Jiangli explained. I need to renovate the amusement park. Fine. Her father conceded. He then returned to the topic of her divorce from Gu Hanyin, which Jiangli brushed off before promptly hanging up. After finishing work at the end of the month, Jiangli turned off her tablet and recalled the matter of the revenue. Little Pink Pig. How much revenue have we generated during this period? Little Pink Pig appeared in the air, revealing 2 large golden teeth and flapping its wings. Congratulations, host. The total revenue has reached 900,000. Jiangli was quite pleased upon hearing that figure. At that moment, she felt a sense of accomplishment, realizing that she had managed to earn such a substantial amount within a single month. Of course, she owed this success to Little Orange and Mo Xiaobai, and the assistance of their loyal companions. She retrieved her planner, resting her chin on her pen as she contemplated her next steps, subsequently jotting down the following. 1. Construct a botanical paradise. 2. Disperse salaries to Mo Xiaobai and Little Orange, possibly aiding Mo Xiaobai in purchasing supplies. 3. Repair common facilities in the amusement park. 4. Draw from mystery boxes to recruit employees from various dimensions and assist them in swiftly adapting to life in the amusement park. 5. Divorce suddenly. Jiangli crossed out the last item with her pen, only to scribble it down again next to it, then strike it out once more, creating a page filled with black marks of her indecision regarding divorce. Ultimately, she settled on writing it down. Afterward, she settled down with her tablet to draft the payroll, muttering, Mo Xiaobai, base salary 250, craftsmanship fee 200. Oh, and an additional 500 for the construction of the paradise, but that will have to be accounted for next month. Thus, his total salary for this month amounts to 450. Little Orange, with base salary, video earnings, overtime compensation, and additional tasks, after deducting social insurance and housing fund, totals around 10,000. Once she completed all of this, she tidied up and retired to bed. The generous Little Pink Pig granted everyone a half-day off in the morning. Jiangli carried a sumptuous breakfast into the amusement park, where Little Orange and Mo Xiaobai were already awaiting her arrival. Approaching them with a smile, she inquired, Did you come so early for your salaries? Little Orange replied cheerfully, If one is not proactive about receiving their wages, there must be something amiss in their mindset. Jiangli handed over the breakfast she had brought, suggesting, Let us discuss the matter of wages while we eat. Little Orange graciously accepted the plastic bag, expressing gratitude. Today's breakfast was exceptional, featuring chicken legs, wontons, pancakes, and even Lu's famous pancakes. Little Orange gazed at Jiangli in astonishment. Mo Xiaobai, standing nearby, remarked, Isn't it just a pancake? Why the surprise? Little Orange turned, exclaiming excitedly, It's Lu's pancakes. This is Lu's pancakes. What's the difference? Mo Xiaobai asked, puzzled. Lu's pancakes are extraordinarily delicious, superior to all others. However, they are also expensive and hard to come by. I've been tempted to buy them several times, but their price always deterred me. I never imagined Zhongli would treat us to such exquisite pancakes, Little Orange explained. Mo Xiaobai remained unconvinced. A pancake is just a pancake. How can there be distinctions of quality or price? Zhongli interjected. There will be another lavish feast at noon to reward you for your hard work during this time. Little Orange responded, with a celestial boss like you. Any amount of fatigue is worthwhile. As she spoke, she savored the pancake with delight. When they had almost finished their meal, Zhongli pulled out the payroll from her bag and handed it to them. Please check if there are any discrepancies. The moment Little Orange laid eyes on the payslip, the pancake in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. I thought it would only be around 5 or 6,000. I never expected it to be 10,000. Zhongli, could there be a misunderstanding? Or does it encompass the 5 insurances and 1 fund? Zhongli replied, it does not include the 5 insurances and 1 fund. This is your total salary for the month. Xiao Zhizi felt a twinge of embarrassment. So much, I'm not quite used to it. Zhongli provided an explanation. Xiao Zhizi scratched the back of her head, reflecting on how swiftly the month had passed, feeling as though she had accomplished little. To her surprise, she had indeed achieved so much. Zhongli nodded, her gaze drifting towards Mo Xiaobai in the distance. She had deliberately distanced Mo Xiaobai. If he were to learn of Xiao Zhizi's substantial earnings for the month, it would undoubtedly create an imbalance in his heart. Xiao Zhizi, it's best you keep your salary matters to yourself. Do not disclose it to any employees in the amusement park, or else there will be deductions, she admonished. Turning to Xiao Zhizi, having received her monthly salary, Xiao Zhizi refrained from further inquiries and readily agreed. You can stay and eat here. I will go check on Mo Xiaobai. With that, she picked up the remaining breakfast and walked away. Xiao Zhizi gazed at her pay slip, feeling elated. Together with the 20,000 from her live streaming, she had earned 30,000 in 1 month. In truth, she held high hopes for this amusement park. If things continued to progress in this manner, there would come a day when her monthly income could reach 100,000 or even beyond. If she persisted in this job, perhaps one day she could purchase her own small apartment in this precious piece of real estate. At that moment, she would finally have a home, one that belonged solely to her, where no one could evict her. Xiao Zhizi had always found the world to be peculiar. Despite the vast land area of 14.9 billion square kilometers, a girl could go her entire life without having a space to call her own. Not even 10 square meters. It was akin to duckweed, forever adrift without a place to rest. Of course, this excluded those parents who consider their daughters' futures and the women who have earned their own homes through hard work. Yet, these were merely the fortunate few, a statistical anomaly among the masses. Most girls ultimately remain without a home. The disparity between 14.9 billion square kilometers and 10 square meters is staggering. Though her lifespan may only extend to a little over 70 years, having a space that truly belongs to her is a worthy aspiration. She resolved to save diligently from this moment onward. Mo Xiaobai, holding 450 yuan in his hand, was so excited he could hardly speak. Is this the currency used here? Indeed, Zhongli felt a pang of guilt as she took out a blank sheet of paper from her pocket and handed it to him. This lists the supplies and their prices that may be needed in the apocalypse. Discuss with your father what you require and let me know tomorrow. I will assist you in procuring them. Mo Xiaobai smiled as he accepted the paper, tucking it into his pocket, and nodded. Chapter 33. The astonished Mo Xiaobai seized the plants in the afternoon. Jiang Li, citing the commencement of operations in the amusement park, instructed her to return home to work, with her salary remaining unchanged. Xiao Zhizi glanced at the salary displayed on the screen and quickly agreed. After her departure, the two of them entered work mode. Mo Xiaobai and Jiang Li stood before a vast pit, gazing at the desolate land before them. Sister Jiang, shall we commence our work here? Mo Xiaobai inquired, turning to observe Jiang Li, who was surveying the terrain. Jiang Li nodded, her gaze meeting his. Do you think 5,000 square meters is sufficient to create a botanical wonderland? She felt that this area might be somewhat inadequate. Although the peculiar amusement park facilities could not compare to those of other parks, they certainly occupied a larger expanse. According to the lawyer, the amusement park's land area was comparable to that of a small county. Jiang Li pondered why her mother had purchased such a large plot of land to construct a park with little potential for profit. Upon reflection, given her mother-esque nature, it was indeed plausible for her to undertake such a venture. She had always upheld a principle in her endeavors. Everything must be the best and the largest. 5,000 square meters is quite substantial, said Mo Xiaobai. Jiang Li agreed. All right, then it shall be 5,000 square meters. Mo Xiaobai crouched down, scooping a handful of soil and rubbing it between his fingers. Sister Jiang, although I possess wood-based abilities, I cannot conjure plants from thin air using just this soil. Fear not. I have long been prepared, Jiang Li replied with a slight smile. Mo Xiaobai stood up, casting his gaze around the empty surroundings, filled only with blue skies and barren land, alongside distant, indistinct structures. Where? He curiously asked Jiang Li. The sound of a truck echoed in the distance. Jiang Li looked over and smiled. It's here. The truck halted before them, and several individuals disembarked. A man wearing a hat approached Jiang Li, producing a list and addressing her. Hello, may I inquire if you're Ms. Jiang? Jiang Li nodded. That's me. The flowers you requested have arrived. Please sign for them. The man extended the list to her. Jiang Li took it and swiftly inscribed her name. The man tucked the list into his work uniform pocket, snapped his fingers, and the truck's container opened. Inside lay an array of flowers, a vibrant tapestry of colors amidst the greenery. Jiang Li displayed a calm demeanor upon seeing the flowers and plants, whereas Mo Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, these plants were absent in the post-apocalyptic world. The workers began unloading the cargo, and Mo Xiaobai eagerly approached to inspect the goods, stopping before a rose sapling, with Jiang Li following closely behind. The delicate red buds were nestled among the leaves, poised to bloom. The closer they got, the more the unique fragrance of the roses intensified. The petals, adorned with intricate patterns, had an indescribable tactile quality. What kind of flower is this? Mo Xiaobai turned to ask, his curiosity palpable. It's called a rose, Jiang Li replied. A rose? I believe I learned about this plant in history class, Mo Xiaobai recalled, overwhelmed with excitement, and impulsively plucked one, only to recoil with a sharp intake of breath as a thorn pricked his hand. Mo Xiaobai, roses have thorns, Jiang Li cautioned. I understand your excitement, but you should be more careful. Mo Xiaobai removed the thorn from his hand, rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish grin. This is my first encounter with such a plant. I got a bit too carried away. With a delicate motion, he brought the rose to his nose, inhaled its fragrance, and turned to Jiang Li with astonishment. This scent is exquisite, far more delightful than the air back home. After a brief pause, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, Sister Jiang, does this flower only come in one color? Jiang Li pondered momentarily before responding, not exactly. There are white ones too. As for other colors, I believe they're achieved by dyeing the petals with special pigments. Mo Xiaobai's fingers twitched slightly, and a verdant glow enveloped the rose. As the emerald light dissipated, the crimson blossom transformed into a mesmerizing shade of blue. Is this the kind you meant? He asked. Jiang Li stood transfixed. A blue rose? A pure blue rose. Not artificially dyed. Such a rarity was scarcely seen in the real world. To think Mo Xiaobai had conjured it effortlessly. Were he from this world, his creation of blue roses would undoubtedly make him world famous. A sudden premonition struck her. Imagine the awe these azure blossoms would inspire if displayed in an amusement park. Mo Xiaobai, I never imagined you possessed the ability to alter a plant's hue, she murmured, her gaze locked onto the cerulean bloom. With modest embarrassment, he smiled. It's nothing remarkable. I merely adjust certain elements within the plant, and the color changes accordingly. If he could turn roses blue, what other colors might he conjure? Eagerness colored her voice as she pressed. Besides blue, can you make it other colors too? Mo Xiaobai's lips curved upward, and the rose began its chromatic metamorphosis, shifting from blue to violet, then to pink, yellow, and finally emerald green. Jiang Li's mouth fell open in wonder. Mo Xiaobai, you're truly extraordinary. It's really nothing, he demurred, flushing slightly at the praise. Their secluded spot shielded them from prying eyes. The bustling crowd remained oblivious to the floral alchemy occurring in Mo Xiaobai's hands. Had they noticed, astonishment would surely have ensued. What plant is this? He inquired, holding the golden rose while his eyes wandered to a nearby shrub of sparse buds. That's a monthly rose, Jiang Li answered. And this one? His gaze alighted on another blossom, his curiosity insatiable. Hydrangea, she replied. He pointed ahead. And that? In this moment, Mo Xiaobai resembled an innocent child, his wonder at the world around him boundless. Patiently, Jiang Li identified each. Platycodon. That one? Francisca. And this? Gardenia. Time slipped by unnoticed. And soon the workday drew to a close. Jiang Li had answered every one of Mo Xiaobai's endless queries without complaint. Ms. Jiang, we've finished moving everything. We'll take our leave now, announced a man in overalls, approaching them. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Li expressed her gratitude, settling the final payment and additional labor fees via her phone. Originally, the movers weren't contracted to unload, but the persuasive power of currency had ensured their assistance. Otherwise, she and Imo Xiaobai would have been laboring indefinitely. Wait, that wasn't entirely accurate. Imo Xiaobai commanded an entourage of zombie followers. This expenditure might have been unnecessary. Oh well, what's done is done. After this group departed, several large trucks arrived, all laden with saplings. Jiang Li enlisted the aid of Imo Xiaobai's zombie sidekicks, and they quickly unloaded the saplings. Once everything was completed, it was time to clock out. Imo Xiaobai bid farewell to Jiang Li and vanished into the golden mist with his zombie companions. As Jiang Li gathered her belongings to leave, she unexpectedly encountered someone she wished to avoid. Meanwhile, Imo Xiaobai returned to the apocalypse and presented the meticulously prepared price list created by Jiang Li to Imo Xiangshang. As Imo Xiangshang inspected the items on the list, he was rendered speechless in astonishment. The resources in Jiang Li's world are so abundant. Imo Xiaobai cleared his throat and said, "Dad, stop being amazed over there. Let us discuss what we need to purchase." Yes, you're right, Imo Xiangshang responded, pointing at the words on the paper. First, we must buy rice seeds, $10 per pound, so let us get over 20 pounds. Vegetable seeds are also crucial. Let us allocate $100 for that. Corn seeds are $40 per kilogram. Let us get a bag. The remaining funds should be spent on seasonings, especially salt. Let us buy plenty of it so I can use it for trade. Imo Xiaobai nodded in agreement. However, he inquired, but why aren't you purchasing wheat seeds? Imo Xiangshang replied, as for flour, I still have no idea how to make it. It's just sitting there. Imo Xiaobai remarked, Dad, actually, flour can be used to create many delicious dishes. Imo Xiangshang met his gaze. The issue is, I don't know how to prepare it. Imo Xiaobai suggested. Then when Jiangje has some free time, I'll help you ask her. All right, Imo Xiangshang nodded. Jiang Li gazed at the impeccably dressed man before her, maintaining a cold demeanor, though her heart fluttered slightly. What brings you here? Gu Hanyan replied, I've come to take you home. Take her home? Would he really be so kind? I will not return to that house. Just tell me your intentions, Jiang Li stated. Since that incident, it seemed she could no longer communicate with Gu Hanyan properly. Gu Hanyan sighed. Ali, is it really your desire to divorce me? Jiang Li paused momentarily, her tone frosty. Yes, I will not divorce you. Gu Hanyan remained obstinate. Jiang Li coldly retorted, What? Are you afraid that you won't be able to maintain your position as president after the divorce? Gu Hanyan's expression darkened, suppressing his anger as he questioned her. Is this truly how you perceive me? Isn't it? Jiang Li countered. If it weren't for your presidential position, how could you have possibly married me? Enough. I do not wish to argue with you. The divorce is already set in stone, and I have already found a lawyer. Jiang Li declared as she brushed past him and left. Gu Hanyan stood there, his tall figure appearing somewhat solitary. His marriage to Jiang Li had never been motivated by her family's wealth. Yet, how could she not understand this? Once in the car, Jiang Li let out a sigh of relief. 2 months ago, when she spoke with Gu Hanyan, her voice was always soft and timid. However, now she dared to express herself with boldness, a feeling that was truly exhilarating. The following morning, Jiang Li entered the amusement park bearing breakfast, only to find a van parked in front of her. As the window descended, the man from the previous day, who had worn work trousers, revealed himself. Ms. Jiang, I have brought you the flower seeds you requested, he announced, presenting her with a list along with a pen. Please sign for the delivery. After signing, Jiang Chao watched as the man opened the trunk and unloaded a sack full of seeds. Once she had counted them, she turned to him and said, Thank you for your hard work. The man replied, You have purchased quite a number of plants from our store. This little task is no trouble at all. Once the man departed, Imo Xiaobai appeared from the mist, accompanied by his zombie-like sidekick. Noticing the sack on the ground, he inquired, What is this? Jiang Li responded, These are plant seeds. The bag was transparent, revealing the contents clearly within. Imo Xiaobai's eyes widened. With so many seeds, it must have cost a fortune. Jiang Li hesitated to disclose the amount spent, fearing it might upset him. To avoid any discord, she decided it was best to keep that information to herself. Handing him breakfast, she urged, Hurry and eat. We need to get to work afterward. She was eager to witness the transformation of the plant paradise. Imo Xiaobai accepted the breakfast with a thank you. Subsequently, the two of them sat on a platform, enjoying their meal under the setting sun. Imo Xiaobai, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up, I discussed with my father yesterday, and we've decided what to purchase. Jiang Li, having finished chewing her food, asked, What are you buying? He pulled out a piece of white paper from his pocket and handed it to her. This is the list my father prepared. Setting her food aside, Jiangli unfolded the paper to read. 20 pounds of rice seeds, 100 yuan worth of vegetable seeds, 1 kilogram of corn seeds, and a few seasonings, especially a substantial amount of salt. She folded the paper and tucked it into her pocket, assuring him, "No problem. I will go buy them after work." "Thank you, Sister Jiang." Mo Shabai expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "Compared to your contributions to the amusement park, this is but a trifle." He shyly scratched the back of his head. "Sister Jiang, I will work even harder from now on." Jiangli forced a smile, remaining silent. Each time she heard him say this, guilt washed over her. The value he generated for the amusement park far exceeded his current salary. She could not comprehend why the system was so miserly. "By the way, Sister Jiang, could you teach me how to make noodles? My father grinds the flour, but doesn't he know how to shape it, so it just sits there, going to waste." Mo Shabai's voice brought her back from her thoughts. "Well, when things aren't too busy, I can set up a phone in the amusement park for you. During your breaks, you can watch videos that explain everything clearly." Jiangli believed that professional tasks should be entrusted to experts or appropriate tools. "Are you suggesting a phone like yours?" Mo Shabai's eyes shimmered brightly as he pointed at the mobile phone beside her. Jiangli nodded in acknowledgement. "Then I must thank Sister Jiang," Mo Shabai exclaimed with enthusiasm. "It's a trivial matter," she modestly replied. After having breakfast, they arrived at the workplace on time, accompanied by a group of zombie minions and some plant seeds. Heading to the site of yesterday's construction. Thanks to Mo Shabai's precautions for the flowers and trees, they appeared as fresh as ever. Jiangli retrieved her tablet from her bag, opened the design draft, and handed it to Mo Shabai. He nodded and directed the zombies to transport the flowers and trees to their designated spots and plant them. The two engaged in discussion while the zombies busied themselves. Some lifting plants, others digging holes, and others planting. The scene was quite lively. Finally, all the plants were placed in their respective positions, and it was time for Mo Shaobai to take the stage. He and Jiangli proceeded to the planting area. "Let us begin," Jiangli said, seeing everything was prepared. She added a note of caution, "If you feel tired, take a break. We can take our time." Mo Shabai nodded in response, then looked at the saplings before him, extending his hand. A small green orb materialized in his palm. Moments later, the orb shot forth towards the saplings, enveloping them in green light, causing them to flourish and exceed the height of ordinary trees. "Is this enough?" he turned to ask Jiangli. "Bigger the better." She replied. "All right, step back. I'm going to exert my strength," Mo Shabai declared. Upon hearing this, Jiangli retreated a considerable distance to avoid any unintended harm. Mo Shaobai rotated his wrist, and the trees continued to grow, reaching skyward. "Is it done?" Chapter 35. The bamboo house adorned with roses. Jiangli gazed at the towering tree, her mouth agape in astonishment. "How tall?" she exclaimed, eyeing the massive trunk, which must have been at least 10 meters in diameter. "That's enough," Mo Shaobai said, finally pausing his actions as he heard her. They then moved on to other areas. Constructing the botanical wonderland was not a task to be completed in a day. Time flew, and half a month passed. The botanical paradise was nearing completion, with only some finishing touches remaining. Although it was not entirely finished, Jiangli was already captivated by the beauty of the place. She believed that the botanical wonderland would undoubtedly astonish many when completed. Jiangli brought breakfast to the amusement park, but could not find Mo Shabai. Thus, she headed to the botanical paradise, where he was hard at work, even though it was not yet time to start the day. "Mo Shaobai, why not eat breakfast before working?" she suggested. Upon hearing her, Mo Shaobai paused his work, walked over, and graciously accepted the breakfast from her hands, saying thank you. He opened the plastic bag and began munching on the pancake within. Noticing something else in Jiangli's hand, he inquired, "What do you have there?" Jiangli looked down to see a transparent plastic bag containing tender green bamboo shoots and a packet of rose seeds. During the construction of the botanical wonderland, Jiangli came to realize the formidable power of Mo Shaobai's wood-based abilities. Regardless of the plant, he could manipulate it entirely at will. For instance, the vines climbing up the towering trunks transformed into an incredibly sturdy staircase and terrace at Mo Shaobai's command. Standing at different heights offered a unique view of the botanical paradise and the distant scenery. There were corridors woven between trees with vines, as well as slides. If inflatable castles represent a child's playground, then the facilities crafted from verdant vines and majestic trees in the botanical wonderland are a playground exclusively for adults. She looked up and explained to Mo Shabai, "I wish to create a romantic hotspot with bamboo shoots and rose seeds." After conveying her thoughts to him, Mo Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhizi was at home working. However, the work was exceedingly easy, so much so that she felt a sense of guilt creeping in. As Jiang Li no longer called her to work at the amusement park, she felt as though mushrooms might sprout on her head, growing stale. She longed for work, a feeling she had never experienced so intensely before. Xiao Zhizi took out her phone, hoping to see if Jiang Li had sent her a message. Yet, there was none. At the peculiar amusement park, the two of them traversed through 2-meter-high rose bushes, arriving at the heart of the botanical wonderland. Jiang Li crouched down to plant the bamboo shoots, then stood up, clapping her hands, and saying to Mo Xiaobai, "We can begin now." Mo Xiaobai nodded and extended his hand, from which a green orb of light emerged, descending towards the bamboo shoots in the ground. Enveloped in the green light, the bamboo shoots thrived, shooting upwards at an astonishing speed. Although Jiang Li was accustomed to giant plants, the sight of the broad and towering bamboo left her in awe. "Can you create a hole in the bamboo?" She gestured towards it. "A hole?" Mo Xiaobai was somewhat taken aback, but complied nonetheless. When the hole was formed, he stood there in astonishment, turning to point at the bamboo and exclaiming, This bamboo is hollow." "Indeed, bamboo is inherently hollow," Jiang Li replied. The existence of hollow trees in this world was nothing short of miraculous. Mo Xiaobai trembled with excitement. If my father were to witness this, he would likely faint in astonishment. Jiang Li chuckled and said, "Let's hurry inside and work on other things." They then entered the bamboo. It was Jiang Li's first time inside a bamboo stalk, and she felt a surge of exhilaration. The inner walls of the bamboo were a warm orange hue, with a diameter of at least 20 meters and a height of 3 meters per section. "Are the nodes above sturdy?" she inquired of Mo Xiaobai. "Each layer can support at least 1,000 tons, he responded. Jiang Li calculated. 1,000 tons equated to 1 million kilograms, meaning it could bear the weight of 10,000 people if calculated at 100 kilograms each. Such remarkable strength. However, she did not intend to admit so many individuals at once. Whether for safety concerns or other considerations, there was a necessity to restrict the number of people. Jiang Li instructed Mo Xiaobai to connect each level with vine staircases and to open windows in the inner walls to facilitate air circulation. Subsequently, Mo Xiaobai scattered rose seeds along the walls and around the staircases, then urged them to grow with his spiritual power. The roses flourished rapidly, creating a breathtaking vista of vibrant red and lush green. These roses would bloom continuously or remain partially open, sustaining their beauty for at least 50 years. Given the numerous living quarters within the bamboo house, it could not be solely adorned in red. Thus, Jiang Li requested Mo Xiaobai to alternate colors on each level. With 50 layers of bamboo, there could be over 40 distinct hues. In the final layers, Jiang Li orchestrated a delightful melange of colors. Standing amidst the sea of blue blossoms in the bamboo house, Jiang Li felt an overwhelming sense of joy and contentment. This place, destined for wedding photography, promised to be exceedingly romantic. The creation of this botanical paradise had finally reached its conclusion. Jiang Li instructed Mo Xiaobai to return and rest for 3 days, with his wages remaining unchanged. Although just 3 days, she had tirelessly negotiated with the system to secure this time. As Mo Xiaobai prepared to leave, he paused, turned to her, and said, "Sister Jiang, about the supplies." It suddenly dawned on Jiang Li that she had yet to fulfill her promise to Mo Xiaobai, primarily due to her overwhelming busyness. "You should take a break at the amusement park for a while. I will fetch them for you," she offered. Mo Xiaobai nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, Jiang Li drove into the amusement park, where Mo Xiaobai and his zombie companion were already waiting, visibly eager. Jiang Li opened the trunk and stepped out of the car. Under Mo Xiaobai's direction, the zombies carried the supplies, disappearing into the golden mist. Mo Xiaobai and Jiang Li waved goodbye, their faces reflecting a hint of reluctance. "Sister Jiang, see you in 3 days," he called out. Jiang Li nodded as Mo Xiaobai leisurely made his way towards the mist. Suddenly, a zombie hand emerged from the luminous fog, gripping Mo Xiaobai's side and forcibly pulling him in. Jiang Li stood there, blinking in astonishment, watching the mist vanish before her eyes. Upon returning, Jiang Li initially intended to settle accounts, but was interrupted by a sudden phone call from Xiao Zhizi. "Jiang Li, when can I come to work? Do you so eagerly wish to return?" Jiang Li chuckled softly. "If I don't go back to work, I will start to mold," came Xiao Zhizi's plaintive voice from the other end. Jiang Li pondered for a moment. With the botanical paradise completed, it was time to shoot some promotional materials. It was also Xiao Zhizi's moment to shine. "Xiao Zhizi, You are to arrive punctually for work tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Juzi responded with excitement. Wonderful. Meanwhile, Imo Xiaobai returned to the apocalyptic world, where Imo Xiangshang was already waiting. Chapter 36. The whole village mobilizes to plant vegetables, however, this time. It was not only Imo Xiangshang, but the entire village's residents who were involved. They gazed intently at Imo Xiaobai, their eyes brimming with hope. Did we acquire the supplies today? Imo Xiangshang inquired eagerly. This question was posed by his father daily, as if fearing the possibility of failing to secure the necessary provisions. Yes, they are all there, Imo Xiaobai replied, his gaze fixed upon the zombies. Imo Xiangshang's eyes sparkled as he pushed his father aside, rushing towards the zombies. Imo Xiaobai stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He found his father's behavior quite perplexing. Imo Xiangshang seized a large plastic bag from the hands of a zombie, impatiently untying it to reveal an assortment of plastic bags adorned with vegetable designs. Looking up, he noted that there were indeed double the amount from before. We've struck it rich this time, he exclaimed, tossing the plastic bag into the air with exuberance. The seed packets fell, landing on him and scattering to the ground. Imo Xiangshang remained unfazed, wearing a look of sheer delight. The villagers around them watched eagerly, murmuring amongst themselves. So many seeds. We are truly fortunate this time. I wonder if we might get a few more tomatoes. Even just one extra would suffice. The taste of the last tomatoes still lingers in my memory. They speculated on how envious others would be if they knew of their bounty, believing that even the leaders could not enjoy such delicacies. Indeed, only we possess such delectable food, they affirmed. Once regaining his composure, Imo Xiangshang turned to the villagers, raising his voice theatrically. Tomorrow, anyone who works in the fields will receive 2 tomatoes and 1 cucumber. The villagers, upon hearing this, clenched their fists in excitement. Additionally, Imo Xiangshang continued, the villagers holding their breath, their eyes fixed upon him in anticipation. Each person will also receive a bowl of rice. The villagers erupted in joy, their enthusiasm reaching fervent heights. And, Imo Xiangshang added, pausing momentarily, causing their hearts to race. Half a lettuce. The villagers were utterly ecstatic. Some elderly individuals, overwhelmed by the excitement, fainted on the spot. Imo Xiangshang quickly attended to those who had collapsed. Goodness, with so much food this time, I must go too, exclaimed one. Me too. The village chief is truly remarkable. Hearing the praise from the crowd filled Imo Xiangshang with delight, while Imo Xiaobai, resting his forehead in exasperation, reflected on his father's antics. The following day, a voice echoed from a window of a nearby building. Mom, I'm off to school. A young boy, backpack slung over his shoulder, was about to step outside when his mother caught him by the collar. School? No. You're coming with me to the fields to help out. We can gather more supplies. Huh. The boy stared at her, bewildered. What do you mean? Hurry up and put that old backpack down. Come with me. His mother urged impatiently. But Mom, didn't you say I should focus on my studies and strive for excellence every day? The boy quietly questioned. The importance of dining surpasses that of attending school. The boy's mother rolled her eyes, regarding her son with an expression of incredulity. The young lad was perplexed, for his mother had been incessantly urging him to excel in his studies. Noticing his lack of action, she swiftly seized his backpack and, grasping his hand, rushed him towards the door, as if fearing a loss. From another window, a quarreling couple paused their dispute upon hearing the sounds of people heading towards the fields, and, in perfect synchrony, began to tidy up their belongings and exited together. An elderly woman, unsteady in her wheelchair, overheard passers-by discussing the prospect of food in the fields, and immediately rose from her seat, darting away with the swiftness of the wind. Bystanders were astonished. Wasn't she confined to a wheelchair due to her leg troubles? How could she stand, and even run? Indeed, her speed rivaled that of the youth among them. The allure of food had clearly invigorated her, prompting others to hasten their steps, lest they find themselves without. In the vast expanse of barren land, villagers stood in anticipation, waiting for a cue from Imo Xiangshang. Upon witnessing the multitude gathered, Imo Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. The entire village had mobilized. Wait a moment, wasn't that elderly woman in a wheelchair? It seemed that the quest for sustenance had compelled her to exert herself. Imo Xiangshang took up a megaphone and commenced an official address, following which he assigned tasks to several elders for the villagers. Subsequently, the villagers sprang into action. Some tilled the land, others planted vegetables, while some tended to irrigation, creating a scene that was both industrious and harmonious. Meanwhile, others were diligently preparing rice. With a collective effort, within a mere morning, The barren land transformed into fertile fields abundant with heavy harvests. Observing this transformation, Imo Xiaobai felt a tinge of astonishment. In just a few hours, the once desolate terrain blossomed into a verdant expanse laden with bountiful crops, evoking a profound sense of accomplishment. At that moment, the villagers, himself included, were enveloped in a sea of green. Various vegetables flourished around them: romaine lettuce, rapeseed, chives, and olives, interspersed with vibrant hues. The red of ripe tomatoes, the purple of eggplants, and the green of peppers adorned the landscape, while in the distance, golden fields of ripened rice swayed gently, a hue unique to their maturity. What are these plants? I don't think I've seen them before. A child's voice broke through his reverie. The child dashed into a cornfield brimming with plump ears of corn, placing a hand to his lips, wide-eyed with curiosity. The yellowing corn stalks stood tall, each bearing husky, tufted fruits. This is corn, a delightful treat, he explained to the child as he approached, plucking an ear and peeling back its husk to reveal the golden kernels within. The villagers, unfamiliar with this delicacy, gazed on with eager anticipation, swallowing their saliva in longing. Imo Xiang took a bite and promptly spat it onto the ground. Although the flavor was pleasant, it seemed rather unremarkable. Upon hearing his assessment, Imo Xiaobai shook his head and chuckled. Dad, corn needs to be cooked. How about this? I will take a few people back to prepare enough corn for everyone, while you and the others gather the supplies. Imo Xiang did not wish his son to overexert himself, for the prosperity they now enjoyed in their village was a result of his tireless labor. Imo Xiaobai, accompanied by several individuals, ventured inside to gather the corn. Imo Xiang encouraged the villagers, everyone, let us get moving. Once we finish gathering, I'll treat you all to some corn. A voice inquired, what about the previous supplies? Yes, Imo Xiang replied. Upon hearing this, the villagers were invigorated, eagerly returning to their tasks. As Imo Xiaobai was about to depart, Imo Xiang called him back. Chapter 37. Is this a paradise? What is the matter, Dad? Imo Xiaobai asked. Imo Xiang stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder with concern. After you return, rest at home. Don't come back. You need to recuperate. All right. Imo Xiaobai nodded, as he had not intended to return anyway. During this period, he had expended considerable energy and truly needed some rest. Inside the building, Imo Xiang distributed food to the villagers, their faces brimming with joy. A toddler clutched a large head of lettuce, using the vibrant green as a shield for her chubby little body. All right, everyone may leave now. Imo Xiang completely forgot about the corn. The crowd gazed at him eagerly, showing no inclination to depart. A little girl, holding her lettuce, approached and tugged at Imo Xiang's pant leg, looking up with her round, glistening eyes, her teeth slightly exposed, and said sweetly, Village Chief, corn. Imo Xiang's expression darkened. Auntie. He gently patted the girl's head and turned to the villagers. I see now why you're not leaving. You're all thinking about the corn. Dad, let everyone line up for the corn. Imo Xiaobai urged as he and 3 or 4 others pushed 2 large iron buckets forward. Imo Xiang complied. Imo Xiaobai turned and instructed someone to lift the iron lid. As the lid was removed, the alluring aroma of sweet corn wafted into the air, rich and fragrant. The villagers inhaled deeply, their mouths watering as they fixated on the large iron pot. A fire elemental ability user retrieved the corn, which gleamed golden, with each kernel plump and inviting. The anticipation of tasting it was overwhelming. Without hesitation, the villagers reached out for the corn, unconcerned about its scalding temperature. To those who had endured the apocalypse, such heat was trivial. A middle-aged man gazed at the corn in his hands as if it were a rare treasure, saliva nearly escaping his lips. Yet he merely smacked his lips, reluctant to take a bite. Ultimately, unable to resist, he plucked a yellow kernel tinged with white, placed it in his mouth, and upon chewing, his eyes widened in delight. So delicious, it's simply exquisite. Some villagers, inspired by his words, eagerly began to devour the corn in their hands. For the majority, they have long indulged in their meals with great enthusiasm. The children, with their small hands, clutched large ears of corn, nibbling away, their mouths smeared with corn silk and kernels. The villagers, while eating, expressed their sentiments. Is this corn? It is simply exquisite, they exclaimed. Sweet, sticky, and fragrant. Who would have thought such deliciousness existed in this world? I felt as though I were nearly buried in the earth. Yet it was my first encounter with such a delectable treat. If people from elsewhere were to learn of this, they would surely be envious and excited. Why has it vanished so quickly? I have not yet had my fill. I echoed. Indeed, if only one day I could have an endless supply of corn. I fervently wished. A day like that would surely come. Mo Xiaobai munched on the corn, silently making a vow in his heart. Mo Xiangxiang, also enjoying the corn, pulled him aside and inquired about the flower situation. Mo Xiaobai nodded in response. With a sigh, Mo Xiangxiang spoke. It seems the matter of the flower is somewhat troublesome. He looked up and said to Mo Xiaobai, let's set aside the flower for now. When work resumes, you can ask Sister Jiang if there's a straightforward way to process the greens for consumption. All right, I understand, Mo Xiaobai replied, nodding. Meanwhile, Jiangli stood before the entrance of a peculiar amusement park, holding a rolled-up paper toward the sun. The warm and gentle sunlight streamed through the tube and into her eyes, dazzling and unique. Originally, she had arranged to come to work with Xiao Juji yesterday, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it was postponed until today. Jiangli, she looked up to see Xiao Juji, dressed in a white shirt, denim jeans, and white shoes, sporting a canvas bag on her back, exuding youth and vibrancy. On her other shoulder, she carried a camera. Good morning. Jiang Li handed breakfast to Xiao Juji, who expressed her gratitude. The two sat on a platform, silently munching on their food. Xiao Juji turned to her and asked, Jiang Li, you asked me to come shoot some material, but the amusement park is closed. What am I supposed to film? Jiang Li smiled at her, playfully withholding the details. You'll find out soon enough. When Xiao Juji arrived at the entrance of the plant wonderland and gazed at the vast array of bizarre greenery, her jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The exaggerated trees, towering plants, and vines with a diameter of about 2 meters. Was she not traversing through time? But wait. She had been here before, and it was a desolate landscape. Yet, scarcely half a month had passed, and so many peculiar plants had sprung up, it was simply uncanny. These plants? She blinked in bewilderment, questioning Xiao Juji. Jiang Li had no intention of revealing the truth, so she fabricated an excuse. This is the plant wonderland I created, costing nearly $1 billion. In reality, including Mo Xiaobai's labor costs, she had spent less than 100,000. Moreover, spending $1 billion was impossible, as the system mandated that the facilities within the amusement park could only be funded by the profits earned from its operations. Up to this point, she had only accumulated 900,000. Xiao Juji was astonished. $1 billion? Jiang Li, you were truly wealthy. Not really, Jiang Li modestly replied. Little Orange suddenly fell silent. All right, let us commence our work, Jiang Li urged eagerly. At the entrance of the botanical paradise stood an archway formed by twisting vines, adorned with climbing roses in hues of yellow, pink, and red, each vying for attention. My goodness, this entrance is simply exquisite. Tourists gathered here to capture the moment, ensuring stunning photographs. Little Orange retrieved her camera from her white canvas bag, seeking an appealing angle for a shot. After completing this task, she followed Jiang Li into the botanical wonderland. Before her unfolded a sprawling rose garden. Countless single-stemmed roses shot up from the ground, as robust as trees, their enormous blooms large enough to shelter 4 or 5 people from the rain. What astonished her further was the sight of these colossal roses in an unexpected blue hue. Bathed in sunlight, the petals shimmered, their intricate patterns vividly discernible. Blue roses, are you joking? Beside the rose trees lay layers of roses in various colors, blue, pink, white, and yellow. Alongside the roses, there were gardenias and hydrangeas, many of which she could not name, yet their beauty captivated her. Are these flowers real? Little Orange's doubt stemmed entirely from the fact that these blossoms surpassed her understanding. She approached, and the mingling fragrances of roses and other flowers enveloped her senses. Refreshing and invigorating. She plucked a blue rose, momentarily stunned. It's truly a blue rose. But how could this be? Although blue roses are a known variety, they are typically dyed from white roses. In reality, blue roses do not exist in nature. Yet here she was, witnessing them in this whimsical amusement park. As Little Orange strolled, capturing the breathtaking scenery with her camera, she found herself unable to close her mouth in awe. Is this a fairyland? She mused. Jiang Li chuckled softly. We've only just begun. Let us continue. Chapter 38. Little Orange, continuously amazed traversing the rose garden, Little Orange was once again struck by wonder. In an expanse of nearly 500 square meters, a grand slide intertwined with towering trees and vines awaited, featuring spiral designs and steep drops in myriad shapes. There were also trampolines crafted from plants, along with seesaws and swings, common playground fixtures. Yet here they evoked a sense of artistry and beauty, no matter how one photographed them. The scenes were guaranteed to be picturesque. Would you like to try playing on them? Jiang Li inquired. Those slides are commonplace. This grand and dreamlike version was nearly unique. While unsuitable for children, it was perfect for an adult like her. Little Orange nodded vigorously. You go play. I will film you, Jiangli offered. The footage needed not only the structures, but also interactions between people and the installations to add depth to the video. Without hesitation, Little Orange shed her burdens and ascended the vine-laden staircase like a child. In Jiang Li's viewfinder, Little Orange gleefully slid down the vine slide, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Such a smile is typically only seen on the faces of children. For young individuals burdened by stress, such expressions remain a relic of their childhood. The original texture and material of the vines could not possibly be fashioned into a slide. However, Mo Xiaobai ingeniously restructured the plants. Not only does it allow for sliding, but it also reduces friction, preventing discomfort upon descent. Little Orange appeared utterly captivated, incessantly playing on the slide and the swing. The swing could elevate one to great heights, yet thanks to Mo Xiaobai's thoughtful modifications, there was no fear of falling. Little Orange, it is time for us to move on to the next destination, Jiangli sighed, offering a gentle reminder. Upon hearing this, Little Orange reluctantly departed. Glancing back multiple times at the slide and swing, the two stood atop the giant tree, gazing down at the botanical wonderland below. Wow! The view of the botanical paradise from here is simply breathtaking. Look at that sea of blue roses. She recorded a video, marveling at the extraordinary beauty she was witnessing in her lifetime. If she were to share this video on her account, it would undoubtedly attract numerous visitors. Little Orange directed the camera towards other areas, where corridors formed by vines intertwined between the trees, flanked by hydrangeas. These hydrangeas soared at least 2 meters high. Behind them flourished a myriad of flowers, all thriving in the surroundings. Overhead, clusters of wisteria dangled gracefully. Enchanted by such a dreamlike landscape, Little Orange found herself unwilling to leave. After nearly exploring every corner of the botanical wonderland, the two arrived at their final destination, the Rose Bamboo Pavilion. Little Orange recorded every moment, her excitement unwavering. She stood before the window, gazing at the clouds outside, reaching out to touch them. The misty substance enveloped her hand, creating a peculiar sensation. After a day immersed in the botanical paradise, no, it was more like a day of play, Little Orange exclaimed before departing, Jiangli. I can hardly wait to edit the video when I return home. I'll show it to you tomorrow. Jiangli replied with a smile, after work. You should focus on your own projects and not dwell on work. Little Orange waved her hand dismissively. No, I am bursting with inspiration. I must edit the video as soon as I get home. Very well, Jiangli conceded. Until tomorrow, then. With that, Little Orange eagerly shouldered her bag and left. Upon returning home after work, Jiangli retrieved her notebook, pen in hand, scribbling notes as she murmured to herself. The construction of the botanical paradise was complete. The payroll had been processed, and next on her agenda was the repair of the amusement facilities and the hiring of staff. Wait. She seemed to have forgotten something, the arrangement for the zombies. In fact, she had previously contemplated this idea. Almost every amusement park features a haunted house, which is quite common. But she had never heard of a park with a zombie house. A zombie house combined with some escape room concepts would be simply phenomenal. She eagerly pulled out her tablet, opened the design plans for the haunted house, and began to make modifications and sketches. When she grew weary of revisions, she picked up her phone to search for escape room scripts, yet none satisfied her. Recalling the idle conversations with Mo Xiaobai about zombies and human history, she resolved to write one herself. The next day, Jiangli arrived at the whimsical amusement park before Xiao Juzi, seated at the ticket booth. She nibbled on breakfast while calling the maintenance crew for the rides. As she hung up, Xiao Juzi appeared at the window, tapping lightly. Jiangli waved her in. The two settled on the sofa around a small coffee table, sharing breakfast. Between bites, Xiao Juzi asked, Jiangli, I've finished editing the video. Want to see? Swallowing her food, Jiangli nodded. Of course. Xiao Juzi set down her pancake, unlocked her phone, and handed it over. Jiangli lowered her gaze as a dreamlike sequence unfolded, a mere minute-long clip capturing the ethereal beauty of the botanical wonderland. Undeniably, Xiao Juzi's skills were impeccable. Oh, and there's more. Xiao Juzi swiped further, revealing a gallery of breathtaking stills from the scenery. Jiangli looked up, lavish in her praise. Your photography is extraordinary. It's a shame you're not a professional. Xiao Juzi demurred. It's nothing special. The scenery here just makes it easy. Don't say that, Jiangli replied. Slightly abashed. The two exchanged modest compliments while Xiao Juzi uploaded the video to their account. Now, they wait for the view count. By the way, where's Moshe these days? Xiao Juzi glanced around. Jiangli explained, he has been working hard, so I gave him some time off. I see. Xiao Juzi mumbled through a bite of pancake. Xiao Juzi, have you ever played an escape room? Jiangli ventured. Sure. Why? Jiangli shared her idea. Xiao Juzi immediately flashed a thumbs up. Jiangli, you're brilliant. Turning the haunted house into a zombie escape? Genius. Jiangli hesitated. I'm not sure if it'll work. Xiao Juzi slammed the table, her gaze unwavering. It will work. Jiangli chuckled. Munching on her pancake, Xiao Juzi added, Jiangli, can I read your story? Maybe I can help refine it. After all, I'm a seasoned player. Of course. Jiangli pulled out her phone and sent the document over. Xiao Juzi sipped her soy milk, eyes glued to the screen. Jiangli, this is fantastic. Way more engaging than any I've played. But then she lowered the cup. Meeting Jiangli's gaze. But what? Jiangli blinked. The script needs to align with the actual space, Xiao Juzi pointed out. Then let us check it out after breakfast, Jiangli suggested. Deal. Xiao Juzi made an okay gesture and resumed eating. At this moment, Jiangli's phone rang. Chapter 39. The cost of repairs is astronomical. Jiangli answered the call. It was the construction team, informing her that they had arrived at the entrance. After hanging up, she exchanged a few words with Xiao Juzi and hurriedly departed. In the peculiar amusement park, Jiangli accompanied the maintenance crew to inspect all the facilities. The technician remarked that to restore everything to proper working order, it would require at least 10 million. Jiangli stood frozen in place. Is the cost of repairs truly this exorbitant? The technician elaborated, the Ferris wheel, the swinging pendulum, and the roller coaster have all fallen into disrepair due to age. Some are no longer operational, and the materials that need replacement must be of the highest quality to ensure the safety of the patrons. Jiangli found the technician's reasoning compelling, yet the dilemma remained. She did not possess such substantial funds. It wasn't that she lacked money entirely, but her revenue barely covered even 110 of the repair costs. She glanced around, her gaze landing on the carousel. Although she could not afford to repair the larger attractions, perhaps the smaller rides would not be as costly. Technician, how much would it cost to repair simpler attractions like the carousel or bumper cars? The technician surveyed the surroundings. Approximately 100,000. What? 100,000? For just a few simple rides? Jiangli was taken aback by the exorbitant expenses involved in repairs. She had anticipated that the maintenance cost would at most amount to 10,000, not a staggering 100,000. She attempted to negotiate with the technician. These rides are quite simple. Can't the repair costs be reduced? The technician's eyes darted around, and after a moment, he replied, then how about 90,000? Jiangli shook her head. That still exceeds my budget. What amount do you intend to offer? The technician inquired. Jiangli, with determination in her eyes, gestured with her hand to indicate 1,000. The technician asked. She nodded. That is far too little, he exclaimed, visibly displeased, his brow furrowing tightly. Forget it. I will not undertake the repairs. You may find someone else, he stated, leaving with a huff. Before departing, he muttered curses, expressing frustration at the waste of time. Had she perhaps overstepped? Jiangli heard his words keenly, pondering them in her heart. Xiao Juzi approached, noticing her despondency, and inquired with concern, Jiangli, what is troubling you? Jiangli recounted the earlier events, and Xiao Juzi offered her words of comfort, advising her not to let the opinions or words of others dampen her spirits, for it was not worth the distress. What shall we do next? Should we continue searching for a maintenance technician? Xiao Juzi asked. Jiangli had initially intended to pursue the technician further, but a sudden thought crossed her mind. Mo Xiaobai had previously brought back advanced technology from the apocalypse to control zombies. Clearly, the technology there was highly developed. Perhaps there existed some form of high-tech solution capable of repairing the amusement park attractions. Regardless, Mo Xiaobai had previously mentioned that she could reach out to him whenever she had any technological needs. Once he commenced work, she would inquire further. This could indeed save a substantial amount of expenses. She glanced at Little Orange and shook her head. Never mind. Little Orange nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the botanical wonderland in place, the maintenance of these commonplace facilities seemed rather inconsequential. Since you have finished your breakfast, let us venture to the haunted house, Jiangli proposed. Sounds great. Little Orange nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, the two made their way to the haunted house, tirelessly revising the design drafts based on the story and conditions for the entire morning. In the afternoon, Jiang Li led the team to refurbish the haunted house, completing the task in less than a day. Truth be told, there was little to repair. It merely required the addition of a few props. The afternoon before the grand opening, everything that needed preparation was in place, and the amusement park was set to open its doors the following day. The thought filled her with excitement. Standing before the chalkboard, Jiang Li took out a piece of chalk and wrote, "Effective immediately. Amusement park ticket prices are restored to their original price of 100 yuan per person. Additional fees apply for other attractions. Current featured attractions, Botanical Wonderland and Zombie Escape Room." Discarding the chalk, she dusted off her hands, confident that the Botanical Wonderland would undoubtedly draw a large influx of visitors. Little Orange dashed over, exclaiming, "Jiang Li, the view count for our amusement park video has surpassed 200,000. Jiang Li was equally thrilled. Within less than 2 days since the video's release, such a vast audience had tuned in. Indeed, her Botanical Wonderland possessed an undeniable allure, thanks in no small part to Little Orange's exceptional filming. She eagerly pulled out her phone to check the number of ticket bookings. However, upon seeing the booking count, she stood there in shock. Despite 200,000 views, fewer than 10 had made reservations. Scrolling through the comments, she discovered that those who had booked were all drawn to the zombie escape room. How could this be? Was her Botanical Wonderland truly so lacking? What's wrong, Jiang Li? Little Orange inquired with concern. Jiang Li sighed and handed her the phone, expressing her dismay. "Little Orange, do you think my Botanical Wonderland is really that disappointing?" Little Orange beamed a sunshine-like smile, offering comfort. "Not at all. The Botanical Wonderland you created is the most beautiful place I have ever seen. Even on a global scale, it is one of a kind. The reason no one has booked yet must be that they are waiting for the opening. Tomorrow, the amusement park will undoubtedly be packed." Jiang Li felt her spirits lift with Little Orange's reassurance. Such a dreamlike Botanical Wonderland could not possibly fail to attract visitors. "Jiang Li, I'm heading back now. See you tomorrow." Little Orange waved goodbye. "See you tomorrow," Jiang Li replied. She stood before the chalkboard as the setting sun bathed it in a golden glow. Tomorrow, the park would surely be bustling with guests. She began to envision the next day. The following morning, Jiang Li, as usual, carried breakfast to the strange and wonderful amusement park. "Sister Jiang." Mo Xiaobai greeted her with a smile, his back to the sunlight. A group of zombie followers trailing behind him. Jiang Li suddenly realized how much Mo Xiaobai had changed. Before, he had always carried a gloomy demeanor. His frame as gaunt as a skeleton. Now, he seemed much brighter. At the very least, he smiled more often. His face had filled out, though not in an unflattering way. He had grown even more handsome. Does this amusement park have the power to transform people for the better? She wondered. Mo Xiaobai, good morning. Jiang Li approached and handed him the breakfast. Mo Xiaobai accepted it with a word of thanks, then said, "Sister Jiang, let's find a place to sit and eat together. There are some things I'd like to ask you." Jiang Li nodded. Coincidentally, she also had matters to discuss with him. The two settled on the familiar platform, eating in silence as the air grew uncomfortably still. Jiang Li was the first to break it. Mo Xiaobai, what did you want to ask me? Chapter 40. High video views, but no visitors. Mo Xiaobai swallowed his food before speaking. "Sister Jiang, my father asked me to inquire. Is there a simple way to prepare green vegetables so they're ready to eat?" Jiang Li had expected something far more troublesome. Instead, the question was surprisingly straightforward. "It's quite simple. Just boil them," she replied. "Boil?" Mo Xiaobai looked uncertain. Patiently, Jiang Li explained, "Just like cooking rice. Cut the vegetables into small pieces, place them in a pot with water, add a little salt and chili powder, then boil for about 10 minutes. The key is to use minimal seasoning." "That's simple?" Mo Xiaobai seemed incredulous. "Yes, it's the easiest method," Jiang Li confirmed. "Good. I'll tell my father when I return," he said before resuming his meal. "Mo Xiaobai, there's something I might need your help with," Jiang Li ventured hesitantly. "Sister Jiang, go ahead," Mo Xiaobai responded without hesitation. Jiang Li outlined her situation. "So, you're looking for technology that can repair amusement park facilities?" Mo Xiaobai quickly grasped her meaning. Jiang Li nodded. "No problem." Mo Xiaobai agreed instantly. "Thank you." Jiang Li suppressed her excitement at the prospect. "Sister Jiang, there's no need for formalities. You've helped me so much. This is nothing in comparison." Mo Xiaobai rubbed the back of his head, grinning like the epitome of a radiant young man. "What are you two talking about?" Xiaozhi suddenly popped up behind them, startling them both. Jiang Li pressed a hand to her racing heart and turned to Xiaozhi. "Nothing much, just casual conversation." As she spoke, She handed Xiao Juzi the remaining breakfast. Little Orange accepted the breakfast, settling beside Ginger Pear, nibbling on a bun, and remarked, "Ginger Pear, once we finish our meal, shouldn't we take everyone to acclimate to the zombie house escape room?" "Oh, how could I have forgotten about that?" Ginger Pear suddenly recalled the matter. "An escape room?" Mo Xiaobai listened with a puzzled expression. "What is that?" Little Orange's gaze traversed past Ginger Pear, and she proceeded to explain. "It sounds quite intriguing." Mo Xiaobai appeared hopeful. "Little Orange, after work, you should take them to get accustomed, while I will remain at the ticket booth awaiting the arrival of visitors. Once Mo Xiaobai and the others are sufficiently acclimated, you can keep an eye on the botanical wonderland." Little Orange smiled and gestured in acknowledgement. "Speaking of the ticket booth," Ginger Pear suddenly inquired, "were there many people at the ticket booth when you arrived?" Little Orange shook her head. "Not many at all. However, this is quite normal, so you need not worry too much." Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, Ginger Pear's heart sank. She had fretted for over half a month. And yet here she was, always anxious about events that had yet to transpire. When work hours commenced, Little Orange led Mo Xiaobai and the others to the zombie house, while Ginger Pear proceeded to the ticket booth. She sat upright in her chair, gazing out the window, filled with anticipation for the arrival of visitors. Half an hour passed with no visitors. An hour went by, and still no one came. Ginger Pear's expression grew increasingly dim. Throughout the morning, apart from the 5 who had booked tickets the day prior, there were no other guests. The afternoon brought even more dismal circumstances to the ticket booth. Ginger Pear sat there, bored, for the entire afternoon. She opened her phone to find that the views on her video had surpassed 500,000. The video had garnered numerous views, yet there were no visitors. As for online ticket purchases, they were lamentably scarce, even when there were. It was solely due to the zombie house escape room. Why could this be? Ginger Pear pondered in confusion. When Mo Xiaobai returned from work, Little Orange and Ginger Pear sat on the small sofa, analyzing the situation. Ginger Pear wore a forlorn expression. Could it be that all my efforts have been in vain? If I had known, I wouldn't have made unnecessary changes. Little Orange offered her comfort. Ginger Pear, do not lose heart. The video for Botanical Wonderland has indeed reached 500,000 views. How could your efforts be in vain? Then why are there no visitors? Ginger Pear asked despondently. Little Orange contemplated. It must be due to other reasons. What other reasons could there be? Ginger Pear sighed. Shall we check the comments section for answers? Little Orange suggested. I suppose that is all we can do. Ginger Pear sighed once more. They opened the comments section. Wow, this place is stunning, so dreamy, as beautiful as a wonderland. Does such a magnificent place truly exist? If there were such a place, I would certainly visit. This location would be perfect for photography. This video evokes a tangible representation of the fairy tales I cherished in my childhood. I have watched it no less than 20 times. Each frame is exquisite and immensely soothing. If one could immerse themselves in such a scene, I dare say all worries would be forgotten. The comments are overwhelmingly laudatory, with very few disparaging remarks. Yet, why are there no visitors? Jiang Li, upon reflection, it is evidently not an issue concerning the Botanical Wonderland. Xiao Juzi, seemingly deep in thought, continues to scroll through her feed. Jiang Li, I have discovered the reason, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. What? Jiang Li, startled by her sudden outburst, wore a perplexed expression. Look at this. Xiao Juzi pointed downwards, and Jiang Li followed her gaze. This video is truly enchanting, but alas, it is synthesized. She scrolled through a few more posts. What use is an entire promotional video for the quirky amusement park? If they have the capability, they should create something real. This is clearly a gimmick to attract visitors to their amusement park. It seems they have nothing of substance to offer, resorting to such tactics. One must wonder what the owner of the quirky amusement park is thinking. The previous immersive experiences in the zombie apocalypse versions 10 and 20 were quite well executed. Why halt that? We were originally planning a team-building event there. But now, with no facilities, what could possibly be enjoyable? Is this amusement park attempting innovation? Yet, it pales in comparison to the past. At least then, it was genuine. If only the quirky amusement park were real, I would certainly want to visit. Jiang Li nearly read through all the comments and seemed to grasp where the issue lay. Jiang Li, I understand the problem now, Xiao Juzi interjected eagerly. They do not believe in the existence of such a fantastical place and even assume it is fabricated. Jiang Li shared this sentiment. Xiao Juzi sighed. It appears that being too fantastical can be detrimental. She then suggested to Jiang Li, perhaps we should issue a statement to clarify. Jiang Li shook her head. A clarification is unlikely to attract visitors. What should we do then? Xiao Zhizi inquired. Live stream. Jiang Li articulated slowly, enunciating each word. Live stream? Xiao Zhizi's expression mirrored her confusion. In Chapter 41, Cried Over Vegetables, Jiang Li explained further, and Xiao Zhizi nodded in agreement. This idea sounds promising. Let us proceed with it tomorrow. All right, Jiang Li affirmed. In a post-apocalyptic setting, Mo Xiaobai entered the room, greeted by Mo Xiangshang, who approached him eagerly. How did it go? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Mo Xiaobai recounted Jiang Li's words verbatim. I will try it right away. Mo Xiangshang turned urgently, heading deeper into the room. Wait a moment. Mo Xiaobai swiftly grasped his rough, calloused hand. What is it? Mo Xiangshang turned back, his tone animated. Father, Jiang Jie desires high-tech solutions capable of repairing amusement facilities. Can you procure them? Mo Xiaobai inquired. Amusement facilities? What are you talking about? Mo Xiangshang's face was a picture of confusion. Mo Xiaobai listened intently as Mo Xiangshang spoke, his brow furrowed in confusion, as if he could crush a fly with it. He raised his hand to signal Mo Xiaobai, expressing his bewilderment. I fail to comprehend what you are saying. Ultimately, are you not merely referring to the advanced technology needed to repair the device? Mo Xiaobai opened his mouth, pondering the matter. Surprisingly, it seemed to be just that. So, does such technology exist? He inquired, fixing his gaze upon Mo Xiangshang. I'll consult with the psychics in this field and inform you if I uncover any information. Mo Xiangshang replied. Mo Xiaobai nodded in agreement. You little rascal, do you have any further questions? If not, I must return to my cooking, Mo Xiangshang urged with urgency. Seeing his demeanor, Mo Xiaobai smiled. Ever since they acquired vegetables, his father had developed a penchant for cooking. I'll lend you a hand. Sure, Mo Xiangshang replied, clapping his hands together, sending dust swirling into Mo Xiaobai's nostrils. The pair made their way to the kitchen, where a fire elementalist was simmering rice. Village chief, what brings you to the kitchen? The rotund fire elementalist inquired cheerfully. Mo Xiangshang boisterously declared, I'm here to prepare some dishes. The plump fellow appeared puzzled. Aren't vegetables meant to be eaten raw? Mo Xiangshang chuckled, you'll find out in due time. He approached the table and picked up a knife, examining its gleaming blade that reflected the rotund man's visage. Little fatty, go fetch some vegetables from the barrier. All right, little fatty nodded, about to rush out. Oh, and remember to bring a variety of vegetables, Mo Xiangshang reminded him. Though little fatty was somewhat perplexed, he complied, standing near a metal bucket. He utilized his fire abilities to boil water. Steam billowed from above, accompanied by the sound of bubbling. Through the rising vapor, Mo Xiangshang skillfully wielded the knife, chopping vegetables, while Mo Xiaobai washed them nearby. The cutting board was a colorful array of vegetables scattered about. Village chief, the water is boiling, little fatty announced. It's time to add the vegetables, Mo Xiangshang said, gathering the chopped produce onto the blade and heading toward the bucket. The vegetables splashed into the water, creating a delightful spray. The once mundane water transformed into an enticing concoction, especially fragrant with the aromas of the added vegetables. Little fatty licked his lips, and as he deemed it nearly ready, Mo Xiangshang relied on instinct to sprinkle in salt, chili powder, pepper, and a few simple seasonings. After a minute or two, little fatty inhaled the delicious scent wafting through the air, unable to suppress his sincere exclamation, how fragrant. He peered into the pot, where a vibrant vegetable soup awaited, and his mouth watered uncontrollably, causing him to hastily wipe it away. Fortunately, he stood at a distance, for the drool was perilously close to falling into the bucket, and the village chief would surely scold him. Mo Xiangshang, armed with a ladle, scooped a portion into a simple vessel. As he gazed at the food destined for his mouth, little fatty was on the verge of tears from longing, continuously wiping his mouth in anticipation. The village chief, I too wish to partake, he cautiously inquired. How exquisite, the cooked vegetables are unexpectedly delightful. The village chief, engrossed in his meal, seemed not to hear. Little fatty, with equal caution, spoke again. Chief, may I eat? As he spoke, he wiped away his drool. Serve yourself, do not disturb my meal. Mo Xiao cast him a glare, appearing somewhat irritated, perhaps due to the interruption of his dining. Receiving the unspoken permission, little fatty eagerly grabbed a bowl from the makeshift serving device. The moment the food entered his mouth, tears of joy streamed down his cheeks. So delicious, extraordinarily delicious, even better than rice. After expressing his delight, he began to devour the food voraciously, as if fearing it might be gone. Beside him, Mo Xiaobai shook his head helplessly. Having been fed a variety of delicacies by Jiang Li, the steaming bucket of soup before him failed to ignite his appetite. The fragrant smoke wafted from the window, enticing passers-by outside the building to halt in their tracks, inhaling the enticing aroma with fervor, fearful of missing even a single whiff. What a delightful scent! My stomach rumbles with hunger. Where is this aroma coming from? It seems to emanate from the chief's residence. Let us go and see. A group of people flocked together, rushing towards the village chief's home. The fragrance of the vegetables spread far and wide. In this apocalyptic world, the people's sense of smell was remarkably acute, capable of detecting scents unnoticed by ordinary individuals. A child sat by the window, scribbling, while his mother observed the crooked letters he penned, her frustration mounting. As the delicious aroma drifted in through the window, the mother abruptly stood up, causing the child to instinctively raise his hands in fright. Surely, the village chief has prepared something delectable again. I must go and see. The child was taken aback. Come with me, the mother urged, lifting him by the collar. But, mother, I haven't finished my homework, the child carefully protested. What homework is more important than food? We must hurry. If we delay, there will be nothing left. The mother, pulling her child along, rushed towards the door. The tantalizing aroma enveloped the entire city, drawing the inhabitants toward the village chief's abode. An elderly woman, supporting herself with a cane at the age of 70 or 80, caught the scent and discarded her cane, sprinting ahead. That place is the village chief's home. Young passers-by were left in astonishment. A knock echoed from the building, and Mo Xiaobai answered the door to find 3 elderly men. Their eyes were fixed intently inside, and they awkwardly stated, Xiaobai, is your father home? We need to discuss something with him, while licking their lips. Mo Xiaobai easily discerned their intentions and said, Uncles, come in and join us for a meal. The 3 exchanged glances, then pushed him aside and rushed in at lightning speed. Little Fatty served them the delectable vegetable soup. The 3 men, entranced by the sight of the soup, eagerly picked up forks, shoveling the leeks into their mouths. Delicious. Delicious beyond compare. I have never tasted anything so exquisite. Beside me, Mo casually remarked, a bunch of unsophisticated old folks. With that, he eagerly downed the soup in his bowl, as though wishing to savor every last drop. The door chimed again. Chapter 42. Such a dreamlike place is indeed real. Mo Xiaobai opened the door to find a throng of people, their eyes fixated on the interior. He understood their purpose and addressed them. Everyone, please form a line. Each family may send forth a representative to collect the soup. While a single portion would surely be insufficient, a serving per household would be more than adequate. So, do we get a share? The village chief is truly the most magnanimous and benevolent leader I have ever encountered. It was the aroma emanating from the soup that explained its delightful fragrance. Mo Xiaobai coughed gently. Everyone, please do not block the entrance. Line up properly. Otherwise, the distribution of the soup will be abandoned. Upon hearing this, the villagers promptly complied. At the moment they tasted the soup, their faces radiated with joy. This dish is simply divine. So delectable it feels as though I have rediscovered the thrill of first love. I longed for another bowl, but alas, it was no more. Just look at this lettuce. Green as jade, and these vibrant orange carrots. They are too delightful to consume. This is even more delicious than rice. Paired with rice, the flavor would be sublime. Oh, if only there were enough for everyone. When shall we be free to enjoy rice and soup without restraint? The fragrance wafted to another city. In a lavish household, a family sat around the table, consuming zombie meat, their expressions increasingly grim. Father, could I have some salt? I cannot eat this, said the young man. Salt is precious. What are you complaining about? The old man glared at him. The aroma drifted in through the window, prompting everyone to take a deep breath. What is that? It smells heavenly. It seems to be wafting from the neighboring city. How could such a scent arise from that impoverished slum? Cough. We do not speak of food while eating, the old man admonished sternly. Upon hearing this, the others resumed their meal. Suddenly, I realized that zombie meat was not so unpalatable after all. Indeed, it was rather tolerable. Thus, they continued to gnaw on the zombie meat while inhaling the fragrant aroma, their previously furrowed brows relaxing. The serious old man inhaled deeply, afraid of missing a single whiff. They had the peculiar sensation of feasting on dreams. The next day, Jiang Li, as usual, brought breakfast to the peculiar amusement park. Mo Xiaobai appeared before her with his zombie entourage. Jiang Li handed him the breakfast, and after expressing his gratitude, he spoke of the high-tech repairs needed for the facilities. Little Orange arrived joyfully for work, and after the 3 of them enjoyed breakfast, They each busied themselves. Mo Xiaobai and his zombie companion continued their tasks in Zombie City, while Jiang Li and Little Orange went live to attract visitors. Two individuals stood at the entrance of the peculiar amusement park. Jiang Li, holding the live streaming equipment, turned to Xiao Zhuzi and asked, "Are you ready?" Xiao Zhuzi nodded eagerly. The live stream commenced with Jiang Li utilizing Xiao Zhuzi's account, as the amusement park's official account lacked the requisite follower count for streaming privileges. She activated the device, and on screen, Xiao Zhuzi radiated youthful exuberance, waving cheerfully. "Hello, my dear viewers. It has been a while. I am your host, Xiao Zhuzi. Today, I am here to clarify that the plant wonderland at the peculiar amusement park is not a mere fabrication, but a genuine reality. I will guide you through this enchanting realm of flora, and for those interested, please click the link below to purchase tickets. Availability is limited, so seize the opportunity." Customers began to flood into the live stream. Is the plant wonderland not synthetic? Are you suggesting that the plant wonderland truly exists? But how could a dreamlike place exist? Honestly, I find it hard to believe. If it is real, I must visit. Standing beside the entrance with a trellis archway adorned with climbing roses behind her, Xiao Zhuzi watched as the chat flooded with comments. "This is the door featured in the video. I can't believe such a fantastical plant wonderland is real. Don't get your hopes up. It could just be a backdrop. Let's see her poke or touch it, or even pluck a flower from above." Exactly. What's so impressive about stage setups? Jiang Li remained composed. Wasn't it merely a matter of proving its authenticity? The plant wonderland was indeed real and stood firm against scrutiny. She gestured to Xiao Zhuzi, who nodded and cheerfully addressed the audience. "Since many of you are skeptical, just as you wish, I shall pluck a flower." Turning, she approached the vines, reaching out to pluck a flower and bringing it to her nose for a whiff. The fragrance was delightful. The viewers were astounded, and more users poured in, with the viewership skyrocketing from 500 to 10,000 and continuing to rise. "Wow, it's actually real. The flower is real. So it isn't a backdrop after all. Such a fantastical plant wonderland truly exists. Host, I want to see the rose tower. I want to see the vine slide. I want to see the rose garden. I want to purchase tickets." Observing Jiang Li's gesture, Xiao Zhuzi, smiling, said, "Since everyone is so eager, let us venture inside and take a look." With that, she turned towards the trellis archway. The users in the live stream held their breath in anticipation. Xiao Zhuzi stood before a magnificent rose, cheerfully introducing, "Here we are in the rose garden." Blue roses? Are those blue roses? I can't believe my eyes. Not only are there blue roses, but also other hues, all in solid colors. What magnificent roses! Do such flowers truly exist in this world? I have seen single roses, yet I have never encountered an enlarged rose tree. This place is utterly enchanting, even more so than what I observed in the video. If I were to take photographs, they would undoubtedly turn out splendidly. I must book my tickets immediately. I too wish to secure a ticket. Jiang Li gazed at the ever-increasing shopping cart, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Within less than an hour, 500 tickets had already been sold. As I thought, how could her botanical paradise be anything less than extraordinary? The live stream was bustling with new arrivals, and the viewership had surpassed 50,000, continually rising. Xiao Zhuzi approached the vine slide to introduce it. It is well known that every amusement park features inflatable castles for children, yet regrettably, not for adults. However, at the quirky amusement park, there exists a whimsical inflatable castle designed for adults. Who would want to experience it? This is the slide from the video. I thought it was merely an illusion, but it genuinely exists. I am so eager to play. I must book my ticket. Every time I see my child playing in an inflatable castle, I feel envious, fantasizing about the day I could partake, yet I dread the embarrassment. I never imagined that this dream could materialize at the quirky amusement park. I am going to book my ticket right now. Jiang Li stared at the video, her expression suddenly one of astonishment. "I want 500 tickets. Such a wealthy patron. Requesting 500 tickets all at once." Xiao Zhuzi continued introducing the vine corridor, and the live stream erupted with excitement as viewers began placing orders. The number of viewers had skyrocketed to 200,000. When Xiao Zhuzi introduced the rose bamboo house, the live stream was inundated with gifts, and the viewership exceeded 500,000, with online ticket sales reaching 5,000. Upon seeing these figures, Jiang Li's heart raced with exhilaration, as if it might leap from her chest. A total of 5,000 tickets sold, priced at 100 yuan each. That amounts to 500,000 yuan. In one day, that is 500,000. In 2 days, 1 million. The number of ticket purchasers continued to rise, suggesting that daily revenue far exceeded 500,000. Pondering this, she felt a wave of joy wash over her. Afterward, she and Xiao Juzi proceeded to the zombie house for the livestream. Viewership surged beyond 700,000 as new viewers flocked in. Xiao Juzi introduced the audience to the unique attraction exclusive to their amusement park, the zombie house. The zombie house, modeled after the haunted house concept, substitutes ghostly elements with those of zombies, merging it with escape room gameplay. I have only heard of haunted houses. A zombie house is indeed a rarity. The combination of a zombie house with escape room games sounds incredibly fun. I must book a ticket. Oh wait, I have already booked one. The operators of the bizarre amusement park are truly ingenious. Who would have thought of a zombie house attraction? I guarantee no amusement park in our country has this. And probably none in the entire world either. I want to book a ticket. I want one too. The live stream was flooded with comments, and the barrage of virtual gifts completely obscured Xiao Juzi's face. Jiangli bit her lip, suppressing a smile as she checked the ticket sales on her other phone. 8,000 sold. We're going to make it big. After the broadcast ended, Xiao Juzi excitedly hugged her. Jiangli, do you know how much I earned from this one live stream? Choking slightly from the tight embrace, Jiangli coughed. No matter how much, could you loosen your grip first? I'm suffocating. Xiao Juzi released her, embarrassed. Sorry, I got too carried away. How much did you make? Jiangli asked. At least 50,000. Xiao Juzi held up 5 fingers, trembling with excitement. Live streaming really is the way to go, Jiangli mused with a smile. But she wasn't envious. After all, she already had 800,000 in hand, barring any mishaps. Jiangli. About what we discussed earlier. Xiao Juzi hesitated, suddenly shy. Jiangli understood immediately and chuckled. It's already written into the contract, isn't it? Relieved, Xiao Juzi exhaled before looking at her earnestly. Jiangli, you're truly the best boss I've ever met. I'll work even harder from now on. Jiangli simply smiled. After work, Mo Xiaobai returned to the post-apocalyptic world with his zombie entourage. The moment he stepped inside, Mo Xiangxiang rushed over eagerly. Kid, I've got great news for you. What is it? Mo Xiaobai asked. The high-tech facility repairs Jiangjia wanted. We've got a lead, Mo Xiangxiang announced. Where? Mo Xiaobai scanned the room excitedly. Mo Xiangxiang massaged his temples in exasperation. Did you even listen? I said we've got a lead, not that it's here already. Mo Xiaobai's enthusiasm deflated instantly. Mo Xiangxiang explained. Uncle Li said he can create that kind of high-tech, but it'll take some time. Uncle Li was the village's mechanical ability user, specializing in crafting advanced technology. How long? Mo Xiaobai pressed. A week, Mo Xiangxiang replied. Mo Xiaobai brightened. That's fantastic. Tomorrow, I'll share the good news with Jiangjia. She'll be thrilled. Mo Xiangxiang raised an eyebrow knowingly. You like her, don't you? Dad, stop talking nonsense, Mo Xiaobai protested immediately. Mo Xiangxiang merely smirked in silence. The next morning, Jiangli arrived at the bizarre amusement park with breakfast in hand. The entrance was packed, a sea of people. I never expected such a crowd before opening. But on second thought, it made sense. After all, 10,000 tickets had been sold the day before. Upon this thought, she felt invigorated, almost eager to commence her duties at the ticket booth. Mo Xiaobai approached, intending to inform Jiang Li about the advanced technology for the facility's repairs. However, before he could utter a word, Jiang Li thrust breakfast into his hands, her gaze fixed on the bustling crowd as she eagerly stated. This is breakfast for you and Xiao Juzi. When she arrives, please give it to her. I must attend to my tasks now. With that, she vanished in a flash. I still have matters to discuss, Mo Xiaobai sighed, watching her retreating figure with a sense of helplessness. As working hours commenced, Jiang Li busily checked tickets and maintained order, feeling overwhelmed as the noise buzzed around her. Xiao Juzi was in the botanical wonderland, while Mo Xiaobai and his zombie sidekick were in the zombie house, leaving her without assistance. It seemed imperative to expedite the matters concerning the employees from other realms. Tonight would be the night. Ticket seller, hurry up. The impatient calls from the visitors jolted her back to reality. Realizing the tourists awaiting her attention, Jiang Li fumbled. All right, coming right away. After a few frantic hours, no more visitors appeared. She glanced at the ticketing information, noting that the morning crowd had dwindled significantly. With an hour remaining before closing time, she decided to check on the situation in the botanical wonderland, feeling a surge of anticipation. As Jiang Li entered the botanical wonderland, she quickly encountered a throng of people. Xiao Juzi was there, exhausted, explaining various issues to the crowd. The vine archway captured her attention. A girl bent down to admire the flowers entwined within, her attractive face displaying an exaggerated expression of astonishment. These flowers are real. The fragrance of roses wafted through the air. Another girl, camera in hand, gazed at the enchanting scenery, her spirits lifted. This place is perfect for photos. She called out to a girl nearby admiring the blossoms. Quick, pose for the picture. The girl released the flower and followed the photographer's instructions. When the photo was developed, both girls gasped in disbelief. How dreamlike. Indeed, it feels unreal, the other replied. I must post this on my social media to make everyone envious. Jiang Li felt a deep sense of satisfaction and proceeded to the rose grove. A boy embraced a rose tree, exclaiming, I've never seen such a rose tree in my life. It's truly astonishing. Look at that tree. It's like a magnified version of a rose. Another girl recorded the scene, murmuring, This place is so beautiful, so dreamy. It feels like I've stepped into a fairy tale. The genius who created this botanical wonderland must be extraordinary. Another girl snapped pictures of the vast expanse of blue roses. These are truly blue roses and not dyed. How remarkable. This peculiar amusement park is an absolute treasure. Jiang Li listened to their enthusiastic descriptions, her heart brimming with contentment. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder, startling her as she turned around. She was a somewhat shy girl wearing glasses. Is there anything I can assist you with? Jiang Li inquired. The girl lowered her head, her thick bangs obscuring her eyes. Where's the rose bamboo house? You should head left first, then turn. Jiang Li noticed the girl gazing at him with a look of confusion. Let me accompany you. The girl emitted a voice as soft as a mosquito, whispering her thanks. Upon entering the rose bamboo house, exclamations of awe filled the air, showering praises upon the botanical wonderland. They even complimented her, despite their unfamiliarity. Jiang Li felt a surge of delight in her heart. A gentleman, bespectacled and refined, stood before the bamboo wall, scrutinizing it intently. No matter how I look at it, this wall seems to be the inner bark of bamboo. He stepped forward to touch it. Isn't this just bamboo? But how could such massive bamboo exist in the world? Jiang Li stifled a laugh at this remark. Why not? A stranger nearby explained, this only indicates one thing. What? The refined gentleman turned to the unfamiliar older man. The peculiar amusement park pays attention to every minute detail. Even a small wall is crafted to resemble the real thing. The stranger replied, That makes sense. The gentleman nodded repeatedly. Jiang Li ventured to other areas, thoroughly satisfied with the effects. Her botanical wonderland could be deemed a success, indeed. In the afternoon, she busied herself until the end of her shift, collapsing onto her bed in utter exhaustion. After managing the amusement park for so long, she had never felt this fatigued. Before she could utter a word, a small pink pig appeared in midair, excitedly revealing its two large golden teeth, proclaiming, Ding. Congratulations, host. Today's revenue reached 1 million, totaling 2,900,000. Keep up the good work. It awaited Jiang Li's astonished response. However, no reply came. The small pink pig turned to glance at the bed, realizing Jiang Li had fallen asleep from sheer fatigue. A flicker of a peculiar expression crossed its eyes as it flew over, gently tugging the blanket to cover her. Around 10 o'clock that night, a phone call jolted her awake from her dreams of reuniting with her mother. She was too lazy to check who was calling and simply answered, Hello, who is it? On the other end, a voice filled with excitement rang out, Jiang Li. The video of the botanical wonderland has gone viral. It ranks first overall. Oh, Jiang Li yawned, feeling weary. Then, her eyes widened in surprise. First? Is that true? You can see for yourself in the video. Xiao Juzi laughed. Instantly, all traces of sleep vanished as Jiang Li opened her phone to check the video. Just as Xiao Juzi had said, it dominated the top spot. Other entries like Peculiar Amusement Park and Botanical Wonderland also claimed the top 5. Even the most popular celebrities were overshadowed. Jiang Li covered her face, brimming with joy. Opening the comments section, it was bustling with activity. Within a second, over 20 new comments appeared. I never imagined such a fantastical place existed in the world. I must book a ticket no matter what. I find the Vine slide at his place utterly delightful, although it may seem a tad juvenile for children. It is just perfect for an adult like me. When I find the time, I shall venture to the Peculiar Amusement Park once more. Have you ever encountered a 2-meter-high hydrangea? I have, and you cannot fathom how breathtaking it is. How could one possibly overlook the blue rose? Not to mention the black, yellow, and orange roses as well. As a photographer, the Botanical Wonderland stands as the most picturesque place I have ever experienced. In the future, I intend to escort clients there for a photo shoot. Despite having visited once, I still yearn for more. I have resolved to return tomorrow. I predict that it will not be long before the peculiar amusement park becomes a nationwide sensation. Should my prediction prove inaccurate, I shall write my name backward. Is there even a need for predictions? This is clearly a foregone conclusion. Jiang Li closed the comment section and checked the ticket sales. At that moment, she was taken aback. 8,000 tickets. Had she misread? It had been less than half an hour since the ticketing portal opened. Jiang Li rubbed her eyes and glanced at the screen once more. The tickets had already sold out to 9,000. She paused for a second, then snapped back to reality. The tickets had surged to 10,000 and were still climbing. Jiang Li swallowed hard. This was truly astonishing. Commuters on the subway, drivers on the road, and even those busy shopping or tending to children were all witnessing the buzz surrounding the peculiar amusement park's botanical wonderland. On the subway, an elderly man with a hat squinted at his phone screen in confusion. ISNT at just an amusement park? Why is it topping the charts? A young person beside him, also engrossed in their phone, chimed in, the peculiar amusement park? A friend of mine seems to have visited and said the experience was quite remarkable. I must go when I have the chance. A middle-aged man with a beer belly, lounging with his leg crossed, scoffed as he watched a video. Uffed, how many marketing accounts must they have bought? I must admit, this amusement park is certainly affluent. An elderly woman nearby slowly turned her head, regarding him with a look of bemused anticipation. The manager of the bustling amusement park watched a video on his phone. His brow furrowed in frustration. The peculiar amusement park? Is there such a place? How come I don't recall it? He opened a mapping application and searched. Indeed, it existed, conveniently located near his residence. This was utterly perplexing. Yet another competitor had emerged. If this trend continued, his amusement park would inevitably face closure. He needed to devise a strategy. In a certain research institute, an elderly man sat in a chair, cradling a rose and sighing heavily. Alas, another failed experiment. A young person burst in with enthusiasm. Professor, I have some good news to share. The old man, fixated on the red rose in the pot, replied despondently. What good news? The young person stepped forward and presented a video. Look at this. The old man grew irate, glaring at him. Our experiments have all failed. And you still have the leisure to watch videos? The young man, unfazed by the scolding, smiled and said, Teacher, please take a look first. The elderly man, in a rather foul mood, accepted the phone, his wrinkled eyes glancing briefly at the screen before rolling them in disdain. Isn't this just a video from an amusement park? What could possibly be interesting? The young man sensed the elder might have missed the crux of the matter, so he paused the video, enlarged the background, and handed the phone back. Teacher, observe this. Initially irritated, the old man's furrowed brow softened upon seeing the enlarged image. Is that a blue rose? Indeed. It is the blue rose that you have always wished to cultivate but never managed to. Not only were there blue roses, but also roses of various other hues. Are these real? Don't you dare deceive me, old man. The elder adjusted his glasses, looking intently at the young man. They are indeed real. I have seen numerous videos, all with comments below. The young man explained with a smile. The elder then lowered his gaze to the wilted red roses in the pot and looked up again. Once I return from the conference abroad, let us visit the Oddities amusement park to see the blue roses. Absolutely, the young man replied, instinctively frowning afterward. However, the tickets for this amusement park are quite difficult to obtain, and they are limited to just 50,000 per day. Jiang Li, fearing an overwhelming influx of visitors, promptly set a limit. Initially, she thought 20,000 tickets would suffice, but by the time she set it, the number of reservations had already exceeded 49,000. To avoid inciting public outrage, she had no choice but to cap it at 50,000. Even so, she was still criticized for being unable to handle the flow of visitors. The elder pondered for a moment. By the way, what is the name of this amusement park? The young man replied, It is called the Oddities Amusement Park. Oddities Amusement Park. That name sounds oddly familiar, the elder mused. Ah, I remember now. Isn't that the amusement park run by the wife of my old friend? It seems it is time to reconnect with him. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was wide awake and called out, Little Pink Pig, I wish to summon the staff. Chapter 45, Lin Daiyu. The little pink pig appeared, blinking its tiny eyes like grains of rice, and asked earnestly, Are you certain? Jiang Li eagerly nodded. Hurry up. The duo of Mo Xiaobai and the zombie sidekick was essentially a gift. At the time, the little pink pig had provided her with a beginner's gift pack, stating that selling just one ticket would unlock it. Initially, Jiang Li had been skeptical about the oddities amusement park selling tickets, so she purchased one herself. Although it was somewhat of a cheat, the ticket had indeed been sold. The little pink pig, looking exasperated, summoned Imo Xiaobai and the zombie sidekick from the apocalypse. Hence, this was her first genuine attempt at recruiting. To say she was not looking forward to it would be a lie. Observing her eagerness, the little pink pig waved its hand, and a pink, child-sized capsule toy machine appeared before her. Jiang Li gazed at the contraption, her lips twitching. The little pink pig said, "All right, go ahead and shake it to your heart's content." Jiang Li frowned and looked up to ask, Is it really that simple? She felt a significant letdown. This was entirely different from her expectations, one might say, utterly unrelated. Little pink pig wore a puzzled expression. "What else do you expect?" Jiang Li, feeling disinclined to speak, expressionlessly placed her hand on the toy's handle and turned it. With her movement, the capsule inside began to shake, and one capsule popped out. Jiang Li, lacking interest, hesitated to open it. After all, this was a significant event, yet she was dismissing it so carelessly. It was truly a perfunctory approach, a glaring display of indifference. She retrieved a note from inside and handed it to Little Pink Pig. Upon receiving it, Little Pink Pig unfolded the note, revealing 2 big golden teeth, and chuckled, "Congratulations, host. You have summoned characters from Dream of the Red Chamber." "Dream of the Red Chamber? The classic novel?" Jiang Li inquired. "Indeed," Little Pink Pig nodded. "System, you are truly impressive, capable of summoning characters from literature." Jiang Li could not help but express her astonishment. "It's a trivial matter," Little Pink Pig replied with pride. "So, who will come to work at the amusement park?" Jiang Li asked. "For that, you must draw lots," Little Pink Pig responded. "Draw lots?" Jiang Li blinked in surprise. Little Pink Pig snapped his fingers, and a lottery barrel descended from above. Each slip had 2 characters, and whoever was drawn would count. Jiang Li gazed at the lottery barrel that had fallen before her, rolling her eyes in exasperation, wishing they could ascend to the heavens. Why does this faulty system enjoy such antics? She sighed, picked up the lottery barrel, and shook it vigorously, causing a slip to tumble onto the bed. The system flew over, its tiny black eyes blinking like grains of rice, and announced, "Congratulations. You have drawn Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng as your employees." Lin Daiyu? The legendary Lin sister? Wang Shifeng? The one known for her fiery temperament? If Wang Shifeng were to come, she would indeed have an ally. Wang Shifeng managed the entire Jia household. If translated into modern terms, the Jia household would be a corporation, and Wang Shifeng would be the highly capable general manager. "Are you certain they will come?" Jiang Li raised her head, somewhat uncertain. "As long as the temptation is substantial enough, how could they possibly refuse?" Little Pink Pig displayed his golden teeth. "Very well," Jiang Li conceded. Little Pink Pig placed his hands on his hips. "All right, you should rest early. I need to attend to some matters in the Dream of the Red Chamber dimension." Jiang Li's lips twitched as she fell back onto the bed, pulling the blanket over her head, mumbling, "Is Little Pink Pig reliable?" In the dimension of Dream of the Red Chamber, at the Jia household, Lin Daiyu sat in a chair, appearing as delicate as a willow in the breeze. One hand supported her mouth with a handkerchief, while the other held a collection of poetry, coughing softly. "Go and fetch my ginseng-nourishing pills." Suddenly, the image of Little Pink Pig flashed in her mind. She abruptly discarded the book in her hand and stood up resolutely. To cure her ailments, she needed to work diligently to earn money. Meanwhile, in another room, Wang Shifeng was poring over the account books by lamplight. The deeper she delved, the more her brow furrowed. The Jia household was facing a significant financial deficit. What could be done about it? Where would she procure such a substantial sum to balance the accounts? Besides the financial woes, another issue weighed heavily on her mind, the notoriously flirtatious Jiao Yin. As she contorted her features in despair, a vision of a small pink pig suddenly appeared in her mind. Tossing aside the abacus in her hand, she rose abruptly. Could her salary truly procure a significant amount of silver for the Jia family? Resolutely, she decided to seek employment. An additional compelling reason lingered in her thoughts. She wished to avoid witnessing Jiao Yin's interactions with other women. The next day, Jiang Li entered the amusement park carrying breakfast, where she encountered a woman adorned in hanfu. The lady wore over a light purple vest, complemented by a skirt embroidered with plum blossom motifs. Her figure was slender, swaying delicately like a willow in the breeze. "Who are you?" Jiang Li inquired as she approached. The woman slowly turned, a handkerchief clasped to her chest. A sudden jolt of recognition struck Jiang Li. It was Lin Daiyu. She could identify her instantly, primarily due to her expressive gaze. The novel describes her thus: two delicate brows that seem to frown yet do not, and a pair of eyes that appear to weep yet do not, glistening with dew. There were only 2 employees present. She could be none other than Lin Daiyu. Who are you? Lin Daiyu scrutinized Jiang Li from head to toe. Jiang Li introduced herself with poise. I am Jiang Li, the proprietor of the peculiar amusement park. You may call me by my name or refer to me as Sister Jiang. She felt it quite reasonable for Lin Daiyu to address her as Sister Jiang, given that Lin Daiyu had passed away before reaching 20. Although her precise age was unknown, it surely did not exceed that tender age. So, you are the owner of this establishment, Lin Daiyu remarked, her demeanor reserved as she appraised Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded affirmatively. What would you like me to do? Lin Daiyu inquired. Initially, Jiang Li considered assigning her a role, but the park's workforce was regrettably scant. Consequently, she envisioned an alternative occupation. From now on, you shall be responsible for managing the botanical wonderland, Jiang Li elaborated. Lin Daiyu, her handkerchief poised at her lips, nodded repeatedly, embodying the grace of a refined lady. Oh, I must remind you, you are not to disclose any details regarding your background to anyone. If questioned, simply state that you are an employee. Jiang Li suddenly recalled this important detail. Understood, Lin Daiyu affirmed. Jiang Li scrutinized her, curiosity piqued. Pray tell, what compelled you to seek employment here? Given the system's notorious stinginess? Lin Daiyu replied, the little piglet said it could help cure my ailment. Jiang Li pondered this revelation. It seemed that this singular reason could indeed motivate Lin Daiyu to work in the amusement park. Among the most prevalent theories circulating online regarding Lin Daiyu's illness were 2. One positing pulmonary tuberculosis, the other congenital heart disease. Suddenly, the system interjected, glancing at Lin Daiyu before addressing Jiang Li. Jiang Li, once Lin Daiyu receives her salary, you should hire a doctor to examine her. Oh, you're passing the responsibility to me, Jiang Li retorted with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. I have faith in you. The little pink pig affirmed with an encouraging nod. Yet, she wondered, could her illness truly be cured? Both tuberculosis and heart disease are notoriously difficult to treat and costly. Would a salary of 250 yuan per month suffice? The little pink pig whispered in her ear, just tell me, her illness can be cured. Jiang Li felt a silent urge to laugh, yet the laughter remained elusive. Apologies for my tardiness, everyone. Chapter 46, Lin Daiyu, Wang Shifeng. The tone of this speech was unmistakably that of Wang Shifeng. Jiang Li gazed over, and as described in the book, she saw a figure adorned with a golden silk 8 treasure hairpin, dressed in a narrow red satin coat embroidered with butterflies and flowers, complemented by a multicolored brocade silver fox coat. As Wang Shifeng approached her, Jiang Li felt an increasing trepidation. Wang Shifeng's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. With her phoenix-like eyes and willow leaf brows, the resemblance was striking. At that moment, Jiang Li truly experienced the sensation of characters coming to life from the pages of a book. Beside her, Lin Daiyu remarked, had I known she would come, I would have stayed away. Jiang Li turned, looking at her in confusion. Shouldn't that line belong to Jia Baoyu? How had it become Wang Shifeng? You must be the manager here. Wang Shifeng, bustling with energy, approached. Indeed, Jiang Li replied, overwhelmed by her commanding presence. What must I do? Wang Shifeng wasted no time and got straight to the point. You are in charge of the ticket booth and accounting, Jiang Li stated, outlining her responsibilities. No problem. Wang Shifeng replied with a generous spirit. She then turned to the person beside her. Oh, isn't this Lin? Lin Daiyu expressed her disdain. Sister. Wang Shifeng warmly engaged her, while Jiang Li felt somewhat out of place, standing aside. Do you both require breakfast daily? Jiang Li timidly inquired, her presence barely felt. The 2 women turned their simultaneous gazes toward her. What is breakfast? Jiang Li explained, presenting the transparent plastic bag containing delicious egg pancakes. Lin Daiyu held her handkerchief to her mouth, examining it closely. Wang Shifeng, unreserved, looked at Jiang Li and declared, since Sister Jiang has offered, then my sister and I shall not be polite. Very well, starting tomorrow, I shall bring you both breakfast, Jiang Li announced, then added. We also manage 3 meals a day. Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng nodded in agreement. Good morning, Jiang Li, greeted Xiao Juzi, cheerfully approaching with a white canvas bag slung over her shoulder. Good morning, Jiang Li responded. Who are these 2? Xiao Juzi had noticed the 2 ladies in traditional attire long ago. Jiang Li glanced at the chatting sisters and introduced, the shy one is Lin Daiyu, while the confident one is Wang Shifeng. They will also be employees of the amusement park from today. Lin Daiyu? Wang Shifeng? Xiao Juzi blinked in surprise. looking at Jiangli. Are those their real names? Jiangli nodded. Xiao Juzi couldn't help but marvel. Their parents must be quite lazy to simply adopt names from Dream of the Red Chamber. Her gaze fell upon the two, scrutinizing them intently. Lin Daiyu felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze, while Wang Shifeng scrutinized her with keen interest. Strangely enough, they both embodied the character traits described in the book quite aptly. Jiangli smiled quietly, for they were indeed the very essence of their characters. Subsequently, a group of them sat on the steps, basking in the sun while enjoying breakfast. Jiangli initially intended to share some intriguing details about the peculiar amusement park with Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng, but her phone rang. She instructed Xiao Juzi to relay the information while she stepped aside to answer the call. It was her father on the line. Dad, what's the matter? If it's about my divorce with Gu Hanyan, I'll hang up, she stated. Wait, I'm not calling about Xiao Gu. It's regarding another matter, he replied. What matter? Jiangli inquired. Do you still remember Uncle Yuan? He asked. The botanist uncle? Yes, of course. What is going on? Jiangli responded. He wishes to visit the peculiar amusement park to research roses, but he doesn't have tickets, came the reply. Tell Uncle Yuan to reach out to me when he arrives. However, I need to arrange my schedule. When is he coming? Jiangli asked. Tomorrow afternoon. Her father informed her. All right, I understand, Jiangli replied. The line fell silent. Jiangli glanced at the throngs of people at the entrance and then down at her watch. Dad, is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Wait a moment. Her father quickly interjected, trying to reason with her. Xiao Li, Gu Hanyan, not wishing to hear more. Jiangli promptly ended the call. Good morning. Sister Jiang. Mo Xiaobai appeared at the amusement park, accompanied by his small, zombie-like companion. Jiangli looked up at his tall figure, which blocked the sunlight. Mo Xiaobai. Why are you so late today? This isn't like your usual style, she remarked. I was inspecting the high-tech restoration facilities, which is why I arrived later, he explained. Suddenly, Jiangli recalled something and eagerly asked, how is that situation progressing? Everything will be ready by early next month, he reassured her. That is truly wonderful, Jiangli exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Regaining her composure, she turned to Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng, introducing them to Mo Xiaobai. This is Mo Xiaobai, an employee from another realm, just like you two. Would you like to greet them? Sure, Mo Xiaobai nodded. Jiangli led him over to the trio and introduced him. He is Mo Xiaobai, also an employee of the amusement park. From now on, you will be colleagues. Wang Shifeng, engrossed in conversation with Xiao Juzi, looked up at Mo Xiaobai and exclaimed, Oh, this young man is quite handsome. Daiyu shyly cast a glance, but remained silent. Wang Shifeng stood up and approached Mo Xiaobai with enthusiasm, asking, Young man, are you married? She then glanced at Lin Daiyu and added, What do you think of my ethereal sister Lin? Elder sister, Daiyu retorted, clearly displeased. Nearby, Xiao Juzi chuckled, trying to ease the tension. Oh, phone. He already has someone he likes. Don't go playing matchmaker. Besides, Lin Daiyu surely deserves someone like Jia Baoyu, doesn't he? She joked. Is that so? What a pity then, Mo Xiaobai responded. Wang Shifeng, filled with regret, sat beside Lin Daiyu. Turning her gaze towards Little Orange, she curiously inquired, Sister Orange, could you enlighten me about the relationship between Lin Daiyu and Jia Baoyu? Have you ever read Dream of the Red Chamber? Little Orange responded with a shake of her head. She was only aware that she and Lin Daiyu hailed from the world of Dream of the Red Chamber. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could this mean she might glean some insights about her own realm through Sister Orange? Realizing this, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sister Orange, would you be willing to share? After a moment's contemplation, Little Orange replied, The tale of Lin Daiyu and Jia Baoyu is a profound tragedy. Lin Daiyu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Wang Shifeng pressed, What kind of tragedy? Just as Little Orange was about to elaborate, Jiangli interjected, All right, let us not get too carried away with our chatter. Work time has commenced. Neglecting your duties might result in a salary deduction. Little Orange flashed a smile at Wang Shifeng. It's time to get to work. We shall continue our conversation when time permits. With that, she headed towards the botanical wonderland, while Mo Xiaobai and his zombie companion proceeded to the zombie house, leaving only Jiangli, Wang Shifeng, and Lin Daiyu together. Wang Shifeng turned to Jiangli and asked, Sister Jiang, what tasks are we to undertake? Chapter 47. The first day of work for the ancient ones outside, a throng of people gathered, the atmosphere tense and cacophonous. Jiangli suggested, Let us first go to the ticket booth. They nodded in agreement. At the ticket booth, Jiangli surveyed the bustling crowd, took out a megaphone, and announced, Everyone, Please line up orderly, one at a time. The crowd immediately complied, and Wang Shifeng observed with thoughtful contemplation. Subsequently, Jiang Li began a series of operations on the computer, diligently registering patrons. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Jiang Li sighed in relief. At that moment, a persistent buzzing echoed in her ears. Seizing the opportunity with fewer people around, Jiang Li decided to teach Wang Shifeng how to operate the computer, including ticket verification and accounting tasks. Wang Shifeng nodded attentively. Have you grasped it? Jiang Li paused her actions and looked at her. I have a general understanding. Wang Shifeng affirmed. At that juncture, a family of 3 approached for ticket verification, and Jiang Li encouraged Wang Shifeng to give it a try. Wang Shifeng took her place, following the instructions with the grace of flowing water, completing the task in under 30 seconds. After the family departed, a young couple arrived for ticket verification, and Wang Shifeng continued to replicate her previous actions. Jiang Li watched in astonishment. Could it be? She had taken quite some time to adapt. Yet Wang Shifeng mastered it effortlessly. Moreover, it was a computer. This ancient individual was navigating the device with greater adeptness than she could. To her, a modern individual, it felt like a dimensional blow. Undoubtedly, as the chief steward of the Jia household, her professional prowess was formidable. Gradually, more visitors returned to the booth, creating a scene reminiscent of the morning's bustling crowd. The noise was overwhelming, and the disorder palpable. In response to this chaos, Wang Shifeng skillfully seized the megaphone, a sharp and piercing sound emanating from it, prompting many to cover their ears. She began to speak. As the tourists promptly formed a queue, Wang Shifeng set down her megaphone and began to check tickets one by one. Nearby, Jiang Li stood in astonishment. Is this what it means to be a top-tier human? For the first time, she had a tangible understanding of the term children of others. As the crowd dispersed, Jiang Li closed her mouth, which had remained agape for an extended period. She approached Wang Shifeng and inquired, You seem to be adapting quite well. Is there anything you do not understand? Wang Shifeng turned to her and replied, This is far easier than managing a household. Upon uttering those words, a pang pierced her heart. There is simply no comparison. Then I shall leave this in your capable hands, Jiang Li remarked. Rest assured, I will handle everything here meticulously, Wang Shifeng declared with a confident pat on her chest. Very well, I will inform you of any new arrangements, Jiang Li responded. Wang Shifeng nodded and resumed her ticket inspection. Jiang Li observed her busy figure, reflecting. Is this truly the legendary academic overachiever? No, Wang Shifeng's capacity for learning must be likened to that of a genius. Sensing that the ticket booth was nearly organized, Jiang Li turned her attention to Lin Daiyu. It was time to arrange her tasks. Sister Lin, come with me. I have a position for you, she said, taking Lin Daiyu by the arm and leading her outside. At the entrance of the botanical wonderland, the flowers blooming on the vine archway were even more resplendent. Nearby, a group of tourists took photos to commemorate the moment. When Lin Daiyu beheld this scene, she was so astonished that her handkerchief slipped from her grasp. Flowers could actually thrive upon the vines. This was nothing short of extraordinary, something she had never witnessed before. Moreover, this place was breathtaking, akin to a paradise described in a book. A sudden urge to compose poetry welled up within her, yet she found herself at a loss for words. The tourists, noticing Lin Daiyu, began to whisper among themselves. The young lady in the Hanfu is stunning and possesses such grace. Could she be a celebrity? I would love to have my picture taken with her. Her demeanor and elegance make her worthy of being called Lin Daiyu. Jiang Li mused to herself, of course, for she is indeed Lin Daiyu herself. A bold tourist approached and asked if they could take a photograph. Lin Daiyu was startled by this brazen act and instinctively hid behind Jiang Li. Jiang Li chuckled and explained to Lin Daiyu, They are expressing their admiration for you. Lin Daiyu timidly replied, But I do not like it. Understanding her discomfort, Jiang Li stepped forward to clarify the situation to the tourists and gently guided Lin Daiyu further inside. As Lin Daiyu beheld the rose garden and the myriad of blossoms carpeting the ground, she was rooted to the spot in awe, reluctant to leave. Are these truly trees? To me, they resemble enlarged flowers, she mused. And there are so many blooms here that I have never seen before. I adore this place. With that, she approached a cluster of flowers, squatted down, and picked up the fallen petals. Standing up, she turned to Jiang Li and exclaimed, Sister Jiang, these fallen flowers deserve a proper burial. Shall we inter them? Jiang Li, recalling the tale of Daiyu burying flowers, sighed and replied, All right. Subsequently, the two found a suitable spot to dig a small grave for the flowers. As they passed by the amusement park, two individuals caught the attention of onlookers as they held a funeral for a flower sparking a flurry of discussions. Some people recorded the scene with their phones. Jiang Li felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, lowering her head in shame. However, Lin Daiyu seemed unfazed, shedding tears for the fallen blossom. This scenario struck Jiang Li as oddly familiar, reminiscent of something she had seen before. Ah, yes, it felt like a scene from a story. If it weren't for the individuals with their heads bowed down, it would perfectly mirror the poignant moment of Daiyu mourning her flower. Was this an unusual new attraction at the amusement park? Jiang Li could only feel mortified and wished to leave quickly. Daiyu, are you ready? She softly inquired. Casting a glance at the throng of tourists, while Lin Daiyu, her voice hoarse from sobbing, replied, just a moment. Subsequently, under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Li lowered her head and discreetly led Mo Xiaobai away. Lin Daiyu, on the other hand, ran freely along the vine-laden corridor, unencumbered and liberated. The air was filled with delightful fragrances, a stark contrast to the depiction of an aristocratic lady in literature. She leaned against the railing, marveling at the 2-meter-tall hydrangeas, never having encountered such magnificent flowers before. After a moment, her gaze wandered into the distance, where towering trees reached toward the heavens, entwined corridors, rose gardens, and a distant bamboo house nestled among the roses awaited her. She was astonished that such a dreamlike place existed in the world. I adore this place, she mused. Jiang Li approached her, and the blue and purple hydrangeas captured the sunlight, making the entire flower appear radiant. The fragrance of the hydrangeas wafted through the air, banishing all ill feelings. Reaching out, she felt the delicate tickle of the flowers, and the sight was profoundly soothing to the soul. She turned to Lin Daiyu and asked, "You must be familiar with this botanical paradise by now, right?" "Yes," Lin Daiyu nodded. "Since you are acquainted with it, I shall arrange a task for you." "What will my task be?" Lin Daiyu inquired. "Follow me," Jiang Li replied, linking arms with her as they descended the vine corridor towards the rose garden. Among the roses, Little Orange was busily navigating, announcing the rules through a megaphone. Upon noticing someone plucking flowers, she quickly intervened. Jiang Li approached Little Orange, who greeted her warmly. Jiang Li glanced at Lin Daiyu and said to Little Orange, "I need your assistance with something." "What is it?" Little Orange replied enthusiastically. Jiang Li introduced Lin Daiyu to her, saying, "Please teach her how to manage this botanical paradise." Little Orange made a gesture of affirmation, readily agreeing, "No problem at all." She then began instructing Lin Daiyu. "In truth, our work is quite simple," Little Orange explained, taking Lin Daiyu's hand as they walked. "Announcing the rules of this botanical paradise with the megaphone is crucial." As she spoke, she passed the megaphone to Lin Daiyu, encouraging her gently, "Give it a try." Shyly, Lin Daiyu accepted the megaphone and brought it to her lips. Little Orange encouraged, "Shout out anything you like." Beside her, Jiang Li couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Lin Daiyu with the megaphone. The scene was simply too vivid. Lin Daiyu, feeling a wave of shyness, turned to Little Orange for support. Little Orange offered her an encouraging gesture. With a deep breath, Lin Daiyu faced the megaphone and called out, "Visitors, good, good." The sound startled her. At that moment, Lin Daiyu's face flushed crimson. "How could I shout? It's so embarrassing," she exclaimed to Little Orange. Little Orange shook her head. "No, you must. It's your job." With no other choice, Lin Daiyu continued. Jiang Li felt that this task was quite a challenge for Lin Daiyu, after all. She was a true lady of high society, a nobleman's daughter. Initially, Lin Daiyu struggled with the task, but gradually, she became accustomed to the process, performing even better than Little Orange. After exchanging a few words with Little Orange, Jiang Li headed to the ticket booth. Wang Shifeng sat by the window, methodically overseeing everything. She expertly managed the crowd. Before long, the end of the workday arrived. The once shy Lin Daiyu now spoke with greater volume and confidence, no longer as self-conscious as before. Meanwhile, Wang Shifeng, after a day of busyness, remained composed and alert, which greatly impressed Jiang Li. While she felt utterly exhausted after dealing with a mere 10,000 people, Wang Shifeng effortlessly managed 50,000 without a hint of fatigue. Upon returning, Jiang Li eagerly inquired about today's revenue from Little Orange. Despite the influx of 50,000 visitors, she felt no weariness, likely because Wang Shifeng had handled the bulk of the work. Suddenly, a little pink pig appeared in the air, excitedly revealing 2 gleaming golden teeth, and announced, "Ding! Congratulations, host. Today's revenue reached 5 million, totaling 790 million. Hearing the 5 million figure, Jiang Li was so thrilled she could hardly contain herself. 5 million. She had earned 5 million in a single day. How exhilarating. She opened her phone to check the ticket bookings and saw that the number of reservations had already reached 30,000. At this rate, another 5 million seemed likely for tomorrow. With such progress, was the goal of 100 billion truly so far-fetched? Would the day she reunited with her mother still be distant? Jiang Li tossed her phone aside and lay on her bed, hugging a pillow, unable to sleep in her excitement as thoughts raced through her mind. Once Mo Xiaobai's advanced restoration equipment was completed, there would be no need to limit the number of visitors. Earning tens of millions a day would soon become a reality. With that thought, she felt a surge of joy. Meanwhile, the frantic owner of a struggling amusement park sat at the entrance of his park, surrounded by desolation. Not a single visitor had arrived all day. Before the peculiar amusement park emerged, although many visitors had been drawn away, his park still managed to attract a decent crowd, earning around 70 to 80,000 daily. Since the peculiar amusement park emerged, particularly today, not a single visitor has graced its presence. If this continues, he will have to resort to drinking the winds of the northwest. His gaze fell upon the whimsical park, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. The amusement park must be eradicated. A plan began to take shape. The following afternoon, Jiang Li stood at the entrance to greet Uncle Yuan. Her father had specifically instructed her to welcome him personally. A sleek black car came to a halt at the entrance of the peculiar amusement park, and Jiang Li approached it. As the doors swung open, a cheerful young man clad in a denim jacket emerged, followed closely by an elderly gentleman with white hair and a face adorned with wrinkles, exuding warmth. "You must be little Li," the bespectacled elder greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Uncle Yuan," Jiang Li replied politely. Yuan Chang, a comrade of her father, had once shared the perils of battle with him, forging an unbreakable bond. "The last time I saw you, you were merely a small child, snuggling into your mother's embrace. Now, you've grown into quite the young lady," Uncle Yuan remarked amiably. To which Jiang Li responded with a few cheerful words. She then guided them through the bustling crowd to the reception room. After enjoying some tea, Uncle Yuan eagerly exclaimed, "Little Li, take me to see the roses." The young man beside him shook his head in resignation. Uncle Yuan was an avid botanist. In his eyes, nothing surpassed the importance of studying plants. "All right, since Uncle Yuan insists, I shall lead the way," Jiang Li consented, directing them through the enchanting botanical wonderland toward the rose bamboo house. For years, Uncle Yuan had devoted himself to the study of roses, striving to cultivate different colors. Yet progress had eluded him. Both Uncle Yuan and the young man were awestruck by the dreamlike flora as they traversed the magical garden. Upon encountering the towering bamboo house, they stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, as if they might drop to the ground in disbelief. Uncle Yuan turned to Jiang Li and asked, "Little Li, are you certain this is not bamboo? The structure resembles it perfectly, as if it were a magnified version of bamboo." Even if it were indeed bamboo, Jiang Li could not reveal the truth, so she replied evasively, "Uncle Yuan, do you truly believe such massive bamboo exists in this world?" Uncle Yuan shook his head. "That seems rather implausible. Yet this is reality," Jiang Li mused internally, gesturing for them to enter. As they stepped into the bamboo house, their eyes were immediately drawn to the vibrant blue roses, a breathtaking sight. In the center of the blue roses, a bride in a wedding gown posed for photographs, surrounded by a curious crowd. "Uncle Yuan," Jiang Li turned to speak, only to find him absent. Searching for Yuan Chang's figure, she discovered him standing before the wall, inspecting the blue roses with keen interest, examining them closely as if to discern their nature. Jiang Li approached him. "Uncle Yuan, what is the matter?" Yuan Chang turned, adjusting his glasses with an expression of astonishment. "Little Li, prior to coming here, I was pondering whether the blue roses might be real or merely plastic. Seeing them with my own eyes, I now understand that they are indeed real." Jiang Li smiled and said, "Uncle Yuan, these are all real flowers. Plastic flowers cannot create such an ambience." Yuan Chang looked around helplessly and sighed. "What's wrong, Uncle Yuan?" Jiang Li was puzzled by his sigh. Yuan Chang replied, "I have been cultivating blue roses for over 20 years, yet I have never succeeded even once. Who would have thought that an amusement park would manage to do so? Not only have they cultivated them, but they have also planted such a vast number. In the realm of botany, no, in the entire world, this is an extraordinary phenomenon. Jiang Li, you are truly remarkable." "That is not entirely my merit," Jiang Li explained. "These flowers that do not exist in this world are the result of Mo Xiaobai's efforts. Mo Xiaobai is the secret weapon of the botanical wonderland." "Little Li, I would like to discuss something with you." Chapter 49. Uncle Yuan's high price offer for roses. "Uncle Yuan, what is it? Just speak your mind." Given your friendship with my father, I will certainly help you within my capabilities, Jiang Li said with assurance. Can I take these roses with me? Yuan Chang asked directly. Seeing her willingness. Huh. Jiang Li stared at him in surprise. I want to take them all. Just one or two, Yuan Chang quickly added. Before Jiang Li could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Yuan Chang. I can pay for them. His voice was urgent, as though he feared the roses might disappear. In truth, Jiang Li intended to suggest he could simply pick them, but he interrupted her again. 100 million, and I will take one rose. Jiang Li stood there, stunned. Other tourists turned their gazes toward them upon hearing this. One tourist, who was about to discreetly pluck a rose, withdrew her hand, realizing that if the staff caught her, the price would be far too steep. What? Did I hear that correctly? A single blue rose is worth 100 million? What an exorbitant price for a rose. It made sense, as it was likely that only the peculiar amusement park possessed blue roses. As the saying goes, rarity enhances value. So the price of blue roses seemed justified. No wonder they were not allowed to be picked. They were worth their weight in gold. Oh dear. The money I have earned over a lifetime is not even worth a single rose. This world is truly uneven. Seeing Jiang Li's lack of response, Yuan Chang pleaded. Little Li, you know how important blue roses are to me. For the sake of my friendship with your father, please sell one to me. No. Jiang Li attempted to explain, but was cut off. 200 million, not a penny more. The onlookers were instantly taken aback. Hearing such a staggering figure, Jiang Li felt a flicker of temptation. A rose valued at 1 or 200 million meant that selling just 100 blue roses would meet her revenue target. This would imply that she could see her mother soon. Jiang Li called upon the system in her mind. Little Pink Pig. Can the money from selling the roses count towards my revenue? Little Pink Pig shook its head. No, it cannot. The revenue can only be derived from ticket sales or paid facilities. Everything else is inconsequential. Jiang Li was abruptly doused with cold water, her previous excitement extinguished. So, Little Li, what have you decided? Yuan Chang inquired. Jiang Li pulled her thoughts back, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. The eyes of the tourists, including the newlyweds, were fixed upon her. She turned to Yuan Chang and said, Uncle Yuan, let us ascend to discuss this. It is too crowded here. Yuan Chang nodded. And Jiang Li led him to the top floor. The upper level belonged to a private garden, closed to the public. As Yuan Chang beheld the myriad hues of roses within, he stood there, awestruck, his mouth agape in astonishment. I thought there were only blue roses. I had no idea there were other colors. These varieties are indeed rare. He approached a black rose, extending his hand to caress it. The black rose, akin to dark ink, appeared both mysterious and exquisite. The green roses radiated vivacity, bursting with life. I dare say any single rose here could fetch an astronomical price. He wandered around the room several times, each step eliciting an involuntary exclamation that nearly gave Jiang Li calluses on her ears. By the way, Little Li, regarding the roses. Yuan Chang suddenly recalled something important. Jiang Li replied, Uncle Yuan, as you are a close friend of my father, how could I, as his junior, accept money? If you desire these roses, simply select a few that you fancy. Yuan Chang regarded her with disbelief, his eyes wide and wrinkled, swallowing hard. Little Li, are you certain you wish to gift me these roses? They are indeed a rare find. They could command a fortune. Jiang Li calmly countered. Why would I be uncertain? A nearby young man nearly dropped his glasses in astonishment. Miss Jiang, we intend to study them. Once the research is complete, you know the implications. Jiang Li feigned indifference. Let them study. These flowers hold little value for me. The true treasure lies in Mo Xiaobai. Yuan Chang stepped forward, his excitement palpable as he grasped Jiang Li's hand in gratitude. Little Li, you are making a monumental contribution to our nation's botanical industry. Should we succeed in cultivating roses of various colors, our country could astonish the world. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. Yuan Chang released her and eagerly began selecting roses. After amassing a considerable collection, he suddenly appeared somewhat bashful. Little Li, is there anything I can assist you with? I feel rather guilty taking so many flowers. He tilted his head toward the blossoms, inquiring. Jiang Li pondered for a moment, unable to think of anything. Uncle Yuan, how about this? I will reach out to you when I need assistance. Very well, it's settled then, he replied, his eyes fixated on the roses, murmuring to himself about their immense research value. After 20 years, my roses are finally making progress. Subsequently, Jiang Li guided Yuan Chang and his students through the botanical wonderland, both exclaiming in awe throughout their exploration. Before Yuan Changlin departed, He requested a young man to hold a 2-meter-tall hydrangea, stating his intention to participate in an international competition. Jiangli acquiesced, but insisted that the certificate he earned be given to her. She aspired to leverage this certificate to draw visitors to the amusement park. Although it may not be immediately useful, it is prudent to prepare for the future. It is always wise to anticipate needs before they arise. After bidding farewell to Jiangli, Yuan Chang suddenly paused, recalling something. Shaoli, I plan to bring some esteemed colleagues from the Research Institute. Could I count on you to be our guide? Of course, Jiangli affirmed. The personnel at Yuan Chang's institute were of notable lineage. Fostering a good relationship could prove beneficial someday. Yuan Chang expressed his gratitude once more and then drove away. Jiangli, something is wrong. Xiao Juji hurried over. What is it? Jiangli turned at the sound. Watch the video. Xiao Juji exclaimed anxiously. Jiangli, fearing something dire had transpired, quickly opened her phone. To her surprise, the trending topic was about the exorbitantly priced roses taking the top spot on the hot search list. How is this a bad thing? She inquired. Xiao Juji, what exactly is going on? She pressed, somewhat impatiently. Xiao Juji chuckled. It's not good. The amusement park unwittingly became a sensation again. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Jiangli sighed in relief. However, there was a matter she still wished to address. Xiao Juji's expression hinted at concern. What is it? Jiangli asked. Isn't the number of tickets released by the amusement park a bit too few? Many people are voicing complaints online. Jiangli replied, but we don't have enough staff. This is the best we can do for now. Xiao Juji countered. It's not that we lack personnel, we simply haven't utilized them effectively. What do you mean? Jiangli was puzzled. Chapter 50. A visitor falls from the vines. Xiao Juji explained. The zombie city doesn't require that many zombies. Jiangli pondered this. You make a valid point. I will consider how to allocate them more rationally. Xiao Juji nodded in agreement. The following morning, a man stealthily entered the amusement park. Before crossing the threshold, he cast a furtive glance at Jiangli, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips, before hastening inside. At the ticket booth, Xiao Juji inquired, Jiangli, have you devised a plan? Jiangli shook her head. I have ideas, but no concrete measures yet. Outside the vine corridor, a middle-aged man wearing a mask lurked suspiciously in front of the vines, stealthily drawing out a small knife when no visitors were watching. However, the vines were remarkably resilient. No matter how he attempted to cut them, they remained unyielding, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration and stomp his feet. Nearby, a child asked their mother, what is he doing? The mother instinctively frowned at the sight of him. He looks like trouble. Let us leave, she urged. The man turned sharply, glaring at the child, who instinctively shrank behind the woman. The girl quickly picked up her child and fled. The man toiled from morning until afternoon, and finally, the vines yielded a small opening. Seizing the opportunity amidst the crowd of visitors, he feigned admiration for the scenery as he approached the newly cut section, gazing down at the hydrangeas below. The prospect of plummeting from a height of 2 meters was undoubtedly daunting. Yet, in the pursuit of closing the whimsical amusement park and revitalizing its flagging business, such risks seemed justified. Clenching his teeth and shutting his eyes, he summoned his resolve and leapt without hesitation. With a resounding gasp, the attention of all the visitors was drawn towards the commotion. Someone has fallen. Let us investigate. What are you standing there for? Call an ambulance. Hello, is this 120? We have an injured person here at the whimsical amusement park. Goodness, what safety measures are in place at this park? How terrifying. I no longer wish to partake in the festivities. In the presence of witnesses, news spread rapidly, and nearly all visitors at the whimsical amusement park were soon aware of the incident. Unbeknownst to Jiangli, who sat at the ticket booth contemplating strategies for maximizing the utility of zombies, Little Orange rushed in, perspiration beading on her forehead. Jiangli, something's gone awry. You must step outside and see. Jiangli, recalling past experiences, assumed Little Orange was jesting and smiled at her. What has happened? Is it something good? This is not a good thing, Little Orange panted, shaking her head vigorously. At that moment, a loud banging echoed from the window. Wang Shifeng turned to Jiangli and exclaimed, Sister Jiang, there is a large crowd outside, and they appear quite furious. Jiangli glanced outside to find the window besieged by a throng of people, their fists pounding against the glass as if intent on shattering it. What on earth is happening? She asked, bewildered. Little Orange replied, someone has fallen from the vine corridor and is severely injured. What? Jiangli sprang to her feet. This cannot be happening. Prior to the park's opening, she, along with Mo Xiaobai and the zombie sidekick, had conducted numerous tests without incident. What could possibly have gone awry? The sound of an approaching ambulance jolted her back to reality as she stared blankly at the vehicle outside, unsure of how to proceed. Little Orange tugged at her arm, showing her the phone screen, where news of the incident had surged to trending status. The comments section was flooded with criticism aimed at the amusement park, despite the fact that the truth remained unclear. Suddenly, the door was yanked open by a burly man, leaving Jiang Li momentarily stunned. He marched toward her, and she found herself at a loss for words. The man pointed an accusatory finger at her, berating, "How can your amusement park operate like this? Disregarding the safety of its patrons in the name of profit?" His tirade continued, spittle flying as he raged. Abruptly, he seized Jiang Li's arm, causing her to wince in pain, her brows knitting together in distress. "Let go of me. Can't we discuss this civilly?" The man pulled her toward the exit with no regard for her discomfort. "Come, we need to provide an explanation to everyone." Jiang Li sensed that he was merely seeking an outlet for his frustration. At her moment of greatest vulnerability, Wang Shifeng stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to the man, positioning herself protectively in front of Jiang Li, her gaze fixed defiantly upon him. "We will certainly provide an explanation to everyone, but you do not have the right to treat her in such a manner." Seizing the opportunity, Little Orange slipped out to report to the authorities, then sought out Mo Xiaobai. Jiang Li gazed at Wang Shifeng, momentarily stunned, and took a deep breath. Indeed, she could no longer evade the situation. She must confront it. Her eyes turned towards the window, where people were vociferously criticizing her, heads bowed, while a loudspeaker lay on the table. Without hesitation, she seized the loudspeaker and rushed outside. The scene outside was crowded, with a cacophony of voices that easily induced anxiety. Jiang Li's ears buzzed, her fingers clenching the hem of her garment as she inhaled deeply. Raising the loudspeaker, she declared, "Please, everyone, quiet down." At her words, all eyes turned towards her. Seeing the tumult cease, Jiang Li began to speak. The incident involving a visitor falling from the vine corridor was still unresolved. She urged everyone to grant the amusement park some time to thoroughly investigate the matter. "Rest assured, I will provide a satisfactory answer for all of you. Thank you." "Oh, so you imply that we are being unreasonable?" A middle-aged woman interjected, relishing the chaos. Jiang Li attempted to clarify, "I did not mean that. But isn't that the implication of your words?" The woman retorted. Jiang Li found herself at a loss for words until Little Orange arrived with Mo Xiaobai, who rendered the woman speechless. Mo Xiaobai, accompanied by the crowd, created a barrier between her and the visitors, granting her some breathing space. Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu also stood by her side. Jiang Li observed this scene, warmth blossoming in her heart. They all stood with her, resisting the throngs of visitors together. Her father and Gu Hanin had never stood by her side, regardless of the circumstances, with the exception of her mother. But now, she possessed companions who fought alongside her. With their support, Jiang Li felt emboldened, courage swelling within her. She lifted the loudspeaker again and addressed the visitors. "I assure you, I will provide an explanation regarding this incident. However, continuing in this manner is not a solution. Instead, let us do this. All visitors to the amusement park today should line up for registration, and the ticket fees will be refunded in full." This was the only solution she could conceive at that moment. Her immediate priority was to soothe the emotions of the visitors. Other matters could wait until they had departed. Upon hearing her proposal, the visitors quieted down. A middle-aged man, peering through the crowd, inquired, "Is that for real?" "I keep my word," Jiang Li replied, holding the loudspeaker firmly. The crowd, upon hearing this, began to form an orderly line. The queue stretched into 20 lines, with visitors accumulating 100 meters long. Jiang Li, along with the others, busied themselves, and the departing visitors bore no trace of displeasure as they received their refunds. They worked diligently until midnight before finally completing their tasks. Jiang Li instructed them to return home and rest. Just as she was about to leave, Little Orange called out to her. Chapter 51. "I want you to compensate me and close the amusement park." Jiang Li turned around, weary, and asked, "What is it?" Little Orange inquired, "What do you plan to do about the visitors?" At the mention of the visitors, Jiang Li instinctively furrowed her brow. "I intend to visit the severely injured tourist at the hospital tomorrow." At this moment, she reflects on how beneficial it would have been if the amusement park had surveillance cameras, as it would have spared her from her current predicament. Xiao Zhizi gazes at her and calmly speaks. "Jiang Li, I will accompany you to the hospital tomorrow. Having an extra person is always advantageous. Should we encounter any difficulties, I will be there to support you." Jiang Li, already feeling a sense of avoidance regarding the hospital visit, does not decline upon hearing Xiaojuzi's words. Thank you. Xiaojuzi. Xiaojuzi jokes, no need for thanks. After all, I can hardly find a boss as wonderful as you. Thus, for my own sake, I must contribute in some way. Jiangli recognizes her jest, yet warmth fills her heart. Xiaojuzi, although you say that, I sincerely want to express my gratitude. Xiaojuzi beams, I accept it. Jiangli smiles in return. Then let us meet at the entrance of the amusement park during work hours tomorrow. No problem. Xiaojuzi replies, her eyes shining with joy. See you tomorrow. She waves goodbye and turns to leave. Jiangli watches Xiaojuzi's departing figure. Her heart a tapestry of emotions. This feeling is quite pleasant. The following day, Jiangli arrives at the odd and wonderful amusement park with breakfast, exchanges a few words with Mo Xiaobai, and then heads to the hospital with Xiaojuzi to visit the injured tourist. In the hospital room, Jiangli scrutinizes the middle-aged man clad in a hospital gown, his leg elevated. She argues, our amusement park's facilities are thoroughly inspected. It is impossible, before she can finish. The middle-aged man interrupts. Are you suggesting that I orchestrated this entire scenario merely to extort your amusement park? Xiaojuzi stands by, arms crossed, observing with a cold gaze. There is indeed a possibility, Xiaojuzi remarks. Jiangli shoots her a disapproving look, prompting her to fall silent. The middle-aged man retorts, with your amusement park's shabby appearance. Do I truly need to risk my life to extort you? The odd and wonderful amusement park's botanical wonderland may be popular, but with only 2 rides. Isn't that rather meager? Xiaojuzi scoffs, causing the man's face to darken. Then tell me, how can I have the negative videos about the park removed from the internet? Jiangli initially intended to discuss the situation with Xiaojuzi, but she is taken aback to discover that the middle-aged man has posted a video criticizing the amusement park online that morning, showcasing his predicament in the hospital. Given the terrifying speed of online dissemination, it is only a matter of time before the park faces closure due to this incident. Unraveling the truth has now become secondary. Persuading the middle-aged man to take down the video is the immediate priority. A smug smile spreads across the man's face. I might consider removing the video, but you must agree to my terms. What terms? Jiangli, sensing a potential concession, eagerly inquires. The middle-aged man points to his injured leg and declares, I sustained my injuries at your amusement park, so you must compensate me with 10 million as restitution. Xiaojuzi, infuriated, scolds him, it's merely a fracture. Demanding such an exorbitant sum is outrageous. Fine, I agree, Jiangli responds. With her financial resources, matters that can be resolved with money are trivial. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before speaking again. I have one more request. Go ahead, Jiangli replied. Shut down the oddity amusement park, the man stated slowly. What? Jiangli frowned in displeasure. Close the oddity amusement park? That is out of the question. I rely on it to search for my mother. Wait a moment. She thought, raising her gaze to scrutinize the man before her. Could it be that he harbors some grievance against the oddity amusement park? The middle-aged man spoke again. What? No agreement? Unable to contain herself, Xiaojuzi interjected on Jiangli's behalf. How ruthless of you to cut off someone's source of income. Jiangli bit her lip and replied resolutely, I will not close the amusement park. Then don't blame me, the man retorted, exuding an air of superiority. Xiaojuzi was about to retort, but Jiangli restrained her. It seemed that an agreement could not be reached. Let us leave, she said, taking Xiaojuzi's hand as they departed. At the threshold, she paused, turning to the man and declaring, Though I am unaware of your grievances with the oddity amusement park, I firmly believe that the truth will eventually come to light. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth in frustration. In the corridor, Xiaojuzi inquired about the meaning of Jiangli's earlier statement, to which Jiangli shared her thoughts. There indeed exists such a possibility, Xiaojuzi pondered, resting her chin on her hand. What will you do next? She asked. Jiangli shook her head. That evening, she called her father, requesting his assistance in investigating the matter. Although her father often favored Jiang Cha over her, he would never allow anyone to bully her. Without Jiang Cha, her father is the finest man in the world. Her father agreed, promising to provide her with answers in 2 days. In the world of Dream of the Red Chamber, Lin Daiyu made her way to her courtyard when Wang Shifeng approached her, cheerfully inquiring, Sister, why the rush to return? Are you eager to see your beloved? Lin Daiyu flicked her handkerchief, her voice rising as she replied, Sister, please do not tease me. Wang Shifeng was taken aback. Her sister, who was always gentle, now exhibited a semblance of her own assertiveness. Lin Daiyu sighed. lamenting how she had forgotten the essence of soft-spoken words amidst the daily clamor. Curiously, Wang Shifeng asked, "Sister, what work do you engage in? We have not seen each other upon our returns. Since you have time today, let us converse in depth." Lin Daiyu nodded, and the two settled in a pavilion to chat. With every word Lin Daiyu spoke, Wang Shifeng's astonishment grew. What? A giant rose? What? A 2-meter-tall hydrangea? What? A staircase made of vines? Lin Daiyu rested her hands on the table, propping her chin as she mused. The botanical wonderland is a truly enchanting place. Hearing this, her sister felt a stir of excitement, though she lamented, "But I cannot leave the ticket booth." "Sister could go during lunchtime," Lin Daiyu suggested. "That makes sense," Wang Shifeng replied. Wang Shifeng nodded and said to her, "At that time, you shall take me along." Lin Daiyu replied with a nod. "I have heard that you possess remarkable skill in playing the," Wang Shifeng remarked as she appraised her. Lin Daiyu acknowledged with a nod, "Sister, what is the purpose of your inquiry?" "Oh, merely a casual question," Wang Shifeng replied. "In such a beautiful place as the botanical wonderland, it would be a pity not to perform a melody or dance a little." The following morning, Jiang Li and Xiao Zhizi went to investigate the spot where the middle-aged man had fallen. "Look at this," Xiao Zhizi exclaimed, pointing at the vine. Jiang Li turned her gaze and noted the distinct marks where the vine had been severed. It was evident that the man had done this intentionally. He indeed had a grudge against the amusement park. If only there were surveillance footage, she lamented. "Jiang Li, quickly look at your phone," Xiao Zhizi urged, furrowing her brows as she handed her the device. Jiang Li glanced down and was taken aback to see that the trending topics were replete with peculiar references to the amusement park, albeit all negative. She opened the comments section. "What? The peculiar amusement park has caused a fatal incident. I spent 1,000 yuan to secure tickets from a scalper, intending to visit the botanical wonderland. But now, how can I go after this incident? Alas, my hard-earned money wasted. What kind of place is the peculiar amusement park? My brother's popularity has been overshadowed. The operators of the peculiar amusement park, in their greed, disregard human life, truly unscrupulous merchants. Thankfully, I did not attend, otherwise I would have met the same unfortunate fate. The peculiar amusement park is confused. With such high traffic, they could earn a substantial profit. Yet, for a mere pittance, they resorted to cutting corners. Now they face dire consequences. The park is too mercenary. I shall never return. The truth of the matter remains undiscovered. And yet we hastily pass judgment, which is rather unjust. The facts remain as they are. The public's perception is keen. Nonetheless, I believe we should refrain from this rashness. The comments section displayed both irrational and rational voices, yet the former overwhelmingly drowned out the latter. It seemed as though people only believed what they wished to see. Jiang Li, at this rate, the amusement park will inevitably close down due to this public outcry, Xiao Zhizi commented. Jiang Li sighed, "Unless I can produce evidence. Although the truth is apparent, without video proof, it may easily be misconstrued as fabrication." Xiao Zhizi sighed as well. "Jiang Li, you truly have it tough. First with the righteous youth and now with this middle-aged man." Jiang Li felt a sense of grievance. What had she done to deserve such treatment? The two arrived at the amusement park's entrance and observed a sparse crowd at the ticket booth. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, the middle-aged man watched the video with satisfaction, muttering to himself, "At this rate, the peculiar amusement park is doomed. My bustling amusement park business will prosper as a result." His gaze fell upon his legs, which were suspended high and encased in plaster, and he mused, "My legs have not suffered in vain." Jiang Li and Little Orange sat on a platform, absent-mindedly consuming their breakfast. Mo Xiaobai dashed over, his face alight with joy, and eagerly proclaimed, "Jiang Li, I have a surprise for you." Jiang Li, feeling despondent, lifted her head. "A surprise?" Mo Xiaobai nodded, noticing her lack of enthusiasm, and gently pulled her along, heading towards the rising sun. Little Orange, while nibbling on her breakfast, watched them intently with a faint smile. The two stood before a dilapidated yet massive Ferris wheel. Jiang Li, with a sullen expression, inquired, "What do you want from me?" Mo Xiaobai's eyebrows twitched slightly, his face radiating 7 parts joy and 3 parts anticipation. "Jiang Li, close your eyes." Jiang Li, disenchanted by the affairs of middle-aged men, felt little interest in his surprise. However, witnessing Mo Xiaobai's exuberance, she reluctantly complied, slowly shutting her eyes. After a moment, Mo Xiaobai's voice broke the silence. "Sister Jiang, you can open your eyes now." Jiang Li opened her eyes, only to find nothing had changed. "Where's the surprise?" she questioned, bewildered, as she looked toward Mo Xiaobai. He smiled, pointing at the Ferris wheel. Look there. Jiangli followed his gaze. The once dilapidated Ferris wheel now appeared revitalized. Doubting her sight, she rubbed her eyes, yet the Ferris wheel remained splendidly new. Before Jiangli could speak, Mo Xiaobai placed a ring in her hand. This is the surprise I have for you. Jiangli lowered her gaze to the ring resting in her palm. What is this? A high-tech restoration device, Mo Xiaobai explained with a smile. Wasn't it supposed to be ready by early next month? The shadow that had lingered in Jiang Li's heart dissipated at the sight of the ring. Mo Xiaobai, scratching the back of his head with a grin, added, It was meant for early next month, but I gave Uncle Li 10 corns, and he worked overtime to complete it. Jiang Li gazed at the exquisite ring, her face lighting up with joy. This is wonderful. The amusement park will finally have its facilities. She looked up at Mo Xiaobai and exclaimed, Mo Xiaobai, you have done a tremendous favor for the amusement park. Given the park's current revenue, repairing these facilities seemed a fantasy. Yet, the absence of rides was equally untenable. With the ring in hand, this dilemma was effortlessly resolved. Jiang Li called Little Orange, instructing her to keep an eye on the ticket booth. After hanging up, she and Mo Xiaobai set off to restore other amusement facilities. Arriving at the carousel, she grasped the pole of a horse and asked Mo Xiaobai how to use the ring. A flicker of anticipation stirred within her. To restore a facility in mere moments would be unprecedented. Mo Xiaobai replied, Point the ring at the amusement facility, and it will automatically restore itself in 5 seconds. Is it truly that miraculous? Jiang Li found it hard to believe. Mo Xiaobai nodded affirmatively. Jiang Li, filled with a blend of skepticism and curiosity, directed the ring towards the carousel. After a mere 5 seconds, the ring surged forth, releasing a magnificent wave of light towards the carousel. The dilapidated, paint-chipped horse was instantly revitalized, leaving her astounded, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Truly, this was the marvel of advanced technology. Jiang Li glanced down, the ring on her hand shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. This small piece of jewelry undoubtedly possessed the potential to earn accolades on a global scale, capable of astonishing the entire world. Such a treasure deserved to be cherished meticulously. Jiang Jia, we ought to head to the pirate ship. Mo Xiaobai's reminder snapped Jiang Li back to reality. Subsequently, the two ventured to restore the pirate ship, the roller coaster, and the swinging pendulum. Not only did Jiang Li rejuvenate the amusement rides, but she also renovated the hotel according to her vision. The ring was truly extraordinary, capable of reconstructing its form in accordance with the owner's imagination. Standing before the grand building, she gazed up at the enchanting castle and nodded in satisfaction. Once the current turmoil subsided, she intended to take the time to revamp all the structures within the amusement park. In the span of a single morning, every facility was transformed, making the entire amusement park appear brand new. Truly, this was the pinnacle of otherworldly technology. Throughout the day, the park saw only a sparse trickle of visitors. Wang Shifeng, feeling bored, sat at the ticket booth swatting at flies. Jiang Li lounged on the sofa, diligently crafting plans on her tablet. The ring's ability to restore facilities was remarkable, even upgrading the control panels to a foolproof operation. Each attraction required only one person to operate it. However, personnel were still needed. A brilliant idea struck her. Chapter 53, Wang Shifeng disappeared those pesky little zombie minions. Initially, she had intended to assign tasks to them, but with no facilities available, she was at a loss. Now, however, with the attractions operational, she could finally put her plans into action. Upon returning home after work, Little Pink Pig suddenly appeared, excitedly announcing, Ding! Congratulations, host! Today's revenue is 1,000, totaling 79001000. Jiang Li sighed. 2 days prior, the income was 5 million. The day after saw a 0, and today, a mere 1,000. The stark contrast in figures left her feelings oscillating like a roller coaster. Little Pink Pig advised, every beginning is challenging. Maintain a calm mindset, and the amusement park will eventually find its footing. Jiang Li sighed again. She wished to remain composed, yet achieving such tranquility was far from simple. At that moment, her phone rang. It was her father calling. Xiaoli, regarding the person you asked me to investigate, I have found the information. His name is Wang Yong, the owner of the Fire and Fury amusement park, which is located near our own park. Ever since the peculiar amusement park started to thrive, no one has visited their establishment. It is likely this is the reason behind their actions. No wonder. Jiang Li finally grasped the situation. Her peculiar amusement park had indeed encroached upon their business. As the name Guhanyan reached her ears, Xiaoli and Xiaoyan immediately interrupted. Dad, I have something to attend to. I'll hang up now. With that, she swiftly ended the call. Thoughts of the amusement park flooded her mind as she reclined back onto her bed, gazing at the ceiling. Wang Yong, in his quest to ruin the peculiar amusement park, seemed utterly indifferent to his own life. If only they had installed surveillance cameras in the plant wonderland from the start. She abruptly sat up, vowing silently, once this matter concludes, she would ensure the installation of cameras in every corner of the park. However, for now, she had to address the issue with Wang Yong, yet she found herself utterly at a loss. The following morning, as usual, Zhang Li brought breakfast to the amusement park. Mo Xiaobai noticed her glum demeanor and expressed concern. Sister Jiang, you seem a bit downcast today. Just as Zhang Li was about to respond, Xiao Zhezi interjected. Isn't it because of the incident with the visitor in Plant Wonderland? But I truly believe that person acted with intent. Zhang Li took a bite of her bun and sighed. No need to speculate. He did it on purpose. What do you mean? Xiao Zhezi blinked at her. Jiang Li relayed her father's words, feeling despondent as she nibbled on her egg pancake filled with sausage. Xiao Zhezi protested. Wang Yong is being utterly unreasonable. Just because his own business is struggling, he seeks to drag our amusement park down with him. What a despicable act. He's truly ruthless to himself as well. Mo Xiaobai quietly munched on a chicken leg nearby. Zhang Li sighed helplessly. During work, Mo Xiaobai called out to her. What's wrong? Zhang Li turned to him. Approaching her, he inquired, Sister Jiang, isn't it true that if we can prove Wang Yong is orchestrating this whole affair, the amusement park can weather this crisis? Do you have a plan? Jiang Li looked at him, catching on to the significance of his words. Mo Xiaobai nodded. We would element ability users can connect with the consciousness of plants, witnessing what they see, and can transmit the images to electronic devices. Zhang Li was taken aback, impressed by such a remarkable ability. Yet, her excitement quickly surged. That's wonderful. If this method succeeds, the park's crisis will be effortlessly resolved. However, Mo Xiaobai sighed. But what? Zhang Li's heart leapt to her throat. I only know I possess this ability. I just don't know how to utilize it. I need to consult my father. Mo Xiaobai clarified. It's all right. I have faith in your abilities. You'll surely figure it out. Zhang Li offered him an affirming glance. Mo Xiaobai smiled and nodded. Afterward, Zhang Li organized all the tasks for the staff and returned to the ticket booth. In the morning, the amusement park's visitors remained sparse, with just a few arriving. However, it was an improvement from the previous day. These visitors were loyal fans of the park, asserting their disbelief that it could commit such an act. They stated that until the truth emerged, they would steadfastly support the amusement park. Hearing their words deeply moved Zhang Li. During lunchtime, she discovered that Wang Shifeng was missing and inquired with Xiao Zhezi, who admitted she was unaware of her whereabouts. Zhang Li then approached Mo Xiaobai, who also claimed he had not seen her. This situation left her in a state of distress. The system had explicitly stated that employees of the amusement park were not permitted to leave its premises. Otherwise, it would not assist her in finding her mother. Moreover, she was concerned about the potential dangers Wang Shifeng might face in this unfamiliar world. Meanwhile, Lin Daiyu led Wang Shifeng to the rose archway. Upon witnessing the multitude of blooming roses in various hues, Wang Shifeng's expression was one of sheer astonishment. This place was far more beautiful than the Jiao residence. Lin Daiyu, clutching her guqin, beckoned Wang Shifeng to enter the archway, traversing through the rose grove, passing along the vine-covered corridor, and climbing to the summit of a colossal tree to gaze over the entire city. After admiring the rose bamboo house, they arrived at a sea of daisies in full bloom. At each location they visited, Wang Shifeng expressed her heartfelt admiration. Gazing at the vast floral expanse before her, she exclaimed, I have never encountered such a breathtaking place. It is as enchanting as a fairyland. Oh, how I long to dance a tune here. Unable to contain her joy, she began to twirl, dancing her way to the center of the flower sea. As she danced gracefully, butterflies fluttered toward her. Such a beautiful performance surely required an accompaniment. Lin Daiyu retrieved the guqin from her back, positioned it on the ground, and elegantly sat on a fallen tree trunk, skillfully playing a melody. The entire floral expanse transformed into a stage for the two of them. The melodic strains resonated beautifully, drifting into the distance and attracting a handful of onlookers, including Zhang Li and her companions. The visitors murmured amongst themselves, with some recording videos on their phones. This melody is exquisite, truly of masterful caliber. No, I believe the lady in traditional attire plays far more beautifully than any master could. There must be some enchantment in this tune. I feel my inner anxieties and unrest being soothed. Who would have thought I would witness such high-caliber dancing in a humble amusement park? This level of artistry must meet national, if not international, standards. Look, butterflies dance around the performer. One might mistake her for Xiang Fei. The scene, the music, the dance, everything was profoundly healing. I must capture this moment and share it online. Xiao Zhizi remarked, so that's why they were missing. They were dancing here. She turned to Jiangli, asking, should we call them? Jiangli shook her head, relishing the heartwarming melody. No need. Well, what about our meal? She queried. As for Xiao Zhizi, nothing surpassed the importance of dining. Chapter 54. The dance melody goes viral. Attracting tourists, go ahead and eat. I'll stay behind to capture footage, Jiangli replied while pulling out her phone to record. Xiao Zhizi suddenly realized. You don't mean to attract tourists with this, do you? But is that really feasible? Jiangli sighed. Currently, there are no other options. It doesn't hurt to give it a try. Then I shall record as well. Little Orange took out her phone and began recording Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu. Aren't you going to eat? Jiangli inquired. Little Orange replied. This is crucial for the survival of the amusement park. Missing a meal is of little consequence. Jiangli chuckled softly. The day after the video was released, Jiangli arrived at the amusement park as usual, where Little Orange greeted her with exuberance. Jiangli, I have wonderful news. The dance performance by Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng has gone viral. Really? Jiangli was somewhat incredulous, as the video had hardly garnered any views since its release just the previous day. Just take a look, Little Orange urged, handing her the phone. The view count had surged to 100,000. Jiangli eagerly checked the ticket sales. The number of bookings had already surpassed 500. She had assumed that after such an incident, no one would dare to book tickets, yet the outcome astonished her. Opening the comments section, she found numerous posts from the night before. The odd amusement park is truly remarkable. Where did they find such a talented dancer? This music and dance have completely soothed my restless soul. The dance performance was breathtaking. I must book my tickets. The odd amusement park has had accidents in the past. Do you really dare to go? I'm just here to enjoy the music and watch the dance. It's not going to cost me my life, is it? Goodness, how did they attract those butterflies? They're such rare species. I must book tickets to investigate. This music is incredibly friendly for someone like me who suffers from depression. I've heard renowned musicians play and seen celebrated dancers perform. These two are no less impressive. In fact, they surpass them by far. Are you really going to go? There have been accidents there. The truth of the matter has yet to be clarified. We must not be swayed by public opinion. Indeed. I visited the botanical wonderland several times without incident. Yet how did that one visitor encounter trouble? Could it be malicious competition? That is not out of the realm of possibility. However, we must await the truth before jumping to conclusions. Jiangli hadn't anticipated such rational discourse among netizens. No more talking. I'm off to book tickets. What if I miss out? Jiangli switched pages to check ticket availability, and the number had already exceeded 1,000. She covered her mouth in excitement, concealing her joy within. Though only 1,000 tickets were available, it marked a promising beginning, did it not? Eagerly, she made her way to the ticket office. Although the place was not overcrowded, there was a considerable queue for ticket verification. Upon entering, she found Wang Shifeng diligently checking tickets. Female visitors gazed at Wang Shifeng with admiration. Is that the beautiful sister who danced yesterday? She is truly stunning. Wang Shifeng handled the situation with grace. Sister, so you're an amateur, then? The female tourist gazed into the eyes of Wang Shifeng, where stars seemed to twinkle. Wang Shifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Sister, with your remarkable talents, it feels beneath you to serve as a ticket seller here, the tourist lamented. Not at all. I truly enjoy this work, Wang Shifeng replied. Another visitor eagerly interjected. Beauty, we have come specifically for the dance performances. When will you be showcasing your talents? Wang Shifeng's gaze shifted to Jiangli, who met her eyes, and Wang Shifeng nodded in affirmation. They had discussed this arrangement prior, and both Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu had consented. She turned to the visitors outside the window and explained. In the half hour before we close in the morning and evening, we will perform in the Daisy Flower Sea. Those interested may come to watch. We will also announce it over the loudspeaker. The tourists nodded in understanding. The number of visitors who had booked morning tickets was not substantial, and it was settled in less than an hour. She instructed Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu to rehearse the program while she checked on the amusement park's conditions. Jiangli approached the Ferris wheel, observing the tourists seated within and the slowly rotating wheel, her emotions beyond words. Once, this place had been dilapidated and desolate. Now, rejuvenated by the ring, it thrived with vitality due to the influx of visitors. She then made her way to the swinging pendulum, the pirate ship, and the carousel. where many tourists were enjoying themselves. Everything appeared vibrant and full of life, warming Jiang Li's heart. Next, she visited the plant wonderland, the most crowded area. Jiang Li felt a surge of emotion. The tourists had not allowed the situation with Wang Yong to tarnish their perception of the plant wonderland. Finally, she arrived at the hotel castle, where a group of young girls were chattering. "Isn't this the castle from a fairy tale? It's so beautiful," one exclaimed. "This architecture is so dreamy, resembling blue crystal," another added. "Indeed, it stands among the finest in the world." "Oh, I should have come here made up. Quick, help me take a photo. I want to flaunt it on my social media." Jiang Li smiled inwardly at their excitement. After a complete tour, the amusement park radiated harmony. With half an hour remaining before the morning session concluded, Jiang Li announced to the visitors via loudspeaker to come to the Daisy Garden for the performance. When she arrived, the area around the Daisy Sea was already surrounded by eager tourists, their faces alight with anticipation. In the center of the floral expanse, Wang Shifeng danced gracefully in a flowing red gown, accompanied by Lin Daiyu's melodious tunes. Butterflies swirled around her in a breathtaking spectacle. Lin Daiyu sat elegantly upon a tree trunk, playing the qin with poise. The enchanting scenery, the beautiful performers, the exquisite dance, the mesmerizing music, and the fluttering butterflies created a scene of unparalleled beauty and awe. The tourists were spellbound, holding their breath, none daring to utter a word. The healing melody seemed to transport them to another realm, a world that captivated their souls, soothing their inner turmoil and anxiety. Jiang Li was enveloped in this moment, forgetting everything else. Meanwhile, Little Orange remained composed, diligently recording the scene with her camera. As the final note resounded, a thunderous applause erupted around me. "Oh my! What a breathtaking spectacle this is. My visit has not been in vain." Watching the videos pales in comparison to the live experience, which is astonishing beyond my expectations. This melody is the most exquisite I have ever heard, bar none. I am eager to return to the curious amusement park, in addition to enjoying the music. I long to explore the enchanted garden, a realm so fantastical it seems almost unreal. I captured all of this on film, and I am certain it will garner significant attention online. The visitors indulged in every delight and returned home in high spirits. In the afternoon, the crowd doubled compared to the morning. Within less than a day, the video of the amusement park's performance ascended to the top of the local charts. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Wang Yong, upon witnessing the revival of the curious amusement park, furiously hurled his phone to the ground. He could not accept that the park, which he had failed to destroy despite risking his life, had returned to glory. He would not let this go easily. Chapter 55. The truth revealed upon returning home. Jiang Li eagerly inquired of Little Pink Pig about the day's earnings. Little Pink Pig appeared, fluttering its tiny wings and revealing 2 large golden teeth. "Congratulations, host. Today's revenue is 300,000, bringing the total to 82,002,000. Jiang Li was quite pleased with this outcome. She owed a great deal to Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng. Otherwise, the amusement park might have faced closure. A thought crossed her mind, and she looked up to ask Little Pink Pig, "Do all employees at the amusement park possess some extraordinary abilities?" Little Pink Pig appeared puzzled. Jiang Li elaborated. Mo Xiaobai has the power to control zombies and possesses wood-type abilities. Wang Shifeng attracts butterflies when she dances, and Lin Daiyu's soothing melodies comfort the soul. Little Pink Pig rested its chin on its paw, pondering carefully. It indeed seemed so. Hearing this, Jiang Li felt a surge of delight within her. With such extraordinary employees, achieving 100 billion in revenue was merely a matter of time. However, talent was essential. "System, what conditions must I meet to continue recruiting?" The system responded. "Achieve the small goal of earning 100 million. Jiang Li swallowed hard upon hearing this. 100 million? Surely you jest. The system fluttered to her shoulder, giving her a gesture of encouragement. "Believe in yourself. You can do it." Suddenly, Jiang Li found herself at a loss for words. The next day, carrying breakfast, Jiang Li made her way to the amusement park in good spirits. Upon arrival, Mo Xiaobai rushed towards her, exclaiming, "Sister Jiang, I have wonderful news to share." Jiang Li handed him her breakfast and asked, "What good news?" Mo Xiaobai teased her, "Sister Jiang, take out your phone." Jiang Li looked at him in confusion but complied. Mo Xiaobai held the phone in his palm, and a green light enveloped them. After the green light dissipated, he returned the phone to Jiang Li. "Sister Jiang, take a look at the video." With skepticism, Jiang Li opened the camera and found an additional video, which she began to watch. In the video, Wang Yong wields a small knife to cut through the vines before leaping down. The truth of the matter is crystal clear. Jiang Li smiles with her head held high. Addressing Mo Xiaobai, "You have succeeded." Mo Xiaobai nods, exuding an air of nonchalance. What Jiang Li remains unaware of is that Mo Xiaobai has sacrificed several sleepless nights to hone his ability to connect with plant consciousness. With this video, the reputation of the peculiar amusement park is preserved. At this moment, she feels an immense sense of relief. Suddenly, Xiao Juzi rushes over, exclaiming, "Jiang Li, something's amiss." "What has happened?" Jiang Li inquires. Xiao Juzi hands her the phone to reveal the video, in which Wang Yong portrays himself as a victim, deliberately tarnishing the reputation of the bizarre amusement park and sullying her name. Jiang Li opens the comments section, only to be met with a torrent of vitriol. That girl is so young, yet her heart is so wicked. Using substandard facilities for visitors is one thing, but to cause disability and refuse compensation is utterly outrageous. Anyone who visits her amusement park must be brainless. The peculiar amusement park is the most unethical one I have ever encountered. Why doesn't he, the owner, just disappear? They only know how to bully ordinary people like us. The truth has yet to emerge, and yet you all are being so excessive. People are in such a state, and you still question the truth? How can they be so cruel as to curse someone? Xiao Juzi protested indignantly. He then looked up at Jiang Li, asking, "What should we do?" Jiang Li bit her lip. Since he shows no compassion, he should not expect mercy in return. Xiao Juzi was left baffled. Jiang Li showed him the video and spoke, to which Xiao Juzi nodded vigorously. "I'll post the video right away." With a glance at the video now on her phone, Xiao Juzi eagerly dashed away with her breakfast. Jiang Li made her way to the ticket booth. Compared to yesterday, there were even fewer visitors, likely due to the impact of the video. However, it mattered not. The truth would eventually be revealed. 2 hours after the clarifying video was released, its views skyrocketed to 100,000. In the hospital, Wang Yong seethed with rage upon seeing the clarifying video, gritting his teeth in frustration. He had thoroughly checked and confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras at the peculiar amusement park. How could this be happening? His gaze fell upon his injured leg, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Was this the outcome of wagering his life? Unwilling to accept defeat, Wang Yong took to the comments section to voice his dissent. This is clearly edited. He then proceeded to unleash a barrage of incomprehensible technical jargon. Many netizens, upon hearing this, found his arguments compelling. Consequently, the tide of comments shifted, aside from a few rational voices. The majority began to echo Wang Yong's accusations against the peculiar amusement park. Jiang Li observed the comments section and turned to Xiao Juzi, who nodded in understanding. With a flurry of activity on the computer, another video was released. This video, spanning 7 to 8 hours, documented Wang Yong's entire experience from the moment he entered the amusement park to his fall down the vine corridor. 2 hours after the video was released, the netizens shifted their opinions. I watched the video at 5 times the speed, and it was quite similar to the initial content. With such a lengthy video, it is impossible to edit. It seems we have misunderstood the Odd Wonderland. I thought so, for Odd Wonderland is my cherished ideal. How could it possibly engage in such actions? That man is utterly outrageous, resorting to unscrupulous means to discredit Odd Wonderland. Who would disagree? The individual in the video I encountered with my daughter in the botanical realm. At that moment, he was acting suspiciously and glared at my daughter, prompting me to leave with her. It seems he is intent on causing trouble. This person is excessively unreasonable. What grievance could he possibly hold against Odd Wonderland to tarnish its reputation in such a manner? Now that the truth is apparent, I intend to purchase tickets. I have yet to visit the enchanting botanical realm described so dreamily. I shall also secure my tickets. My last visit to the botanical realm left me yearning for more, and this time, I must go. Furthermore, I will be able to witness the breathtaking performances. Wang Yong, feeling the public sentiment entirely against him, clenched his phone, wishing to crush it into fragments. How infuriating. All his efforts had been in vain. In a fit of rage, he hurled his phone to the ground. Due to his excessive force, it almost slipped from his grasp, then fell, with his leg in a cast suspended awkwardly in the air, presenting a comically pitiful sight. The nurse. He thought of the precarious situation the amusement park might face next, and his agitation only grew. Jiang Li, witnessing the shift in public opinion, felt a surge of joy. She checked the ticket sales. The number had already exceeded 8,000 and continued to rise. Her gaze shifted towards the ticket counter, where a steady stream of visitors was arriving. The park's operational status was visibly improving. Jiang Li watched the final video. which detailed Wang Yong's motivations for desperately attempting to discredit Odd Wonderland. She hesitated, pondering whether to release it. Chapter 56. Wang Yong's failed schemes. If she were to publish it just like that, it would be rather extreme. Who knows? The public outcry might push Wang Yong to the brink. After all, online harassment can be terrifying. Yet, he had treated her in such a manner. She was no saint. Why should she not retaliate? Jiang Li, in her indecision, ultimately chose not to release the video. If matters escalated to the point of leaving Wang Yong with no escape, he might seek vengeance against her. Perhaps it was best to refrain from publishing it. Jiang Li turned off the video and glanced at the comments section. Why do you think this person is attempting to tarnish Odd Wonderland? Wait a moment, I think I've seen this person before. He seems to be the owner of the fiery amusement park. Upon closer inspection, it truly is him. I have visited his amusement park before. I see now. Odd Wonderland's booming business has resulted in a lack of visitors at his park, prompting him to resort to this underhanded tactic. The individual in question exhibits a remarkable degree of malice, resorting to such tactics to tarnish the reputation of the curious amusement park. I fervently wish for the swift demise of the fiery amusement park. The proprietor of the fiery amusement park has inflicted significant losses upon the curious amusement park. Yet the owner's wife has refrained from pursuing legal action against him, seemingly displaying excessive kindness. Were I in her position, I would ensure he faced utter financial ruin. The fiery amusement park's conduct is utterly unacceptable. I shall not return henceforth. My solitary visit to the fiery amusement park left me appalled by the abysmal service, which pales in comparison to that of the curious amusement park. Enough of this. I must proceed to book tickets before they sell out. Wang Yong never anticipated that his actions would lead to the declining fortunes of the fiery amusement park. With the rise of the curious amusement park, his establishment saw a drastic decrease in patrons, ultimately leading to its inevitable bankruptcy. However, this is a matter for another time. Jiang Li, upon reading the comments, couldn't he help but smirk. Wang Yong had indeed shot himself in the foot. Yet, this was his own doing, and she felt no need for sympathy. In the hospital, Wang Yong gazed at the vitriolic comments directed at him, so enraged that he fainted on his bed. Verbal abuse, online harassment, these are lethal weapons. A fellow patient, unable to bear the sight, called the front desk. Nurse, come quickly, someone has collapsed here. Wang Yong regained consciousness, but due to his heightened agitation, suffered a stroke. In a fit of rage, he smashed his phone against the wall, only to lose consciousness once more. Once, Jiang Li endured ample hostility and verbal assaults due to his smear campaign. Fortunately, her determination to locate her mother remained unwavering, allowing her to persevere. Now, with the truth unveiled, Wang Yong finds himself on the receiving end of online vitriol. Is this not a fitting example of poetic justice? The wheels of fate turn inexorably. No one escapes their consequences. Upon returning home that evening, the little pink pig emerged with good news. Congratulations, host. Today's revenue reached 400,000, bringing the total to 86,002,000. It perched on Jiang Li's shoulder, displaying its large golden tooth. Jiang Li, congratulations. Your perseverance has borne fruit, and brighter days lie ahead. Jiang Li turned to it, smiling cheerfully. I shall take your words as an omen of good fortune. The little pink pig chuckled. Have you noticed how much stronger you have become since our first encounter? Reflecting on the myriad experiences of recent days, Jiang Li smiled softly, realizing it was indeed true. Had the previous version of herself encountered online abuse, she might have succumbed to despair. After the little pink pig vanished, she checked the ticket sales. A staggering 20,000 tickets had already been sold, with numbers continuously rising. Tomorrow promised to be another day of bountiful harvest. Before drifting to sleep, Jiang Li glanced at her phone. The end of the month was approaching, heralding the time for salary disbursement. She needed to prepare accordingly. The following day, Jiang Li brought breakfast to the curious amusement park. Gazing out at the ticket booth, surrounded by throngs of eager patrons, she was filled with nostalgia. The park had once again regained its former glory. A group of individuals sat upon the steps, indulging in their breakfast. Today's morning repast consisted of pan-fried buns. Little Orange carefully unwrapped an exquisite bag. The golden-hued, glistening buns appeared as though they had just emerged from the oven, still exuding a steaming mist. The aroma wafted through the air, enticing the senses and provoking salivation. Mo Xiaobai scrutinized the bun in his hand, assessing its golden sheen. Is there truly any distinction from regular buns? He inquired. Not much difference, replied Jiang Li. It's merely a bun that has been pan-fried. Good morning. called Wang Shifeng as she approached Lin Daiyu, greeting them with a wave. Jiang Li handed over the remaining 2 buns. These are for you. Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu exchanged puzzled glances. Subsequently, Wang Shifeng addressed Jiang Li, we do not partake in breakfast. No, breakfast. Then what of the breakfast prior? Jiang Li queried, bewildered. She had indeed overlooked this matter due to the incident involving Wang Yong and online bullying. Mo Xiaobai raised his hand, awkwardly admitting, breakfast has already made its way into my stomach. Jiang Li responded with a non-committal sound. And what about lunch? She asked. Wang Shifeng replied, we shall dine on blue roses. Those flowers are quite sweet, are they not? Jiang Li mused. She lowered her gaze to the bun in her hand, feeling compelled to advocate for it. Though you are ladies of high standing, this breakfast is no less delightful than delicacies from the mountains and seas. You ought to give it a try. With that, she opened the packaging and extended it toward them. The pan-fried buns, glistening with a tantalizing sheen, were utterly mouth-watering. Daiyu gazed at the greasy food, her hand supporting her chin as she displayed an expression of disdain, retreating slightly behind Wang Shifeng. Initially, Wang Shifeng sought to fabricate an excuse to dismiss it. However, upon inhaling the approaching aroma of baked wheat, she licked her lips, her stomach growling in response. Little Orange stepped forward enthusiastically, proclaiming, these pan-fried buns are absolutely delectable and quite difficult to procure. For us working folk, they are indeed a luxury. Had it not been for Jiang Li's generosity, we might never have tasted them. Really? Wang Shifeng asked, licking her lips in confirmation. She had always considered such fare to be rather inexpensive. To her surprise, it was deemed a luxury, in comparison to the Jia household's feasts. This seemed not beneath her status. Why would I deceive you? Little Orange replied innocently, blinking her eyes. Wang Shifeng cautiously accepted the bun, taking a tentative bite. Filled with both curiosity and uncertainty, she thought to herself, how delicious could a mere bun possibly be? Yet, the moment it touched her palate, she realized her grave misjudgment. The bun was exquisite beyond words. She had never anticipated that the world's cuisine could be so delightful, far surpassing the Jia household's extravagant delicacies. How many delicious morsels had she previously overlooked? She began to disregard her image, devouring the buns voraciously, one after another, leaving Lin Daiyu utterly astonished. Daiyu, would you care for some? Jiang Li urged. Lin Daiyu shook her head, and just as she was about to speak, Wang Shifeng directly stuffed a bun into her mouth. Hurry and eat. Only after finishing will you have the strength to work. Lin Daiyu grimaced in distaste. Subsequently, she and Wang Shifeng sat on the steps, devouring their food with little semblance of grace. Jiang Li wore a faint smile at the corner of her lips. Indeed, no one could resist the delectable offerings of this world. The ticket booth was becoming increasingly crowded. Jiang Li glanced at her watch. Only 5 minutes remained until the workday began. It seemed that today would be quite hectic. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Chapter 57. A heartwarming and healing amusement park. Jiang Li answered the call. It was Uncle Yuan. Hello, Uncle Yuan, what is it? On the other end, Yuan Chong said. Xiao Li, the old fellows at the Research Institute wish to visit your botanical paradise for an inspection. Could you assist us in arranging it? Jiang Li inquired when. Yuan Chong replied, the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Jiang Li responded readily, no problem. Yuan Chong added, oh, by the way, Xiao Li, I have a surprise for you tomorrow. A surprise? Jiang Li asked, puzzled. Yuan Chong teased, you'll find out the day after tomorrow. He then ended the call. Jiang Li muttered to herself, what's with Uncle Yuan being so cryptic? Never mind. Jiang Jia, what's wrong? Mo Xiaobai asked with concern. Jiang Li shook her head at him, then turned to the others, saying, everyone, prepare yourselves. It's time to head to work. The group nodded, tidied up, and returned to their respective posts. As the amusement park gates swung open, a throng of visitors surged inside. Jiang Li stood at the entrance, hesitant to move for fear of a stampede. This bustling scene continued for half an hour before it began to ease slightly. Nevertheless, many patrons continued to stream in. Before long, the number of visitors swelled again, and she and Wang Shifeng found themselves too busy to take a moment's respite. With an hour still remaining before the morning shift concluded, the influx of visitors showed no signs of abating. Jiang Li decided to assess the situation within the park. After giving Wang Shifeng a few instructions, she departed. Upon entering the amusement park, she looked up to behold a sea of people. Fortunately, her amusement park was large enough to accommodate millions. Otherwise, the crowd would have been overwhelming. A little girl in a blue dress, adorned with a princess headpiece, tugged at her mother's hand, leading her toward a crystal-like castle while waving her chubby little hand. Mama, look quickly. It's a castle, just like in fairy tales. The girl's mother followed her gaze, her expression one of astonishment. It resembled exactly what she had seen in storybooks. So beautiful, so dreamlike. Many visitors gathered around the castle, expressing their admiration. What a fantastical castle. I thought it was merely a backdrop. Is this castle truly real? I've been to many amusement parks, yet I've never encountered one like this. It seems to resemble a hotel. I wonder what it will be like inside when it opens. How exciting. I must take a photograph to share on social media, dazzling everyone with its brilliance. The girl's mother grasped the sleeve of Jiang Li, who was about to depart. Excuse me, could you assist me in capturing a picture of my daughter? Jiang Li complied. The girl's mother beamed as she gazed at the photo on her phone. By the way, do you have any costumes available? I wish to fulfill my dream of becoming a princess, the girl's mother inquired cautiously. Jiang Li shook her head. I'm sorry, but we currently do not have such costumes. A flicker of disappointment crossed the mother's eyes. It's all right, Jiang Li reassured her. You can dress up beautifully next time you visit the amusement park for photos as well. The girl's mother shook her head. I have come from afar. It is unlikely I will have that opportunity again. The little girl tilted her head innocently towards Jiang Li and said, Mommy will go to another place in the future. A place very far away. Jiang Li gazed at her, momentarily taken aback. I can lend her my princess dress. A Lolita girl interjected with enthusiasm upon overhearing their conversation. Oh, that would be too generous, the girl's mother replied, embarrassed. It's no trouble. I brought several outfits, the Lolita girl insisted. I can assist you with makeup. Another girl chimed in with a smile. The little girl removed the crown from her head and handed it to her mother, saying, Mommy, a princess must wear her crown. The girl's mother looked down at the crown in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks, the large droplets splattering onto her wrist. She turned to the girl and bowed deeply. Thank you. Jiang Li felt compelled to contribute as well, stating, Allow me to arrange for a professional photographer to capture your moments. The girl's mother grasped her hand, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. It's nothing. Jiang Li replied with a warm smile. Sister, let me help you change your clothes, the Lolita girl said, taking her hand and leading her away. With the little girl in the blue princess dress following closely behind. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Li made a phone call to update the situation and requested Little Orange to bring the camera over. Little Orange, holding a megaphone, immediately agreed without hesitation. She handed the megaphone to Lin Daiyu and slipped away. Lin Daiyu, looking somewhat troubled, picked up the megaphone and shouted various announcements. The girl's mother donned the beautiful blue princess gown, her pale face adorned with exquisite makeup, flowing her hair in elegant waves, crowned with the silver tiara gifted by her daughter. Sister, you look stunning, the enthusiastic girl praised generously. The girl's mother expressed her gratitude. The little girl tugged at her mother's hand, saying, Mommy, in my heart, you are the most beautiful princess in the world. The girl's mother smiled, lovingly stroking her daughter's round little head. With the help of everyone, the girl's mother fulfilled the long-held wish hidden in her heart. The Grand Castle Hotel bore witness to the footprints of the girl's mother. In the camera's frame, she radiated the most beautiful smile in the world. At that moment, she truly resembled a princess from a castle. After the photographs were taken, the girl's mother expressed her gratitude once more to those who had assisted her. She then approached Jiang Li and remarked, I overheard someone mention you earlier. You must be the owner of the curious amusement park. Jiang Li nodded in affirmation. The girl's mother continued, As a child, I yearned to don a princess gown and wear a crown, to be a princess for a day. However, my parents insisted that princess dresses were far too expensive, and thus, my dream of being a princess remained deeply buried within my heart. As I grew older and became a mother myself, I discovered that such dresses were not as costly as I had been led to believe. Why, I wondered. Were they unwilling to fulfill my modest wish? Eventually, I came to understand that I was simply the one who was not favored. A trace of bitterness flickered in her eyes as she continued. As a child, my longing for a princess gown was profound, but upon maturing, that desire faded unexpectedly. I cannot quite explain why. Perhaps some things, once missed, can never be reclaimed. Yet, now that I know my time is limited, the regret of never having experienced a day as a princess haunts me. Especially when I beheld the castle, the desire to be a princess surged within me once more. Jiang Li, moved by her story, felt a deep resonance. The girls nearby fell into silence, lost in their own thoughts. Jiang Li refocused her mind. Would you like to visit the botanical wonderland? Our amusement park can offer you complimentary photography. Botanical Wonderland? The girl's mother inquired. Just as Jiang Li was about to elaborate, the enthusiastic girl interjected, the Botanical Wonderland is a place even more enchanting than a fairy tale. You will surely fall in love with it. Oh, by the way, I have a fairy costume that would be perfect for photographs there. Would you like to try it on? The girl's mother asked cautiously. Of course, why not? The enthusiastic girl replied readily. I can help you with your makeup again, another girl kindly offered. And we can continue taking pictures and filming, Xiao Juzi added. Observing this scene, Jiang Li felt a warmth in her heart. She had not anticipated that the bond between girls could be so beautifully profound. Before long, the group arrived at the Botanical Wonderland. The girl's mother, dressed in the fairy gown, strolled through the rose grove, ran along the vine corridor, paused at the bamboo rose house, and gazed from the treetop terrace, all captured by the camera lens in her most joyous moments. When everything concluded, the girl turned to Jiang Li and exclaimed, Today has been the happiest day of my 30-plus years of life. Thank you, and to all those kind strangers. I have little to offer the amusement park, but I wish for the curious amusement park to flourish, Jiang Li responded with a smile. Then I shall borrow your good wishes. At the entrance of the amusement park, the girl's mother was preparing to get into the car with her daughter when Jiang Li and Xiao Juzi stepped forward to call out to her. Wait a moment. The girl's mother halted, turning her head to inquire, What is it? Jiang Li and Xiao Juzi exchanged glances. Subsequently, Jiang Li presented her with an exquisite gift bag. Inside were instant photographs and a disc containing all the memories from the amusement park that day. The girl's mother accepted the bag, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Juzi remarked, No need to thank us. We merely lent a helping hand. The girl's mother bid farewell to the two and entered a sleek black car. As she gazed through the window at the receding figures, she softly uttered a thank you before redirecting her gaze. She opened the bag and retrieved a stack of instant photographs, each showcasing her alone. Every image radiated beauty, capturing a smile of a self she had never encountered before. It was as if, within the whimsical amusement park, she had reclaimed the essence of her childhood. The man driving the car interjected with a disheartening comment, At your age. Isn't that rather childish? The girl's mother remained silent, fixating on the reflection of herself in the photographs. Could this truly be her? She turned to look outside the car window. After 30 years of living to please others, she had neglected her own needs. It felt as though she had abandoned herself. With the remainder of her life ahead, she resolved to live authentically. Turning to her so-called husband, she boldly declared, I believe this is what makes me happy. It was the first time she courageously voiced her true feelings. The man driving the car was taken aback. In the afternoon, the whimsical amusement park was bustling with far more visitors than in the morning. Jiang Li surveyed the vibrant scene, still haunted by the events surrounding Wang Yong. With such a crowd, the potential for misfortune loomed large. There would be no absolution for her if anything untoward occurred. The implementation of surveillance was imperative. Upon returning home that evening, she planned to order a set of cameras online. With half an hour remaining before operations resumed, Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng commenced their performance. This time, they were encircled by a throng of spectators, a veritable sea of humanity. Jiang Li, concerned about irrational individuals, instructed her zombie assistant to create a protective barrier around them. Yet, amidst the throngs, an unusual silence enveloped the area, underscoring the magnetic allure of the duo. As the dance concluded, a thunderous applause erupted from the daisies surrounding them, heralding the end of business hours. Upon returning home, Jiang Li's first inquiry was regarding the operational status of the little pink pig. The little pink pig appeared in the air, hands on hips, joyously proclaiming, Congratulations, host. Today's revenue amounted to 4 million, with a cumulative total of approximately 12.6 million. Jiang Li's heart swelled with delight at this news. If one were to calculate an average of 5 million per day, she would achieve her modest target of 100 million in just 20 days. At that point, she could continue to support the construction of the whimsical amusement park alongside her employees. Distracted by fleeting thoughts, she glanced at the document, which contained everyone's payroll information. Tomorrow marked the first day of the month, a day designated for salary disbursement. After completing her tasks, she tidied up and lay on her bed, opening a shopping app to search for surveillance cameras. She intended to purchase a vast array of monitors to ensure comprehensive 360-degree surveillance of the amusement park, excluding only areas of utmost privacy. Jiang Li believed that only this would provide her with peace of mind. She selected a brand that offered excellent value for money, with each camera costing at least 300. Given the park's enormous size, she calculated that 1,000 cameras would be necessary, amounting to a total of 300,000, which she deemed acceptable. Without hesitation, she placed her order. However, shortly thereafter, the shop owner messaged her, stating that only 200 cameras remained in stock, with the rest to be shipped later. Jiang Li inquired about the timeline for the remaining shipment. A month, the shop owner replied. A month felt excessively long to her. She was anxious about potential issues arising during that time. After careful consideration, she decided to cancel the order, realizing that online purchasing may not be the best approach. She searched further on her phone and discovered a recycling station that dealt with old surveillance cameras. A thought struck her. She opened her drawer to find a ring lying quietly within. With high-tech restoration available, she had no reason to worry. Thus, she promptly called the recycling station owner and spent 10,000 yuan to acquire 1,000 discarded cameras. The owner was overjoyed and promised to deliver them the following afternoon. Since the recycling station was in the same city, she planned to rejuvenate the cameras with the ring's technology once they arrived. With her zombie sidekicks around, installing them would be a breeze. This arrangement would undoubtedly alleviate her anxieties, and it was far more cost-effective than online purchasing. Before drifting off to sleep, she glanced at the ticket sales, noting that 20,000 tickets had already been sold and the numbers continued to rise. The next day, Jiang Li cheerfully carried breakfast to the peculiar amusement park. As she approached the entrance, she found it teeming with people, navigating through the bustling crowd. She entered through a smaller gate. Early arrivals Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng rushed over, their eyes fixated on the breakfast in Jiang Li's hands. Licking their lips in anticipation, Wang Shifeng tore her gaze away from the food to look at Jiang Li, swallowing hard. What a feast! What do we have for breakfast today? She asked. Jiang Li replied, Today we have steamed dumplings, soy milk, and chicken legs. Quite a sumptuous spread, Lin Daiyu remarked, her voice slightly coarse. Seeing their eager expressions, Jiang Li smiled and offered them their share. The two sat on a platform, devouring their breakfast with little regard for decorum. This is absolutely delicious. I had no idea there were so many tasty treats here, Wang Shifeng exclaimed, gnawing on a chicken leg. What a divine realm this is. Lin Daiyu said, though she maintained a more measured pace, still eating voraciously. Soon, Imo Xiaobai and Xiao Juzi joined them. As the gathering came to order, she spoke up. Today marks the day of salary distribution, a splendid occasion indeed. I have an announcement to make, Jiang Li cheerfully declared. Little Orange, munching on a fried dumpling, chimed in. What is it? Imo Xiaobai, Wang Shifeng, and Lin Daiyu continued to enjoy their breakfast, too engrossed to respond. Today is payday, Jiang Li smiled. Payday? Little Orange paused, momentarily taken aback. It's the beginning of the month. Have you forgotten? Jiang Li reminded her. Little Orange swallowed her food, reflecting how swiftly time passes. A month has flown by in the blink of an eye. Imo Xiaobai, hearing of the salary, felt a surge of anticipation. A paycheck could procure numerous delightful items. However, Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu remained unfazed, savoring their delectable breakfast. Jiang Li retrieved the payslips from her bag, distributing them to Little Orange, Imo Xiaobai, and the two preoccupied sisters. Little Orange glanced at her payslip, her hands trembling with excitement. She yearned to exclaim her joy, but seeing Imo Xiaobai still present, she could only revel silently in her heart. 20,000. It is indeed 20,000, not counting the live stream. I earned 10,000 in my first month and doubled it in the second. Surely, I will earn even more in the future. Little Orange felt a strong intuition that one day, she would purchase a small apartment in this city. Indeed, choosing the right employer could lead to wealth. Over the peculiar 2 months, she had saved a considerable amount. Seeing Little Orange suppressing her smile, Jiang Li explained, You effectively worked 2 jobs last month, earning 2 salaries, plus commissions, so there should be no issue. Little Orange shook her head vigorously. Not an issue at all. In a daze, the money is in hand. What could possibly be wrong? Imo Xiaobai examined his payslip, his hands trembling with excitement. A total of 750 yuan. What? 750 yuan? Little Orange looked at Imo Xiaobai in disbelief. How can he appear so joyful over merely 750 yuan for the month? She cast a glance at her own payslip, confirming the figures. What about Imo Xiaobai? Little Orange turned to Jiang Li. Let it be. Some questions are better left unasked. She would focus on her own affairs. In truth, Little Orange found the employees here quite peculiar. Sister Jiang, are you certain you calculated correctly? Wasn't it said that a month's salary is 250? Mo Xiaobai questioned, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Jiangli clarified, previously, you contributed significantly to the construction of the plant Wonderland, so the additional 500 is rightfully yours. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Mo Xiaobai gazed at the 750 figure, his voice trembling with excitement. He murmured to himself, this time, I can surely purchase a lot of supplies. Little Orange's lips twitched at his words. 750 yuan can buy plenty of supplies? Has this fellow never seen money before? Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu viewed their 150 yuan salary with calm expressions. Jiangli remarked, you have only been here for half a month. Thus your salary is 125 yuan. Due to the captivating performances that have drawn a multitude of visitors, the additional 20 yuan is considered a bonus. The two individuals nodded in agreement. This left Little Orange momentarily stunned. She wondered why they appeared so indifferent despite receiving such a substantial wage. It struck her as quite peculiar. Jiangli inquired of them, if there is anything you desire, please let me know, and I shall procure it for you. However, do bear in mind that your requests must not exceed your wages, or else you will be unable to take them home. Little Orange pondered the meaning of this statement. Lin Daiyu rested her chin on her hand, shaking her head, as if she had nothing in particular that she wished for. Wang Shifeng turned to Jiangli and said, Sister Jiang, we are not very familiar with this place. Perhaps you could assist us in making our purchases. Very well, Jiangli replied with a nod. Then turned to Mo Xiaobai, asking, are you planning to return and discuss this with your father before making a decision? Mo Xiaobai nodded. Then seemed to recall something and asked her, Sister Jiang, could you help me acquire some chicks this time? Chicks? Jiangli echoed, puzzled. Mo Xiaobai nodded, glancing at Little Orange, who was lost in thought while staring at the wage slip. Earlier, during our meal, Little Orange mentioned the matter of chicks to me. Specifically, female chicks, which, once grown, can lay eggs. The eggs can be used for a variety of dishes, such as egg pancakes, tomato scrambled eggs, and cakes. They are quite versatile. Moreover, they can hatch into chicks, making them a sustainable resource. Little Orange? Jiangli turned her gaze. Oh dear, how could she have forgotten about this? Little Orange, having regained her focus, met Jiangli's eyes, and their gazes intertwined. Noticing Jiangli's furrowed brow, Little Orange quickly declared, I will not inquire into matters that do not concern me, nor will I speak of things that should remain unsaid. Understanding Little Orange's character, Jiangli felt a sense of relief upon hearing her words. Does your father know about the chicks? She asked Mo Xiaobai. Mo Xiaobai replied, I will discuss it with him when I return. Jiangli said, very well, please inform me of your decision with your father tomorrow, and I will assist you in procuring them. A charming smile graced Mo Xiaobai's lips. I hope I am not causing you any trouble, Sister Jiang. Not at all. Jiangli reassured him. As working hours concluded, everyone began to return to their respective posts. The amusement park remained bustling with crowds, and Jiangli patrolled the area, vigilant to avoid any mishaps. Fortunately, the day passed without incident. After work, aside from Jiangli and Mo Xiaobai, the group of zombie-like followers departed, leaving the two standing at the entrance of the amusement park, awaiting others. After a while, the sound of a tricycle echoed from a distance. Jiangli turned to look. A green diesel tricycle approached, driven by a middle-aged woman wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of flair. The tricycle halted before them, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jiangli waved her hand through the smoky air, coughing a few times. Are you Sister Zhao? The woman with the noodle-like hairstyle removed her sunglasses and called out boisterously. Yes, I am Sister Zhao. Jiangli was startled by the volume of her voice, feeling a striking resemblance between this woman and Wang Shifeng. Both exuded a bold demeanor. Hello, she greeted. Sister Zhao pointed at the trunk of the tricycle and said, these are the cameras you wanted. Go ahead and count them. Jiangli exchanged a glance with Mo Xiaobai, who nodded and promptly instructed the zombies to come forward and verify the count. Once the goods were confirmed to be in order, Jiangli paid the sum. Should you require anything in the future, do remember to contact me, Sister Zhao hollered. Yes, I will reach out if needed, Jiangli replied. Subsequently, Sister Zhao sped away on her tricycle, disappearing from sight. Jiangli gazed at the vanishing silhouette, lost in thought. Mo Xiaobai gently patted her shoulder. Sister Jiang, we should start moving the items. Jiangli snapped back to reality, nodded, and then entered the amusement park, clutching several worn-out items. On her way, she nearly stumbled over a box, but was fortunate that Xiaobai steadied her just in time. She looked up at him and expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Across the street, a sleek black luxury car was parked outside the amusement park. Gu Hanyin peered through the car window at the scene ahead, his fists clenched tightly. So, she wishes to divorce because of this pretty boy? Chapter 60. Stunning the entire research institute, he scoffed coldly, his gaze sharp as he commanded the driver, drive. The driver felt a chill run down his spine as he complied. Jiang Li surveyed the tattered items on the ground and produced a ring, aiming it carefully. In a matter of moments, the disarray transformed into brand new cameras. With the assistance of Mo Xiaobai and his zombie minions, the group completed the installation just before dawn. Exhausted, Jiang Li returned home, lacking the energy to do anything but collapse onto her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, a small pink pig appeared in the air. Congratulations, host. Today, you've earned 3 million in revenue, totaling 15 million. Upon hearing this, her drowsiness vanished instantly. The quirky amusement park was indeed a goldmine now. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaobai returned to the apocalypse, where Mo Xiangshang approached him, holding a corn cob and giving him a thorough once-over. Son, why are you back so late today? Mo Xiaobai explained that he had been helping Sister Jiang install surveillance cameras. Dad, why aren't you asleep yet? He yawned. Waiting for you. Mo Xiangshang replied with a grin. Waiting for me? Mo Xiaobai looked puzzled. Mo Xiangshang wrapped his strong arm around him and grinned. Today is your payday. I'm a bit too excited to sleep. So I decided to wait for you. Mo Xiaobai finally understood. Frowning, he turned to Mo Xiangshang and said, Dad, could you please let go? My arm is about to be twisted off. Mo Xiangshang quickly released him, chuckling, My apologies. I got a bit too carried away. By the way, is your salary still 250 yuan this month? He inquired. Mo Xiaobai shook his head. Mo Xiangshang's expression darkened. Did they deduct your salary? Dad, can't you expect something good for me? Mo Xiaobai replied, shaking his head in disbelief. What happened? Mo Xiangshang's tone turned tense. Not wishing to elaborate further, Mo Xiaobai directly informed him, Dad, this month I earned 750, which is equivalent to 3 months of your salary. Mo Xiangshang excitedly patted him on the shoulder. Fantastic. This time we can procure a considerable amount of supplies. Mo Xiaobai, with an expression as dark as ink, has always been the unfortunate recipient of his father's excitement since childhood. Dad, this time I wish to buy some chicks, he declared to Mo Xiang. What are chicks? Mo Xiang inquired, his face filled with bewilderment. Mo Xiaobai elaborated, and after a moment of contemplation, he continued, We can make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Just like the lunchbox you had before. Mo Xiang looked up, saliva unconsciously pooling at the corners of his mouth, and urged, Then what are we waiting for? Let us buy them. All right, I will discuss acquiring a batch of chicks with Sister Jiang tomorrow. By the way, Dad, do you have any thoughts? Mo Xiang hurried upstairs and soon returned, clutching a price list. Let us buy a barrel of oil and some salt, and perhaps seeds for other items. In truth, Mo Xiaobai contemplated suggesting the purchase of a few bamboo shoots to craft chopsticks. He had come across this idea while browsing on Little Orange's phone. In the apocalyptic world, people often use daggers to eat, and a moment's inattention could lead to a cut tongue. However, the process of making chopsticks was rather intricate, so he decided to wait until he had mastered it before mentioning it. Next month should be about right. Okay, I understand. I will speak to Sister Jiang tomorrow. Mo Xiaobai replied. The burly elder nodded, continuing to nibble on corn cobs, and suddenly exclaimed, Oh, and let us get some corn seeds too. This corn is simply delightful. No problem, Mo Xiaobai yawned. The following day, Mo Xiaobai arrived at the peculiar amusement park, gazing at the crumpled white paper in his hand. Preparing to present it to Jiang Li, Little Orange approached, handing him breakfast and said, There are simply too many people at the amusement park. Jiang Li has gone to the ticket booth, so I brought you your breakfast. Mo Xiaobai sighed as he looked at the paper in his hand. It seemed he would have to wait until after work to discuss it. In the afternoon, Yuan Chang arrived at the peculiar amusement park with a group of elderly companions. An old man stood at the entrance, gazing upwards at the sign above. An amusement park? He turned to Yuan Chang, perplexed. Old Yuan. Are you certain there are blue roses here? Why would I deceive you? Yuan Chang replied, somewhat exasperated. The old man continued. I simply did not anticipate that the rare roses studied for over 20 years at the Research Institute would appear in a place entirely unrelated to botanical research like this amusement park. A scholarly young man with glasses remarked, Old sir, once we enter the amusement park, you will understand, and you will certainly be astonished. Uncle Yuan, Jiang Li approached, greeting Yuan Chang warmly. Little Li, you have arrived, Yuan Chang replied with a kind smile. He then introduced Jiang Li to the group. As Jiang Li observed the increasing number of visitors, she suggested, "Uncle Yuan, let us go inside." Yuan Chang nodded in agreement. The group then entered the amusement park, heading towards the botanical wonderland. They paused before an archway adorned with climbing rose vines, gazing in astonishment at the sight before them. An elder swallowed hard, pointing at a purple rose. "Am I seeing things? Is that truly a rose?" Yuan Chang, having visited once before, remained remarkably composed. "Of course it's a rose. What else would you think it is?" Another individual expressed a gasp of astonishment. "Am I mistaken? This rose is indeed growing upon a vine." "What?" A certain elder, upon hearing this, found it somewhat incredulous and immediately approached to investigate. Indeed, the rose stood upon the vine. "How is this possible?" Yuan Chang remarked calmly. "Isn't it merely grafting? Must you make such a fuss over it?" The elder had yet to recover from his shock. "I have only heard of grafting onto trunks. I have never encountered it being done on vines." He turned to the young girl, eagerly inquiring, "Little girl, how did your amusement park achieve this?" Jiang Li, with a hint of mischief, replied, "It's a secret. All of this was the creation of Mo Shabai, yet she would not divulge that information to them." Subsequently, the group ventured to the rose grove. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of roses, the elder's mouth fell agape, nearly hitting the ground in disbelief. This must be a jest. They then proceeded to the vine corridor, where they encountered 2-meter-tall hydrangeas, leaving him so astounded that he nearly fainted. "This is hydrangea." He turned, his eyes wide, pointing at the flowers. What else could it be? Yuan Chang scrutinized him. As they arrived at the rose bamboo house, the elder, overwhelmed with excitement, became rigid, unsure of how to react. This is not merely an amusement park. It surpasses the capabilities of any research institute. After exclaiming this, he hurriedly approached, crouching before the roses, magnifying glass in hand, studying them meticulously. With each observation, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. The expressions of the other researchers mirrored his astonishment. The elder looked up at Jiang Li and jested, "I suggest you abandon the amusement park and establish a research institute instead. After all, there are so many rare varieties here." "Not at all. I genuinely wish to open an amusement park," Jiang Li responded earnestly, as she was relying on the park to search for her mother. "Is the teacher jesting with you?" remarked a bespectacled young man. Jiang Li replied with a thoughtful "oh," turning her attention back to Yuan Chang as they passed the slide. "By the way, Mr. Yuan, what was the surprise you mentioned?" Chapter 61. The Peculiar Amusement Park Wins an Award. Oh, I nearly forgot the matter at hand." Yuan Chang, adjusting his spectacles, suddenly recalled. He turned to the bespectacled young man. "Xiao Zhao, quickly retrieve the grand prize." "Certainly," Xiao Zhao replied eagerly, pulling an item from his backpack. It was a red certificate, the gold lettering dazzlingly bright. "Global Plant Competition Special Award?" Jiang Li inquired, receiving the red booklet with curiosity. Yuan Chang chuckled and explained. The Global Plant Competition Special Award is the most prestigious accolade in the field of plant research for botanists from any nation. Earning such an award is the pinnacle of their aspirations. To achieve this honor is to be immortalized in history and to astonish the world. Many countries vie for this prize, and our nation is no exception. His gaze turned to Jiang Li as he continued, "Little Li, our country has never received such an award, but thanks to your hydrangeas, we can finally hold our heads high before the world." Jiang Li stood motionless, never having imagined that a mere few hydrangeas could earn such a prestigious award. It was all thanks to Mo Shabai. To bring glory to the nation is indeed an honor. He smiled as he responded to Uncle Yuan. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Uncle Yuan, I wish to share this grand prize online. Would that be acceptable?" Yuan Chang chuckled. "This award is yours. You have every right to dispose of it as you see fit." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li felt a surge of excitement within. With this accolade, not only could the peculiar amusement park attract a greater influx of visitors, but it would also enhance its reputation. Subsequently, Yuan Chang exchanged a few more words with Jiang Li before a group of elderly gentlemen departed, cradling several vividly colored roses. After their departure, Jiang Li took the certificate to find Xiao Jizizi. When Xiao Jizizi laid eyes on the certificate, her expression was one of sheer astonishment. "Goodness! Is our amusement park truly that remarkable?" she gasped, swallowing hard. An award of such high caliber would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of the peculiar amusement park. As she marveled, she uploaded the video she had prepared onto the internet. 2 hours later, the comments section exploded. "Global Plant Competition Special Award? Am I seeing this correctly? Why are you so shocked? Is this award really that impressive?" As a student majoring in botany, I can assure you that everyone in the plant research community knows the Global Plant Competition is the most prestigious award. Every plant researcher dreams of such an accolade in their lifetime. Our country has never won it. If someone does, it's a matter of national pride. The Peculiar Amusement Park is astounding. I must book a ticket to see it. Is this real? Could the Peculiar Amusement Park have staged this for publicity? Impossible. I checked the official website. This award was indeed won by the Peculiar Amusement Park. This is hilarious. An award that has never been won in the domestic plant community has been claimed by a mere amusement park. It's simply too surreal. The Peculiar Amusement Park is incredible. Having achieved such a grand prize, it's truly astonishing. Last time, I didn't even see the hydrangeas. This time, I must go and take a look. By the afternoon, the video had garnered over 500,000 views, and other content creators were eagerly sharing it. Within mere hours, the Peculiar Amusement Park once again topped the trending charts. A marketing account purchased at a high price by a celebrity found itself overshadowed, inciting frustration on buses, subways, and restaurants. And among students discreetly playing on their phones during breaks, more and more people were drawn to the video showcasing the Peculiar Amusement Park's Global Plant Award. The park was indeed a source of national pride. For this reason alone, I, an old man, am determined to book a ticket to see the amusement park. Are those 2-meter-high hydrangeas real? I must verify this. Surely, this cannot be a fabrication? Yet, those who expressed such skepticism were swiftly silenced by the official video. A young couple sat at a restaurant, pondering where to spend their weekend. As they scrolled through their devices, they stumbled upon a video. How about we visit the whimsical amusement park? After all, it has won international accolades and features a botanical wonderland. Yes, let's go there. Since the whimsical amusement park had flourished, business at the flashy amusement park had dwindled to nothing. Wang Yong, seated at the nearly deserted entrance, gazed at the bustling traffic. Glancing back at the desolation behind him, a stark contrast indeed. It was all the fault of the whimsical amusement park for siphoning away his customers. At that moment, a car pulled up to the entrance of the flashy amusement park. Seeing a potential visitor, Wang Yong's frown lifted, and he hurried over with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Welcome to the flashy amusement park." The car door swung open to reveal a face adorned with sunglasses, exuding a cool demeanor as he regarded Wang Yong. It turned out he was not headed for the whimsical amusement park after all. He looked up and asked, "Excuse me, sir. Could you tell me where the whimsical amusement park is?" Upon hearing the name, Wang Yong's expression soured, and he muttered a few unkind thoughts under his breath. "Excuse me. Are you listening?" The young man's voice snapped Wang Yong back to reality. Instantly, he donned a professional smile. "Young man, my park is also an amusement destination. You can enjoy yourself here. It's no less than the whimsical amusement park." After a long wait, finally having a visitor, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. The cool young man removed his sunglasses and cast a glance at the seemingly desolate flashy amusement park, inquiring, "Do you have a botanical wonderland like the whimsical amusement park?" Wang Yong paused before shaking his head. The young man pressed on, "Do you have a lifelike zombie house?" Again, Wang Yong shook his head. The young man continued, "Does your amusement park hold any international awards like the whimsical amusement park?" Wang Yong fell silent. "Sir, you have nothing here. What am I supposed to do for fun?" Wang Yong replied, "I have a carousel, a swinging pendulum, and a roller coaster." The young man retorted, "Those are standard attractions found in any amusement park. They're utterly mundane. What I seek is something truly unique." It seemed the old man was unaware of the location of the whimsical amusement park. Hence, he decided to leave. With that, he drove off, leaving a cloud of dust behind him. Wang Yong inhaled the exhaust fumes, coughing as he waved away the lingering smoke. He retrieved his phone, located the account for the whimsical amusement park, and watched the videos, his teeth clenched in frustration. That detestable whimsical amusement park, it's merely a botanical wonderland. Just a trivial award. The flashy amusement park can achieve the same, and is certainly no inferior alternative to the whimsical amusement park. Zhang Li, we shall see. After making this bold statement, he leaned on his cane and limped into the amusement park. Just then, as Zhang Li was returning home from work, she was called to a halt by Mo Shabai. Chapter 62. In this moment, she shines. Zhang Li paused and turned to look at him. Mo Shabai, what is it? Mo Shabai stepped forward, producing a piece of white paper from his pocket and handing it to her. Sister Jiang, this is the supply list my father and I have discussed. Zhang Li accepted it and tucked it into her pocket. All right, I understand. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways. That evening, Zhang Li eagerly inquired about the revenue of the little pink pig. The pig, with its hands on its hips, displayed its gleaming golden teeth. Congratulations, host. Today's revenue reached 3 million. So far, the total revenue has accumulated to 20 million. Please continue your efforts. After only 3 to 4 months of operation, earning 20 million was indeed impressive, Jiang Li thought with delight. She opened her phone to check the ticket sales. 80,000 tickets had already been sold, and the numbers continued to rise. At this rate, it was certain that tomorrow would surpass 100,000 tickets. Excited, she shut off her phone, lay on her bed, and gazed at the ceiling, lost in beautiful dreams. As Jiang Li got up to tidy up for bed, the white paper unexpectedly fell from her pocket. Bending down to pick it up, she pondered for a moment before calling Xiao Juzi, informing her that she had matters to attend to the following morning and entrusted the peculiar amusement park to her care. Xiao Juzi readily agreed. The next morning, Jiang Li drove out for shopping. Her first stop was the bookstore, where she purchased 2 copies of the classic Dream of the Red Chamber. With this literary masterpiece, Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu could foresee the future. Surely, there could be no better gift than this. Each of them was left with 120 yuan. After buying the books, Jiang Li proceeded to the grocery store to purchase seasonings. This time, she also bought a barrel of cooking oil, which the father and son had specifically highlighted. Upon entering the seed shop, Jiang Li noticed that the shelves were nearly bare. "Boss, is this all the seeds you have?" The owner nodded. "Yes, business has been good lately, so we don't have much left. I plan to restock soon," Jiang Li remarked. "If these are the only vegetable seeds left, what about rice and corn seeds?" The owner glanced past her towards the corner of the shop. It seemed there were none left either. Jiang Li sighed and spent 100 yuan on a handful of seeds. In this city, considered a top-tier metropolis, one could find a store for nearly everything, yet seeds for vegetables and grains were conspicuously absent. Perhaps it was due to living in the city, where there was no land available for planting. She had gone to great lengths to locate this seed shop. While checking out, she asked, "Boss, when will you restock the seeds?" The owner replied, "In 5 days." Jiang Li had initially considered purchasing online, but given that she could not guarantee the quality of online products, she deemed it more suitable to buy in person. However, 5 days felt rather long. After careful consideration, she retrieved the somewhat crumpled white paper from her pocket and handed it to him. "Boss, could you please reserve a portion of the seeds listed here for me? I will come to collect them in 5 days." The owner, with a kind and gentle demeanor, nodded. "Of course, no problem." Jiang Li stepped out of her door, clutching a plastic bag, and made her way to the farmer's market. She initially intended to purchase 100 yuan worth of chicks, but the vendor informed her that the chicks had yet to hatch and promised to call her when they did. With no choice but to leave, she bought a whole tray of eggs before departing. By noon, she arrived at the peculiar amusement park, where a throng of people filled the entrance, leaving little room to stand. In one hand, she held a red plastic bag filled with spices and seeds, while the other carried a bucket of cooking oil, and she carefully cradled a tray of eggs in her arms as she navigated through the bustling crowd, finally reaching the ticket booth. Setting her burdens down, she contemplated seeking out Mo Xiaobai to discuss the supplies, but just then, Xiao Juzi called to summon her to the reception room, mentioning the presence of important guests. Jiang Li had no choice but to postpone the supply discussion until after work. Her immediate priority was to head to the reception room. Upon pushing open the door to the reception room, all eyes turned toward her. Some individuals were shouldering cameras, while others held microphones emblazoned with what appeared to be the logo of a national television station. Xiao Juzi, upon seeing her, eagerly approached. "Jiang Li, the television crew wishes to interview you, and it's a live broadcast." Jiang Li exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. Before she could fully process the situation, Xiao Juzi shoved her forward. The attractive host greeted her and outlined the interview process. Jiang Li, unprepared, felt as though she was being thrust into the spotlight with no warning. The host inquired, as the owner of the peculiar amusement park, "What are your thoughts on winning the Global Plant Award?" Jiang Li glanced at the flashing cameras aimed at her, her brow furrowing in discomfort. She despised being in front of the camera. Every time there was a camera, Gu Hanyin would always shield her from it. Suddenly, Jiang Li's gaze sharpened as she faced the lens. Without Gu Hanyin by her side, she realized she could stand on her own. She possessed the ability to protect herself and adapt to any situation. Embracing this thought, the blinding lights no longer seemed so daunting. Gradually, she acclimated, turning her focus toward the host. "To bring honor to our country," she spoke eloquently, exuding confidence and grace. In that moment, she radiated brilliance. Meanwhile, in the Jiang Group's presidential office, Gu Hanyin sat before his desk, gazing at the computer screen where Jiang Li spoke with poise. A flicker of surprise crossed his austere features. Was this the same Jiang Li who once timidly hid behind him in public? Unexpectedly, after 4 to 5 months away from home, she seemed to have transformed, emerging stronger than ever. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Gu Hanyan's mouth, revealing a hint of admiration in his eyes. At a nearby golf course, Jiang Li's father was engaged in a game with several senior executives when an elderly man approached him, waving his phone. "Is this your daughter?" Jiang Li's father glanced down, offering a perfunctory look before striking the ball into the air, which soared gracefully in an arc before landing steadily. "Indeed, what of it?" he replied casually. The elderly man marveled. "Old Jiang, your daughter is truly exceptional. She has even appeared on national television." "What?" Jiang's father was utterly bewildered as he gazed down at the screen. The image of Jiang Li, poised and graceful, engaged in conversation with the glamorous host, was a stark contrast to the daughter he had always known. Was this truly his daughter? Beneath the screen, a headline read, "The Peculiar Amusement Park wins the Global Plant Technology Award." The Global Plant Technology Award? He had heard Old Yuan mention it before. It was a prestigious accolade that many dedicated their lives to achieving, yet he had never succeeded. How could it be that his daughter, little Li, had attained such an honor? Beside him, an elderly gentleman pouted in displeasure. "Old Jiang, why do I feel like you're indulging in a bit of humble bragging here?" Another elder clapped him on the shoulder, teasingly envious. "Indeed, a tiger father begets no dog daughter. Old Jiang, you are truly fortunate to have such an outstanding daughter. Unlike mine, who spends her days dancing and reveling." An elder approached, golf club in hand, remarking, "Old Jiang, little Li has managed to run the Peculiar Amusement Park, which was deemed unprofitable, quite successfully. The Jiang Group seems to have a promising future." "Naturally," Jiang's father replied, beaming with pride as he listened to the praises of his daughter. She was his only child, and the family fortune would undoubtedly be bequeathed to her. Although he had previously harbored doubts, it now appeared that after a few more years of experience, he could confidently entrust the group to her. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Jiang Cha suddenly appeared, dressed in sports attire with a high ponytail. Chapter 63. It's cooking oil. It's eggs. "Cha-cha, you startled me," Jiang's father exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected voice. He looked up at her, calming his racing heart. "Oh, we were discussing your sister making the news," he managed to say once he regained his composure. "Did my sister make the news?" Jiang Cha instinctively frowned as she glanced at her phone. In the video, Jiang Li was eloquent and radiant, yet her focus was drawn to the lower corner of the screen. This was a broadcast from the national radio station. Why did Jiang Li deserve this? She bit her lip in frustration. "Your father said that the Jiang Group has a promising successor," an old man joked. "What?" Jiang Cha looked at her father in disbelief. Did he mean to leave the company and the family fortune to Jiang Li? She and brother Yin were also part of the Jiang family, albeit not by blood. How could he do this? That old man was incredibly cunning. Usually, he favored her in their rivalry, but when it came to matters of interest, he always thought of Jiang Li instead of her, the adopted daughter. She bore the Jiang surname as well. It was absolutely unacceptable for all the wealth and the company to fall solely into Jiang Li's hands. The Jiang family fortune also belonged to brother Yin. It was rightfully hers, and no one else could take it. Jiang Li, just wait and see. Meanwhile, people around her were discussing how incredibly talented Jiang Li was. Jiang Cha, furious, felt as if her nails were about to dig into her flesh, gritting her teeth as her cheeks puffed with indignation. On the other side, at the Peculiar Amusement Park, Jiang Li had just seen off the television crew, and it was already time to clock out. She held 2 copies of Dream of the Red Chamber as she sought out Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng. After searching high and low, she found no trace of them. It appeared they had returned to their own realm. On her way back, she caught sight of Imo Xiaobai, who was leading a group of zombie minions into the golden mist. "Imo Xiaobai, wait a moment," Jiang Li called out to him. Imo Xiaobai paused, retracting his left leg that had already stepped into the shimmering fog, and turned to her. "Sister Jiang, what is it? Aren't you going to take the supplies?" Jiang Li stepped forward to remind him. His words sparked a realization in Imo Xiaobai as he recalled the supplies. At the ticket booth, Jiang Li handed him the provisions while discussing seeds and baby chicks. Imo Xiaobai accepted the items, nodding in understanding. His gaze fixated on the supplies with an eagerness to return to the apocalypse. After gathering everything, he planned to vanish into the mist once more. But Jiang Li called out to him again. "Wait, I still have something for you." "More?" Imo Xiaobai turned back eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jiang Li quickly emerged from the booth, carrying a tray of eggs. On the orange egg tray lay a collection of round, smooth, orange-hued eggs. Mo Shabai looked puzzled and pointed. Is this an egg? Although he had seen videos of them on Xiao Zhizi's phone, witnessing the real thing still left him quite astonished. These were the eggs used to create a variety of delicious dishes. Eggs for tomato scrambled eggs. Eggs for cakes. He solemnly accepted the tray from Jiang Li, sincerely thanking her. You need not be so formal, Jiang Li said, feeling a bit shy from his seriousness. Mo Shabai chuckled lightly. Jiang Li glanced at the eggs on the tray and asked, Do you know how to handle these eggs? Mo Shabai shook his head. Jiang Li then brought out a device, playing a video for him. The video demonstrated how to cook tomato scrambled eggs, and within a short time, Mo Shabai had learned the technique. He then disappeared into the mist, cradling the tray. In the apocalypse, Mo Shabai returned to his building, laden with supplies. As he approached the entrance, he heard a cacophony of noise from within. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a vibrant scene filled with singing and dancing. It was quite a lively affair. None of the attendees were familiar to him. Mo Xiang stepped into the light, and, upon noticing the items in his son's hands, his eyes lit up with excitement as he rushed over to take the supplies from him. He picked up a bucket of oil and examined it closely. The golden liquid in the transparent plastic bottle shimmered under the light, appearing exceptionally clear. Is this the oil that makes vegetables taste so fragrant? Mo Xiang eagerly anticipated his son's response. Mo Shabai replied calmly, Yes, this is the oil used for cooking. It will make the dishes incredibly fragrant. Their conversation drew the attention of everyone around, who gathered to inspect the luminous liquid contained within the plastic bottle. What is this? It looks so bright. I have encountered this item in history books. It is referred to as cooking oil, a substance renowned for its delightful aroma when used for stir-frying. Cooking oil. The legendary cooking oil, is it? My goodness, I never anticipated that one day I would come face to face with such an extraordinary commodity. This barrel of cooking oil could undoubtedly exchange for an entire city. The oil appears so fragrant. Might I indulge in a drop, or even half a drop? Old Mo, grant me a drop, and I shall offer you an iron mine. Allow me a taste, and I will present you with a gold mine. Old Mo is truly fortunate to have such an exceptional son. How I wish I possessed such good fortune. They crowded around the two men. And Mo Shabai quickly shielded the eggs on the tray, exclaiming loudly, Silence. My eggs are about to be crushed. Upon hearing this, the surroundings fell into immediate silence. Not due to Mo Shaobai's ire, but because of the eggs he cradled. Eggs. Are they the ones mentioned in history books? Indeed, they are eggs. The very ones from the texts. I never imagined I would one day behold the legendary eggs. The books claimed that eggs could be transformed into numerous delightful dishes. Cakes and such, terms I could scarcely comprehend, having never encountered them. Behold these eggs, perfectly round and gleaming. Whatever is made from them must be delectable. I yearned to purchase one, but alas, that solitary egg could leave you destitute. Ignoring the crowd, Mo Shaobai turned to Mo Xiang and said, Father, I shall ascend and prepare you a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Mo Xiang looked puzzled. Mo Shaobai deliberately teased. You shall know in due time. With that, he ascended the stairs with the provisions, while onlookers gazed at him with envy, their eyes nearly bulging with desire. What is scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Inquired one of Mo Xiang's subordinates, an elderly man. Mo Xiang shook his head cheerfully, replying, I am not quite certain. But based on past experiences, it must be delightful. The subordinate nodded thoughtfully. Did he just mention scrambled eggs with tomatoes? A portly middle-aged man approached with a look of astonishment, eagerly questioning Mo Xiang. It should be, Mo Xiang mused, stroking his chin, deep in thought. Oh my! It is indeed scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He exclaimed in shock. What is so special about scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Someone asked, puzzled. Chapter 64. The astonishing scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It is the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, the very dish chronicled in history books. He turned around, fervently explaining, his eyes betraying an overwhelming excitement and saliva escaping from the corners of his mouth. I recall the history book stating that scrambled eggs with tomatoes is a delightful dish. I wonder how exquisite it truly is. I must have a taste, so do not attempt to snatch it from me. In the kitchen, Mo Shaobai instructed the preparation of rice while he searched for a suitable container to fry the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. His gaze swept around the room until it finally settled upon a pot in the corner that bore a striking resemblance to the one featured in the video he had watched. He nodded in approval. This was the one. He watched eagerly as the fire elemental user heated the iron pot and poured oil into it. As the temperature rose, the enticing aroma of the oil wafted through the air, drawing the attention of the fire elemental user back. The scent was delightful. Surely, the dishes cooked in this oil would be delectable. He fixated on the sizzling iron, shimmering with golden oil, licking his lips in anticipation. Seeing the oil heating up, Mo Xiaobai poured in the prepared egg mixture. Under the intense heat, the liquid rapidly transformed into solidified eggs. The unique fragrance wafted into the elemental user's nostrils, prompting him to wipe away the drool that nearly escaped his lips, while his other hand remained steadfastly focused on the pan. I am absolutely famished. He glanced at Mo Xiaobai and cautiously asked, Xiaobai, may I have a taste once it's ready? If not, perhaps just half a bite? Mo Xiaobai snapped back to reality, observing the eager expression on his face, and chuckled. Of course, that's no problem at all. After all, this meal wouldn't be possible without your assistance. The fire elemental user, upon hearing his agreement, felt tears of excitement welling up. Xiaobai, you truly are a wonderful person. With that, his gaze immediately fixated on the steaming, sizzling eggs in the pot, his throat constricting as he struggled to swallow his saliva. Mo Xiaobai added green peppers and tomatoes. Within a few minutes, a delicious and simple dish emerged from the pot. Mo Xiaobai gazed at the enticing blend of red, yellow, and green hues, lost in thought. He had never anticipated that an iron pot could indeed be used for cooking. During the lunch break, he had watched numerous culinary videos on a spare device belonging to Xiao Juzi. Nearly every video showcased an iron pot. He had also seen iron spoons, chopsticks, and bowls. If only there were enough iron, they could create kitchen utensils. Perhaps, in that case, people would no longer need to eat with daggers. Meanwhile, in the hall, the crowd was clamoring and arguing over a mere handful of salt. Suddenly, a captivating aroma wafted into the hall. Instantly, everyone froze. Their chatter silenced as they inhaled the delicious scent in the air. What is that? How delightful. I'm nearly overwhelmed with hunger. Mo Xiang raised his nose, inhaling deeply, recognizing the familiar fragrance. It dawned on him. It was the scent of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. What? Scrambled eggs with tomatoes? The crowd echoed in unison. Indeed, it was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Mo Xiaobai descended slowly, holding the pot. The crowd's eyes, glinting like those of ravenous wolves, fixated on the iron pot in his hands, licking their lips in anticipation as if ready to pounce and snatch the dish from him. The vibrant, mouth-watering colors of the food captured everyone's attention. One man lunged forward, reaching out to grab it, only to be blocked by the sturdy fire elemental user. The man stared greedily at the food in the iron pot. Mo Xiaobai, I am your father's brother-in-law. You ought to show me filial respect and allow me a taste. Mo Xiaobai turned his gaze towards him, showing no leniency, and replied, You may certainly have a taste, but you must exchange it for iron ore, one mouthful of chicken egg for a meal of iron ore. Upon hearing this, the man immediately fell silent. Not only did he lack iron ore, but he had not even a mere stone to offer. I possess iron ore. Let me have a taste, exclaimed a wealthy individual with abundant resources, rushing forward with raised hands. I too have some. Let me have a taste, called another from the crowd. The hall erupted into a cacophony over the tantalizing prospect of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Mo Xiaobai instructed everyone to register and sign contracts, forming an orderly queue before he would distribute the scrambled eggs. Eager to savor this delicacy, the crowd drooled as they signed up. In a short while, 100 tons of iron ore was secured. Mo Xiaobai, carrying the iron utensils, approached each individual, using a dagger to spear the eggs and placing them upon their blades. As he passed by, they eagerly indulged. Those who had never tasted such exquisite flavors were moved to tears of joy and excitement. Oh my, I have never eaten such splendid food, remarked one individual, licking the corners of his mouth. The flavor is incomparable to that of zombies. Alas, it is regrettably too little. Some, overwhelmed with excitement, devoured their portions so hastily that before they could truly savor the taste, the eggs slipped down their throats, leaving them in regretful distress. Others clamored for more, while those yet to taste gazed longingly, praying for their turn to arrive. Before long, the eggs dwindled to less than half. Mo Xiaobai, wishing to make a grand gesture, proclaimed to the throng surrounding him, The remaining scrambled eggs with tomatoes shall no longer be sold. We shall auction them off to the highest bidder. Those who had not yet tasted, as well as those who had, nodded vigorously in agreement. Seeing the enthusiasm, Mo Xiaobai confidently declared, Very well, The starting bid is 10 tons of iron ore. No sooner had he finished speaking than bids began to emerge. I bid 11 tons of iron ore. Another immediately countered, I bid 12 tons of iron ore. The crowd, eager to partake in the remaining scrambled eggs with tomatoes, began to raise their voices in a flurry of bids. I bid 20 tons of iron ore. I bid 25 tons of iron ore. I bid 1 mine. I bid 2. Mo Xiaobai's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had anticipated bids of 1,000 tons of iron ore, but never imagined anyone would trade such vast resources for scrambled eggs. Ultimately, the remaining dish was claimed by the wealthiest individual from a neighboring city for 5 mines of iron ore. Feeling somewhat guilty, Mo Xiaobai generously offered him some rice. To his surprise, the man was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly exclaimed, "It is worth it. This 5 mines of iron ore is well spent." The fire elemental ability user, witnessing the tycoon so moved by scrambled eggs with tomatoes, felt a sense of pride. He merely tended to the flames yet had thoroughly enjoyed the dish. Mo Xiaobai observed his son thoughtfully, as if he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. In an auction, a bag of salt was exchanged for 5 gold mines. After the bustling excitement, the mansion finally returned to tranquility. Mo Xiangxiang noticed that no one remained and rushed over, exclaiming, "You little rascal, did you leave anything for me?" Mo Xiaobai, who was tidying up, glanced up at his father with a radiant smile. "This dish was originally prepared for you. How could I possibly forget it? Rest assured, your portion is set aside in the kitchen." Eagerly, Mo Xiangxiang urged him. "Then hurry and fetch it. Bring it here so we can eat and drink while I discuss a few matters with you." Chapter 65. The disheartened Jiang Li. All right. The dutiful son, Mo Xiaobai, swiftly ascended the stairs. Mo Xiangxiang settled onto the sofa, devouring tomato and egg-mixed rice with fervor. "Dad, what did you want to talk to me about?" he inquired from the adjacent sofa. After swallowing his mouthful, Mo Xiangxiang looked up and said, "I wish to establish a wood-based ability team to explore how to cultivate and preserve seeds, so that more people may benefit. I wanted to ask for your opinion." He believed that whatever his son had acquired, he had the right to be informed and to decide on its use. "That's a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly support it." Mo Xiaobai responded without hesitation. Seeing his agreement, Mo Xiangxiang cheerfully said, "Then it's settled." With that, he returned to his meal. Jiang Li drove home, passing by a lake. In June, the lotus flowers were in full bloom, attracting countless passers-by eager to take photos. She gazed thoughtfully at the flowers through the car window. What if lotus flowers and leaves could carry people? Tourists could paddle on the leaves, sitting atop the blossoms to enjoy the scenery, weaving through the grove of lotus flowers. Surely, this would be a remarkable attraction. Conveniently, there was a vast artificial lake in the amusement park, long abandoned, which would be perfect for this idea. Suddenly, she felt an urge to return home and draft her designs. Upon her return, the system appeared in the air, excitedly announcing, "Congratulations, host. Today's earnings reached 5 million, totaling 25 million. Jiang Li responded with a soft "oh" as she picked up her tablet and settled on the sofa to brainstorm her ideas. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and she set down her tablet to answer the door. Upon seeing the person standing outside, her expression soured. "What is Jiang Cha doing here?" she thought, then turned to her father, regaining her composure. "Dad, what brings you here?" she asked, stepping aside to allow them in. As they walked in, Jiang's father remarked, "Li, I heard you were on television. I came to congratulate you." Jiang Li welcomed her father to sit and brought him tea, deliberately ignoring Jiang Cha. Due to the issues surrounding her mother, she could never truly get along with Jiang Cha. Jiang's father took a sip of tea, his gaze filled with pride as he looked at her. "Li, you have truly brought honor to our Jiang family. You wouldn't believe it. Since your appearance on television, our company's stock has soared." Jiang Cha, overhearing this, experienced a flicker of emotion in her eyes, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Jiang Li observed everything with keen eyes and addressed her father. "Winning a grand prize at the amusement park is not solely my achievement, you know. Using lotus leaves to construct a boat? Is that to be implemented starting tomorrow?" Jiang Cha's astonished voice shattered her train of thought. Turning her head, Jiang Li saw her sister clutching her tablet, stifling laughter behind her hand. She raised her chin, mocking, "Sister, are you seriously proposing to build a boat from lotus leaves and flowers for visitors? Even elementary school students understand that stepping on a lotus flower would lead one to plunge directly into the water, possibly with dire consequences. Surely, you cannot be serious." Upon hearing such a critique, Jiang Li was ready to retort, but Jiang Cha interrupted, "Sister, at your age, How can your intelligence be less than that of a primary school student? With your current mindset, how could father possibly entrust the management of the Jiang Corporation to you? Oh, by the way, in recent days, nearly every one of father's business partners has been engaging in peculiar negotiations every other day. If they witness you indulging in such nonsensical endeavors, it could tarnish the company's reputation, resulting in considerable losses. After finishing her remarks, she turned to their father, asking, "Dad, do you agree with me?" Jiang father glanced at Jiang Li before turning to Jiang Cha, furrowing his brows. What project is Xiao Li planning to execute? Why have you gone on about so many irrelevant things? Jiang Cha suppressed her laughter and handed him the tablet. Upon seeing the naive proposal displayed, Jiang father's frown deepened, and he looked up at Jiang Li, puzzled. "Xiao Li, is this your new project for the amusement park?" Jiang Li nodded. "Yes. Is there a problem?" The expression on Jiang father's face darkened further. "Xiao Li, have you lost your senses? Constructing a boat from lotus leaves is utterly impossible." Previously, he had envisioned handing over the company to her after a few years of honing her skills, allowing him to retire. However, witnessing such a childish and naive concept made him reconsider. Jiang Cha, noticing their father's reaction, couldn't help but smirk. Everything that had transpired was entirely intentional on her part. Jiang Li countered, "But why is it impossible?" Jiang father felt a pang of bitterness. Jiang Che reassured him, "Father, don't be upset. Sister has never been quite normal since childhood, so it's understandable she harbors such thoughts. However, the Jiang Corporation is your life's work. How could she manage it in this manner?" She shook her head with a sigh as she spoke. Jiang Li deliberately retorted, "Jiang Cha, you truly live up to your name." Jiang Cha looked at her with a feigned look of grievance, blinking her innocent eyes. "Sister, what I said was merely the truth. How can you say such things about me? Have you forgotten that your academic performance has never been particularly stellar?" Jiang Li turned to their father, who wore a sorrowful expression, and asked, "Dad, do you think that way of me too?" Jiang father remained silent. Jiang Li understood his unspoken thoughts from his expression. To her dismay, even her own father believed her to be inept. Yet, she was merely ill-suited for examinations. "They do not comprehend the entirety of who I am. Yet they hastily affix such labels upon me. It is exceedingly unjust." Nevertheless, she cannot allow their imposed labels to dictate her self-perception. However, when confronted by her father, she felt compelled to assert, "Father, while I may not excel in academics, it does not imply that I lack aptitude in management. If I were incapable in this regard, I would not have transformed a nearly bankrupt amusement park into its current state." Although she recognized that her statement was somewhat disingenuous, her father suddenly found merit in her words, causing his furrowed brow to relax. Yet, a moment later, the pride on Jiang Cha's face dissipated, replaced by concern. She then remarked, "Sister, while you possess a talent for management, the project you are set to execute tomorrow must be halted. You currently represent the group's image." "Well, it's just as I mentioned earlier," Jiang Li thought in silence. "What authority does Jiang Cha have to dictate her actions?" Jiang father's previously relaxed brow furrowed once more as he addressed Jiang Li. "Indeed, Xiao Li, Cha is correct. It would be wise to suspend this amusement project. We have partners visiting the park tomorrow, and their impressions must not be negatively affected." Jiang Li bristled at the suggestion. How could she? She was counting on the new project to attract a fresh influx of visitors and boost revenue. No, she resolutely refused. Jiang father's expression deepened with discontent as he sternly declared, "Jiang Li, you must cease this project." "Absolutely not," Jiang Li replied with unwavering determination. Jiang father sighed. "If it truly cannot be avoided, then perhaps we can postpone it for a month. A mere day's delay would result in significant lost revenue." And Jiang Li would not acquiesce. This infuriated Jiang father further, prompting Jiang Li to speak up. Chapter 66. A wager with Jiang Cha father, regardless of the reasons. "I will not halt this project," she stated with obstinacy and conviction. "However, your actions could jeopardize the company," Jiang Cha interjected, adopting a posture of concern for corporate interests. Jiang Li turned her earnest gaze towards her father. "Father, this project will undoubtedly not inflict any losses on the company." Jiang father's brow furrowed deeper. "Your project truly may pose challenges in avoiding losses for the company." Jiang Li responded, "Father, should this endeavor cause any detriment to the company, I shall relinquish my claim to inherit the group." Jiang father rebuked her. "Nonsense." Jiang Li insisted earnestly, "Father, I am serious." Jiang Cha, doubting Jiang Li's capabilities, found her words to be fortuitously aligned with her own desires. She was confident that the amusement project would inevitably fail. At that point, no stratagem would be necessary. The group would belong to her and Brother Yin. Father, since my sister is resolute, why not allow her the opportunity to try? Her tone implied a clear allegiance to Jiangli. Jiang father rebuked her as well. Cha-cha, your sister's lack of insight is one matter. But how can you also be so naive? Jiang Cha retorted, Father, it is often said that parents should support their children's aspirations. After much contemplation, Jiang father finally conceded. Very well, I shall permit you to give it a try. Jiang Li, eager to confirm her plans for the group, was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Cha. Ginger tea. How I long for you to leave the group. Sister, I have not. Jiang Li said with her eyes blinking innocently. Seeing her sister's demeanor, she suppressed the anger brewing within her. She had endured Jiang Cha for far too long. Jiang Cha, your eagerness for my departure from the company grants me an opportunity. Jiang Cha paused. Very well, should my Lotus Leaf project succeed, you will relinquish all shares in the company and forfeit your right to inherit it. Conversely, if I fail, I will surrender all my shares and lose my inheritance rights. What do you think? What nonsense are you two making? Do you treat my company like child's play? Jiang father was truly irate. How could both of them be so irresponsible? Only Xiao Yin remained sensible. The two simultaneously turned their gazes toward him and replied in unison, Dad, we believe this gamble is worth taking. Jiang father was left speechless by their retort. With a confident expression, Jiang Cha crossed her arms and stated, Father, my sister is no longer a child. She must learn to take responsibility for her actions. Jiang Li shot her a glare. Dad, I believe we should draft a contract. Jiang Cha eagerly chimed in. Yes, indeed, a contract is necessary. Jiang father furrowed his brows, contemplating for a long while, then looked at Jiang Li with concern and asked, Are you certain you want to proceed with this? Jiang Li firmly replied, I am absolutely certain. Observing her father's worried visage, her tone softened considerably. Dad, I am an adult and capable of taking responsibility for my actions. Jiang father sighed. Very well, since you insist, I shall comply with your wishes. Originally, he had considered passing the company to her, but it now seemed that Xiao Yin would be the more suitable choice. It mattered little. After all, they were not getting divorced, and as a couple, their interests would inevitably be intertwined. In the end, under Jiang father's witness, the two signed the contract. Jiang Cha, flipping her hair, declared triumphantly, Sister, do not regret it when the time comes. Jiang Li glanced at the contract in her hand and replied, That sentiment is equally applicable to you. Jiang Cha tilted her head and offered a smile, one that was thoroughly laced with sarcasm. The following day, Jiang Li brought breakfast to the peculiar amusement park. At the entrance, the crowd was still immense. After handing over breakfast to the video editor, Little Orange, she exerted all her strength to squeeze into the amusement park. Spotting Mo Xiaobai, she approached him. The two settled on a platform to enjoy their breakfast. Jiang Li scanned the area, searching for the figures of Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu, and inquired of a nearby person, Have you seen them? Mo Xiaobai, munching on a fragrant, soft white bun, shook his head vigorously. Jiang Li looked perplexed. It was strange. At this hour, why had Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu not yet arrived? Did they not fear a deduction in pay? Given Little Pink Pig's temperament, they would surely face severe penalties. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, leaning close to her ear and revealing, They have taken a 2-day leave. Jiang Li finally understood the reason. She lowered her head, staring at the 2 books in her bag, which she had originally intended to give to them. However, never mind, it will be the same when they arrive. She, like Mo Xiaobai, was nibbling on a bun when she suddenly turned her head and locked eyes with him. Mo Xiaobai felt a twinge of embarrassment under her gaze, his face flushing crimson, causing him to hesitate in his eating. Turning to her, he inquired, Sister Jiang, why are you looking at me like that? I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Li, after a brief preamble, responded, Sister Jiang, please just say what you need to. Your demeanor is quite frightening. Seeing his straightforwardness, Jiang Li decided to be direct. I have devised a new amusement project and require your assistance. However, the budget is rather limited, only 100. She had pleaded with the system for quite some time, only to receive a meager sum. Mo Xiaobai replied candidly, Of course, that's no problem. Jiang Li sighed in relief at his response. By the way, Sister Jiang, what is the project? Jiang Li retrieved her phone and presented the blueprint, elaborating on the project details. Mo Xiaobai listened with rapt attention. Once work hours commence, we shall begin. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. As the workday began, Jiang Li entrusted the ticket booth to Xiao Juzi, equipping her with several zombie assistants to maintain order. As for Imo Xiaobai, he headed to the lakeside to establish a barrier. For outsiders, it appeared as if they were gazing upon an abandoned lake. 8 or so zombies stood guard within a kilometer radius to prevent visitors from glimpsing the true nature of the area. With everything prepared, Jiangli carried a bag of lotus seeds while Imo Xiaobai led a small entourage of zombies into the barrier. In just one morning, the Lotus Lake was constructed. As the midday crowd dispersed, the enchanting Lotus Lake emerged in the amusement park. Jiangli gazed at the cluster of lotuses in the lake's center, surrounded by normal-sized lotuses and expansive leaves, all beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Her spirits lifted. This locale would undoubtedly attract numerous visitors. By the lakeside, a colossal lotus leaf caught Imo Xiaobai's attention as he pointed at it. As the green light faded, it became evident that, aside from its size, the leaf was quite ordinary. Nevertheless, Imo Xiaobai remarked that such a leaf could bear the weight of at least 4 individuals, estimating around 250 pounds. Jiangli crouched down to touch the vibrant leaf, gradually rising. She cast a glance at the seemingly large artificial lake, extending her foot to step onto the lotus leaf boat to test its buoyancy. A flutter of anxiety coursed through her. What was this sensation? Just as her front foot stepped onto the leaf, she suddenly heard a voice from behind. Sister. Chapter 67. Slapping Jiang Cha's face, Jiangli turned towards the direction of the voice and was taken aback to find Jiang Cha, her expression darkening instantly. Shifting her gaze to the side, she noticed Jiang's father accompanied by several middle-aged men clad in elegant suits. Jiang Cha's presence here surely spelled trouble. Indeed, she was not one to harbor good intentions. Jiang Cha cast a glance at the middle-aged man beside her, the corners of her mouth curling into a smirk as she looked towards Jiangli. Sister, are you not working on a lotus leaf boat? How is your project progressing? Just as Jiangli was about to respond with a furrowed brow, the middle-aged man abruptly interjected, Lotus leaf boat? What lotus leaf boat? As Jiangli prepared to speak once more, Jiang Cha preemptively interjected, explaining to the middle-aged man beside them. My sister intends to construct a boat from lotus leaves to sail across the lake. The bystanders exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing this. The notion of crafting a vessel from lotus leaves was indeed unprecedented. Could such a thing truly be feasible? This defied all logic. Although my education is limited, I am well aware that lotus leaves cannot support the weight of a person. Yet, the audacity of Miss Zhang's idea is certainly difficult to reconcile. After all, she is a university graduate. How could she entertain such a peculiar notion? One individual cupped their hand to their mouth, whispering to another, Miss Zhang. Could she possibly have a problem with her intellect? Given Mr. Zhang's character, this conglomerate will undoubtedly be passed into her hands in the future, but with her current mindset, I find myself rather apprehensive. This collaboration, after all, entails a contract lasting 50 years. The remaining 20 years will certainly fall under her purview. I believe I must deliberate thoroughly before making a decision. Another person responded, You raise a valid point. I too must reconsider my partnership with the Jiang Group. Mr. Jiang, overhearing the disparaging remarks, scowled darkly, feeling utterly humiliated. Jiang Li, unfazed by the negative commentary, crossed her arms and addressed the assembly, esteemed uncles. Do you all believe I am merely jesting? As no one replied, she continued, Since you all doubt the possibility of constructing a boat from lotus leaves, allow me to demonstrate today. I hope you will not be too astonished. She then turned to Jiang Cha, asking, Do you remember our previous agreement? Jiang Cha, unconvinced of the venture's success, nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, I remember. Very well, then, Jiang Li replied, turning toward the enormous, verdant lotus leaves, shaped like sails, and making her way toward them. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, while Jiang Cha wore a smug expression, thinking, Jiang Li, this is your own folly. Mr. Jiang, unable to bear the sight, covered his forehead with his hand, sighing in despair. As Jiang Li stepped onto the lotus leaf, the crowd's ridicule echoed in her ears. I bet she will surely fall into the water. Is that even a question? It's common knowledge. The murmurs continued, but in the next moment, their expression shifted to sheer astonishment, eyes wide and mouths agape. Jiang Li stood atop the lotus leaf in the water, smiling at them, and even bounced playfully. Father, uncles, do you still think I am lost in delusion? Mr. Jiang stared at Jiang Li, his hand suspended in midair as he swallowed hard. Am I mistaken? That is merely a thin lotus leaf. How could it possibly support a person? Yet it indeed could. Has my understanding been so limited? Jiang Cha's face was a mask of shock. Her earlier arrogance evaporated. In that moment, fury coursed through her veins as she cursed her ancestors for generations. A middle-aged man rubbed his eyes, hoping he was mistaken. To his astonishment, Jiang Li stood atop a lotus leaf. It was utterly unexpected that a person could balance on a lotus leaf, a revelation that shattered his previous understanding. Indeed, one must pursue knowledge, lest they remain in ignorance. Though the notion of standing on a lotus leaf is preposterous, it undeniably existed before them. Earlier, they had mocked her with loud jeers. Yet the audacity of this young girl stemmed from her genuine abilities. One middle-aged gentleman inquired, "Jiang Li, could you elucidate the principles behind this phenomenon for us? Your uncles and elders?" Jiang Li could not disclose the truth, but spoke in cryptic terms, which everyone accepted as profound wisdom, and they raised their thumbs in admiration. Truly, the youth were formidable. It was astonishing how, despite her tender age, she possessed such remarkable talent. Someone turned to Jiang's father, praising, "Mr. Jiang, you are indeed fortunate to have such an exceptional daughter. I find myself envious." Another remarked, "With such a talented daughter, you can retire with peace of mind." Listening to their compliments, Jiang's father felt his pride swell, his lips curling upwards, though he maintained a composed demeanor, replying modestly, "It's nothing extraordinary." Jiang Li stepped forward, warmly inviting them. "Father, uncles, aren't you here to discuss business? Why not enjoy the scenic beauty aboard the boat while you converse?" Curiosity piqued among the men regarding how the lotus could support them. They nodded eagerly and rushed towards it. Jiang Cha also wished to join. But Jiang Li obstructed her path, coldly admonishing, "Jiang Cha, remember your promise." Fuming, Jiang Cha clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. Cursed Jiang Li. If this project were indeed viable, why hadn't she been informed, thus depriving her of substantial gains? Now, she was barred from boarding. Casting a glance at the individuals on the lotus bed, envy filled her eyes. Jiang Li, noticing her yearning gaze, smiled slightly. "Jiang Cha, you may remain on the shore. After all, you are not part of the company. What if you overheard confidential information and relayed it to competitors?" "Jiang Li, you." Jiang Cha seethed, speechless, biting her lip in frustration. "What if I insist on going?" Jiang Li clapped her hands, and two zombies appeared behind her, their mouths curving into an unsettling grin. "Then I shall have to escort you away." With that, the zombies seized Jiang Cha and dragged her from the scene, her curses trailing behind. Jiang Li chuckled softly, reveling in Jiang Cha's vexation. Turning to the edge of the lotus, she announced, "The lotus boat can only accommodate 4 people. The rest of you uncles may partake in other arrangements." "Where are the others?" someone asked, glancing around but finding no alternative. Jiang Li stood by the lakeside and called out into the distance, "Lotus, come forth." In an instant, several lotus boats glided towards them, astonishing everyone present. Lo and behold, the lotus leaves possess the remarkable ability to respond to human speech, a phenomenon that is nothing short of extraordinary. My admiration for this spectacle is boundless. On the shore, Father Zhang gazes at his daughter with pride, instinctively raising his hand to stroke his beard, only to realize, to his surprise, that he has none. "Uncles, please proceed," he encourages. Chapter 68. The enchanting collaboration amidst the lotus leaves. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly rushes towards the lotus boat. One individual leaps onto it. And aside from a few droplets splashing onto the leaves, there is no damage whatsoever. His astonishment is palpable, as if his jaw might drop to the ground. Who could have imagined that this delicate layer of lotus leaves could withstand such a leap? It is truly miraculous. Another person retrieves his smartphone to capture a selfie with the lotus leaves. This is a marvel indeed. "I must document this and share it on social media for all to see," he declares, seated at the front of the lotus boat. Father Zhang scans his surroundings with wide-eyed wonder, as if he has never encountered such grandeur before. Meanwhile, Jiang Li and Mo Xiaobai converse on another lotus leaf, appearing quite close. Observing this scene, Father Zhang's brow furrows in concern. Who is this young man, and why does he share such an intimate rapport with my daughter? Could it be that Jiang Li's insistence on divorce is linked to him? Clearing his throat deliberately, he interrupts their whispered exchange. "Jiang Li," he calls. "Is there a matter at hand?" Jiang Li turns to him. "Father, what is it?" Father Zhang glances at Mo Xiaobai and states, "Jiang Li, did you not mention that this is a boat? Why is it not moving?" Just as Jiang Li is about to respond, Mo Xiaobai interjects. "Allow me to set it in motion." With a snap of his fingers, the boat suddenly propels forward, catching Father Zhang off guard and nearly causing him to stumble backward. Initially harboring doubts about Mo Xiaobai, believing him to be the reason for Jiang Li's potential divorce, Father Zhang's impression of the brash young man has now plummeted. He adjusts his glasses, muttering under his breath, "This young man is far too reckless. He pales in comparison to Xiao Yin." As the lotus boat glides across the lake, the crowd remains in awe, still recovering from the initial shock. Goodness, the lotus leaves are truly remarkable. They move on their own. Indeed, just as their discussions conclude, they are met with a breathtaking sight that leaves them wide-eyed and speechless. One middle-aged man's eyes, typically small, widen to an astonishing degree upon witnessing the scene before him, rendering any need for cosmetic enhancement unnecessary. The boat approaches a grove of lotus flowers. Yes, you heard correctly, a grove, as in a cluster of trees. The delicate pink lotus blossoms rise to a height of 3 meters, while the lush green leaves are staggered, creating an illusion of floating in midair, an enchanting sight. Upon closer inspection, one can even spot the lotus roots alongside the lotus tubers. The middle-aged men rub their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the marvel that unfolds before them. Yet, such lotus flowers do indeed exist, complemented by the boat-like lily pads beneath their feet, leaving them with no choice but to believe. They were awestruck, emitting gasps of astonishment, their vocabulary failing them as they resorted to expletives to convey their emotions at that moment. Mr. Jiang gazed at the scene before him, his Adam's apple rising and falling. He had encountered such sights before, albeit only in fairy tales. It was during those times when little Lee would resist sleep, and he would read her stories. Witnessing such wonders through the pages, he never imagined that one day he would behold a fairy tale scene manifesting in reality. It was simply astonishing, astonishing beyond measure. As the lily pads glided through the lotus grove, a chorus of wow resonated through the air. Emerging from the lotus grove was a colossal lotus flower, spanning at least 20 square meters, leaving the crowd in sheer disbelief. Is there truly such a large lotus? Am I not mistaken? Is that really a lotus flower? Mr. Zhang's daughter is indeed remarkable, capable of creating such wonders. How I wish I could produce a daughter as extraordinary as hers. I wonder if one could reside upon that lotus flower. Zhang Li gazed towards the magnificent lotus blooming in the water, poised to unveil a charming smile. She replied to the questioner, "That is an open pavilion, designed for resting. Would you like to take a look?" The crowd, astonished, nodded in unison. Subsequently, their lily pad docked beside the lotus, and amidst their exclamations of wonder, they ventured into the flower's petals. One person looked up. The 2-meter-high petals, illuminated by light, revealed intricate patterns within, truly magical. The craftsmanship was nothing short of divine. To think that the world seen from within the flower is like this, it's simply surreal. It cannot merely be described as surreal. It is fantastical beyond measure, a veritable gateway to the extraordinary. Another person touched the pink petals. My wife adores lotus flowers. Thanks to him, I had the chance to feel the petals, and their texture is indistinguishable from the real thing. Had Zhang Li not mentioned that this was made from special materials, I would have been convinced. I feel the same. In their eyes, these were merely high-tech constructions. However, in truth, they were real flowers, albeit genetically modified. A subtle smile graced Zhang Li's lips as she exchanged a few words with Mo Xiaobai, who nodded in response. She then approached the outermost edge of the lotus, snapped her fingers, and a lily pad floated over. She leapt onto it, disappearing from view. Mr. Jiang, observing their lively banter, felt quite disheartened. To him, only Xiao Yin was worthy of being his son-in-law. However, Xiao Yin seemed to be perpetually working late. If this continued, his wife might just leave him. Upon returning, he resolved to have a serious conversation with him about this matter. If necessary, he would grant him a month off to assist here. If things continued as they were, their marriage was bound to face ruin. As they traversed the lotus petals, the group arrived at the interior space, which resembled a lotus pod. The upper part was fashioned into the shape of chairs, while a flat surface was crafted from large lotus seeds. Laughter filled the air, and one could not deny the charm of this place. Who could argue otherwise? I believe it is best if we forego the reception room and conduct our business here instead. I concur. Initially, I was quite concerned due to Zhang Li's actions, but it seems I was merely overthinking it. I had been indecisive before, yet upon arriving here, I have resolved to proceed. So have I. Hearing the praises of his daughter from their business partners, Zhang's father felt a surge of pride, realizing it was her influence that cemented their determination. Of course, how could his daughter be anything less than exceptional? With a few more years of honing her skills, he would be able to retire with peace of mind. Yet, he had said this before. One must admit, Zhang's father has a rather short memory. At that moment, a group of zombies entered, each carrying food as they approached the lotus seats. Zhang Li exclaimed, "Uncles, please. A middle-aged gentleman remarked. This girl is remarkably considerate. Oh, it's nothing. Jiang Li modestly replied. Another man turned around, showering compliments. Jiang Dong, with such an outstanding daughter, you should retire promptly. Jiang's father grimaced slightly. How peculiar. When did this place transform so dramatically? Chapter 69. Little Orange's live broadcast astonishes all. Little Orange gazed at the once derelict flower pool, her mouth agape in astonishment, nearly dropping to the ground. Previously, when she had visited, it had been nothing but ruins. Surely, she had not misremembered. That was impossible. Standing at the water's edge, she observed the lily pads resembling boats, along with a distant, indistinct mass. What on earth was happening? Before she could process the scene, a group of individuals appeared, gliding across the water on the lily pads beneath their feet. Little Orange was flabbergasted, her jaw nearly hitting the floor at the sight of people standing upon the lily pads. To her astonishment, the pads were capable of carrying individuals across the river's surface. At the center of the crowd stood Jiang Li and Mo Xiaobai. Little Orange trailed behind Jiang Li, bidding farewell to the departing guests, and eagerly grasped Jiang Li's arm, imploring her to explain what was transpiring. Just yesterday afternoon, I passed by here, and it was still a wasteland, but today it seems entirely transformed. This remarkable change in such a short span. Please don't tell me I've forgotten. Jiang Li scrutinized the individual before her. Though Little Orange was known for keeping secrets, she chose not to divulge the truth, merely responding, "It's a secret, one I cannot disclose." Upon hearing this, Little Orange refrained from probing further. By the way, Little Orange, it's time for you to take the stage, Jiang Li suddenly announced. Take the stage for what? Little Orange blinked, confusion etched across her face. For the live broadcast, Jiang Li reminded her. Every time the amusement park unveils a new attraction, it necessitates a live broadcast to enhance its influence. Suddenly, Xiaojuzi had a realization. It was time to seize the opportunity for profit. All right, I shall prepare immediately, she declared. By the crystalline lake, reflecting the azure sky, Xiaojuzi leaned on her broadcasting equipment, directing her phone's camera towards herself and the shimmering waters behind her. Hello, dear viewers. The peculiar amusement park has launched a new attraction, and I will guide you through the experience, she announced. Gradually, viewers began to join the live stream. And due to the park's immense popularity, the audience swelled to 10,000 within moments. Is that large green object a lotus leaf? But why does it resemble a boat? One viewer questioned. If I'm not mistaken, that is indeed a lotus leaf, albeit larger and more curved, another replied. Host, could you please clarify what that is? More viewers chimed in. The audience count escalated to 20,000, continuously rising as Xiaojuzi glanced back at the lotus leaf, pondering its peculiar shape. Jiang Li, who had yet to speak, remained silent. That must be a leaf, she proclaimed to her viewers. But it looks like a boat to me. Why don't you try stepping on it, host? Another viewer suggested. I wouldn't advise that. What if she falls in? The water is quite deep, a concerned viewer countered. Jiang Li observed Xiaojuzi's confusion and, noticing the lively chatter in the comments, typed, Everyone, that is a lotus leaf boat. It can support the weight of 4 individuals. With the park's owner personally clarifying, the viewers engaged in fervent discussion. No way, it looks just like a lotus leaf. Exactly. Should we let the host try it out? Upon hearing this, Xiaojuzi's brow furrowed slightly. Her greatest fear was falling into the water, particularly alone. What if she accidentally slipped, and help didn't arrive in time? Jiang Li, sensing the trepidation in Xiaojuzi's eyes, approached her, grasped her hand, and whispered, Are you afraid of falling into the water? Xiaojuzi nodded. The live broadcast must continue, yet her fear of water loomed large. Jiang Li endeavored to devise a suitable solution. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, How about this? I'll join you on the leaf. Understanding the necessity to keep the amusement park's operations on schedule, Xiaojuzi agreed with a nod. The two approached the lakeshore, where a massive lotus leaf awaited them. As Xiaojuzi gazed upon its delicate surface, her fear surged anew. Although she had witnessed many standing upon it moments before, the prospect of doing so herself was daunting. Jiang Li, perceptively sensing her apprehension, comfortingly held her hand. Allow me to step on it first, she suggested, placing one foot onto the leaf. The audience in the live stream fell silent, apprehensive. What if she falls? This is exceedingly perilous, isn't it? Who would argue otherwise? Subsequently, she stepped onto the leaf with her other foot, playfully bouncing on the lotus leaf while tilting her head back and laughing at the little orange on the shore, declaring, Look, I'm perfectly fine. It's utterly safe. You can come up. From Jiang Li's vantage point, The viewers in the live stream remained oblivious. Before the little orange could respond, the live chat exploded with excitement. No way, I can't be seeing this correctly. This mere thin layer can actually support a person's weight? I recall that even boats are thicker than this. Is this a joke? As more viewers flocked to the stream, the viewer count surged to 50,000. Did I miss something? A kind soul replied. You missed something that will shatter your understanding. I never imagined these peculiar lotus leaves could bear weight. This amusement park truly lives up to its bizarre name. Supporting a person? Surely, this is not a jest. Indeed, this is no laughing matter. Observing Jiang Li's unscathed stance on the leaf, the little orange cautiously extended her foot. As she placed one foot on the lotus leaf and felt a slight tremor without any adverse reaction, she followed with her other foot, visibly relieved to find herself standing securely. Witnessing the lotus leaf's ability to support a person was astonishing, yet experiencing it firsthand was even more breathtaking. Little orange, are you ready? The lotus leaf is about to bloom. Jiang Li's voice was gentle. With Jiang Li beside her and reassured by her safety, the little orange's curiosity surged. All right. No sooner had she spoken than the boat suddenly began to move. The live stream erupted once more. With an incessant influx of viewers, the viewer count had skyrocketed to at least 100,000 and continued to rise. No way. The lotus leaf carrying a person is already outrageous, but it can move as well. I bet only the peculiar amusement park can achieve something like this with lotus leaves. How novel, how exhilarating. I must book a ticket to this bizarre amusement park to try this attraction. I want to go too. Witnessing this, Jiang Li couldn't help but smile. She then opened the ticketing page, where the number of purchasers had already surpassed 10,000. This was in less than half an hour. It seemed that the amusement rides related to the lotus leaves were met with remarkable enthusiasm. What is that? Chapter 70. The live stream was about to explode. Someone in the live chat, upon seeing the grove of lotus flowers not far from the lake's surface, was rendered speechless. Struggling to find suitable words, ultimately resorting to exclaiming, "My goodness, such towering lotus flowers. In all my years, I have never seen lotus flowers this tall." The peculiar amusement park's rose garden was already astonishing enough, and now they introduced a grove of lotus flowers. Behold this magnificent scenery. I must secure my tickets immediately. What if they sell out by the time I decide? I wish to go as well. As the lotus leaf boat glided into the lotus grove, the number of viewers in the live stream surged to 200,000. Xiao Juzi gazed up at the floating lotus leaves, her mouth agape, struggling to find the appropriate words to describe the enchanting sight before her. While observing from the riverbank, she felt little, but immersed in the scene. An indescribable sense of wonder overwhelmed her. Ever since arriving at this whimsical amusement park, she had lost track of the boundary between dreams and reality. Jiang Li always managed to conjure the most peculiar wonders. The pink lotus flowers, the verdant stalks, and the scattered lotus leaves in midair created a dreamlike atmosphere, easily causing one to forget the confines of the real world. Yet, it was indeed a place of healing. The live stream exploded with excitement. The viewership skyrocketing to 250,000. Are those lotus leaves real? Indeed, how could there be such towering lotus flowers in the world? It's utterly absurd. Oh my. This place is so surreal. I desperately wish to visit. I don't know why, but through the screen, I feel a profound sense of healing. I share that sentiment. I was anxious before opening the live stream, yet witnessing this place has dispersed my unease. Clearly, this location possesses true restorative power. I must book my tickets. This place resembles a fairy tale wonderland. I must purchase a ticket. Navigating through the lotus grove, Xiaozhi led the group to the final lotus pavilion. Before she could express her awe, the live stream erupted once more. An ever-increasing number of viewers flooded in, propelling the count to 500,000. In all my life, I have never seen a lotus flower this enormous. Is it real? It surely cannot be. How could such large lotus flowers exist? Perhaps, much like the rose bamboo house, they are crafted from some special material. Regardless of the material, to me, this is a magnificent lotus flower. So stunning, so beautiful. I'm booking my tickets right now. The viewership continued to climb, with an incessant stream of gifts overwhelming the screen. Particularly during the carnival, gifts emerged at intervals. Xiaozhi, initially captivated by the colossal lotus, found her attention diverted by the flurry of gifts flooding the live stream. At this moment, the viewer count had reached 500,000. It was her first time experiencing such a vast audience and an abundance of gifts during her live broadcasts. This stream promised to be incredibly lucrative. Xiaozhi pulled her thoughts back into focus and ventured inside with Jiang Li. Surrounded by petals, She found herself at a loss for words to articulate her current emotions. Sunlight cascades down, illuminating the delicate pink petals, their intricate textures vividly apparent. She always felt that this was no extraordinary material, it was simply a genuine lotus flower, albeit manipulated through certain means. What an astonishingly realistic construction material. It appears so lifelike. Could it truly be a real lotus flower? Goodness. This reminds me of the fairy tale land I envisioned in my childhood. I never thought I would witness something so enchanting in reality. To fulfill my childhood dream, I must purchase a ticket. Indeed, I must book a ticket. The Oddities Amusement Park is the most peculiar amusement park I have ever encountered, without a doubt. As an architecture student, I have never seen such a structure. It utterly challenges my understanding. If this knowledge reached the architectural community, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the industry. I must don my fairy attire and visit there to capture photos and share them on social media. How many will be astonished? What to do? I can hardly contain my excitement. Yes, I need to book a ticket. As the viewers in the live stream beheld the lotus seed chair, their astonishment rendered them speechless. They frantically showered gifts as a means to express their awe. I must book a ticket. I too shall book a ticket. No, I must act quickly to secure my spot, lest I miss out. Little Orange swallowed hard, utterly impressed. The viewer count had surged beyond 600,000, with the carnival appearing every few seconds. Little Orange's live stream ranked second in the same channel. As she gazed at the figures on the screen, she could hardly fathom it. This was her first time achieving such a rank. Amidst the fervor of this unexpected success, the live stream concluded. The number of ticket purchasers for the little yellow bike surpassed 100,000. She checked her account, astonished to find that her followers had exceeded 1 million. Before encountering the Oddities Amusement Park, she had merely 10,000 followers. However, since arriving here, her follower count skyrocketed to over 1 million, a truly significant milestone. She, Wang Xiaojun, had transformed from an obscure streamer into a sensation with 1 million followers. Her intuition whispered that one day, she would leverage the amusement park's attractions to become a 10 million follower phenomenon. Surely, that day would bring her financial freedom, and she eagerly anticipated its arrival. Ah, the gifts. Remembering this, she couldn't wait to check. Upon seeing the figure of 250,000, she was left speechless. She thought she must be mistaken, rubbing her eyes and looking again. It was indeed 250,000. So much money. Coupled with her previous savings, she now possessed a considerable sum. Little Orange excitedly glanced at Jiangli. All of this was brought to her by Jiangli, who was truly her benefactor, having earned such a fortune. She felt a twinge of modesty and tugged gently at Jiangli's sleeve. At this moment, she gazed at the staggering number of 200,000 ticket bookings. What is the matter? Jiangli inquired, glancing up at Little Orange. Little Orange replied, Jiangli, the profits are substantial. Shall we split them? Noticing the slight embarrassment on her face, Jiangli reassured her, it's perfectly fine. We agreed beforehand that what is yours remains yours, regardless of the amount earned. Little Orange, from now on, regardless of how much we earn from the live broadcasts, you should simply take your share without feeling guilty. Upon hearing this, Little Orange felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, wishing she could leap for joy. It was as if she had saved the galaxy in a past life to have such a wonderful boss. She grasped Jiangli's hand, trembling with emotion as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. In that moment, the phone rang abruptly. Chapter 71. The Return of Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu. Jiangli answered the call. It was the owner of the chick supplier. He informed her that a batch of chicks had hatched and inquired if she needed any. Jiangli certainly did and arranged to pick them up the following afternoon. She hadn't anticipated that the chicks would hatch ahead of schedule. After hanging up, a smile crept across Jiangli's lips. Surely, Imo Xiaobai would be delighted to learn that his chicks had arrived. After work, Jiangli stopped Imo Xiaobai to share the news. He too was exhilarated, having awaited the arrival of the chicks for quite some time. I'll go tell my dad right away. He will be overjoyed, he said. Jiangli nodded with a smile, and after exchanging a few more words, they parted ways. Upon returning home, Jiangli eagerly inquired about the day's revenue from Little Orange. Suddenly, a cheerful voice emerged from the air. Little Pink Pig announced, Congratulations, host. Today's revenue amounts to 5 million, bringing the total to 30 million. Keep up the great work. Jiangli felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her upon hearing this. She then checked the ticket booking status across various channels. The disarray added up to over 300,000 tickets. Calculating at 100 yuan per ticket, That amounted to a staggering 30 million. Earning 30 million in a single day was no trivial sum. She never expected to amass such wealth. However, accommodating 300,000 visitors was no small feat. She anticipated a busy day ahead and hoped for smooth sailing. The next morning, as usual, Jiang Li arrived at the quirky amusement park with breakfast in tow. Approaching within 500 meters of the park, she found that it was impossible to drive any closer. The throngs of people stretched as far as the eye could see. The sheer volume of visitors was astonishing. Could she truly endure such a crowd? Sometimes, an influx of traffic could present its own challenges. Clearly, entering the park was unfeasible, so Jiang Li steered her car toward the side entrance. As she passed the bustling amusement park, she spotted Wang Yong waiting at the entrance like a statue, eagerly anticipating visitors, while behind him, the park appeared somewhat dilapidated. It seemed he was not attracting many guests. Nevertheless, competition in business was always fierce, and given his past treatment of her, she deemed it magnanimous not to delve into the matter further. Turning her head, she drove forward. Wang Yong recognized the vehicle passing by. It belonged to Jiang Li, the owner of the curious amusement park. A fierce anger ignited within him, a burning flame that threatened to erupt. That detestable Jiang Li. It was she who had caused his business to plummet. This grudge must be avenged. If his vibrant amusement park could not thrive, then neither should her curious amusement park. As Jiang Li entered the amusement park, she encountered the recently hired Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu. Upon seeing her, they approached to greet her, albeit somewhat distracted. Their gazes fixated on the breakfast in her hands. "Sister Jiang, what are we having today?" Lin Daiyu inquired, resting her chin on her hand, the fabric gently brushing against her lips as she elegantly wiped away the drool. Seeing Lin Daiyu's eager eyes, Jiang Li was reminded of the classic dream of the Red Chamber. However, with the ticket booth bustling with crowds, retrieving food would indeed be a challenge. "Let us see later." "Oh, today we're having egg pancakes," she replied, handing the items to them. The two eagerly accepted the food, hardly sparing a moment to find a place to sit, tearing it open immediately to reveal the contents. The egg pancake, wrapped in a layer of paper, released an enticing aroma upon being unwrapped, its fragrance wafting through the air. Wang Shifeng inhaled deeply. What a delightful scent. The pancake's golden exterior encased a gelatinous layer of egg mixture, complemented by a layer of crisp green lettuce. The lettuce enveloped shredded potatoes and carrots, with a tantalizing red sausage nestled within. Unable to resist the delicacy before her, Wang Shifeng eagerly brought the pancake to her lips, devouring it without a hint of ladle-like restraint. "Delicious, utterly delicious," she exclaimed, her mouth full. Observing Wang Shifeng's enjoyment, Lin Daiyu approached her pancake more cautiously. She was, after all, somewhat reserved. Taking a gentle bite, she was instantly enveloped in the food's delightful flavor. The dish was so exquisite that she momentarily forgot her refined demeanor, mimicking Wang Shifeng's voraciousness. In the face of such culinary delight, even Lin Daiyu, with her exceptional intellect, found it difficult to conjure suitable descriptors. Throughout her life, she had believed that the gourmet delicacies she had tasted were the pinnacle of flavor. Yet, the food encountered at the curious amusement park proved to be the most delectable of all. "Sister Jiang, will you be bringing egg pancakes again tomorrow?" Lin Daiyu asked her. "Yes," Jiang Li nodded. With a lowered gaze, Lin Daiyu shyly added, "Sister Jiang, could you bring an extra one for me tomorrow? This egg pancake is simply too delicious. I haven't had my fill." Jiang Li smiled warmly. "Of course. Well, if it isn't the missing one. It's been quite some time." Xiao Juzi, carrying a white cloth bag, approached with a cheerful demeanor, teasing the two women. "Xiao Juzi, you look remarkably refreshed today," Wang Shifeng remarked. It is perhaps due to their shared surname that Wang Shifeng and Xiao Juzi find themselves particularly compatible, forming a close bond. With newfound wealth, their spirits soar. Xiao Juzi's laughter crescendos, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Subsequently, the two engage in a lively conversation. Jiang Li observes them, passing her breakfast to Xiao Juzi, who eagerly receives it, munching on a stuffed pancake while chatting animatedly with Wang Shifeng. Their joy is palpable. Nearby, Lin Daiyu watches them with a tinge of discontent. Jiang Li perceives the scene before her as one of harmonious camaraderie. "Good morning, Sister Jiang," greets Mo Xiaobai, accompanied by his zombie-like sidekick as he enters the scene. "Good morning," Jiang Li replies, handing him her breakfast. Mo Xiaobai, enticed by the aroma wafting through the air, hastily accepts it, expressing his gratitude as he devours it ravenously. The daily meals are the highlights of his existence. The anticipation is beyond expression. After breakfast, Jiang Li glances at her watch. Only 5 minutes remain until work begins. She addresses the group. Today may be a bit hectic. Please bear with me. The three nod in unison, including Imo Shabai's peculiar companion, who also nods enthusiastically. Xiao Zhizi turns to Lin Daiyu, exclaiming softly, Daiyu, you've finally returned. I no longer have to face this alone. Lin Daiyu responds with a polite murmur, leaving the conversation at that. Unfazed, Xiao Zhizi continues her chatter. As work time commences, everyone returns to their respective posts. Jiang Li stands at the entrance of the amusement park, gazing at the throngs of visitors. For reasons unknown, the sheer number of people sends a shiver down her spine. Perhaps it is simply the overwhelming crowd. Chapter 72. Jiang Li's ticket limit. Comment section erupts with so many individuals present. She muses that she should have employed a few zombies as bodyguards. However, the demand for personnel throughout the amusement park leaves little room for such considerations. Reflecting on past stampede incidents only heightens her unease. As she opens the park gates, a tide of people surges toward her, fearing for her safety. She swiftly sidesteps and presses against the railing, holding a megaphone aloft, shouting to the throng, Everyone, please slow down and avoid stepping on one another. Yet, the visitors seem oblivious to her pleas, continuing on their path with reckless abandon. Jiang Li feels an ominous foreboding that disaster may strike if this continues. She is genuinely concerned about the possibility of an accident occurring one day. Once the crowd subsides, the number of visitors is still significant, albeit reduced. Receiving 50,000 guests daily, with at least 25,000 arriving in the morning, the numbers remain daunting. She hopes to swiftly accumulate her modest goal, allowing her to continue expanding her endeavors. An hour later, the throngs of visitors had finally dissipated. Gazing at the scarcely populated entrance, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Jiang Li's gaze fell upon the ticket booth where Wang Xinfeng was stationed, and she mused aloud, with so many people, I wonder if she can manage. Resolute, she decided to see if she could offer assistance. Approaching the ticket booth, she observed Wang Xifeng, whose hair was disheveled, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. And her complexion appeared somewhat ashen, revealing the toll of exhaustion. Are you managing all right? Upon noticing Jiang Li, she lifted her head to wipe the sweat from her brow. Her lips cracked as she replied, I'm holding up. Jiang Li retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her bag and presented it to her. Have a drink. Wang Xifeng accepted the water with a grateful nod. As she twisted off the cap and began to sip, she remarked, Today's influx of visitors is rather overwhelming. Jiang Li responded, Today's visitor count is tenfold compared to the usual. Isn't that quite significant? Wang Xifeng released a breath, her expression one of despondency. No wonder Jiang Li felt a twinge of embarrassment. Shall I gather a few people to help this afternoon? Wang Xifeng wearily replied, That would be great. Is there anything you need assistance with right now? Jiang Li inquired. Wang Xifeng took a deep breath, attempting to rally her spirits. At the moment, there's nothing I require. After all, accounting is my favorite task. Oh, very well, Jiang Li said, relieved to find herself of little assistance. If you're fine here, I'll head to the amusement park. Wang Xifeng nodded in agreement. Leaving the ticket booth, Jiang Li made her way to the botanical paradise. The crowd there was immense. How could one describe such a multitude? It was as if every 3 steps, one would encounter another person, and every 5 steps, yet another, a veritable sea of humanity. The plants were obscured from view, illustrating the dismal experience for visitors. The quality of visitor experience is a crucial factor in the sustainable development of the amusement park. And this issue must be addressed. As she navigated through the throng, she spotted Lin Daiyu, clad in a flowing green hanfu, hands on her hips, shouting through a megaphone. Her meticulously styled hair was now in disarray. She resembled a harried matron, vociferously announcing safety precautions. The most unfortunate was Little Orange, who, clutching the megaphone, was jostled by the crowd, unsure of her direction. For some reason, the botanical paradise seemed to lack its previous vibrancy, perhaps due to the overwhelming number of visitors. It appeared that an excess of people was not necessarily advantageous. Little Orange, spotting Jiang Li, hurried over, hands on her hips and breathless, lamenting, Jiang Li. It's too crowded. I'm struggling to keep up. Jiang Li sighed, I've noticed. A larger crowd means increased revenue, yet fewer people could hinder profits. It's a challenging dilemma. After much contemplation, she resolved to limit ticket sales. Although it would reduce revenue, it would also alleviate pressure. Let us work together, she proposed. All right, Little Orange replied, relieved to have additional support in managing the situation. Two individuals were engaged in guiding tourists while conversing. Little Orange, what do you think is the maximum capacity our amusement park can accommodate? She pondered, considering the experience and the staff situation. Little Orange gazed at the distant blue roses and contemplated, perhaps 100,000. When we previously hosted 50,000 visitors, it was somewhat overwhelming, yet we managed. 100,000 is the upper limit, especially given the current shortage of staff at the park. Jiang Li found her reasoning quite valid. I shall set the ticket limit now. Very well, Little Orange nodded, taking the megaphone to continue addressing the crowd. Jiang Li dashed away from the throng, seeking a secluded spot to establish the quota. However, upon opening her phone, she was taken aback. No way, it's only been a short while. And ticket reservations for tomorrow have already surpassed 100,000, with numbers escalating at an alarming rate of 10 tickets per second. This growth rate is utterly terrifying. She promptly limited the tickets to 111,000. The comments section erupted with activity. What's going on? Why has the Odd Amusement Park restricted ticket sales? Everything was fine yesterday. What is the owner of the Odd Amusement Park thinking? Are they really turning away this influx of visitors? The service at the Odd Amusement Park is dreadful. I was so close to securing a ticket. Jiang Li continued to scroll through. Most comments lamenting about the Odd Amusement Park, though some voices of reason emerged. I believe the owner of the Odd Amusement Park is justified in this decision. Too many people detract from the experience. I have never seen a park that considers its visitors in such a manner. For that alone, I support the Odd Amusement Park. You got a ticket, so of course, you support them. What about those of us who couldn't get one? Securing tickets for the day after would yield the same outcome. You're merely speaking from a place of comfort. The comments section became quite heated. At this rate, securing tickets for the Odd Amusement Park will require lightning-fast reflexes. Alas, with my reaction speed, will I even manage to get one? Do you think the tickets for the Odd Amusement Park will rise in price? Business people are the most astute. Given the current buzz surrounding the Odd Amusement Park, a price increase is inevitable. Remember when tickets were just 100? Now they have soared to 300 each. The Odd Amusement Park is my cherished dream. Please do not raise the ticket prices. As Jiang Li perused these comments, her mind was swirling with potential solutions, albeit vaguely. Refocusing her thoughts, she turned her attention to the status of the regular attractions. The swinging pendulum, the roller coaster, the pirate ship, and the carousel were all teeming with visitors. Jiang Li felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing the throngs at one attraction. She genuinely feared for everyone's safety. It seemed imperative that the park's management protocols be fortified. During lunchtime, she would confer with everyone to explore their ideas for a solution. Chapter 73. Group discussion on solutions. The arduous morning finally came to an end, and the group collapsed exhausted beside the table in the reception area. Little Orange remarked, "Today's workload is the heaviest I have encountered in my tenure." Lin Daiyu, tapping her shoulder with a raspy voice, complained, "If every day is like this, I may have to resign. I came to this amusement park to heal, but at this rate, I might succumb to exhaustion before my ailments are cured." Wang Shifeng, utterly fatigued, collapsed onto the table, lacking the strength to speak and merely listening to their conversation. Everyone appeared weary, except for Mo Xiaobai. Little Orange gazed at him in confusion. "Hey, Mo Xiaobai, you've certainly done your share of work. So why do you seem so spirited and not the least bit fatigued?" Mo Xiaobai scratched the back of his head. "I don't know. Perhaps it's due to my robust constitution." Little Orange felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, sensing a hint of ostentation in his words. Yet unable to find evidence to support her suspicion, Jiang Li approached with lunchboxes, distributing them among the group. Upon seeing the fragrant, steaming gourmet lunch, they descended upon it like ravenous wolves. They retrieved chopsticks, lifted the lids, and devoured the food voraciously, clearly showcasing their hunger. Jiang Li felt somewhat embarrassed, sitting nearby and eating absent-mindedly. After a few bites, Little Orange regained her focus, holding a chicken leg and looking across at Jiang Li. She proposed, "Jiang Li, this situation in the amusement park is unsustainable. While we have the time to eat, why don't we discuss some strategies?" Lin Daiyu concurred, nodding in agreement. Wang Shifeng and Mo Xiaobai, however, were too engrossed in their meal, fearing they would not be satiated. Jiang Li, drawn back to the conversation by the clamor, expressed her own thoughts. "I share your sentiments. Please, share your ideas so we can pool our insights." Wang Shifeng set down her chopsticks, eagerly stating, "The volume of visitors is overwhelming. I can hardly keep up. If this persists, I fear I may collapse from exhaustion." Her mention of collapse was a term she had recently learned while watching videos with Little Orange during her leisure time. I have considered this, starting tomorrow. I shall limit the number of visitors to the amusement park to 100,000 per day, Jiangli suggested thoughtfully. This is a good idea, this way. We won't be as exhausted as we are today, Wang Shifeng nodded, still shoveling food into her mouth. Mo Xiaobai and Lin Daiyu also found this proposal agreeable. Recognizing the limitations of human energy, Jiangli turned to Wang Shifeng, saying, Wang Shifeng, how about I see if there are any idle zombies available to assist you? That's a splendid idea, Wang Shifeng continued to eat. Suddenly, Mo Xiaobai interjected, but every zombie is quite busy. It's truly difficult to spare any manpower. Zombies? Little Orange lowered her head, suddenly finding her meal unappetizing. Are we talking about actual zombies or figurative ones? If they are indeed zombies, that would be quite terrifying. Jiangli furrowed her brow slightly. What shall we do then? Little Orange suddenly raised her hand. I have a suggestion, though I'm uncertain of its feasibility. What shall we do? Please, tell me, Jiangli eagerly inquired. Xiao Zhizi began to speak. We could synchronize the ticket checking times at the amusement park to just 1 or 2 designated moments, during which all of us would go to validate our tickets. With the presence of zombies in such a large crowd, I estimate we could complete the ticket checks in less than half an hour. At that point, Wang Shifeng can focus solely on the accounts. This notion was quite commendable. Jiangli nodded in agreement. Just then, her phone buzzed. Upon opening it, she discovered the comment section beneath her account inundated with furious remarks, as people complained about the outrageous practices of the peculiar amusement park. They felt that under such a system, they might never secure tickets in their lifetime. What's wrong? Xiao Zhizi asked. Jiangli handed her phone to show her, and the others gathered around. Upon witnessing the fervent comment section, they gasped in astonishment. I never anticipated that the amusement park's immense popularity could be a disadvantage, Xiao Zhizi remarked. Who could argue with that? Wang Shifeng added. Jiangli sighed. I wonder if any of you might have a solution to this predicament? In unison, everyone struck a pose reminiscent of a philosopher in deep thought. Suddenly, Xiao Zhizi raised her finger, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. I've thought of a solution. What is it? The group asked in unison, their gazes fixed upon her. Xiao Zhizi glanced around at her companions and began, to allow more visitors to experience the peculiar amusement park. We could create a small program that restricts ticket reservations for those who have already booked within a week. Additionally, we could set designated experience times for the attractions that require prior reservations. This way, we can stagger the visits. Xiao Zhizi, you truly are remarkable. Jiangli praised her without reservation. Xiao Zhizi blushed slightly, then looked around as if recalling something. But do we have anyone here who can create such a program? What is a small program? Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng exchanged perplexed glances, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. As for Mo Xiaobai, he scratched the back of his head, equally bewildered. This sounds rather complex, he noted. Jiangli responded earnestly. I shall take charge of this matter. My father's company has numerous programmers. Creating a small program is merely a matter of a few words. The group nodded in agreement. Do we have any further questions? Jiangli inquired. Everyone shook their heads. No more questions, Xiao Zhizi affirmed. Most likely none, Lin Daiyu added, her voice barely above a whisper, but she realized she could not suppress it. It seemed that after shouting for so long, her voice had become rather coarse, an uncharacteristic trait for her. Wang Shifeng and Mo Xiaobai remained silent, seemingly preoccupied with their meals as if fearing they would not be satiated. After finishing her meal, Xiao Zhizi idly scrolled through her phone, while Jiangli urged her to draft a statement to post online. They created a video outlining the precautions for the next 7 days. Once the video was released, the previously tumultuous comment section finally quieted down. The intensity of the remarks significantly diminished. This idea is truly splendid. Now I, too, might have the opportunity to attend. The experience of visitors is ensured while simultaneously preventing scalpers, thereby allowing more guests to enjoy the whimsical amusement park. It is evident that the owner of the park has genuinely considered our needs. I have never encountered a theme park that operates in such a manner. The whimsical amusement park is truly extraordinary, deserving of its reputation as my cherished ideal. Given their sincere concern for the visitors, I must secure a ticket in support. I also intend to bring my son and daughter along. Seeing the harmonious comments in the discussion section, Jiangli breathed a sigh of relief. This issue should be considered resolved, I suppose. In the afternoon, the entrance of the amusement park was teeming with people, leaving everyone astonished. Chapter 74. For Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng from Dream of the Red Chamber, Little Orange's mouth fell open in astonishment, almost dropping to the ground. Goodness, there are so many people. Jiangli swallowed nervously. It appeared that the crowd had swelled even more than in the morning. Wang Shifeng, overwhelmed by the sheer number of visitors, felt dizzy. Am I responsible for all these people? This is unbearable. Lin Daiyu gasped, her handkerchief slipping from her grasp, her lips trembling. How terrifying. Recalling Little Orange's previous suggestion, Jiangli proposed, shall we check tickets together as Little Orange suggested? The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. At the entrance of the amusement park, Mo Xiaobai, holding a megaphone, addressed the visitors. Dear guests, to expedite the ticket-checking process and enhance your enjoyment of the park, please form an orderly line. We have 120 staff members ready to assist you with ticket distribution, ensuring minimal delay. We appreciate your cooperation. Thank you. The staff members, including Jiang Li, Little Orange, Mo Xiaobai, Wang Shifeng, Lin Daiyu, and the zombie assistants, totaled 120 individuals. The visitors displayed commendable decorum, forming lines and scanning QR codes with their phones. This QR code was specifically designed for ticket verification, with all information eventually being directed to Wang Shifeng's office computer. With this system in place, 200 tickets could be checked in mere seconds, far more efficient than Wang Shifeng laboring alone. Within half an hour, the crowd had thinned significantly. Everyone returned to their respective posts. At the ticket booth, Wang Shifeng was diligently counting the receipts. Although visitors continued to arrive, it was but a trivial matter for her. Jiangli wandered through the throngs of people, noting that some attractions had fewer visitors, yet there were a surplus of zombies. She redirected a few idle zombies to assist Little Orange and Lin Daiyu in maintaining order. With the zombies' involvement, Little Orange and Lin Daiyu found their tasks much easier. Afterward, she sought out Mo Xiaobai by the lakeside. Although the area was crowded, Mo Xiaobai appeared unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue. Perhaps it was due to his extraordinary abilities. Mo Xiaobai's stamina was remarkably formidable, seeing that there was nothing requiring her assistance. Jiangli decided to patrol the amusement park and observe the visitors. She stood by the riverbank and noticed a family of 4 hesitating to step onto a lily pad. Approaching them, Jiangli inquired, "Is there anything you need?" The tourist looked up, pointing at the delicate lily pad. "Is it truly safe to tread upon such a fragile leaf?" Jiang Li's gaze shifted to the tourists who were joyfully gliding across the water on a lily pad, responding, "Are they not doing just fine?" The visitors turned their attention in that direction, spotting a young woman gleefully taking selfies while standing on a slowly drifting lily pad. "But she is alone, and we are 4, one of them remarked, clearly unaware of the sign nearby. With a smile, Jiang Li patiently explained, "Each lily pad can support the weight of 4 individuals, at least 800 pounds. She assessed the family, stating, "The combined weight of your party is certainly sufficient." The tourists nodded in agreement. The child, filled with excitement, leaped onto the lily pad, bouncing joyfully. "Daddy, this lily pad is so much fun. Be careful," the father exclaimed, his heart racing as he watched his son stand atop the pad. However, upon seeing that all was well, he felt a sigh of relief and cautiously allowed his wife and daughter to join him on the lily pad. Jiang Li also explained how to operate the boat. When the visitors successfully set it in motion, their expressions of astonishment were quite delightful. Soon after, the group ventured out onto the lake aboard the lily pad. Jiang Li watched them for a moment before summoning a lily pad for herself and leaping onto it, eager to witness the visitors' reactions. Before she even reached the lotus grove, she heard exclamations of wonder from within. As she entered, she found people gazing upwards in awe, admiring the lily pads floating in midair. Some were taking photographs, while others reclined leisurely on the pads, soaking in the scenery. "Goodness, is this a fairyland?" one exclaimed. "I never imagined the lily pads could appear so beautiful from this angle. I've only seen them in water, never suspended in the air. It's truly a sight to behold. The Oddity Amusement Park, my cherished gem, never fails to surprise me. Last time it was a botanical wonderland, and this time it is a lotus grove. This place is simply breathtaking. I must bring my grandmother here next time. She would surely adore it. Although securing tickets can be a challenge, visiting here is undeniably worthwhile. The Oddity Amusement Park is the finest amusement park I have ever encountered, unmatched anywhere in the world." Arriving at the Lotus Pavilion, Jiang Li noted the visitors' murmurs of admiration. Some were taking pictures, while others engaged in lively discussions. It was evident that they were thoroughly enjoying their time here. After completing her rounds in the amusement park, Jiang Li returned to the ticket booth to assist Wang Shifeng, who was quietly managing the accounts. At last, the bustling afternoon drew to a close. Lin Daiyu came seeking Wang Shifeng, and perhaps too fatigued, she nearly stumbled into Jiang Li, who was quick to catch her just in time. After completing the accounts, Wang Shifeng raised her head to look at Jiang Li and said, "Sister Jiang, today's revenue amounts to 30 million. It is neither a penny more nor a penny less." Jiang Li replied, "All right, I understand." Wang Shifeng stood up and added, "Sister Jiang, if there is nothing else, Lin and I will take our leave." Upon saying this, she started to depart with Lin Daiyu. Jiang Li suddenly recalled something and called out to them, "Wait a moment, I have something to give you." She then went to the cabinet inside and opened a drawer. Inside lay 2 renowned classics. Jiang Li took them out to present to them, explaining, "I was uncertain about what to purchase for you, so I opted for the classic Dream of the Red Chamber, with the remaining wages tucked inside. Though not particularly precious, I believe it will be beneficial for your lives, hence I brought it back." Wang Shifeng had indeed heard the little pink pig mention their world. Her gaze fell upon the book as she inquired, "Is this book related to our world?" Jiang Li nodded. Lin Daiyu eagerly took one and flipped through it, confirming, "Indeed, it is." Wang Shifeng stared at the book in a daze, pondering, "Does this mean that with this book, Lin and I can foresee the future?" Jiang Li affirmed, "Yes." It was utterly astonishing. Wang Shifeng swallowed hard, then turned her gaze to Jiang Li, expressing her gratitude. "Sister Jiang, thank you. This gift is immensely valuable to us." Jiang Li smiled. "You're welcome. I'm glad you like it." Lin Daiyu closed the book, looked at Wang Shifeng, and excitedly asked, "Sister, does this count as foreseeing our fate?" Wang Shifeng nodded. "What are you two discussing?" Chapter 75. Little Orange talks about Dream of the Red Chamber. Little Orange entered with a canvas bag, looking around curiously and cheerfully inquiring about their conversation. Wang Shifeng looked up at her and enthusiastically explained, "Oh, we are discussing Dream of the Red Chamber." Little Orange exclaimed, "Oh, so you're talking about Dream of the Red Chamber? Why didn't you call me? I am quite familiar with this classic, and I know its characters like the back of my hand." She confidently patted her chest. "Is that so?" Wang Shifeng found this amusing and teased. "Then tell us, which characters left the deepest impression on you?" Little Orange slightly tilted her head, gazing at the ceiling, resting her finger on her chin, appearing contemplative. "If I were to choose a character from Dream of the Red Chamber that resonates most with me, it would have to be Lin Daiyu, as she is considered one of the protagonists." Upon hearing her name, Lin Daiyu closed her book, her melancholy gaze fixed on Little Orange, eagerly awaiting her words. Wang Shifeng prompted, "Then tell us, what is the trajectory of Lin Daiyu's life?" Little Orange focused her gaze on her and sighed. "Lin Daiyu has a rather tragic fate. She died young." Upon hearing this, Lin Daiyu's heart sank, and she eagerly asked Little Orange, "How did she die?" Little Orange's gaze swept over to the chairs near the ticket window, and she walked over, plopping down with a sense of urgency. Observing the people around her, she began to recount. Lin Daiyu and Jia Baoyu shared a mutual affection, yet ultimately, Jia Baoyu wed Shui Baochai. Upon receiving this news, Lin Daiyu was deeply affected, succumbing to despair and ultimately passing away from heartbreak. Upon hearing this, Lin Daiyu's face turned ashen, the handkerchief resting on her chin trembling slightly, her eyes fixed on the ground, lost in thought. Little Orange sensed the shift in Lin Daiyu's demeanor and turned her gaze towards her. "Daiyu, what troubles you? I am merely discussing characters from a story. Why are you so agitated? Besides, you are not the Lin Daiyu from the book, so there is no need for such distress." Lin Daiyu, regaining her composure, met her gaze, eager to speak, but at a loss for words. She had promised Little Pink Pig not to divulge her birthday to anyone in this world. She must uphold her promise. "In nothing," she replied, her pallor evident. Wang Shifeng, observing Lin Daiyu's expression, felt a pang of concern and approached her, gently taking her hand and whispering words of comfort that only Lin Daiyu could hear. "Sister, do not fret. Although Little Orange has revealed your fate, you now know that everything can be altered." Lin Daiyu nodded in response to Wang Shifeng's reassurance. Wang Shifeng patted her shoulder. "What are you whispering about over there?" Little Orange craned her neck, her curiosity barely concealed. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, who was aware of the truth, found herself at a loss for words. "It's nothing," Wang Shifeng replied cheerfully. "By the way, Little Orange, do you know what illness Lin's sister suffers from?" Little Orange pondered for a moment. "Some say it's depression. Others mention congenital heart disease, and there are those who suggest tuberculosis. As for which one it truly is, no one seems to know." Upon hearing this, Lin Daiyu's expression visibly darkened, her melancholy deepening further. Wang Shifeng then inquired, "Do you know what fate awaits me?" Although there were whispers, it would require turning page by page. She preferred a direct answer. Little Orange considered before responding. Wang Shifeng. She dies from a condition known as blood collapse. In modern terms, it refers to severe gynecological issues, such as uterine fibroids. Wang Shifeng, a woman capable of shouldering great responsibilities, felt a chill at the realization of her own fate. How exactly did I come to suffer from such a condition? Her curiosity was piqued, and she could not help but ask Little Orange, what caused Wang Shifeng to develop this illness? You seem quite intrigued by her, Little Orange teased lightly. Wang Shifeng had made a vow with Little Pink Pig never to reveal her true origins from the world of dream of the Red Chamber to anyone. So she tactfully replied, perhaps it's because we share the same name, which makes me more curious about her story. But truly, what illness did she have? Her eagerness for the answer was palpable. As long as she understood the cause of the matter, she could prevent such a tragedy from occurring. Little Orange pondered for a moment and replied, there is no specific description in the book regarding the death of Wang Shifeng, only that she succumbed to a hemorrhage. However, as an enthusiast of Dream of the Red Chamber, I have come across numerous discussions on this topic. The reason Wang Shifeng met her demise due to hemorrhage is closely linked to Jialian. Wang Shifeng, taken aback, eagerly inquired about the connection. What does this have to do with Jialian? Little Orange expressed her indignation, saying, Jialian is nothing but a fickle man, charming and indulging in numerous affairs. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that he became tainted, and after their liaison, Wang Shifeng fell victim to the affliction of hemorrhage. After all, in our world, this ailment is a serious gynecological condition. The majority of women who suffer from such diseases do so due to the uncleanliness of their partners. She articulated her perspective with conviction. Thus, to evade misfortune in life, one must steer clear of unclean men. Upon hearing this, Wang Shifeng began to comprehend the cause of her own demise. Jialian, it turned out her death was inextricably linked to him. Yet, in their era, society was not particularly kind toward women. In my situation, is there a way to protect myself? She asked, her face tinged with shyness. A stark contrast to the brazen Wang Shifeng. You could consider using condoms, interjected Jiang Li, who had been silent until now. Condoms? Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu exchanged bewildered glances. Yes, condoms. As long as they are of sufficient quality, they can offer a degree of protection for women. However, to achieve complete safety, the most effective method is to eliminate the source, Jiang Li explained. Little Orange looked at the two of them, her face filled with confusion. What is going on with you two? It's just condoms. Why do you look so clueless? Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu glanced at each other, aware of their ignorance, but unsure how to respond. Jiang Li clarified, Little Orange, Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu hail from a remote village where information is scarce, and they do not even have mobile phones. It is entirely normal for them to be unfamiliar with such knowledge. Understanding dawned on Little Orange, and she finally grasped why the two seemed somewhat out of place in this world. Jiang Li glanced at her watch. It's about time. We should head back. Chapter 76. The requests of Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu. Little Orange was particularly loquacious, but seeing everyone eager to return, she swallowed her words and tugged at the canvas bag slung at her waist. Then, we shall meet again tomorrow. After bidding them farewell, she turned and left the ticket booth, walking away with a light and cheerful step. Jiang Li, visibly fatigued, stifled a yawn and, glancing at the two individuals who had yet to make a move, suggested, Wang Shifeng, Lin Daiyu, it would be prudent for you both to return and rest. We have work tomorrow. Upon her utterance, the two exchanged knowing glances, yet neither made a move to depart. Confusion etched across Jiang Li's face. She inquired, why do you both linger? Lin Daiyu opened her mouth, poised to speak, yet the words faltered on her lips, leaving her to swallow them back down in embarrassment. Wang Shifeng, contemplating the words she was about to utter, felt a twinge of shyness. However, she realized she must also consider her own needs. Unable to decipher their inner thoughts, Jiang Li remarked, since you seem disinclined to leave, why not explore a bit? I shall take my leave first. With that, she grasped the car keys from the table, preparing to exit. Just as Jiang Li was about to step over the threshold, Wang Shifeng called out to her, Sister Jiang. Please, don't rush off. We have a few matters for which we require your assistance. Jiang Li paused, turning to inquire what they needed. Wang Shifeng stepped forward, mustering considerable courage, and said, Sister Jiang, if I provide you with my salary, would you be able to procure some condoms for me? Her face flushed as she spoke, her voice tinged with urgency. revealing her embarrassment. Of course, Jiangli responded with nonchalance, offering her a warm smile. Wang Shifeng, eager, opened her book, extracting 50 yuan, and handed it to Jiangli. Sister Jiang, is this amount sufficient? If not, please cover the cost for me initially, and I shall reimburse you once you make the purchase. Jiangli accepted the crisp 50 yuan, glancing down at the fresh bills, and assured her, I shall bring them to you tomorrow. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Wang Shifeng expressed her heartfelt gratitude, a rarity for her typically bold demeanor. Jiangli pondered for a moment before saying, Wang Shifeng, there's no need for embarrassment. After all, such matters are a natural part of life. Eating, sleeping, and... She paused, allowing the implication to linger. Wang Shifeng nodded in understanding. Jiangli then asked, do you require any further assistance? Wang Shifeng reflected briefly before shaking her head. It seems that is all. Turning her attention to Lin Daiyu, who fidgeted with the hem of her garment, exuding a sense of anxious bewilderment. Jiangli noted the bond formed by their shared workplace in the Jia household made her feel closer to Lin Daiyu. Being perceptive, she easily recognized the turmoil within Lin Daiyu, who seemed torn between the desire to inquire and the fear of voicing her thoughts. However, there are some questions I must pose to you, she said, gently pulling Lin Daiyu forward. Observing the unsettled expression of Lin Daiyu, Jiangli felt a surge of empathy. Recognizing a kindred spirit, Lin Daiyu, do you have something you wish to ask? Do not be afraid. Speak freely, she encouraged, her tone soothing and gentle. As Lin Daiyu's gaze met his, she inquired, Sister Jiang, is there any possibility that you can cure my ailment? Jiangli, observing Lin Daiyu's hopeful expression, found herself at a loss for words. The reason Lin Daiyu had chosen to work at the peculiar amusement park was entirely due to Little Pink Pig's promise to assist her in her recovery. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Little Pink Pig demanded that she devise a way to cure Lin Daiyu herself. To make matters worse, it insisted that the cost of treatment must be covered by her own earnings. Jiangli was utterly speechless. How could a meager monthly salary of 200 yuan suffice for medical expenses? Furthermore, if the medications were costly, it would be even more insufficient. Little Pink Pig was akin to a relentless tormentor, driving her to her wits' end. Jiangli had contemplated inviting a doctor to examine Lin Daiyu. Yet the system thwarted her efforts, insisting that one must rely on their own hands for sustenance, even if she possessed the will and strength. She could not oppose Little Pink Pig. Rapidly organizing her thoughts, she turned to Lin Daiyu and explained, to seek treatment, one must first consult a doctor. But such consultations are not inexpensive. Eagerly, Lin Daiyu inquired, how much would it cost? After a moment's reflection, Jiangli estimated it would require at least 2 months' salary. Lin Daiyu responded, all right, Sister Jiang, I understand. Upon uttering those words, her expression visibly dimmed. Noticing Lin Daiyu's crestfallen demeanor, Jiangli approached, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, saying, Daiyu, do not despair. In 2 months, when you have saved enough, I will promptly arrange for a doctor to assist you. The physician I intend to invite possesses exceptional skills and will undoubtedly aid in your recovery. Really? Lin Daiyu's melancholic gaze was replaced by a glimmer of hope as she looked up at Jiangli, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, Jiangli nodded affirmatively. After exchanging a few more words, the three parted ways. On her way home, Jiangli stopped by a supermarket, selecting a few condoms and slipping them into her bag before departing. Gu Hanyan emerged from the supermarket, his gaze fixed on Jiangli, who was getting into her car with a baby in tow. Had he just witnessed Jiangli purchasing condoms? What was the reason behind such a purchase? They had no need for them. Did she harbor a man in her residence? The mere thought of possibly being cuckolded sent Gu Hanyan's fists clenching involuntarily, the knuckles cracking under pressure. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he silently ground his molars. Was it that man from the amusement park? How could Jiangli betray him? With a determined stride, Gu Hanyan pursued her, standing at her doorstep. At that moment, Jiangli was already inside. He raised his hand, poised to knock on the door. But as his hand hovered just above it, he hesitated. Fear gripped him. He dreaded the prospect of opening the door only to witness an inappropriate scene. Yet, he was unwilling to remain in the dark. He needed to uncover the truth. Jiangli was, after all, his wife. After much deliberation, Gu Hanyan's hand lingered in the air, indecision gripping him. His chest rose and fell with the strain of his suppressed agitation. Should he knock? What if he has misunderstood Jiangli? After all, it was Jiangli who confessed her feelings to him. Surely, she must have some affection for him. Gu Hanyan clenched his teeth, his hands tightening into fists. Ultimately, His hand fell against the door, creating a series of resounding thuds. With each echoing sound, his anxiety intensified. He thought to himself, Jiangli, you once professed your love for me. Do not betray me, or else. He sighed. If Jiangli were to betray him, what could he possibly do? Who is it? Chapter 77. The terrifying Gu Hanyan. Jiangli opened the door to find Gu Hanyan standing outside, a mix of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Why was he here? Wasn't it her who was supposed to initiate contact? Gu Hanyan looked down. Jiangli wore a nightgown, her hair damp as if freshly washed. Did you come to see me for something? Jiangli inquired. Then after a moment's reflection, added, is it about the divorce? Upon hearing this, Gu Hanyan's expression darkened, as if ink could drip from his face. His bloodshot eyes, filled with fury, bore into her as he coldly demanded, are you so eager to divorce me for that man? Jiangli, taken aback by his accusation, retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? What man? Gu Hanyan's gaze flickered into the room, prompting Jiangli to unconsciously shift aside, which he interpreted as a sign of guilt. He clenched his fists in anger, his jaw tight. So, you indeed have a man hidden in there. Jiangli, feeling wronged by his misjudgment, could barely contain her frustration. Gu Hanyan, is that truly how you see me? At that moment, Gu Hanyan was on the brink of losing control. If you let me in a check, wouldn't the truth be revealed? Jiangli felt a wave of despondency wash over her at his blatant distrust, and she glared at him. Gu Hanyan, do you think everyone is like you? What have I done to betray you? Gu Hanyan had long since abandoned rationality. Then explain your relationship with Jiang Cha. Jiangli loathed his hypocritical nature, one that allowed him to condemn her while excusing his own actions. She is merely my younger sister, nothing more. Gu Hanyan, suppressing the rage swelling within him, attempted to clarify. Jiangli responded with a derisive snort. What a sister indeed. Gu Hanyan's so-called sister was one with whom he could share intimate moments, a bond that surpassed her role as a wife. One for whom he had invested vast sums to build an amusement park, and who had abandoned her when she fell ill to care for a mere scrape. On what grounds did he question her? Every time she recalled these grievances, her resolve to divorce Gu Hanyan grew ever stronger. No, Jiangli. We are discussing your affair with that wild man. Why drag Jiang Cha into this? Indeed, she could not harbor any expectations. This marriage was destined for dissolution. Gu Hanyan, I'm going to bed now. Please leave. She wished to dismiss him, intent on closing the door. As she placed her hand on the doorknob, poised to close it, a sudden thought struck her. She looked up and was met with the furious visage of Gu Hanyan, his tone icy. Oh, right. The divorce had been delayed due to some matters. Perhaps we should arrange a time to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and finalize it, she suggested. Gu Hanyan bit his lip fiercely upon hearing this. For that man, you truly cannot wait, he retorted. Jiangli wished to explain, but decided against it. If he chose to misunderstand, so be it, for they were indeed on the verge of divorce. Say whatever you wish, she thought, crossing her arms and refusing to meet his gaze. That wild man is inside, isn't he? Gu Hanyan demanded, seething with anger. No, Jiang Li's voice was frigid, as cold as one would address an inconsequential stranger. I must see for myself, he insisted, unable to accept this reality, pushing past her to enter. Jiang Li, equally stubborn, blocked the entrance, declaring, on what grounds do you think you can enter? We are currently discussing the timing of our divorce. What are you doing? Gu Hanyan covered his eyes with his hand, letting out a cold laugh as he confronted her. You wish to divorce me and be with that wild man? Don't even think about it. Jiang Li, unless I am dead, you shall remain my legal wife for life. Jiang Li, exasperated, tugged at her hair. Do you not feel the discomfort of our situation? After all, in his heart, there exists the presence of a white moonlight. Besides this reason, she continued, Gu Hanyan, your reluctance to divorce stems not only from her, but also from your fear of losing your position as CEO, correct? Rest assured, you are still your father's most cherished child. Even if we divorce, your entitlements will remain intact. Thus, you need not suffer for the sake of property. I am willing to let go and support you and Jiang Cha. Should that not bring you joy? Gu Hanyan was rendered breathless by her words, his gaze darkening as he thought of the man lounging in bed, his expression turning sinister as he glared at her. Let me in, he commanded. Jiang Li felt a primal fear at his terrifying gaze, but remained resolute. I refuse. Gu Hanyan seized her slender wrist, his eyes filled with malice. Jiang Li, if I discover there is a wild man in your apartment, he trailed off, merely tossing her aside as he charged inside. Resembling a man on a mission to catch someone in the act, Jiang Li rubbed her reddened wrist, her gaze fixed on Gu Hanyan, who was now flinging open door after door, entering and exiting with frantic urgency. Observing his desperate demeanor, she couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, he trusted no one. She stepped inside. In the bedroom, Gu Hanyan yanked open the wardrobe doors, pulling aside the garments hanging within. Aside from clothing, there was nothing else. At that moment, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, he soon became filled with trepidation. They were not here to purchase condoms, were they? Was it at the amusement park? Now, surely you can return, can't you? Jiangli glanced at the disheveled wardrobe and rolled her eyes in silence. Work was already exhausting enough. Now she had to tidy up her clothes as well. Gu Hanyan paused for a moment, then turned to stand before her, his hands resting on her shoulders as he suppressed the inner turmoil and demanded, Jiangli, tell me, who is that man? Who are you even referring to? Jiangli furrowed her brows, bewildered by Gu Hanyan's late-night hysteria. The man who is always with you at the amusement park, Gu Hanyan blurted out impatiently. Jiangli felt his agreement through her shoulders and turned to face the man whose gaze was ominous and terrifying. Has Gu Hanyan lost his mind? She had always regarded him as the most emotionally stable person in the Jiang family, yet he revealed such a frightening side. Previously, she had thought of Gu Hanyan as an unattainable figure, but now she suddenly understood what it meant to see a beauty in the eyes of a lover. Her fondness for Gu Hanyan diminished even further. His gaze sent shivers down her spine, making her feel as though he might drag her to her doom at any moment. Deciding to abandon her stubbornness, she removed his hands and began to explain. Chapter 78. Is your white moonlight still alive? He is Emo Shabai, an employee of the peculiar amusement park. Apart from being colleagues, we have no relationship whatsoever. Are you satisfied now? Although she was the owner of the peculiar amusement park, she often felt as if she were working for a little pink pig. That should not pose a problem, right? No relationship? Gu Hanyan's expression softened slightly upon hearing her response, but only marginally. No relationship, Jiangli replied, her impatience growing. Can you return now? Oh, we should first discuss the timing of the divorce, shouldn't we? Gu Hanyan conveniently ignored her latter remark, his gaze falling upon the bag on the bed, pointing at it. If there is no relationship, how do you explain the condoms in that bag? He shifted his attention back to her. Those are for a colleague. Jiangli snapped, exasperated. She realized that Gu Hanyan had no intention of discussing the divorce. It was fine. She would find a way to end it eventually. Gu Hanyan was displeased with her answer, his brows knitting together tightly. Jiangli, don't you find this excuse rather ridiculous? Taking a deep breath, Jiangli reassured herself. Do not get angry with him. It is not worth it. She wanted to provoke him, yet his earlier reaction instilled a sense of fear within her. The man known for his calm demeanor could be utterly terrifying when enraged. I am not making excuses, believe it or not. Suddenly, she realized something. Wait. How do you know there are condoms in my bag? Jiangli frowned slightly. Have you been following me? Gu Hanyan replied, I merely happened to pass by. Jiangli pondered deeply, realizing the truth of the matter. When had he ever truly cared for her? For a moment, silence enveloped them, creating an awkward atmosphere in the room. Jiangli succumbed to a brief nap. Gu Hanyan, it is quite late. If you do not wish to discuss the matter of divorce, you ought to return home. I need to rest, for I have work tomorrow. Gu Hanyan stood as if his legs were laden with lead, immobilized in place. Jiangli glanced up. The clock ticked steadily. The hour hand pointed to 10. She gestured toward the wall clock and said, Brother, it is 10 o'clock. Gu Hanyan's striking eyes remained fixed on her, unfazed. Very well, if you choose not to leave. Then I shall take my leave. Jiangli found herself speechless. After all, this was her home. Why should she be the one to depart? Yet, continuing this way would surely rob her of a good night's sleep. For the sake of a peaceful slumber and a promising tomorrow, she resolved to head to Xiao Juzai's place. At this hour, given Xiao Juzai's nocturnal tendencies, it was nearly certain she was still awake. They had previously agreed that once her lease expired, she would move in with Jiangli. However, the landlord had encountered some issues and was in need of funds. Jiangli's residence had a troubled history, making it unappealing to most renters, save for the bold and meticulous Xiao Juzai. Out of gratitude for the landlord's past kindness, Xiao Juzai had renewed her lease for an additional 6 months, thus fulfilling a sense of obligation. Nevertheless, she was renting an entire apartment. Just as Jiangli grasped the doorknob, Gu Hanyan's large hand seized her arm, his voice filled with anger. Are you going to that man's house? Jiangli was incredulous. It seemed every word she uttered inevitably circled back to Xiao Baiji. She dismissed him, vigorously shaking off his grip. Yet, His hand clung to her like it was glued, refusing to let go. Gu Hanyan, when will you be done? Zhongli turned her head away. In Gu Hanyan's eyes, her features appeared to contort in discontent. His heart sank at her dismissive attitude. You never used to treat me this way. That was then. This is now. People change, don't they? Jiangli struggled to free herself from his grasp, but to no avail. Gu Hanyan pulled her hand toward the bed. What are you doing? Let go of me. Before she could comprehend the situation, Zhongli found herself seated on the bed. Gu Hanyan bent over, supporting himself on the bed, gazing down at her. Zhongli, you might as well seek me out instead of him. Legally, I am still your husband. Zhongli was engulfed in the surrounding aura of hormones, left speechless. His hand reached toward her, prompting her to swiftly swat it away and push him back. Gu Hanyan stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Zhongli abruptly stood up and addressed him. You are utterly unreasonable. Gu Hanyan clenched his fists in frustration. For him, you want to even let me touch you. Jiangli wished to elucidate her thoughts, yet the sight of him suggested he had already formed his own conclusions. Regardless of her explanations, Gu Hanyan would only believe what he wished to believe. Her attempts at clarification felt utterly futile. A sudden wave of absurdity washed over her as she considered the nature of their marriage, which fundamentally required trust, something sorely lacking between them. Not only was trust absent, but even honesty seemed a distant concept. Gu Hanyan, if you seek to fulfill your physical desires, then pursue your true love, who still lives. The notion that Gu Hanyan only approached her because she was a mere substitute sent a shiver down her spine. Upon hearing her words, Gu Hanyan gritted his teeth and roared, I have no connection with her. Why can't you believe that? Zhongli chose to ignore him, coldly responding, If you don't wish to leave, then stay here. I shall retreat to another room. With that, she made her way towards the door. Gu Hanyan grasped her hand. His tone suddenly despondent as he declared, Zhongli, you are all I have left. He was an orphan, brought into the Jiang family at the age of 7, where he first encountered Zhongli. Over time, he developed feelings for her, yet his insecurities held him back until the day she confessed her love. In that moment, his heart soared with joy. He realized he had never been the sole giver in their relationship. Eventually, they fulfilled their desires by marrying. But what had led them to this point of disarray? He could not comprehend it. To him, Zhongli was the most important person in his life. Yet why had she betrayed him their bond? Nevertheless, he resolved that as long as she remained by his side, even if she strayed, he would find a way to forgive her. Listening to the pitiful tone of his voice, Zhongli felt that had she not known the truth, she might have been swayed by his words. She shook off his grip and turned to face him, exclaiming, Gu Hanyan, your true love is still alive. He retorted, Zhongli, I have nothing to do with Jiang Cha. Why won't you believe me? He stepped closer, taking her hand and forcing himself to soften his tone. Zhongli, if you promise to sever ties with him, I will forgive you, and we can continue our lives together, shall we? Forgive me? Chapter 79. Zhongli's reflection. Zhongli found herself at a loss for words upon hearing this. My relationship with him is pure. I do not need your forgiveness. Gu Hanyan, do you suffer from paranoia, or have you grown addicted to your role as the victim? His cold gaze wrapped around her, and an unsettling premonition washed over her. So, you have no intention of breaking up with him? He suddenly inquired. Zhongli was speechless, feeling as if he were afflicted by some grave illness. Fine, I understand, Gu Hanyan abruptly stated. Since you intend to leave me for that man, I will employ my own means to keep you here. With that, he approached Zhongli, and for reasons unknown, a sense of fear gripped her at that moment. In his everyday demeanor, he appears humble and courteous in the eyes of his elders, gentle and refined among friends, decisive and efficient in the workplace, and an unattainable flower in the presence of other women, save for his beloved. So what is he truly like? What should he be? Or perhaps, the man before her, Gu Hanyan, is the most authentic version of himself. At this moment, her illusions about him shattered. Suddenly, Gu Hanyan lifted Zhongli and tossed her onto the bed. As she found herself airborne, fear gripped her upon seeing his dark, forbidding expression. Gu Hanyan, have you lost your mind? Let me go, she cried. In the next instant, she was thrown onto the bed, and he loomed over her. She attempted to rise, but he denied her the chance, his gaze heavy as he declared, Zhongli, you have forced my hand. Are you insane? Do you even realize what you are doing? Zhongli trembled. I do, Gu Hanyan replied, his voice devoid of warmth, as his hand moved towards her clothing. My wife has betrayed me, consorting with another man and even engaging in an affair, yet she seeks divorce. As her husband, I refuse to end this relationship or grant her the divorce she desires. Thus, I am left with no choice but to resort to this. Jiangli struggled against him. Gu Hanyan, you are utterly delusional, she exclaimed, sensing his victim mentality. Was he not merely masking something deeper? He suddenly seized her chin, forcing her gaze to meet his. His voice cold. Jiangli, do not move. If you obediently engage with me, I can forgive you for everything. See, I am magnanimous. Cooperate. And let me feel that you still hold me in your heart. His words filled Jiangli with dread. The man before her felt so foreign. She had not betrayed him, yet he sought to impose an unfounded accusation upon her. Was he not just seeking excuses for his own insecurities? You see? I have forgiven you. What more could you possibly want? I have granted you a lifeline, and you should accept it, should you not? Gu Hanyan's large hand caressed her face. Literally, I will not allow anyone to take you from me. You are solely mine. Jiangli turned her head away, feeling as though his words were directed at an object rather than a living being. Perhaps, from the very beginning, their relationship had been flawed, marked by an imbalance. Gu Hanyan had always treated her as a mere substitute. What difference was there between a substitute and an object? Upon witnessing her with another man, his pride and possessiveness flared, disregarding her needs and imposing his will upon her. How was such treatment different from that of an object or a toy? It was merely a matter of his unwillingness to see something he cherished being coveted by another. Thus, from the outset, she remained but an object in his eyes, devoid of agency, merely a reflection of his desires. An object cannot possess its own thoughts. It must conform to his whims. Furthermore, she had encountered videos online that echoed this sentiment. Every time a woman advocates for her rights, there are invariably those who accuse her of objectifying herself. This assertion is rather perplexing. How can a woman merely seeking to assert her rights be deemed as objectifying herself? Perhaps it is the very individuals who utter such statements who are guilty of objectifying women. Jiangli gazed at the striking figure before her. In the eyes of society, Gu Hanyan possessed charm, wealth, capability, and a sense of responsibility, rendering him nearly flawless. Yet, he treated her as if she were an object. The relationship between a person and an object is inherently unequal. Gu Hanyan may be exceptional, yet he lacks the fundamental quality of respect. He does not love her. He is enamored only with himself. No, he does not even love himself, for he is incapable of love. How could one who cannot love themselves possibly possess the ability to love another? As Jiangli observed the gradually enlarging visage before her, all the filters through which she had viewed him shattered into fragments. She raised her hand to shield herself from his encroachment. Gu Hanyan, thwarted in his advances, became thoroughly enraged. He removed her hand and, with a gaze filled with resentment, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Jiangli. Jiangli attempted to push him away. Her eyes fixed on him as she stated, Gu Hanyan, I do not wish for this. Step back. Gu Hanyan loosened his tie, revealing a hint of his chest, and grasped her hand, asserting, Jiangli, if you betray me, there will be consequences. Indeed, in his eyes, she had never been an individual at all. Jiangli struggled in defiance, insisting, Gu Hanyan, your actions are. Gu Hanyan traced her lips with his finger. I do not wish to hear your words. Without regard for Jiangli's struggles, he leaned in to kiss her. In the face of his strength, her resistance proved futile. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice from the heavens. Why were men endowed with greater physical strength, relegating women to a subordinate position? Was the divine masculine? After all, they were referred to as lords, making it unlikely for them to be female. Having discerned Gu Hanyan's true nature, Jiangli experienced a profound aversion to his touch. Unable to resist, she kicked at him. Gu Hanyan let out a muffled grunt, and seizing the opportunity, Jiangli pushed him away, disregarding her disheveled attire as she hurried toward the door. Her hand grasped the doorknob, swiftly opening it before dashing outside, then locking it behind her in a fluid motion. Gu Hanyan regarded the closed door with a cold smile. Jiangli, so you despise me this much. But it matters not, in this world. As long as there is a marriage certificate, as long as I choose, you shall never escape me. Her reaction had made him realize that he possessed nothing that could attract her any longer. The marriage certificate was the sole means by which he could confine her to his side. He sighed softly, recognizing that in the end, this was all he could rely on to keep her. The marriage certificate was indeed a most benevolent instrument for him. Outside the door, Jiang Li's voice rang out. Gu Hanyan, wait until tomorrow morning when you regain your senses, and then I shall release you. This arrangement is for the benefit of us both. Gu Hanyan sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at his hands with a cold smirk. Gu Hanyan, let us converse for a moment about divorce. A voice drifted in from outside. Chapter 80. Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng after work. Gu Hanyan chuckled. Jiangli, if you wish to divorce me, you shall not succeed. Jiangli replied, but we are ill-suited for one another. Gu Hanyan countered, and what of it? You are already my wife. Jiangli sighed. I am willing to leave with nothing. Just grant me the divorce. Gu Hanyan's grip on the bedsheet tightened. What I desire is solely you, and nothing else. Jiangli then remarked, you have Jiang Cha. Is she not your ideal? Gu Hanyan asserted, I have no connection with her. Very well, let us not speak of her. Instead, let us discuss you. Jiangli continued. You possess looks, physique, capability, wealth, and an esteemed education. After our divorce, countless women will be drawn to you. How splendid that would be. We cannot continue this way for the rest of our lives. Gu Hanyan lowered his head, as if deeply wounded. Shali, if I am as remarkable in your eyes as you claim, then why do you not cherish me? Why seek divorce? Jiangli leaned against the door, stifling a yawn. It is simply because we are incompatible. Previously, she had held on to some hope for Gu Hanyan, but today, all her illusions had been utterly shattered. Indeed, one cannot live in a fantasy. Reality must prevail. Gu Hanyan clenched his fists. In what way are we incompatible? Jiangli asked. What must I do for you to agree to the divorce? Yet Gu Hanyan replied, Shaoli, I shall never divorce you, not in this lifetime. He reminisced about the warmth and companionship Jiangli had brought him. She was the one who had captured his heart since his youth. How could he bear to part with her? Though many claimed Jiangli was ordinary, lacking any remarkable qualities, Gu Hanyan recognized the brilliance within her that others could not see. It was evident that Gu Hanyan did not truly love Jiangli. He merely cherished the value she provided. Indeed, marriage often revolves around self-interest, rather than the so-called notion of love. Jiangli stood at the doorway, her throat dry from speaking. Is this the price one pays for impulsively marrying? My mother warned me to be cautious, to consider carefully. I was solely focused on marrying Gu Hanyan, dismissing her advice, and now look where I am, utterly lost. Had I heeded my mother's counsel, things would not have turned out this way. After all, she is a psychologist. Perhaps she had already discerned the issues within Gu Hanyan. Beneath the facade of perfection and excellence may lurk a twisted and deranged soul. The more one pursues perfection, the more distorted one becomes. Enough of this futile argument. It is time to rest, for tomorrow brings the demands of work. I shall not speak with you any longer, as clarity eludes us both. I will consult a lawyer instead. Jiangli stifled a yawn as she wandered towards another bedroom. Gu Hanyan, hearing no sound, extracted a key from his garment and glanced towards the door. Jiangli, if you do not leave me, I shall not resort to such measures. It is you who compels me. Thus, all of this is your fault. You must bear the consequences of your own errors, mustn't you? The key glimmered in his palm. He was cognizant of everything pertaining to Jiangli. She was his sole possession, and thus, she must remain under his control. Only in this manner could he feel secure. As Jiangli slumbered, the door suddenly swung open, and a shadow entered. In the realm of dream of the Red Chamber, Lin Daiyu sat in her chamber, resting her chin in her hand, lost in thought. I never imagined that I would perish due to the matrimonial affairs between Jiao Baoyu and Shui Baochai. She had considered the possibility of dying from illness or some other misfortune, but never had she contemplated that her demise would be due to a man. Such a departure seemed rather hasty. To avert an untimely end, Lin Daiyu resolved to distance herself from Jiao Baoyu. Fortunately, her feelings for him were not deeply rooted at present. Sever ties when necessary. Lin Mimi. A knock resounded from outside the door, unmistakably belonging to Jiao Baoyu. Lin Daiyu, having unearthed her own tragedy, retorted with irritation towards the figure outside. Baoyu, are you not sleeping at this late hour? Lin Mimi, we are all outside enjoying ourselves. Would you not care to join us? Jiao Baoyu innocently remarked. I shall not go. You may proceed, Lin Daiyu replied, her tone tinged with impatience. What troubles you? Lin Mimi? Why does your mood seem rather dismal? Jiao Baoyu inquired. I am fatigued and wish to sleep. You may entertain yourselves, Lin Daiyu stated. But there are fireworks outside. Are you certain you do not wish to attend? Jiao Baoyu attempted to persuade her. Lin Daiyu clasped her ears with her hands and shouted hoarsely. I said I am not going. The sudden outburst startled Jiao Baoyu into silence. He stood at the threshold, bewildered, gazing into the courtyard, disheveled by the wind. What is wrong with Lin Mimi? Her voice sounds quite peculiar. Is this truly Lin Mimi? Yet, her tone just now resembled that of a rough woman. In his eyes, Lin Mimi was delicate and graceful. How had she transformed into this? No, that voice could not have originated from her. Indeed, That was not his Lin Mimi. Lin Mimi, are you unwell? Jia Baoyu persistently pressed on. However, Lin Dayu chose to remain silent, too weary to respond. Rejected, Jia Baoyu turned away, awkwardly departing. Once the door fell silent, Lin Dayu sighed, having successfully wished him away. Meanwhile, Wang Shifeng closed her account book and extinguished the lamp, preparing for rest. After spending the day poring over accounts in a peculiar amusement park, she returned to Jia's residence only to confront more ledgers. The daily grind was utterly exhausting. Just as she settled into bed, the door creaked open, revealing the arrival of Jiao Yan. Wang Shifeng was already quite fatigued and yearned for slumber, yet Jiao Yan was preoccupied with the desire for intimacy. He merely grazed her back, but Wang Shifeng nimbly sidestepped. What do you mean by this? She thought, recalling the affliction of menorrhagia, and had no inclination to share a bed with him, at least until she procured contraceptives. Second master, I have toiled all day and am quite weary. I must retire early, as should you. This statement doused Jiao Yan's spirits with cold water, extinguishing his previous good humor. Then I shall not disturb your rest. I have matters to attend to, he replied before rising from the bed and departing in a cloud of dust. Wang Shifeng sighed with relief at his exit. She could easily surmise what he was off to do. Merely to satisfy his carnal desires. Wait a moment, given her condition. She resolved to consult Sister Jiang the following day to seek a physician's counsel. She could not afford to leave any risks unaddressed. She had already formulated a plan for how to use contraceptives. From this day forth, she would diligently care for her health. After all, she wished to witness Qiao Jie grow up safely and flourish. Chapter 81. The Plans of Lin Dayu and Wang Shifeng. She had yet to peruse the renowned classic she had purchased. After much contemplation, Wang Shifeng retrieved Dream of the Red Chamber and began to read it attentively. The candlelight flickered throughout the night as she immersed herself in the text, eager to discern Qiao Jie's fate, turning page by page, word by word. Being an academic prodigy, she could read at an astonishing pace. What? The Jia family ultimately fell into ruin? Wang Shifeng raised her gaze to the gleaming oil lamp upon the table. The feeble flame swayed in the breeze, mirroring her current emotional state. If the Jia family were to befall such a fate, what would become of her Qiao Jie? Wang Shifeng lowered her head and began to skim rapidly. The descriptions of Qiao Jie within the book were rather scant. At last, she encountered Qiao Jie's fate, and her heart tightened painfully. What a wretched turn of events! After the Jia family's downfall, Qiao Jie was sold to a brothel by her uncle. How could he be so despicable? Her poor Qiao Jie. What would befall her thereafter? Wang Shifeng was anxious to discover if the text contained any further details about her. Then she read that Granny Lu had sold her possessions to redeem Qiao Jie. Upon this revelation, tears streamed down Wang Shifeng's cheeks uncontrollably. Granny Lu was truly a benevolent soul. She had not anticipated that a small act of kindness would ultimately benefit Qiao Jie. Indeed, one must accumulate virtue and perform good deeds. Wang Shifeng spent a sleepless night, her head resting on the bed as she pondered the future. In the face of imperial power, she was but a minor figure, with little sway over the unfolding events. Unable to alter the destiny of the Jia family, she resolved to make plans for herself and for Qiao Jie. Now that she had glimpsed the course of her life, she vowed to safeguard Qiao Jie as she grew up. The decline of the Jia family is an undeniable reality. Thus, she must devise a means to ensure that both she and Kai Jie can lead a comfortable life post-collapse. The most viable solution lies in commerce. Although traditionally there exists a hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, at least becoming a merchant guarantees a life free from want. However, the absence of a trustworthy individual within the household presents a considerable challenge. But her grandmother, Lu Lao, is a person of gratitude and rare virtue, and her ties to the Jia family are tenuous at best, meaning she would likely escape any repercussions when the Jia family faces reckoning. In every respect, she is the singular choice. Once the workday concludes tomorrow, she is determined to invite Lu Lao for a visit. Meanwhile, Lin Dayu is also engrossed in reading Dream of the Red Chamber by lamplight in the depths of night. She never anticipated being so utterly forsaken. With her handkerchief propped against her chin, she sighs heavily. Whether it be her uncles or cousins from the Lin family, or those from the Jia household, she remains merely a frail woman. What can she truly accomplish? Yet, how can she passively watch as her father's estate falls into their hands? No, she must contrive a plan to reclaim that property. After all, the Jia family will inevitably face ruin. She must prepare for the inevitable. Within the Jia household, It seems there is scarcely anyone she can trust. No, wait, there is Sister Wang. Wang Shifeng, upon realizing her fate, will undoubtedly strategize for herself. Perhaps they could join forces. She possesses wealth while her sister possesses talent. Together, they could engage in commerce. In such a case, even if the Jia family were to falter, her future would remain secure. Lin Daiyu yearns for survival. Tomorrow, when she visits the peculiar amusement park, she intends to find an opportunity to discuss this matter thoroughly with Fingjie. As dawn breaks, Jiangli awakens to find a striking face before her, leaving her momentarily bewildered and her mind in a whirl. How could this be? How could he be in her room? Jiangli pulls back the covers, her eyes widening in shock at the marks upon her body as yesterday's memories flood back like a tide. In the haze of recollection, she realizes, no, Gu Hanyan cannot be such a person. How could he treat her this way? What a truly terrifying man. This marriage must be dissolved. Each passing day poses a greater danger. She never imagined that he, appearing so noble, could be so vile and depraved behind closed doors. Her initial judgment must have been profoundly flawed. Gu Hanyan stirs slightly, prompting Jiangli to close her eyes instantly, fearing another quarrel. She must go to work and wishes to avoid any conflict, not wanting to waste her breath on him. Who knows what he might do if provoked? She cannot afford to confront him. Gu Hanyan opens his eyes, gazing at the woman sleeping in his arms, a charming smile gracing his lips as his warm, gentle hand brushes aside her stray hair. If only you could remain as docile as you are now, I would not resort to such means. Hearing these words sends a chill through Jiang Li's heart. Gu Hanyan dressed himself and stepped out of bed, approaching a bottle of medicine. At that moment, Jiang Li suddenly perceived the man as twisted and deranged. She needed to find a lawyer, one of the finest, preferably capable of securing their divorce in a single attempt. The thought of being bound for a lifetime to such a beastly figure caused her brows to furrow deeply, as if the entire world were on the verge of collapse. After hastily preparing herself, Jiang Li rushed off to work. In the kitchen, the busy Gu Hanyan caught sight of her and called out, "Xiao Li, it's not yet time for work. You should have breakfast first." The prospect of sharing breakfast with him felt suffocating. "No, I'll eat elsewhere," she replied. Gu Hanyan paused his cooking momentarily. "Are you angry about last night?" He suddenly turned to face her, his gaze dark and foreboding. Jiang Li was startled by his look, struggling to suppress her inner turmoil as she replied, "I'll be late." Gu Hanyan stepped forward, grasping her hand gently. "No matter how urgent it is, you mustn't skip breakfast. After all, neglecting it can lead to illness." The warmth radiating from his arm sent a shiver through her. In the past, such tenderness would have delighted her, making her feel valued. Yet now, it only instilled a sense of dread. If one day she were to seek help, claiming Gu Hanyan had mental issues, others would undoubtedly deem her insane, perhaps even accuse her of fabricating problems. After all, Gu Hanyan presented himself as a gentle, humble, and polite individual. His ability to maintain such a faade for years was indeed impressive. It seemed men excelled at masquerading. Once the mask slipped, their true selves emerged, revealing a terrifying reality. She recalled her mother's words. Marriage required caution, lest it become a veritable crematorium. Jiang Li refrained from provoking him, moving to the dining table to gaze at the exquisite sandwich before her, devoid of appetite. In truth, Gu Hanyan was an excellent cook, yet she found herself unable to eat a single bite. "Jiang Li, don't you love my sandwiches? Why aren't you eating?" Gu Hanyan, having removed his apron, looked at her with a wounded expression. Chapter 82. Gu Hanyan resolutely accompanies Jiang Li to work. Jiang Li had no desire to engage in an argument, swallowing her pride as she forced down what should have been a delightful sandwich. "Jiang Li, after you finish, let me take you to the amusement park." Gu Hanyan rested his chin on his hands, gazing at her with deep affection. However, that gentle look only intensified her fear, an extraordinary kind of fear. That's not necessary," Jiang Li said cautiously, wary of provoking him further. She must have been out of her mind to compete with Jiang Cha for Gu Hanyan's affections. Now, she was suffering the consequences of her own choices. Gu Hanyan's dissatisfaction with her response was palpable, his expression darkening visibly, his gaze becoming ominously fierce. He seemed to have lost all interest in maintaining his pretense. Had he always worn such an expression? She struggled to recall. "I'll take you," Gu Hanyan insisted stubbornly. "You are so busy with work. Perhaps it's best to let it go," Jiang Li remarked, appearing to consider his feelings. "I am not particularly busy myself, and besides, it is quite convenient for me to take you to work." Jiang Li decided not to argue with him any further. Very well, if that is your wish. I have no further words to say. With that, he sighed. Do you find me bothersome? Gu Hanyan, upon hearing her sigh, suddenly made a quip. Jiang Li looked up and forced a smile. Not at all. Why do you say that? Gu Hanyan lowered his head, sullenly eating his breakfast. At the entrance of the whimsical amusement park, throngs of people congregated. A sleek black luxury car pulled up, and Jiang Li turned to Gu Hanyan, saying, There are too many people here. Let us enter through the side gate. After hearing this, Gu Hanyan signaled to the driver to move forward. Jiang Li, carrying her breakfast, ventured inside, with Gu Hanyan following closely behind. He was curious to see the man who could compel Jiang Li to forsake her husband so resolutely. Why aren't you leaving? Jiang Li turned to ask him. Gu Hanyan replied, I wish to see your amusement park. Jiang Li was at a loss for words. Never mind, let him be. She entered the whimsical amusement park, where Mo Shabai approached her, accompanied by a group of eager young followers, greeting her with a cheerful demeanor. Good morning, Sister Jiang. The gentle morning sun illuminated his eyes, rendering them a translucent amber, bright and strikingly beautiful. Here is your breakfast, Mo Shabai, Jiang Li said, handing him the meal. By the way, have you seen Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu? Jiang Li inquired. Mo Shabai shook his head. Gu Hanyan scrutinized the man before him with a frown, his expression laden with hostility. Mo Shaobai gazed into Jiang Li's eyes, which were evidently filled with affection. Witnessing this, Gu Hanyan clenched his fists. He should have prevented her from accepting this amusement park in the first place. Otherwise, it would not have spiraled out of control as it had. Oh, I haven't seen them. Perhaps they have yet to arrive. Mo Shaobai explained. Scratching the back of his head, his smile radiating the essence of a sunny, cheerful young man. This smile struck Gu Hanyan as particularly irksome. And who might this be? Is he a new employee at the amusement park? Mo Shaobai noticed Gu Hanyan and asked. Before Jiang Li could finish her introduction, Gu Hanyan interrupted, stating, I am her husband. The declaration felt like a proclamation of ownership. However, Jiang Li felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing it. Mo Shaobai extended his hand, saying amicably, Hello, I am Mo Shaobai, an employee of the whimsical amusement park. Faced with Mo Shaobai's goodwill, Gu Hanyan perceived it as condescension, a challenge to his authority. Thus, he refrained from shaking hands. Mo Shaobai's hand lingered in the air, his expression slightly awkward. Jiang Li turned to Mo Shaobai and said, He is like this. Please do not take offense. Mo Shaobai nodded. Well then, Sister Jiang, you two continue your conversation. I will take them to have breakfast first. He demonstrated remarkable perceptiveness. Jiang Li nodded slightly, then handed him the breakfast she had prepared for the morning, saying, If Xiao Zhizi and the others arrive, please take this to them. All right. Sister Jiang, Mo Shaobai replied, lifting the breakfast and departing. Jiang Li turned her gaze towards Mo Shaobai and remarked, Gu Hanyan, you delivered him, now you may leave. Gu Hanyan stood frozen in place, his legs feeling as heavy as lead, unable to move. Jiang Li, is he the man with whom you have strayed? He suddenly inquired, locking eyes with her. My relationship with him is entirely innocent. That is merely your imagination. Jiang Li felt a wave of exasperation. Gu Hanyan stared at Mo Shaobai's retreating figure, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Jiang Li, you should dismiss him. What are you talking about? Jiang Li retorted, furrowing her brows in displeasure. Is that even a reasonable statement? Gu Hanyan looked at him with utmost seriousness. I am being serious. Jiang Li replied, That is impossible. Gu Hanyan's anger flared as he glared at her. Why not? He is merely an employee. What harm is there in letting him go? Or is it that your relationship with him is not as innocent as you claim? Jiang Li felt her head throb as he twisted the conversation back to her. Gu Hanyan, I do not have the arbitrary authority to dismiss anyone, nor would I ever do so lightly. Your insecurities are your own concern. Do not allow them to impede my life. I refuse to bear the burden of your lack of assurance. Gu Hanyan's expression turned somewhat aggrieved. Jiang Li, why do you treat me this way? Jiang Li sensed that conversing with him was a relentless cycle, one that left her feeling frustrated. I need to go to work. Brother, I really must go to work, she said somewhat reluctantly. Very well, I shall come to fetch you this afternoon, Gu Hanyan responded. Are you unwell? Jiang Li could no longer endure his presence and retorted sharply. Unfazed by her rebuke, Gu Hanyan continued. What if you go on a date with that young man after work? Jiang Li was so incensed that she wanted to scold him. Yet she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It was she who was the victim. Why did he present himself as the aggrieved party? Oh, right. Since you refuse to return home, I shall simply move in with you instead. Jiang Li scoffed. Do as you wish." With that, she turned and stormed away. The sunlight illuminated the steps, making the entire area appear bright and cheerful. "This is infuriating. Truly infuriating." Zhongli fumed as she stomped her feet, pacing back and forth. Nearby, Xiao Zhizi sat on the steps, munching on an egg pancake, and was bewildered by her agitation. "Zhongli, what is the matter?" she ventured. Zhongli seemed oblivious to her voice, continuing her restless pacing, lost in thought. If she were to have her father hire a lawyer, given his personality, he would undoubtedly side with Gu Hanyan. He might even persuade all the renowned lawyers in the city to refuse her assistance. After all, her father had extensive connections and influence. With his standing, it would merely take a word from him. In that moment, she felt as though her father was an accomplice to Gu Hanyan. Indeed, even a biological daughter finds herself standing beside someone of the same gender as her father. Is this world merely a vast Edinburgh? Yet, if she were to seek connections on her own, she lacks the necessary network. What is to be done? Chapter 83. Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng resolve to join forces. Zhongli, what troubles you? The voice of Xiao Zhizi once again pulled her back to reality. What is it? She inquired of Xiao Zhizi. You seem to be in a rather somber mood. Xiao Zhizi effortlessly noticed the furrow in her brow. Zhongli sighed. It's nothing worth mentioning. Has something occurred? Xiao Zhizi expressed her concern. Zhongli sighed again. It's really nothing. Just as Xiao Zhizi was about to probe further, Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng approached. Xiao Zhizi handed them their breakfast. Shifeng, Sister Lin, here is your meal. The two received their breakfast in silence and sat on the steps, distractedly eating. Xiao Zhizi, feeling the odd atmosphere, sensed that both seemed rather unhappy. Lin Daiyu leisurely nibbled on her pancake, glancing at Wang Shifeng, who was lost in thought, then quickly looked away. After taking another bite of her egg-filled pancake, she chewed thoughtfully before stealing another glance at her. Sitting between them, Xiao Zhizi felt somewhat awkward, sensing that her presence was perhaps superfluous. Should she make way for them? Xiao Zhizi pondered. Summoning her courage, Lin Daiyu moved to sit beside Wang Shifeng and spoke. Sister, are you aware of the fate of the Jia family? Wang Shifeng, pulled from her thoughts, looked up at Lin Daiyu and nodded. Lin Daiyu continued. The Jia family will inevitably decline. We must consider our own futures early on. I share the same sentiment, Wang Shifeng acknowledged. Sister, let us collaborate. I possess wealth, and you have talent. Together, we can undoubtedly thrive in our world, even as women. When Lin Daiyu uttered these words, her eyes sparkled with determination. Xiao Zhizi was left stunned. Lin Daiyu, who had always seemed melancholic, revealed a side of herself that was unexpected. However, in a feudal society, it is exceedingly difficult for women to carve out their own paths. Even in her society, this endeavor is far from simple. After all, this is a society that favors men. Although it may not be entirely accurate to say it is merely pro-male. Rather, it functions on the principle of survival of the fittest, with women seemingly conditioned to assume the role of the weaker party. Xiao Zhizi suddenly felt that, regardless of the society, the struggles remain the same, and she found herself admiring Lin Daiyu. Wang Shifeng contemplated for a moment. Coincidentally, I share the same intention. What are your thoughts? Xiao Zhizi inquired curiously, leaning closer. Do tell. Perhaps I could assist you in some way. 3 heads are better than 1, after all. Zhongli, catching wind of their discussion, moved closer. I would like to listen as well. Perhaps, as time passes and we immerse ourselves in the unfolding events, Gu Hanyan's matters may fade from our minds. Wang Shifeng remarked, I seek a dependable individual, one who remains unaffected by the Jia family's influence. After much contemplation, she concluded that none could be more suitable than Lu Laolao. Little Orange nodded in agreement, recognizing Lu Laolao as a truly commendable person. However, before seeking Lu Laolao's assistance, it was essential to cultivate a good relationship with her and offer some incentives. After all, one must remember that kindness is often reciprocated. Little Orange inquired, what exactly do you intend to ask Lu Laolao for help with? Wang Shifeng replied, business ventures. Lin Daiyu eagerly interjected, Sister, we are indeed of one mind. That is precisely what I was thinking. Wang Shifeng smiled at her. After a moment of reflection, Lin Daiyu articulated her thoughts. Sister, it would be a waste for the Lin family's assets to fall into the hands of the Jia family. And I cannot stand idly by while my father's legacy is squandered by those unworthy relatives. Perhaps we should devise a method to transfer all the Lin family's wealth to Lu Laolao. That way, we would have the necessary capital to engage in business. Would we not? Indeed, you are attuned to my thoughts. I was contemplating the same, Jiang Li chimed in. If you were to embark on a business venture, You might consider selling items from our era, as they are quite rare in yours. After all, rarity enhances value, does it not? Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. However, Wang Shifeng pondered, but what precisely can we sell? Lin Daiyu lowered her gaze, her delicate hands still holding a half-eaten pancake. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. We could try selling egg-filled pancakes. It seems that neither commoners nor nobles have ever tasted this delicacy, given its exquisite flavor. Selling it to either group could yield substantial profits. Wang Shifeng clapped her hands in delight. What a splendid idea. But how do we go about it? As the method crossed her mind, she felt a wave of uncertainty. Little Orange snapped her fingers. It's simple. During lunch, I will show you a few tutorials. Just take notes, and you can practice at home. Wang Shifeng smiled at Little Orange. Thank you ever so much. Little Orange replied cheerfully, it's no trouble at all. I am genuinely delighted to assist you. With a newfound sense of resolution, Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu exchanged relieved glances, their burdens momentarily lifted. At that moment, the metaphorical sword that had hung over their hearts was finally eased. Jiang Li addressed them, Lin Daiyu, Wang Shifeng, should you require any assistance within my capabilities, I am more than willing to help. So am I, Little Orange added. Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu were deeply touched. Thank you both. Jiang Li and Little Orange smiled in unison. To be able to aid others willingly, even in small matters, brings joy and meaning to one's existence. The essence of positivity and beauty is shared gradually, like ripples in a tranquil pond. Jiang Li lowered her head, noting that the hour hand of her watch indicated it was time to commence work. Everyone, please tidy up. We shall begin shortly, she announced. Upon hearing her, the team promptly gathered their belongings. Suddenly, Wang Shifeng recalled something and inquired, Sister Jiang, may I take a condom? Jiang Li chuckled, fear not. I have procured some for you. You may find me after work this afternoon, and I shall provide them. The mention of condoms evoked thoughts of Gu Hanyan, for it had led her into an unexpected predicament. Just a minute before the workday began, the boss of the chick delivery called, asking Jiang Li if she still desired the chicks. Unable to spare the time, she sent him 200 yuan to arrange for their delivery. Naturally, the boss was more than willing. 30 chicks cost merely a little over 100 yuan, but the delivery fee would yield a generous profit. This thought brought her joy. Having completed her tasks, she turned to the visitors gathered at the entrance of the peculiar amusement park and clapped her hands, announcing, Ladies and gentlemen, we shall commence our duties. Chapter 84. The peculiar amusement park, brimming with security. The staff had acclimatized to their roles at the peculiar amusement park, and their efficiency was commendable. Everything proceeded as usual, without a hitch. Observing the ticket booth, which was now devoid of visitors, Jiang Li called out to Wang Shifeng, who was busily tapping away at her abacus. Shifeng, since it's quiet here, why don't you stay put while I patrol the amusement park to assess the situation? Wang Shifeng looked up and affirmed, All right, Sister Jiang, go ahead. Jiang Li nodded and proceeded to patrol the park. Inside, the amusement park was bustling with people, all wearing radiant smiles. It was as if the park possessed a magical aura that healed all who entered. A little boy tumbled to the ground and began to wail. Jiang Li approached him, helping him to his feet and offering words of comfort. The boy ceased his sobbing. Where is your mother? Jiang Li asked, scanning the area for the child's guardian. She's up ahead. The boy pointed towards the Ferris wheel. Shall I escort you there? Jiang Li offered. The boy nodded obediently. Taking his hand, she led him towards the Ferris wheel. In the distance, a woman sat on a bench, engrossed in her work on a laptop. Mom, the boy exclaimed as he dashed towards her. The woman glanced up momentarily, acknowledged him with a sound, and then returned to her work. Jiang Li felt an unease. With so many people in the park, what if the child were to get lost? However, that was not her concern, and she chose not to interfere. Noticing the boy sitting beside the woman, idly picking at his fingers, she resumed her patrol. Finally, as the amusement park neared closing time, the woman with the laptop rushed to the ticket booth, distressed. Madam, my son has gone missing in the amusement park. Could you assist me in finding him? Tears glistened in her eyes as Jiang Li instantly recognized the woman before her, the one who had previously been absorbed in her work. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Could it be that she possessed such a cursed tongue? The woman, in a state of distress, implored, Please help me. I have only my son left. Wang Shifeng, who had a daughter of her own, empathized deeply. If her beloved Fengjie were lost, she would undoubtedly be devastated. Wang Shifeng ushered the woman inside, offering comforting words. Do not worry, as long as the child remains within the amusement park, we will certainly help you find him. The woman nodded, overwhelmed by despair. Jiang Li turned to Wang Shifeng and said, "You stay here to comfort her. I will search for the child in the amusement park." Wang Shifeng nodded in agreement, and Jiang Li seized the megaphone from the table before hastily departing. Within the amusement park, the staff of the curious and strange began to mobilize. Jiang Li and Xiao Zhizi, each wielding a megaphone, broadcasted throughout the park. Jiang Li called out, "Little Lele, your mother is looking for you. If you hear this, please wait on the stone slab where your mother works." Xiao Zhizi stationed herself at the exit and announced to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, a child has gone missing in the amusement park and may be at risk of being abducted. We will close the gates until the child is found. We ask for your cooperation." The visitors exchanged glances, bewildered. "What? A child is missing in the amusement park?" One remarked, "I despise human traffickers. If I lay eyes on one, I would surely give them a thrashing." The seriousness of a child being abducted cast a shadow over their earlier impatience, and they decided it would be best to wait. After all, they were already there. Why not join in the search for the child? It made sense. Although the child was not their own, he was dearly loved by his parents, and any assistance they could offer would be valuable. The visitors began to spring into action. Xiao Zhizi, witnessing the spontaneous efforts of the crowd, felt a twinge of surprise. She had always found interpersonal relations distasteful, believing people to be hypocritical and calculating. Yet, within the curious and strange amusement park, she witnessed the benevolent side of humanity, be it from the previous endeavor to fulfill a cancer-stricken woman's dream of being a princess or this current mission to locate a missing child. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaobai, hidden from sight, connected with the consciousness of the plants to trace the child's whereabouts. Suddenly, his eyes flew open in realization there. He hurried to find Jiang Li, and together they raced toward the Lotus Grove. It was undeniable that human traffickers were cunning, knowing the main entrance was blocked. They attempted to escape through the Lotus Grove. Standing on a lily pad boat, they observed a man, clutching a child and donning a life preserver. The little boy cried incessantly while the man, swimming, glared menacingly at him. "Stop crying. If you don't, I'll seal your mouth shut." The boy's wails grew louder, prompting the man to threaten further, "Cry again, and I'll toss you overboard. Do you believe me?" The young boy gazed down at the water's surface, inhaling deeply as he fought back tears. Despite his efforts, they continued to swirl within their confines, presenting a pitiful sight. Jiang Li urged, "We must hurry to rescue the boy." Mo Xiaobai grasped the corner of her garment, cautioning, "Do not approach, it may startle him. What if he throws the child into the water?" Yet, Jiang Li felt a rising urgency, unable to simply watch the boy being taken away. Mo Xiaobai turned to her, offering a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, leave it to me. I will ensure the child's safety and see that the trafficker faces justice." Jiang Li regarded him with a look of uncertainty. Mo Xiaobai fixed his gaze on the man in the distance, saying, "Sister Jiang, just watch." In the distance, the man, clutching the young boy, swam towards the shore. Suddenly, he felt an unseen force gripping his feet, rendering him unable to swim. Struggling against it only tightened its hold. "Damn it," he cursed, distracted by the strange entanglement. Just then, tendrils shot towards him, ensnaring the child and lifting him skyward, vanishing from sight. Realizing the boy was gone, the man looked around in bewilderment. "Where did the child go?" he murmured, peering into the still waters, which revealed no signs of splashes. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for the child to have fallen into the lake. Where, then, had he vanished? He raised his head, his brow furrowed, biting his lip in frustration. On a lily pad boat drifting on the lake, a man and woman held the boy, watching him intently. "Curse you! Return my child!" the trafficker shouted, recklessly pursuing them. Yet, no matter how he chased, the clinging force rendered him immobile. "You two scoundrels, release me. Do you not fear I will call the police?" Jiang Li chuckled at this absurdity. Indeed, people often laugh in moments of disbelief. Chapter 85. Jiang Li, by a twist of fate, aids the lawyer in recovering the child. "This trafficker is truly audacious, utterly brazen," Jiang Li remarked with exasperation. "Calling the police? Given his actions, it would be unclear whom they should apprehend. Let us teach him a little lesson," Mo Xiaobai suggested, turning his gaze to Jiang Li with a playful smile. "What do you mean?" Jiang Li asked, puzzled. Mo Xiaobai knelt, gently ruffling the boy's hair. "Little one, he nearly abducted you. How would you like to see him punished?" The boy puffed out his cheeks in indignation and replied, "He said if I misbehaved, he would throw me into the river." "Brother, can you throw him into the river?" "Very well, I shall teach him that lesson," Mo Xiaobai affirmed. Jiang Li immediately intervened. "That could result in a tragedy. It would tarnish the reputation of our amusement park. She believed that such a trafficker deserved no pity. However, he could not perish within her amusement park. That would be most inauspicious. Moreover, it would not bode well for the police to investigate this location. Mo Xiaobai, with a cheerful demeanor, reassured Jiang Li, "Sister Jiang, rest assured. I know how to handle this." With that, Jiang Li felt a sense of relief. The man, ensnared in a life buoy, continued to curse vehemently. Suddenly, the object wrapped around his ankle stirred, and he was forcibly dragged beneath the water, gasping for air. After struggling to surface multiple times, he felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation. He glanced at the man, who was emanating a green glow. It dawned upon him that all he had just experienced was orchestrated by this individual. This man was utterly terrifying. The trafficker, well aware of the adage that those under a roof must bow their heads, called out to Mo Xiaobai on the shore, begging loudly, "I was wrong. Please spare me." It seemed as though Mo Xiaobai had not heard him, as he continued to drag him underwater. Jiang Li thought he deserved it. This type of person had undoubtedly abducted countless children, leaving many families shattered in his wake. She felt that Mo Xiaobai was justified in his actions, provided no life was lost. Otherwise, it would be their fault. Handing this trafficker over to the police might even lead to the recovery of some children. "All right, Mo Xiaobai. That's enough. Let us turn him over to the authorities." "Understood, Sister Jiang." Mo Xiaobai retracted his grip, and the man suddenly soared into the air before crashing onto the shore with a resounding thud, leaving him bruised and battered. Mo Xiaobai and Jiang Li returned to the shore with the little boy, and Xiao Juzi, accompanied by a crowd, rushed over. Upon seeing her son, the woman dashed forward and enveloped him in her arms. "My son, you truly terrified your mother. Where is the trafficker?" An onlooker inquired. The little boy pointed at the battered man on the ground and declared, "It's him who captured me." The tourists, who harbored an intense disdain for traffickers, immediately turned their gazes toward the man. "Ah, so this is the trafficker. He looks like a human but acts like a beast. Such people deserve to die," one tourist exclaimed. "A child from my relative's family was abducted by a trafficker. Seeing this man ignites a burning hatred within me. I long to strike him. Your sentiments mirror my own." Another tourist replied, rolling up their sleeves and approaching the trafficker. With a powerful swing of their arm, they delivered a solid punch to the man, who cried out in pain. Trembling and appearing quite pitiable, the trafficker pleaded, "Please spare me. I was wrong." Ignoring his pleas, the tourist slapped him across the face. Other visitors, equally repulsed by the trafficker, gathered around, and the sounds of his anguished cries echoed through the air. Had the police not arrived in time, this trafficker would have faced a dire fate. Jiang Li pondered whether the tourists genuinely despised traffickers or were merely using him as a punching bag to vent their pent-up frustrations. However, she was acutely aware that the traffickers had met with severe consequences. This harrowing abduction incident had finally reached its conclusion. At the ticket office, a woman tearfully questioned the boy, "Why did you run around? If it weren't for your recklessness, this would not have happened." The young boy, with his head bowed, choked out, "Mom, I'm so sorry. I promise I won't do it again." The woman, filled with maternal concern, embraced him tightly. "Little one, you are my sole attachment in this world. If anything were to happen to you, my existence would lose all meaning." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Li instinctively felt discomfort. Yet this matter ultimately belonged to another family. She placed the tea on the table and remarked, "As long as the child is safe, that is what matters." The woman looked up at Jiang Li, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Jiang, for saving my son." "It was nothing. I have a strong aversion to traffickers." Jiang Li replied, "Well, there is something I'm unsure whether I should express, as it might anger you. However, if I remain silent, I shall never find peace." The woman said, "Speak freely. I assure you, I won't be upset," Jiang Li encouraged. "In public spaces, you must keep a close watch on your son. We were fortunate this time, but had we been delayed another 10 minutes, you might have lost him altogether. Work is important, but so is your child," Jiang Li advised. The woman's gaze fell upon the boy's face as she gently stroked his head. "I understand," she replied. Jiang Li scrutinized her, suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity. It seemed she had seen this woman somewhere before. Yet, she could not pinpoint where. "Is something the matter?" the woman asked, flicking her cascading waves. Jiang Li withdrew her gaze. "It's nothing." After uttering those words, a realization dawned upon her. She had encountered this individual online, Li Bufan, a lawyer specializing in divorce cases and the advocacy of women's rights. There were various types of cases, and while Li Bufan might not shine in other areas, she excelled in divorce law, standing unparalleled. Indeed, if she were to be deemed second, none would dare claim the first position. Li Bufan was an incredibly formidable and accomplished woman. Jiang Li recalled how she had once aided a woman who had endured prolonged domestic violence, even going so far as to secure a substantial alimony settlement while sending the despicable husband to prison. Remarkably, the law, which categorized domestic violence as a mere family dispute rather than a criminal act, was utterly absurd. She remembered Li Bufan asserting, "His heinous actions are criminal." To label it a family dispute is a mere conceptual substitution, providing excuses for that perverse individual. If a crime has been committed, legal repercussions must follow. She recalled the online applause from women in support of her stance. I have something I would like to ask of you," she began. Chapter 86. Discussing divorce with Lawyer Li. "What is it?" Li Bufan inquired. "Are you the divorce lawyer Li Bufan?" Jiang Li inquired. "Do you know me?" Li Bufan responded with a puzzled expression. Jiang Li smiled. "I have seen your videos where you advocate for vulnerable women." "Ah, I see," Li Bufan said, looking at her. "By the way, what do you wish to consult me about?" Jiang Li gazed at her in silence. Noticing her hesitation, Li Bufan spoke. "You saved my son. You are my savior. As long as it is within my capacity, I will do my utmost to assist you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li felt reassured and stated directly, "Lawyer Li, I wish to divorce and hope you can represent me in this case." "Certainly, no problem," Li Bufan replied, glancing at the child. "I am free this afternoon. Perhaps we could discuss the details of your divorce." "Okay," Jiang Li agreed. In the afternoon, in the reception room, Jiang Li brought in some fruit and placed it on the table, saying to Li Bufan, "Lawyer Li, please feel free to help yourself to the fruit." "Thank you." Li Bufan nodded, then swiftly shifted into work mode. She opened her laptop and began typing. "Why do you wish to divorce? Has your partner been unfaithful?" At this question, Jiang Li found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Had Gu Hanyan been unfaithful? It seemed not. At most, he had been ambiguous with Jiang Cha. Furthermore, they had never been intimate. If they had indeed crossed that line, given Jiang Cha's personality, she would have sent her photos to flaunt. Yet, there were none. As for other women, he had maintained a respectful distance. One could say he had remained virtuous. Was this ambiguous behavior considered infidelity? Jiang Li pondered aloud. Li Bufan raised her gaze to her. "So he has not been unfaithful?" Jiang Li remained silent. Li Bufan continued her inquiry. "Does he have an illegitimate child?" Upon uttering this, she felt the question was somewhat superfluous, considering there was no infidelity to begin with. Jiang Li shook her head in silence. "Has he ever been abusive towards you?" Li Bufan asked further. Jiang Li delved into her memories. It seemed not. Gu Hanyan had never been physically abusive, merely neglectful at times. However, this neglect was not akin to emotional abuse. It was simply that he would choose Jiang Cha over her on occasion. From a certain perspective, he had cared for her as well. "Has he encroached upon your assets?" Li Bufan inquired once more. Jiang Li fell silent. They had signed a prenuptial agreement when they married. Should they ever divorce, all of Gu Hanyan's assets would belong to her, leaving him with nothing. This condition had been proposed by Gu Hanyan himself. Thus, there were no assets to contest, Li Bufan concluded. Jiang Li sighed, and then looked up to ask, "Lawyer Li, do you think that because he is neither unfaithful, nor has an illegitimate child, nor exhibits violent tendencies, he is somehow superior to the average man? Yet I choose divorce. Does that imply I lack appreciation?" Li Bufan closed her laptop and adjusted her glasses. One's personal feelings hold greater significance in determining the suitability of marriage. If you wish to divorce, it clearly indicates dissatisfaction, suggesting an incompatibility between you and your partner. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated that Lawyer Li would dismiss her as being idle, yet here she was, articulating such profound insights, truly deserving of the title friend of women. "Why do you look at me like that?" Li Bufan suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment. Jiang Li pulled her thoughts together and replied, "It's nothing. I just find your perspective rather advanced." Upon hearing this, Li Bufan chuckled softly. "In truth, it's not that advanced. However, you are indeed the first person to express such sentiments to me." Jiang Li smiled, and Li Bufan, gazing at her, inquired, "By the way, your partner must be someone without any discernible flaws. Why then do you wish to divorce him?" "Do not read too much into my question. I merely hope to help you identify some advantageous points for your divorce." Jiang Li responded, "He makes me uncomfortable." "What do you mean by that?" Li Bufan asked. Jiang Li lowered her gaze, fixating on the apples in the fruit bowl on the table, and began to speak. "Gu Hanyan appears flawless in front of others. Before me, Apart from being a bit emotionally distant, he is generally quite kind. I always believed him to be a gentle, refined, and perfect man until recent events shattered my perception of him. I realized that my impression of him stemmed solely from my imagination. He may seem admirable on the surface, but internally he is distorted and terrifying, even objectifying me. He regards me as his possession rather than a living person. This illustrates that from the very outset of our marriage, there has been an inherent inequality in our positions. As long as I remain under his control, he is gentle and refined. However, the moment I break free from his grasp, he transforms into a different person altogether. Rather than a transformation, it is more accurate to say that his true nature is revealed. To coerce me into submission, he has even drugged me while I slept, replacing my contraceptive pills. Do you not find this to be a horrifying act? I am now somewhat afraid of him and uncertain about how to confront him. Li Buffon suppressed the words that nearly escaped her lips. She continued, the law may not view this as significant, but from another perspective, he has violated you. This is a blatant crime, Li Buffon exclaimed passionately. You recognize it as a crime, but how am I to escape? Jiangli lamented, her head bowed in sorrow. Do you have surveillance footage? If so, it could serve as one piece of evidence to facilitate the conclusion of your relationship, Li Buffon suggested. Jiangli pondered for a moment. I believe there might be security cameras. I will check when I return. All right, let us communicate via WeChat if any issues arise. Li Buffon replied. Okay, Jiangli agreed. Before entering the meeting room, the two had already exchanged WeChat contacts. Since there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Li Buffon rose, clutching her laptop, ready to depart. Jiangli suddenly spoke up. Xiao Bao seems quite eager to play with you. Perhaps you could linger a while longer at the peculiar amusement park to keep him company. She felt her words were somewhat abrupt, yet she felt compelled to express them. Li Buffon paused upon hearing this and turned to Jiangli, offering her a smile. You are right. I should indeed spend more time with him. Not sensing any resentment from her, Jiangli added, I'm not busy either. If you need assistance, I can serve as your guide for free. Our peculiar amusement park is filled with delightful attractions. Sounds good, Li Buffon replied. Shall we go then? Chapter 87. Gu Hanyan's unease. Li Buffon initiated the conversation again. Jiangli nodded. Thus, under Jiang Li's companionship, Li Buffon and Xiao Bao enjoyed a particularly meaningful afternoon. Inside the Ferris wheel, Li Buffon observed Xiao Bao gazing out at the scenery, his face lit up with innocent joy. She had never seen him so blissfully happy before. Indeed, her usual work commitments had caused her to overlook his feelings. She resolved to carve out more time for him in the future. Work would always be plentiful, but Xiao Bao's childhood was finite. Once lost, it could never be reclaimed. Mom, can we come to the peculiar amusement park again next time? Xiao Bao turned his head, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yes, as long as Mom is free, I will definitely bring you here to play, she assured him. Xiao Bao beamed with pure delight, extending his pinky. Then, Mom, let us make a pinky promise. Li Buffon chuckled and extended her finger. The large hand and small hand met, sealing their agreement. Soon, it was time to finish work. Jiang Li brought a contraceptive to Wang Shifeng. Just as she handed it over, her phone rang. It was the owner of the chick vendor. He informed her that he had arrived outside and asked her to step out to meet him. Excited, Jiang Li dashed out the door, spotting Mo Xiaobai, who was about to vanish into the mist of light. She hurried toward him, tugging at his sleeve. Hey, don't leave just yet. Come with me to get the chicks. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaobai halted, turning to face her with eager anticipation. The chicks have arrived? This was the long-awaited delivery of the chicks he had been yearning for. He was certain his father would be overjoyed once he brought them home. Yes, Jiang Li confirmed with a nod. In the distance, Gu Hanyan stood watching, his gaze fixed on the two as they chatted and laughed, appearing quite intimate. Anger surged within him, causing him to clench his fists. Jiang Li's actions felt like a betrayal to him. In truth, regardless of Jiang Li's relationships with any male, even if they were entirely innocent, he would still perceive it as a betrayal. Wasn't this a form of pathological behavior? He followed closely behind, eager to discover what they were up to. In an instant, a myriad of unsettling thoughts invaded his mind. What might transpire between Jiang Li and him? Would they share a kiss? Would they end up in bed together? Countless troubling thoughts gnawed at him, leaving him in a state of anxiety. He had always been devoid of security, believing that what he cherished must remain firmly within his grasp for him to feel safe. The moment anything he cared for slipped from his control, he found it unbearable, for it signified loss. He dreaded the thought of losing. With this in mind, his footsteps quickened with urgency. The two of them, each cradling a box of chicks, made their way toward the amusement park. Gu Hanyan, upon seeing the pair approach, instantly darted into the bushes. The duo passed by, engaged in cheerful banter. Jiang Li smiled at Mo Xiaobai, saying, "If you follow the method I just described, the survival rate of the chicks will be quite high." "Indeed," Mo Xiaobai replied with a grin, his face lighting up like a child's. "That's wonderful. We will be able to enjoy eggs even in this apocalyptic world. With you around, life in your apocalypse will surely improve," Jiang Li chuckled. The two conversed merrily, a scene that pierced Gu Hanyan deeply. He had never witnessed her share such joy with him before. Was this the distinction between love and indifference? Wait. Why were they returning? Logically, Mo Xiaobai should have gone home with the chicks, but they were back at the amusement park. Did their shared anxiety compel him to follow once more? By the time he arrived, Mo Xiaobai and the boxes had vanished, leaving only Jiang Li, heading toward the entrance of the amusement park, as if returning home. Gu Hanyan, witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing had transpired between them. The moment Jiang Li laid eyes on Gu Hanyan, her brow furrowed. Was she a criminal to be followed so closely? This life was untenable. She had to leave. Gu Hanyan approached her, his voice gentle. "Xiaoli, I'm here to take you home." Jiang Li scoffed, walking past him. He claimed he was taking her home, but in reality, he was monitoring her to prevent her escape from his grasp. Why was he no longer as eager as before? Humph. Jiang Li felt that arguing with him was futile, so she complied and got into his car. She would endure for a while longer. Soon, the divorce would be a reality. In the car, Gu Hanyan suddenly turned to her and said, "Xiaoli, since Dad is here today, let us go to the supermarket to buy some groceries." Jiang Li's expression darkened considerably. Throughout her life, she had been raised in a rather laissez-faire manner, generally. Her father only acknowledged her if she spoke first. Of course, there were exceptions, such as when he sought to flaunt a prize he had won. For reasons unknown, she felt as though she were merely a tool. This time, she had not won any prize. So her father's visit had only one purpose, to persuade her to reconcile with Gu Hanyan. In this relationship, she increasingly felt that her father was an accomplice, a destroyer of her happiness. If he truly loved her as a daughter, he would support her unconditionally, yet it was evident that he did not. Thus, it became clear that her father did not genuinely love her. He merely performed the role of a loving parent, as well as a husband to her mother. At the dining table, the atmosphere was profoundly quiet. The four of them occupied their respective sides. Jiang Cha glanced around, shivering slightly from the coldness of the silence. Why was everyone so reticent? This meal was truly suffocating for her. Jiang Li felt uncomfortable in the tense ambience, absent-mindedly pushing her rice around in her bowl. Several times, the rice balanced on her chopsticks fell back into the bowl. Perhaps she was overthinking and had not even noticed it. Gu Hanyan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Li, while Jiang Cha stared at him, her jealousy surging as she bit her lip, yearning to unleash her frustration. However, with Jiang father present, she was reluctant to make too much noise. Instead, she furiously poked at the rice in her bowl as if venting her inner turmoil. Gu Hanyan picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of succulent, glistening braised pork into Jiang Li's bowl. Reacting instinctively, Jiang Li shifted her bowl aside. She was not clumsy. If she wanted to eat, she could serve herself, couldn't she? The piece of pork slipped from Gu Hanyan's chopsticks, landing on the floor. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the room, so quiet that one could hear the sound of the meat striking the table. Gu Hanyan's chopsticks froze in midair, unmoving, and his expression darkened. Jiang Cha, seething with anger, exhibited a frustrated demeanor, while Jiang father remained oblivious, continuing to enjoy his braised pork. Suddenly, Jiang Li spoke up. Chapter 88, Reflections on Father's Visit. She awkwardly expressed her thanks and added, "Gu Hanyan, you need not serve me. If I wish to eat, I can do so myself. Besides, I am not clumsy." Hearing this, Jiang Cha felt a pang of envy, yet the anger simmering within her threatened to erupt. Jiang Li was utterly ungrateful. How could she not appreciate that Brother Yin personally served her? What sort of attitude was this? She longed for Brother Yin to serve her, yet had no opportunity to ask. Gu Hanyan let out a disheartened "oh." Jiang father, nearly finished with his meal, set down his utensils and turned to Jiang Li, inquiring, "Xiaoli, how is the amusement park business these days?" Jiang Li replied, "Quite well. We have daily earnings of between 9 to 10 million. As she spoke, her gaze flickered towards Jiang Cha. Admittedly, there was a hint of pride in her tone. Jiang Li suddenly became aware of this thought, finding it peculiar. It seemed to her as an unconscious form of competition among women, or perhaps an inadvertent attempt to please. She realized that she had consistently relegated herself to the role of a mere tool, without even recognizing it. Perhaps her long-standing sense of being a mere tool has been deliberately cultivated. It is not just her, it is a multitude of women. Xiaoli, you are truly exceptional. A testament to being my daughter, said Father Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jiangli could not help but form a smile at the corners of her mouth. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself loathing such a smile. What is there to be joyful about? Clearly nothing. By the way, Xiaoli, there are some things I am uncertain whether I should express, but for the sake of familial harmony, it is necessary, continued Father Jiang. Jiangli fell silent while her father prattled on. Xiaoli, you are now the wife of Xiaoyan, and you must maintain a certain distance from other men. Otherwise, if word gets out, it could tarnish your reputation. My daughter, please do not blame your father for being verbose. He speaks only for your own good. I suggest, if it truly comes to it, that you dismiss Mo Shabai. Upon hearing this, Jiangli instinctively felt discomfort. After marrying Gu Hanyan, he did not seem to maintain distance from other women, yet his father insisted she keep her distance from other men. But clearly, nothing had transpired between them. Father, why must you cast such a heavy label upon her? And for her own good? If it were genuinely for her benefit, you would have supported her when he expressed the desire for divorce. Clearly, divorce would be the most advantageous choice for her. Instead, you act as an accomplice, attempting to confine her to Gu Hanyan. Moreover, why must he instruct her on how to act? She is already grown. Does he think she is incapable of understanding certain matters? Father, Mo Xiaobai is my employee, and our relationship is entirely above board. Why should I dismiss him? If I were to do so, it would only imply that our relationship is not clear. I will manage my own affairs without burdening you. Seeing her in a fury, Father Jiang opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately falling silent and continuing to push food around in his bowl. Meanwhile, Gu Hanyan, having overheard this exchange, bore a countenance so dark it was as if ink could drip from it. Jiang Cha interjected, Sister, how can you speak to father in such a manner? Jiang Li coldly retorted, What is it to you? Focus on your own meal. Jiang Cha, taken aback, scoffed and resumed her own meal. Jiang Li's lack of gratitude was astonishing, truly beyond comprehension. After the meal, both Father Jiang and Jiang Li left in a sullen mood. Gu Hanyan remained seated at the table, motionless, showing no intention of departing. Jiang Li frowned. Gu Hanyan, are you not leaving? At her words, Gu Hanyan's expression darkened even further as he looked up at her. Do you wish for me to leave so eagerly? Jiang Li recalled his previous terrifying actions. Realizing that given his behavior towards her, she dared not keep him there. She contemplated a question as she gazed at him. If Gu Hanyan lacked talent, beauty, wealth, and capability, would she still be with Gu Hanyan, who has psychological issues? Clearly, it would be impossible. Thus, it has always been evident that her affection was solely for Gu Hanyan's exterior. As for his inner self, she was utterly oblivious. This is indeed terrifying. This marriage serves as a lesson for her. When seeking a partner, one must pay attention not only to external attributes but also to internal qualities. She feels her thoughts have been influenced, believing that a man must possess wealth, power, and talent, while providing meticulous care, which signifies he is a commendable partner. However, this notion closely resembles the archetype of men portrayed in romantic novels. In those tales, a wealthy and powerful man seemingly garners the affection of all women. It appears that seeking a partner should not be akin to searching through a romantic novel. After all, fantasy and reality exist in entirely different realms. You won't leave. How can I possibly sleep? Jiang Li stated bluntly. Are you still blaming me? Gu Hanyan suppressed the turmoil within him. Jiang Li found herself at a loss for words upon hearing this. After you've treated me this way, shouldn't I hold you accountable? Upon hearing her words, Gu Hanyan's gaze fell. But I am simply terrified of losing you. Jiang Li replied, Is that your justification for hurting me? Gu Hanyan fell silent. Jiang Li took a deep breath and said, If you choose not to return, then stay here. I will leave. With that, she walked into the bedroom to pack her belongings, her eyes landing on the surveillance camera on the bedside table. Remembering Li Buffan's warnings, she collected it and placed it in her bag. Seeing that Gu Hanyan had not yet departed, she walked away without a backward glance, leaving him alone in disarray. Jiang Li went to Xiao Juzi's home, feeling exasperated. After all, it was her house, yet she was the one leaving. Xiao Juzi welcomed her warmly. They spent their time, one editing videos while the other reviewed the surveillance footage. How could there be nothing? Jiang Li picked up the camera, scrutinizing it closely. It was evident that the device was powered, yet the previous events were conspicuously absent. Suddenly, she grasped a chilling realization. The contents of the camera had been entirely deleted by Gu Hanyan. This, however, aligned with his cautious nature. Zhang Li, what's wrong? You seem rather downcast, Xiao Zhezi inquired, pausing her work. Zhang Li sighed deeply and shook her head. It's nothing. She observed Xiao Zhezi diligently editing videos and remarked, "Isn't it after hours? You needn't be so busy." Xiao Zhezi smiled. Though it is after hours, video editing is my passion. Utilizing amusement park footage is simply convenient. Zhang Li was momentarily at a loss for words, finally expressing, "Your hobby is quite admirable." In the world of Dream of the Red Chamber, Wang Shifeng sat at a table, gazing out the door. At that moment, a maid entered. "Pinger, what news do you bring?" Chapter 89. Inviting Granny Lu to the Jia mansion. Pinger spoke, "Madam, Granny Lu has been waiting outside." Wang Shifeng immediately rose, exclaiming quickly, "Invite Granny Lu in." "Yes," replied Pinger, departing the room. Before long, a modestly dressed elderly woman entered, beaming, "Greetings, madam." Wang Shifeng stepped forward to greet her, "Granny Lu." Taken aback by such warmth from Wang Shifeng, Granny Lu felt a momentary discomfort. "Please, have a seat, Granny Lu," Wang Shifeng courteously urged. Despite her rural origins, Granny Lu was well-mannered and, after expressing her gratitude, settled into a chair. Wang Shifeng, with an air of authority, glanced at Pinger and instructed, "Go. Prepare a cup of tea for Granny Lu." Nodding, Pinger exited the room. Facing such kindness, Granny Lu suddenly felt a tad shy, yet she was genuinely grateful. After all, individuals of her standing often faced disdain when visiting affluent households. The madam was unlike any wealthy family she had encountered. Wang Shifeng adeptly initiated conversation, "Granny Lu, how has the harvest been lately?" Upon hearing the word harvest, Granny Lu sighed, "Not very good." Pinger returned, carrying tea, and poured a cup for Granny Lu. Cautiously accepting the tea, Granny Lu expressed her thanks. "Pinger, fetch 20 taels of silver." Wang Shifeng waved her hand, prompting Pinger to head to the inner chambers. In no time, the silver was brought forth, and Wang Shifeng took it, extending her hand toward Granny Lu, saying, "Granny Lu, the poor harvest must make things difficult at home. Take these 20 taels for now. It will help you get through this tough time." Granny Lu gazed at the gleaming silver. For someone like her, it represented an immense fortune. To claim she did not desire the silver would be a lie. However, she believed in the principle of not receiving unearned wealth. Although impoverished, she held on to her dignity. Trembling, she pushed the silver back, exclaiming, "Madam, I cannot accept this." Seeing her refusal, Wang Shifeng rephrased her offer, "Granny Lu, I am giving you this silver. You should accept it. Moreover, this money is not solely for you. It is an investment on my part." Granny Lu's face turned puzzled at this unfamiliar term. "Investment?" "Yes, an investment," Wang Shifeng affirmed. 10 taels are for your household expenses, while the other 10 are to help you start a small business. When you make a profit, we shall share it." Granny Lu appeared troubled. "Madam, I am merely a farmer, scarcely literate. How can I manage a business?" "Do not worry, I will send someone to assist you," Wang Shifeng reassured her. Granny Lu felt as though she had stumbled upon a windfall, yet she had also heard that such fortunes could be traps. Why is the madam so generous to me? Wang Shifeng, a shrewd and perceptive individual, was a force to be reckoned with. "Lu Laolao, you need not feel troubled. I merely find you to be a commendable person. Hence my desire to engage in business with you. To speak candidly, I am merely preparing for the future and have my own plans." Upon hearing these words, Lu Laolao grasped the underlying meaning and let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to respond, a voice from outside interrupted. "Sister, I have arrived late." Lin Daiyu strode forward with a vigorous gait, showing no signs of fragility, a stark contrast to the typical gentlewoman. However, her constant presence in the botanical wonderland with a trumpet in hand surely bolstered her physical prowess. "Sister, you finally made it. I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Wang Shifeng waved at her. Lin Daiyu offered an explanation, saying, "It is all Baoyu's fault for insisting on dragging me out to play. I devised countless excuses to decline." Her gaze settled on the elderly woman seated at the table. Appearing somewhat anxious, and she remarked, "I presume this is Lu Laolao?" Upon hearing this, Lu Laolao quickly rose and bowed to Lin Daiyu. Perhaps having spent too much time in the whimsical amusement park, Lin Daiyu suddenly found herself unaccustomed to such formalities. She stepped forward to assist Lu Laolao, saying, "Lu Laolao, please join us. There is no need for such formal bows." Lu Laolao never anticipated that the young lady of a noble family would be willing to touch an old woman like her without any disdain in her eyes. This left her somewhat taken aback. It seemed that not all wealthy families considered themselves superior. Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng exchanged glances, then turned their eyes in unison towards Lu Laolao, causing her to feel a bit bashful under their scrutiny. Lin Daiyu rested her hand on her chin and let out a soft giggle, exclaiming, "Lu Laolao, you truly are a shy person." In light of this remark, Lu Laolao's embarrassment deepened. "Enough of that. Let us commence our discussion regarding the collaboration," Lin Daiyu declared as she lowered the handkerchief she had propped under her chin and produced a bag of silver, placing it on the table. Lu Laolao, staring at the bag brimming with silver, was momentarily stunned. Lin Daiyu stated, "This is 20 taels of silver, serving as an investment." Investment? What does that mean? Lu Laolao looked bewildered once more. Wang Shifeng, confident in the trustworthiness of those around her, interjected, "Let us divide it this way. Daiyu contributes the most silver. Thus she holds 40 of the shares. Lu Laolao and I will each take 30. She glanced around at the two of them, then asked, "Do you have any other opinions?" "None at all," Lin Daiyu replied readily. Wang Shifeng then turned her gaze towards Lu Laolao, asking, "Do you have any objections, Lu Laolao?" Although Lu Laolao did not fully comprehend their conversation, one thing was clear to her. The lady and the young miss wished to include her in their profitable venture. For someone of her humble means, money was a most precious commodity. "I have no objections," she replied. Wang Shifeng pondered for a moment and said, "Lu Laolao, we place our trust in you. Hence we shall not require any formal contracts. When the time comes and we have made a profit, including our share, you shall hold it for us. When we find ourselves in need in the future, you can return it to us. Furthermore, in the presence of outsiders, this business shall bear no connection to me or Lin Daiyu." Although Lu Laolao does not comprehend their motives, she recognizes that both the lady and the young miss possess kind hearts. "Ah, I understand," she remarked, her gaze fixed upon the silver. "Madam, miss, what business do you intend to pursue?" Lin Daiyu and Wang Shifeng exchanged glances. Wang Shifeng smiled at Lu Laolao and stated, "Egg-filled pancakes." "Egg-filled pancakes?" Lu Laolao's expression was one of confusion at this unfamiliar term. It was a concept so profound and elusive, one she had never encountered before, truly a sight unseen and a sound unheard. Lin Daiyu chuckled and explained, "Egg-filled pancakes are a delightful delicacy. If you can master this, Lu Laolao, you shall never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life." Upon hearing the phrase "never have to worry about food," Lu Laolao beamed. How is one to make these egg-filled pancakes? In Chapter 90, when Mo Xiaobai returned home, he found his father absent. Wang Shifeng instructed Pinger to fetch paper and pen, upon which she wrote down the recipe and handed it to Lu Laolao. This recipe was derived from a video she had watched earlier with Xiao Juzi during their leisure time. Lu Laolao took the paper from her hands and gazed intently at the intricate characters, which appeared rather daunting. The black ink flowed gracefully. Yet the unfortunate truth was that she could not decipher a single character. "Lu Laolao, what troubles you?" Wang Shifeng inquired with concern, noticing her despondent demeanor. Lu Laolao looked up, meeting her gaze, and sheepishly admitted, "To speak candidly, madam, I am not well versed in many characters." Lin Daiyu interjected, "This is simple. We can utilize symbols you can comprehend in place of the text." Wang Shifeng proposed, "Lu Laolao, let me verbally relay the method for making the egg-filled pancakes, and you may record it using symbols you can recognize." This notion pleased Lu Laolao, who smiled broadly. Despite her limited literacy, she could still recognize her own drawings and symbols. Subsequently, Wang Shifeng began to describe the process to Lu Laolao in meticulous detail, mixing the hot and cold dough, dividing it into small portions, rolling the dough onto the cooking pan, and cracking in the eggs. She meticulously outlined each step, repeating it 2 or 3 times until Lu Laolao had it memorized. Lin Daiyu observed the abstract illustrations Lu Laolao had drawn, her lips twitching in amusement. "Lu Laolao, your drawings are quite abstract, so abstract that I cannot discern a single symbol." Lu Laolao revealed a broad grin, showcasing her teeth as she chuckled heartily. Wang Shifeng glanced at the darkening sky and remarked, "Lu Laolao, it is getting late. You should return home." "Thank you for your concern, madam. I shall take my leave now," Lu Laolao replied politely. She added, "Once I have made them, I will bring some for you and the young miss to taste." Wang Shifeng deemed it essential to ensure quality. Thus she suggested, "You may come by in the afternoon, for during other times, my sister and I have work to attend to." "Work? What a lofty term this is." Lu Laolao was utterly taken aback. Wang Shifeng, noticing Lu Lao Lao's furrowed brow. Couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Lao Lao, you ought to return home promptly. For reasons unknown, Lu Lao Lao's expression struck her as somewhat endearing. Then I shall take my leave. Lu Lao Lao bid farewell to the two and departed. In a post-apocalyptic world, Mo Shabai returned to the building, accompanied by a zombie apprentice, carrying 2 boxes of chicks. The building appeared unusually tranquil that day. Mo Shabai glanced around, searching for something. How peculiar. Where is his father? Why was he nowhere to be found? Suddenly, the door of the building was forcefully kicked open, and Mo Xiangxiang entered with spirited enthusiasm, radiating an air of good fortune. Dad, has something wonderful occurred? Mo Xiaobai inquired, puzzled by his father's evident joy. Ah, you brat, you're back. Upon seeing him, Mo Xiangxiang approached, patting his shoulder. I have splendid news to share with you. Mo Xiaobai's brow furrowed slightly, his expression sour. Dad, how many times must I say it? Can you not be gentler? Your blows really do hurt. He complained. Mo Xiangxiang chuckled, immediately withdrawing his hand from Mo Xiaobai's shoulder and rubbing the back of his head. I've grown accustomed to it, my apologies. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaobai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. For some reason, he felt his father was doing it on purpose. Dad, what was that good news you mentioned? He asked. Mo Xiangxiang replied, brimming with excitement. It's an extraordinary piece of good news, truly exceptional. Dad, are you rambling? Could you please get to the point? Mo Xiaobai suddenly felt speechless. Mo Xiangxiang teased, do you remember the seed propagation plan I mentioned before? Mo Xiaobai pondered for a moment. Yes, I recall. So, your joy stems from the success of the seed propagation? With the surprise dissipated, Mo Xiangxiang remarked, it's rather dull that you guessed it so easily. Mo Xiaobai, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile. So it truly succeeded? Does that mean we will no longer have to consume zombie flesh? Will we finally be able to enjoy delicious vegetables? He articulated a series of so's, which made Mo Xiangxiang's ears almost calloused. Indeed. We shall no longer have to eat zombie flesh, he prattled on, clearly more enthusiastic than Mo Xiaobai. That is simply wonderful. Mo Xiaobai, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly dropped the chicks he was holding. Mo Xiangxiang nodded towards the door. Brat, our lives are getting better and better. Indeed, Mo Xiaobai agreed. Mo Xiangxiang turned, placing a hand on his shoulder, affirming, Xiaobai, this is all your merit. You are the hero of our post-apocalyptic world. Feeling somewhat bashful from his father's praise, Mo Xiaobai replied humbly, in truth, I haven't done much. Mo Xiang walked up to his son, placing both hands firmly on his shoulders, and earnestly said, my son, you have been a catalyst for the civilization of the apocalypse. How can you claim to have done nothing? You are my pride, the pride of our entire village. And indeed the pride of the entire post-apocalyptic world. Mo Xiaobai, upon hearing his father's words, displayed little reaction. He should have felt exhilarated. Yet he had grown immune to such encouragement, as his father often spoke uplifting words during his moments of despair. In the past, when he had chosen to remain idle at home, his father had been remarkably supportive, never uttering a word of reproach. In truth, his inherent disposition was one of cheerfulness. But the awakening of his wood-based abilities proved to be of little use, confining him to a life of lethargy at home. Before he ventured to the peculiar amusement park, he had been rather despondent. However, his father would often say, gold will shine regardless. Your time to shine has yet to come, but it will come. It's merely work. It's not a monumental issue. Your father can support you, he would assert. Moreover, your mother and I brought you into this world not to impose obligations upon you, but simply to nurture you. Mo Xiaobai felt fortunate to have such a father, and he took pride in having a parent of such caliber, alongside the mother who had brought him into this world. When he commenced work at the amusement park, his father had encouraged him to give it a try, suggesting that if it proved too challenging, he could always return home. Yet now, he genuinely enjoyed his job at the amusement park, deriving heartfelt pleasure from it. Independent of anyone else's opinion, the little chicks in the box were stirring around, and the sound jolted Mo Xiaobai back to reality as he adjusted his grip on the box. You little rascal, why are you carrying a box? Chapter 91. The little chick astonishes the apocalypse. Mo Xiaobai looked down at the box in his hands, and then raised his gaze to explain to Mo Xiang. Oh, this? It's a little chick. A little chick? Is it the kind that lays eggs? Mo Xiang's heart raced with excitement at the mention of the little chick, recalling that his son had previously spoken of it and its ability to produce eggs. If it was indeed the chick he had mentioned, it wouldn't be long before they could savor delicious eggs. The memory of the tomato and scrambled eggs he had once enjoyed still made his mouth water. Yes, It's the little chick I mentioned before, Imo Xiaobai confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Imo Xiang was so thrilled that he nearly leapt into the air, eagerly stepping forward to take the box from his son's hands and opened it. Inside, fluffy, yellow chicks huddled together, wobbling adorably. Is this really a chick? It looks just like you did when you were a child. Imo Xiaobai winced at this remark. Dad, if you can't find the right words to describe it, perhaps it's best not to. Do you want to hear what your description amounts to? Imo Xiang grinned broadly. I was just so happy that I inadvertently made a comparison. Please don't take offense, he added, beaming with joy. Imo Xiaobai's expression twitched in response. The little chick is truly adorable. In all my years, this is the first time I have encountered such a creature, Imo Xiangshang exclaimed. In this post-apocalyptic world, aside from the undead, no. The zombies lack life and should not be described as alive. He cleared his throat and continued, stating that in this desolate existence, apart from humanity, no other living beings remain. The arrival of the chick has added a touch of joy to our bleak reality. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, interrupting Imo Xiangshang's reverie. It was 3 of his subordinates. Village chief, we have come to inquire when the seeds will be distributed to everyone. Imo Xiangshang did not glance at them, but gently cradled the chick in his hands, feeling the soft, fluffy down tickle his palm, providing a warm comfort. Tomorrow morning, gather the entire village. Each person will receive a portion of seeds. We shall assess the results later. It is imperative that we ensure food for all. But this endeavor cannot be rushed. It must be approached with patience and care. Understood, no problem, came the reply. Then, another person asked, if people from other cities arrive, should we provide them with some seeds? A limited quantity will suffice, Imo Xiaobai graciously replied. Very well, came the acknowledgement. The fluffy chick wriggled in Imo Xiangshang's hands, capturing the attention of the 3 men. They eagerly approached, their eyes fixated on the little creature. What is this? It moves. How fascinating, one exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. I too wish to raise one, another chimed in. Imo Xiangshang explained, this is a chick. When it matures, it will lay eggs. One person asked, eggs? Are those the same eggs used for stir-fried tomatoes? What? The eggs come from this chick? Another questioned, bewildered. What a marvelous creature. Yet another mused. Indeed, the eggs in the stir-fried tomatoes you previously consumed come from this very chick. But if it's this small, how can it produce eggs? Does it conjure them? One pondered, gesturing with his hands. The chick stared vacantly, adding to the humor of the situation. Could it be that the eggs form like vegetables from its tiny body? Another speculated. But if that were the case, wouldn't it suffocate inside? Queried yet another. Perhaps it lays the egg and then emerges from it, proposed one of them. Their increasingly absurd theories brought laughter to Imo Xiaobai. Dear uncles, the process of a chick laying eggs is not as you envision. Then what is the correct explanation? They all asked in unison, their eyes trained upon him. Imo Xiaobai began to elucidate. First, we must raise it until maturity, and then it will lay eggs. The fertilized ones will serve that purpose, while the unfertilized can be prepared for consumption. The 3 listened intently, fascinated. They had not realized that chicks, much like food, are a renewable resource. One of the elderly men approached the box and retrieved a chick, examining it closely. If that were the case, these chicks would undoubtedly multiply significantly. Imo Xiaobai chuckled and remarked, Uncle, you are exaggerating. However, there are indeed animals with rapid reproductive rates. Oh, by the way, once my next paycheck arrives, I intend to acquire some. What? Imo Xiang and the other 3 gazed at him intently, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Rabbits, Imo Xiaobai clarified. What are rabbits? Imo Xiang inquired with curiosity. Imo Xiaobai explained. Rabbits are also considered poultry, and they possess remarkable reproductive capabilities. They can give birth to a litter, which continues to propagate. In just 1 year, a pair of rabbits can produce numerous offspring. His knowledge on the subject stemmed from watching videos on Little Orange's phone. Whenever he was free, Little Orange would watch videos and giggle, drawing him, Wang Shifeng, and Lin Daiyu into her world. They would watch together, he tuned into her interests. While Wang Shifeng and Lin Daiyu indulged in their own preferences, he would forever remember the expressions on Little Orange's face. Can rabbits be eaten? Imo Xiang asked curiously. Of course, Imo Xiaobai replied with a smile. There are countless delicacies that can be made from rabbits. Roasted rabbit, spicy rabbit meat, spicy rabbit heads. Thanks to Sister Jiang, I have had the pleasure of tasting these several times. They are simply delectable. As Imo Xiaobai spoke, Imo Xiang couldn't help but salivate. It certainly sounded delicious. He turned to Imo Xiaobai and said, Once my next paycheck arrives, you must buy at least 12 pairs of rabbits. Mo Shibai, observing his father's eager expression, replied, "All right, when my next paycheck comes, I shall ask Sister Jiang to procure a few pairs for you." This remark elicited envy from the three bystanders. One of them commented, "Village chief, I truly envy you for having such a wonderful son. Why can't I have a son like that?" Another lamented. Yet the reality was that before Mo Xiaobai ventured into the peculiar amusement park, they had all been discussing how unfortunate Mo Xiang was to have an unproductive son who, even as an adult, still relied on his parents. Humans are indeed peculiar. It was evident that in that environment, the world lacked individuals like Mo Xiaobai, endowed with extraordinary abilities. In a post-apocalyptic world, all tasks necessitated the use of abilities, meaning that those with powers could only engage in endeavors befitting their status. Abilities like Mo Xiaobai's were virtually non-existent. Despite the adverse conditions, he was perceived as a burden by others. They likely never anticipated the day when fortunes would turn. Not to mention other cities. In their current city, wood-type ability users were highly sought after, enjoying a stable livelihood. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiang merely smiled, for he remembered the disparaging remarks they had made behind his back. Now, speaking of this, each one is merely adapting to the winds of change. Never mind, for human nature is inherently such. Why should he be angry? By the way, young rascal, how do you intend to handle these little chicks? As Mo Xiangshang finished speaking, the three could hardly contain their eagerness. Can you spare me one? I would like to take it home to entertain my grandson. This little creature is so adorable. He will undoubtedly love it. And give me one as well. I wish to raise it until it lays eggs. Go away, for now, there are none for you. Mo Xiangshang replied. Once there are many chickens in the future, I shall freely distribute them to you. Although Mo Xiangshang hoped for a better world after the apocalypse, he still prioritized his family when it came to valuable resources. He had once learned a phrase from history. In times of poverty, one should focus on oneself. In times of prosperity, one should assist the world. At present, he could barely take care of himself, let alone others. The three, upon hearing Mo Xiangshang, sighed in resignation. One of them said, "Village chief, do not forget us when the time comes." Mo Xiangshang replied, "I won't forget. When you need it, just come to me directly." The three felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Mo Xiangshang then turned to Mo Xiaobai. "What are your thoughts?" Mo Xiaobai pondered for a moment. "Dad, do you remember the porcelain from Porcelain City?" Mo Xiangshang began to ramble. Of course, porcelain is beautiful but serves little purpose. It is not edible. In an apocalypse, the most precious resource has never been gold or jewels, but food. Everything else is dispensable, yet food is essential. After all, eating is the most fundamental human need. If one cannot satisfy this, what else can one fulfill? Mo Xiaobai continued, "Dad, we can trade this chicken for what we need in the city. It is useful." Mo Xiangshang, playing with the chick in his arms, remarked, "Before I chose a city, I visited Porcelain City, a place even poorer than where we previously lived. Aside from clay pots, there was nothing else. What do you intend to do there?" Mo Xiaobai began to explain, "Dad, we have always eaten with daggers, which feels quite unsanitary. Moreover, there are times when we accidentally cut our mouths. While at the peculiar amusement park, I used a colleague's phone to research dining utensils and learned about spoons and bowls. The porcelain from Porcelain City could be crafted into such items, allowing everyone to eat without daggers in the future. Spoons and bowls." Mo Xiangshang found the concept intriguing. "Yes," Mo Xiaobai nodded. "Very well. Let us trade the chicks for what we need in the city." Mo Xiangshang stated, "One little chick can easily procure an entire city. Not to mention, with such sustainable resources, we could exchange for 10 cities without difficulty." However, Mo Xiaobai hesitated, as the apocalypse regulations stipulate that whoever takes over a city must also take responsibility for its inhabitants. Managing a population is indeed a troublesome affair. Thus, despite the abundance of resources at Mo Xiangshang's disposal to exchange for more cities, he opted for only this one. "Father, I never anticipated you would acquiesce so readily. I had devised numerous excuses, yet it appears they are unnecessary." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Mo Xiaobai's eyes, but Mo Xiangshang remarked, "This is the fruit of your labor. You possess the right to manage it. Moreover, your intentions are to benefit a greater number of people. As your father, I have no reason to withhold my support." Mo Xiaobai suddenly embraced him, overwhelmed with emotion. "Father, you are truly the finest parent I have ever known, without exception." Mo Xiangshang gently pushed him away, clearing his throat. "You claim I am strong, yet your strength surpasses mine." He jested with Mo Xiaobai, "You rascal. I genuinely suspect you are deliberately seeking revenge against me." Not at all, Mo Shabai replied with a smile, attempting to defend himself. In Porcelain City, as Mo Xiangshang strolled through the streets, he observed the destitute populace, their clothing tattered, faces pale, and bodies emaciated to mere skin and bones. They sat upon the ground, surrounded by shards of porcelain. Prior to their relocation to this new city, their village had also been impoverished. However, despite their poverty, food had never been scarce, albeit the food they referred to was the flesh of zombies. Thus, the villagers were not as gone as those in this city. Indeed, apart from a select few with supernatural abilities, 99% of the inhabitants of Porcelain City had not awakened any powers. For those without such abilities, the notion of vanquishing zombies was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Consequently, they could only produce porcelain in exchange for a meager supply of zombie flesh. The apocalypse was undeniably brutal. It epitomized the law of the jungle. In comparison to Sister Zhang's world, it was infinitely more merciless. Sweetheart, what troubles you? A frail child, seated on the ground and fiddling with porcelain, suddenly fainted. Her mother rushed to shake her, though her efforts were in vain. Cradling her child, the mother choked back tears. Please, darling, do not frighten your mother. Tears streamed down her cheeks. An elderly woman nearby kindly approached to assess the situation, reassuring the mother, she is still alive. She merely fainted from hunger. The old woman sighed in resignation, knowing that without food, the child's fate was sealed. She gazed up at the azure sky, illuminated by the sun, and sighed, we may lack abilities, but do we not deserve to live? This maddening world. Mo Xiaobai could no longer bear the sight. He retrieved a tomato from his bag and approached the child's mother, saying, here is a tomato. Please give it to her. The mother stared in astonishment at the tomato in her hands. She had heard of tomatoes, a rare and precious food item, far beyond what someone of her status could ever hope to obtain. How can I accept this? She said, feeling embarrassed to meet his gaze. Mo Xiaobai smiled warmly. It's all right. Please let her eat. Those nearby watched the scene unfold with envy, while some ill-intentioned individuals fixated their eyes on Mo Xiaobai's bundle. The child's mother tremulously accepted the alluringly red tomato, uttering a soft thank you before feeding it to her child. The awakened child, whose frail hands seemed little more than bone, began to nibble at the tomato, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Mother, you should eat too. He offered the tomato to her. It's all right, dear, just enjoy it, she replied, yearning for a taste herself, yet suppressing her desire for the sake of her child. As Mo Xiang approached, Chapter 93, the Porcelain City transaction, the dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes had arrived, taking him away. Constructed entirely of porcelain, the castle stood before Mo Xiaobai and Mo Xiang, who gazed around in wonder. The scene appeared a vast expanse of white, remarkably smooth to the eye. Mo Xiaobai marveled. How astonishing! Porcelain, so fragile like glass, yet here it forms a structure. This speaks volumes of the advancements in porcelain craftsmanship. He found the porcelain architecture impressive. But what struck him as truly extravagant were the garments fashioned from white porcelain. The clothing appeared exceptionally soft, devoid of any rigidity associated with porcelain. Such attire would undoubtedly be a striking sight, regardless of the setting. I wonder if I could take a few sets to gift to Sister Jiang. She would surely be delighted to see them. Who are you? Inquired a middle-aged man adorned in porcelain as he descended. Mo Xiaobai scrutinized the gaunt figure before him and stated, you must be the lord of this porcelain city. We have come to discuss a business proposition. Discuss business? The porcelain lord regarded them with incredulity. You intend to purchase the porcelain city? While I no longer wish to govern, acquiring this city requires immense wealth, which you clearly do not possess. Your audacity is quite laughable. Indeed, we aim to buy this city, Mo Xiang declared boldly, slapping the table. And what do you intend to use for payment? The porcelain lord chuckled at their naivete. With this, Mo Xiang replied, lifting a cage from the ground and placing it before them. Inside the cage, a pair of yellow, fluffy chicks flitted about adorably. What is this? The porcelain lord, having never encountered such living creatures, was taken aback. Have you ever heard of scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Mo Xiaobai inquired. I have heard of it, the porcelain lord responded. As in this post-apocalyptic world, no one was unaware of the dish. After all, a simple serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes could trade for 10 iron mines, showcasing its undeniable allure. Alas, if only I possessed immense wealth, I would certainly desire to taste it. Yet, the porcelain lord pondered. What does this have to do with scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Mo Xiang, unable to contain his excitement, interjected with a grin. The scrambled eggs in the dish are produced by the very chicks before you. What? You mean the eggs come from these little ones? The lord of the city lowered his gaze, his eyes fixated on the little creature within the cage. He raised his head, a look of confusion adorning his face as he inquired of the two. Yet, how could this living being possibly transform into scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Mo Xiaobai chuckled upon hearing this and explained, "This little one requires nurturing. Once it matures, it will lay eggs." He rambled on, but the lord found himself bewildered. It certainly sounded quite troublesome. Perhaps it would be best to forego it altogether. The porcelain lord, disinterested, chose to end the discussion. Mo Xiaobai and Mo Xiang exchanged glances, their eyes locking in silent communication. Mo Xiang then bowed his head and retrieved 4 clumsy eggs from the basket, along with a tomato and a chili pepper. He turned to the lord and remarked, "It seems you are still unable to appreciate its allure. However, we are earnest in our intentions. I shall prepare a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes for you, allowing you to truly experience the charm of this dish before you make any decisions." Upon hearing this, the porcelain lord displayed an expression of disbelief. "Are you referring to the famously exorbitant scrambled eggs with tomatoes?" Mo Xiang affirmed, "Indeed. It is the highly sought-after scrambled eggs with tomatoes." The lord was somewhat taken aback. "You cannot be jesting. You truly wish to prepare this lavish dish for me?" He was aware that attendees at the auction had paid a hefty price for just a taste, yet here he was, offered so much. "What purpose would there be in deceiving you?" Mo Xiang replied with a hearty laugh. "As I said, we are quite sincere." Soon after, under Mo Xiaobai's skilled hands, a fragrant and delectable plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was presented on the table. The lord gazed longingly at the dish on the porcelain plate, saliva pooling in his mouth. The onlookers, upon witnessing the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, could not help but drool. Is this truly the renowned dish? It must be, as it originated from their very hands. Just look at the vibrant red tomatoes, the green chili peppers, and the golden eggs. It was undoubtedly a feast for the senses. Without a doubt, it was far more delectable than the pallid flesh of a zombie. Oh, how I yearn for just a taste. Yet I possess not a fortune to my name. If only I could savor a single bite, my life would be complete. Then perhaps you should abandon that hope for this lifetime. The lord was indeed fortunate, as he was about to indulge in such exquisite fare. He silently wished for his next life to be reborn as a city lord, so he too could relish this dish, known as scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Their eyes remained glued to the dish, drooling and wiping their mouths, yet none dared to approach, for they were merely ordinary folk, while the lord was a formidable fire elemental user. Should they dare to snatch the food, a mere flick of his finger would render them but wisps of smoke. The lord, transfixed by the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, licked his lips and hesitantly asked, "Am I truly allowed to eat this?" "Of course," Mo Xiaobai replied with generous ease. Once assured, the lord, neglecting even the knife, grasped the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and devoured it ravenously, oil glistening on his lips, his eyes sparkling with delight. Delicious beyond compare. I have never encountered such exquisite fare. In no time at all, the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was devoured. The lord of the city had never tasted anything so delightful, leaving the porcelain utterly immaculate and pristine. Those around him gazed enviously, wiping their mouths in anticipation. They had hoped for at least a morsel to remain, yet the lord left nothing behind. Alas, perhaps such delicacies are not meant for individuals like us. Nevertheless, we must not succumb to despair. Perhaps one day, we shall indulge in such dishes with ease, one person remarked dreamily. He was not wrong. 20 years hence, the denizens of the apocalypse savored a variety of exquisite cuisine, all thanks to Mo Xiaobai's efforts. "My lord, regarding the matters of Porcelain City?" Mo Xiaobai inquired suddenly. The lord set down the now spotless porcelain dish, appearing unsated. His gaze then fell upon the plate, and he asked, "Are you certain this little chick will provide me with a steady supply of eggs?" "Absolutely," Mo Xiaobai assured him. The lord mused that the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was worth several porcelain cities, and with the promise of a chick, the sincerity of the offer was undeniable. What cause had he for discontent? Chapter 94. The decision to open a clothing experience center. He felt he had struck a tremendous bargain and immediately consented. They subsequently signed a contract, and from that moment forth, Porcelain City became the dominion of the Mo father and son. Upon returning home, Jiangli was greeted by Little Pink Pig, who appeared as usual to report, "Congratulations, host. Today you have earned another 10 million, bringing the total to 60 million. Jiangli felt quite pleased with this. 60 million is no trifling sum, She was truly becoming increasingly successful. Seated on the sofa, her gaze drifted to the doorknob, and a smile graced her lips. She had summoned a locksmith to replace the old lock. With this new lock in place, she could hardly believe that fellow could still gain entry. Initially, she had thought the surveillance cameras might provide evidence, but given Gu Hanyan's cautious nature, that seemed improbable. Before the divorce, she must ensure her own safety. Reflecting on this, she regretted not heeding her mother's advice, for then she would not find herself in such a predicament. Indeed, ignoring the wisdom of the elders had brought her misfortune, and she had learned her lesson. After taking a shower, Jiangli reclined comfortably on her bed, retrieving her tablet to watch videos. As she scrolled, her finger paused upon encountering a video about a clothing experience center. Previously, some visitors had mentioned the peculiar amusement park, wishing for a clothing experience center to be included. Perhaps she could make this idea a reality. This notion began to take shape in her mind. Subsequently, she continued browsing and came across a post that read, a graduate from a certain year, studied fashion design, and has yet to secure employment. Is there anyone else who shares this experience? This is merely an ordinary video. Yet what astonishes her is that the comment section has already amassed tens of thousands of remarks. The engagement is remarkably steady. Out of curiosity, she decides to explore the comments. The current employment landscape makes finding a job rather challenging. Did you know? My mother earns a monthly salary of 3,000. Yet she sent me to university. After graduation, I could only secure a job that pays just over 3,000, barely enough to sustain myself, forcing me to rely on her support. I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt for all her years of nurturing. Though my mother's salary is modest, she works a stable 9-to-5 schedule with weekends off and various benefits. Meanwhile, I endure a relentless 996 schedule, where even a day off feels like a luxury. In this relentless grind, my health has deteriorated, yet I have not amassed any significant wealth. What is the meaning of living like this? The term white collar sounds appealing, but aren't we still akin to beasts of burden? Such is the current environment. What can be done? Zhang Li found it hard to believe. 3,000 a month. Is that truly the case? Xiao Zhu, earning a monthly salary of 10 to 20,000, seemed insufficient in comparison, yet here were others with even more absurd situations. The world feels utterly mad. They say Kong Yi could not shed his long gown, but why were we lured into donning it in the first place? Now we find ourselves in a situation where we cannot rise or fall. This world is indeed unfriendly to us. Our existence is nothing short of a joke. They say education is a dividing line, but shouldn't the true dividing line be the amniotic fluid? Who has deceived us? Some individuals expressed even darker sentiments. This world should just explode. Living holds no meaning whatsoever. Indeed, there is not a glimmer of hope. As Zhongli scrolled further, she began to comprehend why the current atmosphere was so rife with animosity. Yet, one cannot entirely blame them. A commenter remarked, "You earn 3,000 a month. Have you considered that it might be due to your own inadequacies? Perhaps you are not working diligently enough or lack sufficient skills. Stop blaming the external world for your misfortunes. Look, another one of our kind. Who would have thought that we would face criticism even while browsing online? This world is a colossal farce. The one accusing us of not working hard enough is likely a beneficiary of the current system." Subsequently, an increasing number of individuals in the comment section began to vent their frustrations, primarily targeting that commenter, with vitriol that was quite harsh. The individual, undeterred, attempted to stand against the tide of dissent, only to be met with a deluge of scorn. Within less than half an hour, their identity was unearthed, their company address, home address, and personal information were laid bare for all to see in the comments. The comments section is often filled with those whose lives are less than satisfactory. Look at this corpulent figure. It's clear they are living quite comfortably. Oh, a small company owner? Just look at the gold and jewels they adorn. They must exploit their employees quite ruthlessly. In the comments section, a tempestuous atmosphere prevailed, rife with ominous sentiments. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Li felt a pang of trepidation. Setting aside the palpable negativity, the most alarming aspect was the relentless pursuit of personal information. Within a mere half hour, every detail concerning the individual had been laid bare. She could no longer bear to look and instead turned her focus to planning for a clothing experience center. Determined to create a unique venue, her ideas blossomed with increasing clarity. With pen in hand, she began to sketch and draft her concepts. This clothing experience center would revolve around a dreamlike theme, featuring garments that are scarcely available online, necessitating her own designs and creations. This meant she would need to hire fashion designers and tailors, along with sourcing fabric suppliers and factories and completing registrations. Perhaps she might even establish a company through this endeavor. The more she contemplated, the more invigorated she became. And in just 2 hours, she had solidified her preliminary plan. Next, she would need to consult with her colleagues, but that could wait until tomorrow. She revisited the homepage of a fashion designer she had encountered earlier, captivated by her imaginative creations. Jiang Li resolved to recruit her. While her work in conventional fashion was unremarkable, she would undoubtedly find her niche within the whimsical realm of the amusement park's clothing experience center. After much deliberation with her associate, the little pink pig agreed to her proposal. Henceforth, whether it be Xiao Juzi or any other employees within this world, their salaries would be tied to the amusement park's revenue, with a guaranteed minimum wage set at twice the market rate. To elaborate, while the average external salary hovered around 3,000 a month, here, it would be no less than 6 or 7,000. Naturally, employees from other realms would retain their previous compensation. Jiang Li had considered this thoroughly. The revenue served a singular purpose for her, the search for her mother. Thus, why not utilize these funds to offer employment opportunities and engage in more meaningful endeavors? She was certain that she would eventually hire more staff, necessitating the preparation of employment contracts. Promptly, she called Li Bufan, who, being adept in divorce litigation, assisted her in finding a professional lawyer to draft the contracts. Subsequently, Jiang Li reached out to a girl currently unemployed at home, inviting her for an interview at the whimsical amusement park this Sunday. She also sent her a few images of the dream-themed design works. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Chapter 95, Establishing the Clothing Experience Center. Jiang Li snapped back to reality, her gaze shifting towards the door. Could it be him? A chill ran down her spine, prompting her to feign ignorance. Fortunately, the knocking ceased shortly thereafter. To her astonishment, it was not Gu Han, but rather the boisterous owner of the amusement park. An uneasy premonition surged within her. She never anticipated that Wang Yong would track her down to this place. A sense of dread enveloped her, for this man was undeniably formidable. She must devise a means to eliminate this hidden danger. Naturally, she turned to her father for assistance, for he was not to be trifled with. Jiang Li dialed her father's number, and he instantly rebuked her, saying, "If the business fails, that is one matter, but to think of harming my daughter is utterly unacceptable. I shall not let this transgression go unpunished." He then reassured her, "Rest assured, Xiao Li, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence, and you shall have no cause for concern." Jiang Li replied with gratitude, "Thank you, Dad." Just as she was about to end the call, her father added, "In the coming days, it is unsafe for you to commute alone. Thus, I shall send a bodyguard to ensure your protection." "Oh, that won't be necessary," Jiang Li protested, her lips twitching. "It is indeed necessary. I cannot bear the thought of you being unprotected," her father insisted. "Very well," Jiang Li sighed in resignation. The following day, as she was about to leave her home, a knock echoed at the door. Assuming it was the bodyguard her father had arranged, she opened it to find a tall figure before her. "Your father sent me to escort you to and from work," Gu Han Yin stated coolly, his voice indifferent, emanating an air of aloofness that suggested he was untouchable. However, Jiang Li perceived this demeanor as mere pretense. She was astounded that her father had chosen Gu Han Yin as her protector, believing him to be more perilous than Wang Yong. Acknowledging her inability to contest this decision, she acquiesced, for she genuinely feared the sudden emergence of Wang Yong, brandishing a knife at her throat. Although she had only witnessed such horrors on video, that did not render them any less real. After all, as the saying goes, art originates from life. Gu Han Yin escorted her to a breakfast shop and then to a peculiar amusement park. His behavior that day was somewhat unusual. After dropping her off, he took his leave. Yet, this arrangement was not unwelcome. Jiang Li entered the amusement park with her breakfast, where she was greeted by Mo Xiaobai, Wang Shifeng, Lin Daiyu, and Xiao Juzi. Wang Shifeng's gaze fixated on the bag in her hand. "Sister Jiang, what delightful treat do you bring today?" she inquired eagerly. Jiang Li smiled and replied, "This morning, we have fried buns." "Fried buns? That sounds rather intriguing," Lin Daiyu remarked, resting her chin on her hand as she scrutinized the contents of the bag. Beside her, Xiao Juzi explained, "These buns are pan-fried, resulting in a crisp exterior. Compared to the soft, fragrant steamed buns, the fried variety is even more satisfying, especially with that golden crust. Just thinking about it is mouth-watering. Now you have me eager to try them." Wang Shifeng exclaimed, wiping drool from her lips. Subsequently, the group settled at a table, each clutching a fried bun and savoring it leisurely. "This is absolutely delicious. It is simply divine," Xiao Juzi exclaimed in delight. "I never anticipated that the culinary delights of this world could surpass the exquisite delicacies of our Jia household," Wang Shifeng remarked. Lin Daiyu mused. "Since arriving here and sampling the local cuisine, I have come to realize that the so-called delicacies of the mountains and seas are rather overrated." Meanwhile, Mo Xiaobai remained silent, devouring his fried bun with unrestrained enthusiasm. Although he had indulged in it several times before, he could not help but devour the food once again. Perhaps the fried buns were simply too delectable. Not only the buns, but also the myriad of culinary delights offered here. At times, he mused how wonderful it would be to be born in this era. Observing the enthusiastic eating habits of the crowd, Jiangli shared the idea of a costume experience center. The others concurred, recognizing its necessity. Many previous visitors had remarked on the enchanting atmosphere of the botanical wonderland, yet lamented the lack of appropriate attire, which diminished the immersive quality of their photographs. With a costume experience center, Jiangli believed that our whimsical amusement park would undoubtedly attract a new wave of tourists. Little Orange agreed, expressing curiosity about this novel concept of a costume experience center. Lin Daiyu chimed in, deeming it feasible. Mo Xiaobai echoed her sentiment. Wang Shifeng stated, "I am eager to see what the costume experience center will be like. If managed well, I believe it could become a nationwide sensation." Witnessing the unanimous agreement among the group, a smile crept onto Jiang Li's lips. Even before the opening hours, the entrance of the whimsical amusement park was already teeming with visitors, marking yet another day of overwhelming crowds. In truth, the park could accommodate a substantial number of guests, at least 1 million. However, due to a lack of staff, it could only cater to a maximum of 100,000 in a day. One day, when the workforce is sufficient, the capacity will certainly exceed this limit. As the park commenced operations, everyone proceeded to their respective posts. Jiang Li carried a plastic bag containing bamboo shoots, some vine seeds, and various flower seeds for decoration. After meeting with Mo Xiaobai, the two found an open space to begin their measurements. This location was merely a few hundred meters from the botanical wonderland. Jiang Li contemplated the bamboo shoots in her hand, envisioning the possibility of one day constructing a quaint tavern from bamboo within the whimsical amusement park. The idea was indeed intriguing. With the assistance of Mo Xiaobai's wood-based abilities, a massive bamboo structure rose from the ground, measuring an impressive 20 meters in diameter, equating to at least 400 square meters of space, quite substantial. When adorned with beautiful garments, it would surely be stunning, Jiang Li mused. As Mo Xiaobai opened windows and created a staircase from vines, he fashioned various shapes of drying racks from the vines, all meticulously designed by Jiang Li. The first floor would serve as a reception area for guests, the second designated for changing outfits, the third for makeup, while the remaining floors would be dedicated to storing costumes. Jiang Li further considered that each time a visitor utilized an outfit, it would need to be laundered. Thus, the final 2 floors would be specifically allocated for washing and drying clothes. Jiang Li daydreamed about the scene of the Costume Experience Center's grand opening, her heart filled with joy. However, to effectively manage the Costume Experience Center, it would be essential to hire additional staff. Standing at the entrance, Jiang Li and Mo Xiaobai gazed up at the towering bamboo. Jiang Li scrutinized her surroundings, feeling that something was amiss. Mo Xiaobai raised his hand, and a vine sprouted from the ground, forming an archway at the entrance. Above the arch, a few large characters appeared, Clothing Experience Hall. Satisfied, Jiang Li nodded, recognizing this as the right approach. Subsequently, through her father's extensive connections, she discovered the finest sources of fabric and processing factories. While she aspired for independence, she could not disregard the advantages of her father's network. After all, it was a valuable resource, indeed a rare one. What should she do next? Chapter 96. The stunning zombie photos. It seemed she had completed everything necessary, save for hiring employees. Upon her return, she would deliberate on the various positions and explore opportunities online. In the afternoon, as was her custom, Jiang Li patrolled the peculiar amusement park. The botanical wonderland was bustling with visitors snapping photos. A lively crowd drew her attention, and she approached, inquiring with a girl squeezed at the edge of the group. She asked, "What are you all doing?" The girl turned and replied, "We are waiting for the zombie brother to take our pictures." Zombie photography? Jiang Li found this rather incredulous. In this day and age, even zombies had taken to photography? The girl enthusiastically elaborated. Yes, the zombie takes pictures remarkably well, rivaling even professional photographers. Honestly, I believe his skill is such that he could easily win awards in photography competitions. Not just an award, but perhaps even first place. Jiang Li's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Had she truly heard this correctly? The notion of a zombie engaging in photography was utterly absurd. Though perceived as mere entertainers by the tourists, Jiang Li was well aware of their true nature as zombies. Even in zombie films, she had never encountered one capable of photography. Curiosity piqued, she was determined to see what sort of zombies the visitors perceived. Jiang Li approached the bustling crowd. The girl posed amidst the flowers while the zombie, adeptly handling a small orange camera, skillfully snapped pictures of the young women. Upon seeing the photo on the camera, the girl blushed, exclaiming, "Is that really me? How beautiful!" She looked up at the zombie and said, "Zombie brother, you are so talented." The zombie snapped his fingers, and a photograph emerged from the camera. Jiang Li recalled that this camera lacked the instant photo feature. Yet, astonishingly, a photo appeared as if by magic. She was taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief. "You finished, right? It's our turn now." The tourists urged the girl to retrieve her photo quickly. As they were still waiting in line, the girl bashfully accepted the photo, expressing her gratitude before eagerly rejoining the crowd. As she passed Jiang Li, the latter caught a glimpse of the photo. Just that single glance left her utterly captivated. She never anticipated that this zombie possessed such remarkable skills, capturing photographs that were nothing short of exquisite. The individuals within the frames appeared even more stunning. How could one articulate this phenomenon? If an ordinary person in the real world possesses a beauty rating of 5, then this zombie has the uncanny ability to elevate that rating to an 8, all without any embellishments. After all, by conventional reasoning, cameras tend to diminish the attractiveness of most individuals. It must be said, this zombie is impressive. The level of expertise displayed left her at a loss for words. "Hey, Jiang Li," Xiao Juzi remarked, gently patting her shoulder. Jiang Li turned, pointing at the zombie before retracting her finger. "Are you curious about the zombie?" Xiao Juzi effortlessly discerned her thoughts. "When this zombie came to assist us, I noticed its peculiar fascination with the camera. On that day, I was wearing an outfit that I was particularly pleased with, so I insisted on having a photo taken, and it graciously obliged. The moment I saw the result, you cannot imagine my astonishment. In reality, I merely consider myself moderately attractive, yet it managed to capture me as a stunning beauty. I believe it possesses a natural talent for photography, which is why I requested Mo Xiaobai to join us here." Didn't Mo Xiaobai mention this to you?" Jiang Li searched her memory, recalling a vague recollection of such a conversation. "Oh, perhaps I didn't hear it clearly at the time," she offered as an explanation. "Do you remember the video I sent you earlier? The one where you remarked on my significant improvement?" Xiao Juzi suddenly interjected. "Of course, what of it?" Jiang Li responded, only to realize something shortly thereafter. "Are you implying that all those photos were taken by it?" Xiao Juzi nodded, stating, "It captures the photos, and I edit the videos. Hence, the so-called remarkable improvement you witnessed." Jiang Li was left speechless, unable to articulate her emotions at that moment. She had not anticipated such hidden talents among the zombies' entourage. Though Xiao and Zhu could be somewhat stingy, one cannot deny that the employees it recruited from various realms are of exceptional quality. Jiang Li placed a hand on her shoulder and declared, "This zombie has a tremendous gift for photography. I entrust it to you from now on." "Absolutely no problem," Xiao Juzi replied with a cheerful grin. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, and soon it was time to finish work. The once boisterous and peculiar amusement park fell silent in the absence of crowds. Upon returning home, Xiao Fenju appeared in the air to deliver good news. "Congratulations, host. Today's revenue has reached 9 million, totaling 69 million. Having heard this announcement countless times, Jiang Li's expression remained calm, as though she were merely facing an everyday occurrence. Yet, earning 9 million in a single day would surely cause others to leap for joy. Jiang Li retrieved her tablet, contemplating her position and examining the state of the market. With the materials provided by Father Jiang, Jiang Li swiftly completed all her tasks. Every employee at the Clothing Experience Center is guaranteed a minimum salary of 6,000, alongside comprehensive benefits including 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, with a standard schedule from 9 to 5 and weekends off. Should there be any overtime during weekends or holidays, the compensation doubles. As for the monthly profits, the peculiar amusement park claims 60%. while the remaining 40% is distributed among the employees based on their contributions to the Clothing Experience Center. This arrangement not only incentivizes everyone's enthusiasm, but also ensures that they find a modicum of happiness in their work. Next, it was time to recruit employees according to the positions available. It seems prudent to draft an announcement for this purpose. Perhaps I shall entrust it to Xiao Zhezi tomorrow. After wrapping up her tasks, Jiangli tidied her space and prepared for sleep. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was the owner of the seed store, informing her that the seeds had arrived and inquiring when she would come to collect them. Considering her recent busyness, Jiangli requested the owner to deliver them instead, offering to cover the transportation costs. The seed store owner, noting that his location was not far from the peculiar amusement park, agreed to the request. By now, it was already midnight. She turned off her phone and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the world of dream of the Red Chamber at the Jiao residence, Lin Daiyu reclined on her bed, perusing the pages of the book. The vivid descriptions within captivated her, holding her gaze with an irresistible allure. Just as she was engrossed in her reading, a voice interrupted from outside. "Miss, my lady requests your presence."